Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Against the backdrop of monsters causing destruction, it is said that over 100 years ago, unforeseen biological disasters killed humanity, the dead mutated and attacked the survivors, and the world will never be the same again, because it turned into purgatory. In the picture, a strong underground explosion occurs. Brave heroes fly into the attack, fighting monsters. It is explained that the survivors discovered superpowers in themselves, like mutants, and began to resist the Inhumans. A large metropolis is engulfed in flames. It is said that in 2145 they united into an army and stood up to defend the human world. People fight mutants, dying in battle. The picture shows warriors who are fighting a huge red monster. The events take place during the final battle in the capital of China. In the frame there are 3 fighters, a 3rd-level divine archer, a 3rd-level support and a hammerman. He exclaims that almost all the 1st and 2nd class soldiers have been killed and at this rate they will die too. A huge red monster starts approaching. The commander shouts for everyone to be on guard, because this thing is still on defense. The mutants' claws are reaching for them. They grab the heroes one after another. The guy exclaims through the pain that they need to hold on, because he will chop them into pieces. The girl and the others are shackled and cannot move, and because of the tentacles they cannot use abilities. More tentacles fly into a deadly attack. The heroes are shocked to realize that this is the end. Suddenly, a powerful dissection of the monster into pieces happens. They do not understand what is happening. The guy with the hammer does not understand what it is. The mutants' tentacles fall to the ground. They look away in shock. A brave hero with a sword appears with his back to them. The guy in armor turns around. They understand that this is a divine-level talent. They exclaim the name of Mr. Ning. He calmly asks them to be careful. The heroes approach him and thank him for saving them, saying that it is very good that he is here. The guy casts his serious look. The archer pulls the bowstring and shouts to the protagonist that there is a mutant above. The guy looks up and realizes that he sees him for the first time. The picture shows a villain with tentacles and horns. The protagonist realizes that he is different. The guy with the hammer runs to attack, exclaiming how dare he attack Ning, and he will now smear him on the ground. The heroes jump up, starting to attack the mutant. The enemy does something with an ominous grin. A large eye in his chest begins to emit light. The fighters suddenly feel severe pain. Only remains remain in place of the 2 heroes, while the mutant hangs in the air. The girl below is shocked by what is happening. She begins to conjure fire magic and screams in rage that she will kill him now. Suddenly, an enemy appears behind her. She turns around, blocking the strikes of the tentacles. Her gaze is full of fear. She closes her eyes. The girl opens them in fear at the sight of the glow. The protagonist calmly attacks the mutant with his sword. He realizes that this is not level 3 and 1 blow cannot kill 2 high-level awakened. Ning holds his claws and tells her to retreat, because he will figure it out. The girl in fear realizes that in such a situation there is nothing left to do but trust the master. She advises him to take care of himself. The protagonist calmly watches the opponent. The girl runs away. Ning attacks the enemy with his large sword. Suddenly, the tip of his weapon falls to the ground. He looks at his fragment and realizes that the enemy broke his blade with 1 block, and now everything is clear. Because no matter how many moves he thought through in advance, there is still nothing better than practice. The mutant with a huge eye rushes to attack. The protagonist realizes that he is level 4. Ning stands still and realizes that he must give his all against such a monster. The fighter breaks away, stones fly around. Ning rushes to attack the mutant. A powerful explosion occurs. The protagonist stands still. A large red beam strikes him from the sky. Ning looks ahead in shock. The mutant also glances. The guy sees in shock that the enemy has pierced his body through and through. The mutant with horns watches his opponent. The protagonist's hand lets go of the sword handle. He falls on his back. Blood flows from his mouth. He realizes that this is what level 4 means. The mutant stands in front of him calmly. Ning understands that apparently they know nothing about their strength. The enemy's tentacles approach the guy's body. He understands that he will die without protecting this world. Ning, with a beaten face, looks into the face of death. His eyes close. He understands that it is too early. Bloody toothy tentacles approach him. People in white overalls stand in the command center. The man realizes in shock that China's only hope, the god-level talent Ning, has been defeated. The picture shows an army of monsters. He wonders how much longer they can hold out. The man frowns and realizes that if they had found the master earlier, and if they had given him more time to train. He bangs the table in rage, realizing that maybe then they would have stopped this nightmare. There is no other way. He angrily realizes that they will all die. The man stands near his assistants and declares that they have lost all the lines of defense that were involved, but this allowed the 3rd levels to deliver the maximum power of nuclear warheads. Helicopters fire on the ruins. He says that death is inevitable. The heroes, along with the technological spheres, throw themselves from the helicopters. He declares that this applies to them too. The heroes fly down on the enemies. He exclaims that humanity will live. The man and the others salute. There is a bright flash. Huge fireballs rise above the metropolis. The planet is experiencing powerful nuclear explosions. The picture shows the ceiling of a room. The events take place in the morning news, November 6, 2142. The application of the Safety Zone Plan number 337 is expected. The guy barely opens his eyes. It says breaking news, issue number 67. The sea safety wave was attacked by monsters and the surviving residents need to urgently evacuate. He gets up from the floor and feels a strong headache, wondering if he lost. The main character is sitting behind bars. The workers ask what to do, because he woke up. Another replies that some people claim that he could not pass the test and since he was unconscious, he has a virus, and you just need to wait a little, because he is not rowdy yet. They go inside, holding pistols. The soldier offers to kill Ning, because they have already received the money. The villain agrees with a grin, since the protagonist is not a descendant of the awakened, and no one will look for small fry. He holds a gun in his hand and says that if you continued to sleep, you could have survived. The frightened protagonist realizes that he has returned 3 years ago, because on this day he took a test and failed it because someone interfered. He grabs the gun with the understanding that he is not the same as before and will not allow this to happen again. Ning's eyes shine red. The frightened soldier shouts at the other to shoot him. The protagonist deftly knocks the gun out of his hands. He pushes the soldier to the side. The other fighter is shocked to see his partner being beaten. The villain screams in pain. The protagonist holds a gun and aims at the enemy. The frightened partner looks at what is happening. Ning stands calmly after the shots were fired, among the lying corpses. He recalls the past and realizes that 3 years ago he failed the test and had to wander through the garbage dumps and survive until the military discovered that he had a divine talent. He sees the poor and understands that China almost fell then, and he no longer thought that he could be reborn. Ning leaves this room with the realization that his level was raised to 3 in just 7 months. But he was still far from the title of the strongest, and nevertheless, he rushed into battle with mutants of level 4. He mentally apologizes to his mother and Xiao. The protagonist calmly walks in front of a woman with a child and apologizes for not being able to save them, but now he is here and will not be late. Ning looks ahead with a serious face and understands that while he is passing the test, he becomes stronger and is able to save his dear people before this apocalypse. With a confident step, he moves on. The notification said that the Doomsday Sword God system had been bound to Ning. Task: ask the binder to touch the test crystal in 30 minutes to unlock and activate the system function. If not done, the system will disappear in 31 minutes. Tips: after completing the task, any of the sword skills will be improved and strengthened 100-fold up to the forbidden level. The guy in the black tank top realizes that this is very different from the Doomsday system in his past life, wondering if it could be because of talent. He looks down and wonders if it could be because he is not the same as in his past life now, and no matter what happens, as long as he gets stronger, he does not care about the changes and must pass the test as soon as possible and find the culprit of all the troubles. The notification says that the countdown has begun, exactly 31 minutes left. The soldiers run up to Ning and furiously ask who he is, demanding that he raise his hands. An alarm sounds that an infected person has escaped. They surround the guy and aim their pistols, ordering him to stand still and raise his hands above his head. Ning at this point realizes that the captain is a low-level awakened, and everyone else is ordinary people. He looks at the enemy and realizes that the best solution would be to take the captain hostage and demand that he be taken away. With a sharp movement, he takes out his weapon. The guy shoots at the soldier. The protagonist frantically rushes into the attack. With a sharp movement, he ends up behind his opponent. The enemy looks forward in shock. He holds the captain at gunpoint and declares that no one should move or he will blow his brains out. At this moment they scream in fear for him to let him go, and that attacking the military in a safe zone is punishable by death. Ning holds a gun to his head and demands to take him to the test site, giving him 3 seconds to think. The surprised guys do not understand if he has gone crazy. The captain fearfully asks what he is doing and if he really wants to take the test. The protagonist puts a gun to his temple. He begs for a conversation. Ning seriously demands to go there. He exclaims that he is not awakened and will die there. There are many people sitting in the stands. It is said that 100 years ago in 2042, the end of the world came and the era of chaos began. The figures are sitting at the table. It is written that none of the tens of billions of people survived then, and it was at that time that a generation of awakened people appeared, who united with the military in order to save China. The picture shows a huge arena. It is said that today is a fateful day and it does not matter whether there is talent or not, because the winners will become saviors, and the losers are doomed to wander. The military representative Liao speaks into the microphone that they are about to begin the test. The picture shows many participants. They are all walking forward. A surprised guard hears on the radio that an infected person has taken the commander hostage and infiltrated the testing ground. The military is shocked to hear this information. The soldiers turn around in fear. A moment later, they are already flying away. Surrounded by other fighters, the protagonist holds his hostage at gunpoint. Liao is furiously demanding that he lower his weapon and not resist. The guards hold on to their swords. The military man declares that otherwise they will be forced to kill him. The fighters surround the protagonist. The commander is very scared. The protagonist, poking him with a gun, says that he is not infected. A soldier aims his rifle. Ning furiously declares that he does not want to disrupt the awakening ceremony, because he is here to take the test. Liao is furious, shouting that this is blatant impudence, and orders everyone to grab him. The guards with swords attack. The gun falls to the ground. The protagonist holds his hands up. It is said that according to the 137th Article of Security, only the awakened enjoy preferential treatment in accordance with the rules, otherwise the death penalty for violating military orders. Ning looks forward and hears that unless he proves useful. The commander hits him hard in the face, declaring that he is not awakened. Ning falls to the ground. He sits on top of him and insultingly exclaims what rules he is talking about. Liao is furious and demands to execute him. The soldier raises the tip of the sword. The helicopter above them shines its searchlight. It opens its hatch. The guards do not understand what the awakened are doing here. The awakened third-level commander Shao quickly descends to the ground. He calmly lands down. The frightened guard understands that this is a strong aura, because the test has not yet begun, and the great commander has already arrived. The imperturbable fighter stands in front of them and states that the military district is looking for awakened ones, and since this young man is eager to go to the training ground, they would like to test his abilities. Shao turns around and says that if he fails the test, he belongs to them. The protagonist, lying on the ground, smirks and demands that they prepare everything for him. The guy gets to his feet. The soldiers ask if he is serious about taking the test. The protagonist moves forward. Liao states that ordinary people can only dream of acquiring the abilities of an awakened one, and how they even got it into their heads that they can be useful. The protagonist stands in front of the descending screen. Ning realizes that in his previous life, he was prevented from passing the test and made many mistakes. He reaches out with his hand and is sure that he will not make them now. He almost touches it and states that fate is in his hands. He puts his hand and a bright glow appears. The surrounding people see how a very bright purple glow occurs around the protagonist. Shao and Liao are shocked by what is happening. The spectators in the stands are frightened by such an event. A huge energy beam hits the protagonist. Ning does not remove his hand and feels that the energy enters his body, and he wants to try something. The commander, with his arms crossed, looks at him. It says that the data has been updated and the talent level is C. Liao is shocked to see that the talent level is increasing to B. He thinks about the fact that the level is increasing and does this brat really have it? The protagonist does not let go of his hand. The system says about the promotion to rank A. He feels that the energy has filled his entire body, and he has never felt so good. He says with an ominous smile that as long as he touches the crystal, he can pour in more energy. A strong energy beam blazes in the arena. Liao exclaims in shock, where does an ordinary person get talent of this level? Because such a chance is 1 in a million. Shao watches what is happening and says that the final result has not yet been announced, which means that he may have a higher level. A bright purple beam shakes the ground. The protagonist holds onto the rock with all his might. They exclaim that the level is still rising. Purple beams pierce Ning's body. The audience watches in shock. The protagonist starts screaming from being saturated with energy. A purple beam rises straight from the sky. It says that the data is being updated and he is a level 5 talent. The participants close their eyes from such a bright light. Shao is shocked to realize that this is not all and the data is still being updated and he is definitely a level 5 talent. The picture suggests that he is a descendant of a level 3 awakening, and in times like these. Shao stands next to the military and states that armored troops are patrolling the city limits to prevent mutant attacks. A bright beam hits the ground below. It says that fighters are conducting surveillance in the surrounding airspace to prevent accidents, and all routes for non-military people to the training ground are closed, and the airspace is blocked. Ning screams in rage from being saturated with energy. Helicopters fly over the arena. They start to go down. A vortex of purple energy flies across the training ground. The smoke gradually subsides. The protagonist holds onto a stone. It is said that the test has been passed. The participants watch this in shock. The soldiers stand nearby with their mouths wide open. Ning stands motionless. The talent level is said. The soldier drops the tablet. Shao excitedly does not believe the test result. The protagonist raises his hand. Shao assumes that he is SS level. The commander is shocked to realize that S level is the prerogative of an awakened level 3 and he cannot be of such a rank, and do they still have a chance? Shao stands next to Liao and starts laughing loudly, stating that such people exist in the Tianfeng safety zone. The guy asks another guy if he heard that the commander praised Ning. He replies that everything changed so quickly, and he also called him disgusting. The other says to be quiet, because he can become their boss. Ning looks at his hand in shock and realizes that he definitely has an SSS level talent, and this is the highest level for people. But the crystal could only withstand SS. He realizes that this is enough now and it is better to think about the task of the sword god system. The protagonist looks at the system window. which says that the current state is an increase in skill power by 10,000%, and after learning any skill will immediately be improved to the SSS rank. It also says about an additional effect in the form of an increase in the psi energy reserve by 10,000%. Restrictions on all types of characteristics are removed. And every 48 hours the skill can be used once without energy costs and level restrictions. He says that the task is completed. Ning looks out the window and says that at the cost of the efforts of all mankind in his previous life, they were able to achieve only SS rank for him and a rank for skills. But now the system will enhance skills to SSS for free. The protagonist looks at the notification about the current task to master the sword skill and the reward in the form of an increase in characteristic points. The guy smiles and thinks that this is interesting, because he has a couple of ideas on how to check all this. Xiao approaches Ning and congratulates him on acquiring the SS rank. The commander asks him with a smile what he wants as a reward, because he will arrange everything in a moment. Liao looks at him excitedly, while he is focused on reading the information from the task. Xiao with a serious expression says that he himself seems to be a little shocked that he was able to wake up. The commander starts laughing loudly. He takes the protagonist by the shoulder and exclaims that he also froze his first time just like him. They go further. Xiao says that it is enough to stand like a pillar, and they can talk in his office. The commander pours a drink from a teapot, and says that Ning was detained and almost missed the test because of this, and he has already sent people who will sort everything out, and they will conduct an investigation and immediately report the results, and he also decided to send the protagonist as their first candidate for the resettlement program. Xiao sits on the couch opposite the guy and states that as soon as they finish verification and check everything again, a third-rank person will be introduced to him as a mentor. He will also be given all the necessary resources and equipment, and now they will discuss his gift, because Xiao can make a plan for further actions. The guy looks at him and realizes that he cannot tell him about the system, so he will have to tell him only about the initial skill. He tells him about the psi skill, telekinesis. The commander thinks and states that psi skills are very rare and most likely, he will need to bring a mentor all the way from the capital, specifying what he would like to receive as a reward. He answers that he would like to receive a book with sword skills from the commander. Xiao turns to his assistant and orders him to get a copy and choose the one that is higher in level. After a while, the guy holds out a tablet and states that this is the highest level book in their reserves. Xiao extends his hand and tells Ning to take it. The protagonist holds the tablet and thanks him, and if he has no more questions, he would like to go back to his place. He states that he can't wait to go back to his family and tell them everything. The commander points to the soldiers and states that he can go, because several fighters from the elite squad will accompany him to ensure safety, and if there are any problems, he must report them directly. Xiao looks at him with a serious expression and states that within the next 24 hours he wants a report on the situation, due to which Ning almost missed the test, and no matter who is involved, everyone must be arrested. The fighters bow to him and exclaim that they understand the order. The picture shows a military vehicle among people. The action takes place in the safe zone of the Heavenly Winds at the 6th assembly point. The car moves on. The character gets out of it. People around look. The protagonist goes with his things and thanks them, saying that he will get there himself. The audience points to the guy and exclaims that it is Ning, asking if he has become an important person, because he was just brought in on military equipment. Another remarks that he needs to speak more quietly, because something is definitely going on here, since he was accompanied by so many awakened ones. Ning sees a girl and calls her by her name Xia. She stops. The girl turns around and exclaims, "Brother." The protagonist is shocked, remembering that he could not protect her then. He hugs his younger sister tightly and swears that in this life he will definitely not allow her to suffer. Xia says with a smile that they have not seen each other for a little over a year, specifying whether he was in a training camp and how he got out of there. He says with tears in his eyes that he has already passed the test. Xia looks at him and asks why he is crying. He replies that he is just happy to see her. The girl holds his hand and calls him to go home quickly, because his mother was so worried since leaving. He exclaims that they will go together and arrange a surprise. Xia holds a bag and says that she is lucky today, because she collected a lot of spare parts, and they can exchange them for a piece of pie. Ning looks at her and says that today they will all eat to the point of bursting. She asks in surprise if there will be meat. He assures that as much as she wants. There is different food on the table. Xia screams with joy that there is so much here. Mom sits opposite Ning and asks how the test of awakening went, because all the neighbors are interested. The main character with a plate in his hands declares that he has passed everything and is already awakened. Mom happily asks again. Ning looks at the family and says that this is so. The younger sister rejoices loudly, saying that she is very proud of him. The younger sister asks if since he passed the test, will their family be able to eat like this every day now? He says of course yes. The action takes place at night. There are dirty dishes in the sink. Mom sleeps in the same bed with her daughter. The protagonist looks at them with a smile, standing in the doorway. He closes it. He activates the study of the skill book. It says that the task is completed and 4 attribute points are received. Ning is surprised to see a window that is C-rank skill, A piercing strike has been discovered and a new sword skill has been discovered and the level has been successfully increased. The protagonist holds a sphere in his hand. It says that the skill has been enhanced to SSS rank and is called a Whirlwind of Blades. Ning looks at the window with information about the skill. After absorbing 4,500 units of spiritual energy, he summons a shower of chi blades and deals a destructive blow to the specified area in a short time. This skill is cast at incredible speed, destroys armor, imposes decomposition, destruction, and other negative effects. The guy is shocked to realize that he really has been strengthened from C to SSS rank, and in his past life he has seen many unusual things, but he has never encountered such a powerful enhancement. The protagonist assumes that one use consumes 4,500 units of spiritual energy. The windows say that the current level is 0, the power of the spirit plus 15 points, the reserve is 1,500 units, then everything gradually increases to 4,000 units. Ning realizes that if you do not take into account the bonuses from equipment, using one blade whirlwind in theory, he needs to reach at least the middle of the 3rd level, and fortunately, he can use the skill every 48 hours for free or otherwise. All his spiritual energy will be instantly sucked out of his body, and at the moment, he cannot use it even once. The protagonist sits with his arms crossed and realizes that it is also quite problematic that the system does not allow him to reveal any information related to it, so he cannot explain to others where such a skill came from, nor what powers he has, and in other words, until he gains more levels, he should avoid using Blade Whirlwind in front of others. The guy sits at the table and says that it is now critical for the commander to add it to the program, so it is better not to cause them unnecessary inconvenience. He holds his hand on the table and states that this is a top-level skill that he has never even seen in his previous life. Ning looks at the sphere and says that his hands are itching to try it right now. He exclaims yes with interest. He smirks and suggests that this is a war zone after all. The picture shows a metropolis with green lightning. It is explained that with the onset of the end of the world is overflowing with spiritual energy. Monsters are attacking people. It is said that random dungeons have begun to appear here and there. Mutants walk among the trees. It is written that with the influx of awakened with the adventures and trials being carried out, soldiers run to the attack. It is said that useful information about the dungeons was mainly collected by the human race. People sit in front of the radars. It is explained that the military in particular spent a lot of human resources to research and create training dungeons. In the picture, soldiers stand with weapons in their hands. It is written that they were used for combat training of their troops. Tentacles attack people. It is explained that compared to dungeons that appear naturally, a huge monster eats people. It is written that mortal danger in the training can be avoided. The soldier runs away in horror. It is said that security there has been brought to an absurd level. The door opens. Ning walks in a cloak and wonders if he can just go to the training dungeon and try everything there. The picture shows a fortress. The events take place in the safe zone of the Heavenly Winds in a training dungeon. The protagonist is standing next to another person and asking to open a low level, no matter what type of training dungeon for one person. The guy looks at him and realizes that it is Ning, who has obtained the SS rank skill, and the commander said that they can open the dungeon for him. He clarifies if it is worth taking someone else. The worker is shocked and explains that with his current strength level, it is very dangerous to go there alone. Ning begins to disappear and states that he is going there to check something and will be back soon. The worker watches the disappearing protagonist. Ning appears in the corridor at the entrance to the training dungeon. Notifications say that the current arena is a city and the danger level is low. The protagonist looks around and realizes that it was created shortly after the apocalypse. He turns around with a smile and thinks that the weapon that is given out in this dungeon is most likely a dagger. He touches the blue screen. He looks at the weapon with a grin and thinks that this is just what he needs, because the weaker the weapon, the easier it will be for him to check everything. The monster is waiting for the protagonist around the corner. Ning looks at him with an ominous look. A furious red mutant rushes to attack. The protagonist jumps back sharply. He dodges the blow and declares that he climbed out to him himself. The guy lands. He swings his blade with the thought that the enemy should give him experience. Ning pierces the mutant with his knife. The protagonist goes further against the background of the killed enemy and realizes that this is not bad and there is time to hunt a little. Ning touches the door. He carefully opens it, holding the blade at the ready. The ferocious monster notices him. He growls furiously at the protagonist, who notices another one. The guy looks straight into his mouth. The protagonist blocks his blow, plunging the tip of the dagger into his head. The monster falls to the ground unconscious. Ning looks at him and realizes that although his physical strength level leaves much to be desired, his previous combat experience allows him to treat battles with zombies as an easy walk, and in order to truly test his skill level, he needs to get to the main mutant. He notices that first he needs to use the escalator and get out of the building. The picture shows a large area with people and cars. Ning says that if you go along this shopping street, the main mutant should be right there. The guy opens the door. He sees mutants around the cars and states that the zombies here are already level 1 with average indicators, and this test has moved to a new level. He decisively declares that he has no time to waste on them. The zombies turn around questioningly. One of them opens his wide mouth. The protagonist cuts off their heads and claims that they just need to quickly get to the main mutant and get out of here. He quickly runs away from the monsters. Other zombies notice him. Hordes of mutants pursue the fighter. He runs away from the crowd and says that there are more and more of them. He takes hold of the fence and turns around and says that it's a pity that no matter how many zombies he kills, his physical characteristics do not change in any way. He stands on the car and exclaims that in any case, he needs to get to the main mutant, but first he needs to throw these creatures off his tail. The protagonist jumps off the fire truck. Zombies growl at him. He runs forward. Notifications say that he has arrived in the main zone. The guy is standing completely alone in a large area. He looks around. It says that he has arrived in the main zone. A notification appears that a mutant with maximum level 1 characteristics is approaching. Ning turns around in surprise. A huge dark monster with claws appears in front of him. The hero is very shocked. Ning jumps back from its attacks and exclaims that this is just a test dungeon, and there is already a mutant with maximum level 1 indicators. The protagonist lands in front of the enemy. He resolutely looks forward. While an army of zombies is visible behind him, he states that to fight such a monster, usually up to 3 awakened of the same level are needed. He gets into a fighting stance and states that if this dungeon was not a test, then this mutant would not leave him a chance, because in addition to the boss, there are also crowds of ordinary ones. An army of the dead attacks Ning, led by a huge boss. The guy dodges the attacks and realizes that even an elite squad of awakened level 1 would have a hard time just surviving such a battle. Ning runs forward and states that if this skill is not as strong as he thought. The guy lands on the boss. He prepares to attack him in midair. The protagonist realizes that it doesn't matter how he does it, but he needs to get out of this man-made dungeon. A notification appears that the skill is ready to use. The protagonist shoots a powerful stream of blue energy at the boss. He defeats his enemy using the Sword Storm skill. Ning stands in the middle of the ruins. He raises his hand and begins to speak. The guy stands in the middle of a huge crater and wonders if he really managed to destroy it with just one blow, and would never have believed that the Sword Storm is so deadly. Ning looks at his hands in shock and declares that such power could crush even a level 2 mutant. He is horrified to realize that he is only at level 0. A notification appears that a level 1 monster has been destroyed. 5 points of psychic energy have been received. The reward has been reduced by 50% due to the man-made nature of the dungeon. The guy looks at the screen with a notification that new equipment has been received. Fast hands. He says that the experience gained in man-made dungeons depends on the level of the spiritual energy stones located in the control center. Most often it is lower than in normal ones. Ning claims that he has never heard of anyone receiving equipment in a test dungeon. A window appears with information that agility has been increased by 1 point and hand speed and shooting accuracy have been increased by 15%. The guy looks at the gloves and says that not even all awakened level 2 have a full set of white equipment, and he has started well. Ning stands among the ruins and holding a sphere says that the test goal has been achieved and the equipment has been received, which means there is no need to stay any longer. He says that it is possible to leave. The protagonist hands the worker something and says that he is fine, and this is for him. The surprised guy wonders how he returned so quickly and was he really scared of the zombie hordes. The worker is shocked to hear the question of who let a level 1 squad into the dungeon. The mustachioed man stands next to him and furiously asks if he didn't say that no squads can be allowed into a single dungeon. He yells at the guy that he knows how hard it is to work with him and how much you can repeat, but he just can't remember. The guy sheepishly clarifies that there were no squads, they wouldn't have allowed it. The man stands next to him and in shock asks who was able to single-handedly destroy a level 1 mutant. They look at the screen. The hero declares that he also received a unique piece of equipment, which means he is a level 2 awakened, no other way. The surprised guy declares that only Ning entered the dungeon. The worker in shock claims that he was told that he wanted to undergo testing and was it really he who destroyed the main mutant. The protagonist walks down a poor street. A merchant exclaims about selling weapons and ammunition for 7.5 kilograms of flour. Another shouts about fried praying mantises and 1 credit for half a kilo. The guy goes on and thinks that even though he couldn't easily defeat the level 1 mutant, the situation is still not very good. A guy nearby shouts that a patrol is approaching. A soldier runs down the street. Others scatter. He asks whose child it is and whether he needs to be picked up. The guy realizes in shock that he hasn't yet taken into account the catastrophe that will happen in a year. The picture shows a smoking city. It says that due to the attack of a horde of level 3 mutants, the security zone will be turned into a scorched desert, and all the defending forces will be destroyed. Ning in a cloak realizes that in 10 days, a zombie attack will occur on the residential area, after which their wave will fall on the security zone and therefore Mom and Xia are in great danger. The protagonist with a determined look understands that he needs to level up faster. The picture shows the capital's security zone, the central command headquarters. someone clarifies that an urgent message came from the city's security zone that a fighter with SS rank talent was found, and has anyone read this report? Another exclaims that this opens up brilliant prospects for them. The picture shows the protagonists with characteristics. The council members are sitting at a huge table. One of them states that there have been many losses among level 3 fighters lately, and if they manage to get this guy into their ranks, it will be a great success. Another responds that they need to prepare all the necessary resources and finish his training as soon as possible. The third asks how about transferring him to their security zone and assigning the most experienced instructor. The mustachioed man asks if they want to bridge the gap between levels 3 and 4. The gray-haired man sits at the table and states that up to now, either they, nor the highest level awakened, nor the 4 top commanders, nor anyone at level 3, nor even the commander-in-chief have been able to reach rank 4, and this is all because no one invested in their training in the beginning. The mustachioed man thinks about it, and says that it sounds like a good idea and is worth trying. The other man also agrees. An officer stands behind a table and announces that a Ning level SS talent has been selected to participate in the rookie program, and that his training will be given top priority, and that he must be delivered to the capital's security zone immediately. The bespectacled negotiator states that he is against it. The others are shocked and ask why. They look at him and wonder why he is refusing such a talented fighter, and why the 4th military district is arguing again. The man adjusts his glasses and asks if he has read the last point of the report. The screen says about awakening a psychic talent. He explains that in 70 years of observation, no one has reached level 3 of the psychic system. The picture shows awakened ones. He claims that such fighters are most often very weak physically and can only play a supporting role, and without the protection of others, they are doomed. The surprised negotiators listen to him say that in a solo mission required to advance from 1 to 2, survival depends on his luck. The man is shocked to hear that in a mission to advance to level 3. The man in glasses assures that in this case the probability of survival is 0. His interlocutor stands silently. He puts his hand to his forehead and states that both are true and that Ning's priority should be lowered, because they cannot waste resources in vain. The next day, a shocked Xian reads that Ning's candidacy has been rejected and the priority has been lowered. He says that the talent of the mental system cannot reach level 3 and the potential equal to the current level of the candidate is probably even lower, and he is of no interest. The soldier approaches the commander and asks whether to act in accordance with the developed plan. Xiao throws down the tablet and claims that the higher-ups said that the protagonist has no potential and everything must be cancelled, including recalling the soldiers sent to protect him. The interlocutor in response clarifies that the investigation into who interfered with Ning's test was interrupted due to the suicide of the suspect and whether they should continue. Xiao slumps in his chair and says that he only agreed to this because he thought the protagonist had potential. But now what's the point? The soldier stands in front of the protagonist and states that the experts have concluded that his potential is limited to level 2 and so they are forced to scrap all plans related to him, because there is no point in participating in the rookie program and the decision has already been made. Ning watches the car drive away and wonders how it happened that his potential is limited to level 2, because his talent is at the SSS level and even if the system was able to show only SS, it already reflects the potential perfectly. Ning looks ahead and realizes that he has figured out what the problem is. The picture shows monsters. It says that soon the city's safety zone will be surrounded by zombies, and those who awaken the psychic system are still looked at as trash. The guy introduces the reporter and the speaker and states that no one even thinks about the fact that awakened ones cannot reach level 4 due to insufficient development of psychic powers. Ning closes his eyes and thinks that he could not even imagine that now something could prevent the higher-ups from noticing his potential, and whether he should go to the capital and tell them that he has SSS level talent and that the key to reaching level 4 is developing psychic powers. He looks ahead and understands that no one will believe him, and he needs to find a way to quickly reach level 3 and then all problems will be solved. The protagonist puts on his hood and realizes that the Sword God system and Sword Storm are available to him, and this is already better than in his past life, and he can start hunting mutants. Events unfold in the wild forest. The soldiers look at Ning and one of them exclaims if he wants to join them, because they are hunting level 1 monsters to level up faster, and he will be safe with them. The protagonist turns around and seriously states that hunting level 1 monsters will not help you level up quickly, and especially since their group is quite large. The guy in armor screams in rage that Ning most likely does not know manners at all. They saw that he was walking alone in a dangerous place and decided to help him, and he did not even appreciate it, advising him not to forget that the world is big and dangerous. They surround the protagonist. One of them claims that they are kind enough to help him and do not advise him to get into trouble. The protagonist with a furious look demands to leave him alone. The scared guy does not want to be drilled with eyes like that. The scared fighters realize that such eyes can only be on someone who has already seen death millions of times, and he is damn weird. The protagonist walks away. He stands and talks about this place. There are dry trees around the guy. He says that this is one of the most dangerous in the safety zone, and if he remembers correctly, then 2 first-level mutants are hiding here, and one of them has the maximum characteristics that can be achieved at level 1. He looks out the window and states that in order to go from level 0 to level 1, he needs to kill 3 level 1 monsters, and in the testing dungeon, he defeated 1 level 1 mutant despite only receiving half the possible experience. The protagonist goes further, stating that in order to level up, he needs to kill 2 mutants. The fighter loads his rifle. Ning turns to the monster and says that he should try not to use the sword, since he can destroy them with 1 blow. The protagonist smashes the monster's head and states that he also needs to develop not only mental powers, but also physical characteristics. A crowd of mutants runs towards him. Ning begins to counterattack them, realizing that those who are able to awaken the mental system have very weak physical characteristics, and he needs to break this stereotype that has formed among the command. The protagonist introduces his enemy and realizes that anyone who reaches level 3 must find a way to awaken their psychic powers, and they need to hurry to be ready for the moment the level 4 monster appears. He understands that they need to convince the command of the importance of the psychic system. Birds fly out of the forest. A surprised soldier asks his partners if they heard someone shooting. Another states that apparently the sound is heard very close to the habitat of the wood demon. He shouts loudly to them that it seems very close and they need to run. The protagonist jumps away from a huge vine. He holds a fighting stance. A notification says that a level 1 wood demon mutant is approaching, as well as a second binder mutant. Ning is shocked to realize that he should expect an attack by 2 mutants at once. The guy with the gun is overtaken by a ferocious monster. At this moment he thinks where the second one is. An enraged monster with fangs begins to growl. The protagonist looks at him and realizes that he only feels the presence of what is nearby. The enemy releases its tentacles. The guy notices that something is wrong. Huge tentacles hit the ground. The protagonist looks up in shock. The guy understands that the enemy is too fast. Ning begins to quickly run away from the enemy's attacks. The tentacles rush after him. He turns around and does not understand where the enemy went. Suddenly, a huge monster appears in front of him. It hits the protagonist. Ning slides along the ground and asks if this giant can really jump. The guy watches the enemy and wonders why the second one has not appeared yet, and apparently wants to attack from an ambush. The ferocious monster releases green tentacles towards Ning. The protagonist decisively declares that there is nowhere to run, and it is not worth thinking about. He jumps up, preparing to attack, exclaiming that you can only fight. The fighter hits its tentacles. The monster screams in pain. The protagonist notices something suspicious. There is a small eye on the mutant's neck. The protagonist attacks deftly. He goes down. The protagonist lands and says that he just realized it. He looks at the enemy with a serious expression and realizes that his team was able to defeat the level 2 mutant, but they were not ready to fight 2 level 1 mutants, and 2 team members were seriously injured, and 2 more died, and if the second monster had not hidden so carefully, everything would have been different, and in the past life the wood demon and the binder were destroyed by the forces of the elite unit, and this misled him. Ning stands in front of the enemy and says that all this time he thought that the second monster was hiding in ambush, but it is right in front of him, and the binder is right inside him. The eye shines on the monster's chest. The guy looks at it and says that apparently the binder's power can increase the wood demon's power, but only for a short time, and while he is recovering, the demon is forced to retreat. Ning takes out his sword, stating that everything is repeating itself over and over again without any changes. He says with a smirk that if he is right, then now the monster will rush to attack again. The guy with a smirk sees the tentacles and says that now that he has recognized his trick. Ning takes off. He runs along his limbs and states that she has become his weakest point. The monster roars and looks with his eye. The guy raises his blade. It hits straight at the binder. It pierces his flesh. Drops of blood fall to the ground. Ning jumps off the wounded monster. He holds the red eye in his hand and says that when you are separated from the demon's body, you become ridiculously weak. The protagonist frantically squeezes it in his hand. At this time, the huge monster screams in pain. Tentacles fly towards the fighter. He takes hold of the hilt of his sword. In the blink of an eye, the protagonist cuts the mutant. He goes forward and states that who would have thought that without the enhancement of the binder, the monster's characteristics do not reach the maximum of even the first level. The blade shines in Ning's hand. The monster looks at him in shock. The mutant rushes to attack, opening its mouth. Ning calmly swings his weapon. The protagonist stands in front of the chopped-up opponent and declares that there is no point in resisting. He seriously says goodbye to the wood demon. The protagonist effectively pierces the monster's face with his blade. The mutant screams in pain. An explosion occurs in front of Ning. Notifications say that he destroyed 2 level 1 monsters and received the wood demon bark material, as well as an item of equipment, dead tree armor, as well as a giant claw and a psychic fruit. He realizes that although everything went not perfectly, in any case, it was a great combat experience, and the fact that he was able to get something from this will never be superfluous. The protagonist holds the sphere in his hand and understands that in addition to everything, he was able to get a psychic fruit. Its characteristics are written in the window. White dead fruit, characteristics increase by 1 point, Health recovery speed increases by 20%, he decides to use it. The white substance begins to emit smoke. The protagonist breathes in surprise and claims that many awakened ones only increase their stats by 4 points when they level up, and after defeating 2 mutants, he was able to level up quite well. The frightened fighters in the forest wonder if the monster's mental pressure has really disappeared, and if it was because of those shots, and if this is really a second-level awakened one. The guy says in surprise that there is no one except them and Ning. The other one says that the protagonist looks so strange when they met. Half an hour later, the protagonist goes to the mutant remains surrender department in the city's security zone. The mustachioed worker looks at the bag and asks if the protagonist wants to surrender anything, and he replies that he is ready to sell it. Ning looks around the room and realizes that he could sell it through a centralized channel, but now he really doesn't want to waste resources, so this method is more suitable. A blonde woman in a formal suit says with a smile that 4 fragments of a level 1 monster's body with maximum stats can be used to make 1 piece of armor and weapon. The approximate price is around 697 credits. She clarifies that apparently the main character was not with them, and therefore they have an offer for a new customer in the amount of 700 credits. Ning looks at the bag and realizes that during the apocalypse with this money he can buy up to 200 kilograms of meat or hire 7 or 8 soldiers for his squad, so it is a good amount, he agrees. The girl stands in front of him and says that the credits have been transferred and he can check his account. The mustachioed man states that they also work with equipment, supplies, firearms and perform modifications according to wishes, clarifying if he wants anything. Ning takes the card from his hands and asks if there are any skill books on swordsmanship. The worker says with a smile that there are some, but they are for beginners and in this safety zone, the sword skill level is usually no higher than D. The blonde happily says that they have 3 books on the subject, asking if he wants to buy them. The protagonist looks at the tablet and sees a notification about the D-level skill of a furious strike, which increases the effective force of a strike by 1.2 times and at the same time consumes some vital and mental energy. Another window talks about a slashing strike, which increases the speed during the first attack. A third notification says about a prolonged rage, which allows you to deliver 2 strong blows and shows a chance of prolonged bleeding in the enemy and at the same time consumes a significant part of vital or mental energy. He understands that all of these are low-level skills and they are useless. The protagonist imagines the monsters and realizes that even with the strengthening of the sword god system, he must carefully approach the choice of skills, because the strengthening is quite strongly related to the original skills and choosing at random is highly undesirable. The main character releases a beam of energy, he says, for example, let the sword storm skill be quite powerful, but firstly its effect occurs with a slight delay and secondly it covers too large an area, which limits the possibilities of its use and if he encounters a high-level monster with sufficient agility, then this skill will simply become useless. The mustachioed man asks with a smile if everything is okay, because if he is not in a hurry and is ready to pay for the delivery, then they are ready to order training manuals for level C from other security zones, and if he is interested in more than just swordplay, then they can pick up something for level B. The guy with a grin says that it is not worth it, because he will take a slash, since he is interested in what this skill can be turned into. The worker looks at him puzzled and thinks that the main character was able to destroy a level 1 monster with maximum characteristics. And now he chooses a useless skill, and it seems that he is just an eccentric rich man, but this does not concern him. The worker smiles and exclaims that he owes 600 credits. The girl puts down a red box and says here is your purchase. They wave to Ning as he leaves and wish him good health and to come again. The protagonist leaves the building. He looks at the screen and realizes that he still has 100 credits left, and can buy some treats for his younger sister. Xia sits at the table in shock and asks where her brother got so many goodies from. Ning opens the package and says that he is now awakened and that many good things await them ahead. He moves the can towards her and says that he prepared it especially for her, saying that it is difficult to survive during the apocalypse and therefore even ordinary snacks have become a luxury. She happily claims that she heard that only officials can afford such things and no one in their area even dreamed of such things. He smiles and strokes her head and tells her to eat, because there will be many more of these in the future. The picture shows a house at night. The protagonist looks at his sister and thinks that his mother is late at work again and she won't be home today. He says that he can spend time learning the skill. He sits at the table with a book and calls up the sword god system. The item starts to glow in his hands. The window says that a D-class slashing skill book has been purchased, 2 out of 4 skill slots have been filled, and the SSS-ranked Heavenly Light Split skill has been transformed. The guy looks at the bright glow. He looks up with a serious look. Ning looks at the pop-up window and exclaims that increasing all stats by 600% even for 1 second can be a significant advantage, and he definitely made the right choice. The protagonist says with a serious look that he needs to find a place where he can test his skill next. He opens the box and says that he remembered. He puts on a suit and a gas mask, saying that if he wants to try out a new speed skill, this place is best. The events unfold 2 hours later on the outskirts of the safety zone. The buildings around are destroyed. Various plants are visible on the walls. A guy stands in a hazmat suit in the middle of devastation. He looks around the street and states that no matter if it was in his past life or this one, it's rare for anyone to wander here. He remembers a previous battle and realizes that it was here that he accidentally discovered a level 2 monster with maximum strength and agility, and managed to get some valuable equipment from it. The slime under the guy's feet began to envelop his leg. He notices in shock that he's in trouble. A ferocious monster sneaks up on him from behind. Ning turns around and notices it. The vile mutant rushes to attack Ning. The protagonist prepares to counterattack. The monster opens its wide mouth right in front of his face. The protagonist holds a blade in his hand. With a few movements, he cuts the monster's mouth. It falls dead. The protagonist looks ahead and states that thank God it was just a zombie, because if it had been a crawler, he wouldn't have gotten off so easily. He realizes with a serious expression that it would be impossible to fight him in this poisonous swamp. A large monster appears in the middle of the hangar near the protagonist. He does not notice it and says that he will have to find a better place. Ning dodged the snake's attack. He ran on the water and said that when he fought with him in his past life, he already had the second level and blue equipment. But, however, every careless move could lead to serious injuries, and with such a level of physical indicators as his, even a small delay allowed the climber to tear him to pieces. The hero looked at the destroyed city and assumed that the climber should be here. He looked back at the grate and did not remember if it was in his past life either. The protagonist began to break the fence. He went inside, saying that perhaps he did not notice it before and considered it excellent material for a trap. Something huge appeared behind the guy. A huge worm showed its teeth. MC looked back and thought that the hidden elite mutant really appeared. The slug rushed at the man. Ning dodged the attack and an explosion occurred. He braked with his feet on the surface and he needed to deal with the monster as quickly as possible, since the climber could reappear at any moment. The worm opened its mouth and the hero said that it quickly pecked and the trap worked. Behind the guy, someone quickly moved along the walls of the buildings and a notification appeared that a second-level mutant, a climber, was approaching. The toothy worm became wary. The hero froze. The creature descended from the roof and showed its mouth, and the protagonist understood that it would be difficult to fight two at once. The mutant disappeared from the roof in an instant. The protagonist dodged the attack and asked why it seemed to him that he was faster than he was in his past life. He looked down, thinking that it was similar to the principle of the shadow from the lamp. The closer to the mutant, the easier it is to repel attacks. MC looked at the worm and thought that it would be difficult to determine the time of the next attack. Ning jumped up, realizing that there was no time to think about it, because the climber's attacks could be reflected, but the attacks of the elite mutant were more dangerous. But he did not finish. His gaze froze. The hero blocked the attack and thought that it could only be contained. The worm rushed upward and the hero began to fall, saying that there was little use in this trap and now it began to inflict even more damage. The protagonist landed on the surface, took a stance and said that he was here to test his skills, but the situation had become quite stalemate and suggested that it would be worth using a storm of swords. MC looked ahead and it seemed to him that in the current situation, one skill would not be enough. The guy lowered his head while the climber swung and said that the second-level mutant was too fast and the storm of swords would not inflict enough damage on him, but in order to cope with two mutants, the physical level was not enough. He took out his blade and said that the heavenly light split would be ideal here, but as a cutting attack, it was designed for only one target. The monster rushed forward. The worm was about to strike. Ning froze and realized that the description said that the attack was accompanied by the emergence of an aura. He was running away from the threat and did not know what the limits of the aura were, but he assumed that it should be based on the shortest attack distance. The hero tried to dodge the attack and said that if nothing out of the ordinary happened, then they would need to come up with a new way, but did not finish. He jumped, taking out his blades, and he calculated the length of his arm with the length of the sword and concluded that although this attack was designed for one enemy, with the help of the aura he would be able to hit two mutants at once. The cutting attack of the heavenly light split occurred. A powerful cut passed through the worm's head. The guy landed on a broken surface and boulders flew up. The protagonist looked ahead. He stood in the middle of the attack trail and realized that he was able to eliminate two people and considered it a very rare success. There was dust around the battlefield and he said that the sword was able to deal huge damage to one target, and it turned out that the aura had an effect within a certain area, but he knew that such an action carried a huge risk. The protagonist put away the weapon and said that the special power of this skill might not activate, and he assumed that he needed to study the skill better. He looked down and notifications about receiving equipment, material and kills appeared, and he said that although he took a risk, the reward was worth it. On the screen, an energy emission was visible that did not look like natural. The man stood at the control panel and, surprised by what he saw, ordered the alarm to be turned on, and this was an unprecedented energy emission. The employees looked at him and one of them asked what happened and why the signal worked so suddenly. The guy looked away and said that it was somewhere in nature and asked what a third-level awakened was doing there. His gaze froze and he thought that none of the awakened third level of their security zone left the base today and assumed that it was someone from another security zone and realized that an urgent investigation was needed. The city was destroyed and 20 minutes had passed since the signal appeared. The scientists were standing in the marks and one of them asked to look at this, to which the other replied that these traces of the battle did not look like they could have been left by someone from the awakened level from the neighboring security zones. The employee had a device in his hands and he said that judging by the residual data, the level of psychic energy of this warrior was at least 4,000. They carefully looked at the measurement data and the researcher said that in order to be able to use such powerful energy, you need to have at least the third level, otherwise he would simply be paralyzed on the spot. He looked back and fearfully said that this was very strange and said that this relates to the area of responsibility of their department, and it is necessary to urgently report to the commander. Ning walked along the security zone. He looked at the notification about the equipment characteristics and said that in his past life he could only dream of such equipment for 60,000 credits and hoped that in this life he would be able to sell it successfully. The sky was shrouded in a night shroud. The hero sat at the computer and said that since everything was already closed, he would try to push everything through the internet. He pressed the enter button and posted. A notification icon appeared on the monitor, and he was surprised that a few seconds had passed, and someone was already interested, and he did not think that this equipment was more valuable than the previous one. The man appeared in the chat and greeted him and asked how much he was willing to sell the goods for. The hero put his hands on the keyboard and began to write the price of 60,000 credits, and noted that there was no bargaining. He put his hand on his jaw and was asked if he would accept half the price in food and equipment. He was asked if the offer was still open, if he would give it to him for 30,000, and he said that with such a sea of people wanting to find buyers it would not be a problem, and the client wrote with an offer to negotiate, and assured that he would not refuse such a price. The protagonist looked at the monitor, and they wrote to him that he would like the offer. The man was sitting at the computer, and the owner wrote to him that if he really needed it, he would take at least half the cost in credits, and otherwise good equipment would suit him. Sword skills and a psychic fruit would be an ideal option, to which he said that for such top equipment it was worth risking everything. He looked back and ordered his partner to drag all the equipment from the warehouse, especially the one that could be useful to a swordsman. People stood behind him and said that they would do it. They bowed, standing in front of the equipment, and said that this was all they could find. Bai put his hands on his mouth and said that he did not know if this was enough, because the guy also asked for a deposit to reserve the goods. He pointed his finger forward and ordered to bring all the money. Ning looked at the phone and he received a message that the deposit was delivered, and he thought that the guy really needed such equipment, and in his past life, his mother and Xia had it much harder. The hero smiled and thought that if in this life they also have to go through this, then what is the point of his return, and he was going to provide them with a better life. The man was in the chat and wrote that he is now collecting the remaining money and tomorrow everything will be in the account. People were walking near the real estate agency. The redhead bowed and asked what kind of housing he was looking for and whether he had decided on his choice. The protagonist held his sister and said that he needed better housing and noted that they needed to hurry, since he did not have much time, to which she thought that an awakened of some level decided to buy real estate, and whether there was enough money for one brick. The girl stood in front of them and said that their best property cost 40,000 credits, and noted that he could hardly afford it, and said that he could look for housing for 2 credits on his own, and said that other clients were waiting for her. MC smiled and said that if it only costs 40,000, then it is not a problem. The woman looked away and asked if he agrees to make a transfer right away if he has money, and thought that he looks like a pauper, but comes here and says that he has money, and if he does not have it, then he should leave and not waste her time. She looked at the scanner, which reported that the current balance is 13,000 and this is not enough to make transactions, and Ning looked at the phone, asking to wait a few minutes, to which she asked to stop mocking her, and said that she does not believe that he will have 30,000 credits in a couple of minutes. The hero looked at the phone, where he was told that the guys collected almost 40,000 credits, various equipment, and several psychic fruits, and asked if this would be enough. He looked at the characteristics of the equipment, and he was told that despite the fact that this is only white equipment, here is almost a complete set, and he said that he agrees. He showed the phone to the stunned girl, which showed that almost 40,000 credits had been delivered to him, and said that he could now pay. The girl smiled and said that he had a very bright future, because at such a young age he was so rich that she was speechless for a second and asked if he was ready to make the transfer, and if not, she offered to choose something else and noted that she was ready for anything and would do whatever he wanted. She waved her hand and offered to go to the VIP room and said that they would do everything to make him happy and make the transfer. The guys entered the room and the sister asked him several times that they would now live here. The protagonist put the key to the girl and asked her to hold the key and bring her mother here, to which she asked why he did not go with her, to which he replied that he had things to do. The man moved along the roofs of the sleeping city. The figure stood on the roof and said that there were very few resources left after killing the climber, so they needed to go hunting again, because the high-level mutants near the safety zone had been cleared by the military and some monsters were still appearing, but they were only suitable for low-level awakened ones. The eyes glowed in the darkness, and he said that the only dungeon near the safety zone where he could get a psychic fruit was the Academy of the Dead. He moved forward, warming the air, and said that the dungeons also had second-level mutants and special rewards for clearing them, and until today no one had been able to completely clear these dungeons. So with SSS-level skills, he could clear it without any problems. He jumped. Ning jumped from the roof. He stood in a circle and a notification appeared confirming entry. The circle glowed and he was told that there were 14 people in the dungeon. The hero disappeared. Part of the city was enclosed by a sphere and the system reported that the passage of the dungeon will begin in 1 minute. People looked at the screen, which said that the dungeon does not have any features and anomalies. It contains mutants, zombies and a small group of people, and this dungeon presents a picture that took place 7 days after the apocalypse and most of the academy students turned into zombies wandering around the territory, and after completing the mission, they will be able to leave the dungeon. The protagonist looked at the notification, which showed the tasks, while the man greeted everyone and asked if anyone had been in this dungeon more than once. The blonde leaned his hands on the table and said that he had already been here, and if none of them had experience, then he could be the commander. The bald one moved his hand to the side and said that he heard that this dungeon is very difficult, and if he has experience, then he can really lead them. The fighter clenched his fist, remembering the zombies, and said that there were monsters with medium and high second-level stats here, and if they couldn't unite, it would be the end for them. The players froze in horror. They looked at MC, who was studying something in the menu. The blonde man walked towards Ning and asked him that he was level 0 and asked if he was tired of living. He stood next to the hero and said that he seemed to have entered the wrong door and asked if he knew that this was a second-level dungeon. The protagonist exuded red energy and was silently meaningful. The blonde man grinned and thought that he was quite evil and said that they were not going to be responsible for him, and if he felt that he was not ready, it was better to leave, and asked not to cause trouble. The man waved his hand and said that if he really wanted to, he could stay and gain experience, because he needed to grow, and said that the reward for the main mission was only one, and it was an element of white equipment. The commander spread his arms and said that he was sure that they had gathered here to carry out a side mission, but asked to remember his warning. The fighters looked at the guy and he asked to never choose a mission based only on their wishes of the tech. The blonde remembered 2 monsters and said that last time he did not understand and ran into 2 bosses. He frowned and remembered the dead bodies, saying that only the coordinated teamwork of 2 awakened second-level ones managed to defeat them, and he was on the verge of death. He frowned and said that it was still hard for him to remember this, to which the protagonist meaningfully remained silent. MC folded his arms and said that if you look at everything from this point of view. He looked at the screen and said that he still did not have enough attributes, so he could not skimp on psychological characteristics now. On the screen it was clear that the guy's strength was estimated at 17 points, and he said that from what he knew most second-level awakens had 18 points of strength. Now with 17 points he was almost equal to the average second-level awakened. He smiled, saying that in addition he had SSS-level skills. Ning clenched his fist and said that he could easily destroy this dungeon. The guys were standing in the classroom and the guy was talking about how when the protective dome disappeared they would all have to choose a mission to destroy the dismembered lady, and said that this was the second-level boss, and if all 14 people joined forces they would be able to defeat her without any problems, to which he replied that they completely trusted him. The girl looked at the guy and asked that if something went wrong he would help her. The fighter was embarrassed and asked not to worry and promised to take care of her safety. People were standing on the street and the commander was ordering them to follow him. He clenched his fist and said, "Let's go." The girl pointed her hand forward and asked who was ahead. The fighters recognized Ning and said that it was the same guy with level 0 and asked what he was doing and realized that he was really tired of living, and the warrior asked if this would affect their plan. The blonde raised his fist up and said that he was level 0 and asked to ignore him and follow him. Part of the city was protected by a barrier. The hero was climbing the stairs. People were standing on the landing and asking the guy for help. The heads turned into monsters and said that they were locked here and asked to save them. The protagonist ran further and said that in the past, his comrades stopped here, thinking that they would give them side quests, and in the end they were attacked and eaten, and noted that this was a heartbreaking scene. He noticed a closed door and said that the best way to get good equipment is to defeat the butcher, and to get to him, you need to go to the roof, and he said that a storm of swords will help him deal with that. The people were hiding behind the fence, and the fair-haired one was talking about the fact that the slutty lady was in this dump, and while fighting her, they should avoid fighting other monsters. The group moved on and he was talking about how the more monsters they killed, the more furious the others would become, and they needed to focus on fighting the boss. They were approaching the cars and the commander was saying that after the boss was destroyed, all the monsters in the dungeon would go berserk, and for now they just needed to wait for the right moment. The dark-haired one was looking away and saying that with a leader like that, this dungeon shouldn't be a problem for them, and the archer was asking them to be quiet and saying that the boss seemed to be there. The girl looked at the pop-up notification about the boss approaching. The creature sat on the car. She started to turn around. The monster was holding a skull in her hands and she noticed the people approaching and they said that they had been noticed and she would act quickly. The fair-haired one held a shield and shouted that he was a defensive warrior, so he would hardly be able to help with the damage and said that they should deal with her as soon as possible. The fighters prepared for the attack and the archer said that he would lead everyone into battle and the bald one asked to move so that they did not hit him. A flurry of attacks rushed towards the mutant. A powerful explosion occurred, raising a column of dust. The commander smiled and thought that this was his chance. He rose above the surface. There was a powerful blow. A red beam shot up. The monster pounced on the player and swallowed his head and he asked what was happening and why the boss attacked them. The blonde looked at the creature and asked for forgiveness because he lost his concentration. His energy grabbed the monster and he said that everything was fine now and they needed to continue attacking. Ning stood on the roof and said that the butcher should be here. He looked at the screen and looked at the mission status and was surprised. He was tense and saw that someone had already started the mission and did not understand who could have done this. The creature was approaching the soldiers. The butcher swung his sword and someone asked about the second boss. He hit the guy and no one understood what this creature was doing here. The fair-haired man defended himself and thought that because he was an awakened defensive type, it was hard for him to level up when clearing dungeons, but if all his comrades died and the boss had little health left, he would be able to kill him, but he did not finish. He smiled nastily and thought that even if they gave him minimal experience points for this, he would be able to get the necessary equipment. The fair-haired man fought back and asked who took this mission and assumed that he was a newbie and that he wanted them dead. The commander ran at the butcher and said that he would never let that guy win. His shield was gaining energy, and he asked to attack him. The butcher looked at the guy warily. The lazy lady lowered her head and was covered in energy. The boss rushed to attack, while he asked not to worry about anything and just not to be distracted. The girl was scared and called out to the leader, for which he thanked them. Ning looked down and asked him what he wanted to blame on him and take all the equipment. The hero looked at the screen and said that, unfortunately, he attacked the wrong person and he noticed that there were 2 hidden bosses in this dungeon. The hero stood on the roof and a notification appeared that 2 missions with hidden bosses had been started. The creatures appeared next to him. He extended his blade and ordered him to stand still and fight. The creatures rushed at the protagonist. He dodged the attack. MC fell down, saying that they entered a berserk state and the bosses fell after him. The blonde looked away and thought that it was that guy with level 0. Ning landed nearby. The commander was tense and did not understand why he was here. The bosses grabbed the guys and they begged him to save them. The fighter was scared and did not understand what was happening here. The hero put his hand on the blonde's shoulder and asked what he was waiting for. They were standing in front of 4 bosses and the protagonist was offering to fight. The protagonist was standing in front of an angry commander who was asking him why he took all the missions. MC looked at him and he said that he thought he decided to blame everything on him. The blonde guy waved his hand away and asked if he realized that he was crazy. The fighter looked at Ning and thought that he wanted to fool everyone and defeat the boss in the last 3 hours. But this guy with 0 level ruined all his plans. He rushed away and ordered to follow the leader. The guys were tense and looked after them. The hero watched as people ran into the building and thought that everything was fine, since they ran into the building. The guys opened the door. The group froze. They were standing at the entrance, and the commander said that he needed to get out of their way. The guy with the katanas rushed to attack, saying that if he wanted to die, then he did not dare to interfere with them. The protagonist dodged the blow, and he thought that there was no way he could dodge the attack of the awakened 2nd level. MC stood next to the guys and asked if their comrade died at the hands of the butcher. The team members froze after hearing that he did not take this mission. The fighters looked at the blonde and asked that he allowed the dismembered lady to kill his friend and decided to use them as cannon fodder to earn more experience. The leader looked nervous and said that now is not the time for internal squabbles and said that they need to complete all the missions, because the mutants will be here soon and they must hold this position to have at least some chance of survival. The blonde looked at how dissatisfied his charges were, who said that they had no chance to withstand 4 bosses of the 2nd level, and someone noted that there was also a lord of creatures who had maximum characteristics. The dark-haired looked ahead and ordered to close their mouths. The monsters were approaching and he was saying that only level 3 monsters could destroy this building and none of them, except for the lady, would be able to get inside and they would only have to climb the building. He was holding a hammer and saying that they would split into 2 groups and one of them would fight off the ranged attacks of the 3 monsters. The monsters were climbing through the opening, and he was saying that the 2nd squad would block the entrance through which the zombies and the dismembered lady would try to break through. The guy was fighting off the enemies and saying that if they failed, he would personally tear the commander and the level 0 guy to pieces. Ning looked back and asked if they could hold out. The monsters were approaching the man who was summoning the firestorm. A group of people defended themselves, shouting out skills. There was a powerful explosion and the guy thought about what it was. The creatures were climbing the building. The girl was sitting on the floor and their strength was incomparable to the strength of the bosses. The second group was fighting off the zombies, and the leader was saying that it was impossible. He stood with a shield and said that this was definitely the end, because his energy was exhausted. Ning smiled and said that everything was fine. He stepped down and said that if they wanted to live, they needed to jump after him. He was preparing to fall. The hero pushed off the edge of the roof and the fighters assumed that he had given up. He did a somersault, and they were left wondering why he did it. The protagonist was flying down. Energy began to envelop him, and the guys had never seen such power. The fighter looked away and asked if he could really expand the boundaries of his level, and the blonde asked how that was even possible. A group of fighters ran to the edge, saying that they would die anyway and they should at least try, and the leader and the girl were watching. He looked back and was scared. Fear was visible on the commander's face, and he thought that if he jumped, then perhaps an even more terrible death awaited him, and he assumed that he could hold out. Ning swung his sword and told the fair-haired man that he might not jump. The hero looked ahead and summoned a storm of swords. A powerful explosion occurred, which destroyed the building. The man's shield broke, and he thought he would die. The beings were illuminated by a bright light. A powerful explosion occurred, scattering boulders in different directions. The group looked away in surprise and were surprised that an awakened level 0 was capable of such a thing. Ahead and asked that the boss was no longer there, to which the guy asked if their savior was alive. People were standing on the street, and one of them said that now he understood why he came and so boldly took on the boss, because his strength corresponded to at least the 3rd level. Ning raised his hand and asked if everything was okay with them. The man bowed and apologized for underestimating him and being very rude. The short-haired man smiled sarcastically and said that he was a loser with a level 0. It was not about him, to which he replied that everything was fine and they could not worry. He stood at the cliff and said that now they would find all the escaped zombies and deal with them, to which they agreed. The hero jumped down and said that it was time for them to go. The archer looked away and said that he was beautiful, young and strong, to which the girls asked what was happening to him and offered to go. The protagonist landed on the ground and said that in his past life he heard that the body of the dismembered lady hides blue equipment. MC examined the dusty area and tried to make out her skull, and it seemed to him that it would be difficult to find it in such a space. He saw something sparkling through the fog and realized that he had found what he needed. Ning examined the front and a notification came out about the detection of blue equipment. He held it in his hands and the system showed the characteristics of the skull of malice. He looked away, imagining how the mask worked, and said that the main reason for underestimating the psychic system was that no one could gather enough psychic power for powerful and destructive blows, such as those that other awakened ones possessed literally immediately. He put on the mask and thought that this artifact would allow him to raise the power of the psychic system to a completely different level. Energy appeared near his hands and there was an increase. He looked forward and drool flowed from his mouth. The hero hit the ground with his fist. His body emitted energy, and he gained psychic control. He lifted the stone with the help of magic. He opened his mouth and said destruction. The stone was broken into grains and an explosion occurred. The protagonist held his hand on top and the fragments levitated. He pointed his finger forward and used the fire skill. Rocks flew forward and many explosions occurred. The mountain was pierced by fragments. MC was pleased with the result and said that with the increase in level, the power of this skill will only grow. Ning looked at his fingers and wanted to check the mental reconnaissance skill. He touched his fingers and the system showed a notification about the direction at 3 o'clock and a distance of 12 meters. The man killed the zombies and the system showed the distance to him. The girl froze the creature and a notification about the distance to her appeared. The connection was interrupted and interference appeared. He looked to the side and it seemed to him that the limit of this ability was 29 meters and that would be enough for now. The hero looked away at the pop-up notification about the destruction of zombies. He appeared on the street and the system showed a message about the passage and reward. MC looked at the screen, which said that his level was increased, and he said that the reward was generous enough and decided to sell all the white equipment online. Ning pressed the blue equipment button and wanted to see what he got. A magic portal appeared and a notification about thunder boots came out. They appeared in the portal and the guy said that they give 10 to agility, and asked if he could really become awakened with agility skills. He examined the reward and offered to put them on, and tried to pass some mission to get the 2nd level. The mission distribution center in the safety zone was shining. The hero approached the girl, who asked what mission he wanted to take. He looked at her, and said that he wanted to take a mission to increase the level, to which she asked that he wanted to increase the level from the first. The protagonist looked at the pop-up window and said that he needed a mission for the 2nd level. The woman was surprised and asked what he said and clarified, all 4 or she misheard. She looked at the screen and asked if he really was level 0 and laughed, saying that you can't take missions of other levels. She smiled and asked that even if they turned a blind eye to it, isn't it risky to take 4 missions at once, and said that except for awakened ones who have developed abilities of several systems, missions should be chosen one at a time, and asked if he knew what would happen in case of failure. Ning touched the ball and said that if one mission fails, all stats are reduced by 50%, If all missions fail, I can even die. He stretched out his hand and said that it can be survived and ordered to level up. There was an explosion and beams rushed in different directions. The girl looked to the side and saw how he got the first level. He looked at her and asked if he could take these missions now. The dark-haired girl was scared and said yes. The man appeared behind and said that this was his acquaintance of the SS level. Ning looked back and became interested. The captain looked at him and said that it was too late, and he asked that he was at level 0 and was still trying to take some missions and said that he could go out of his way, then his mental system would not bring any benefit. The girl was shocked and tried to say something. The guys stood in line and said that they had arrived. The captain pointed his finger forward and shouted that signs of a third-level mutant had been found in the Academy of the Dead, and they had received an order to conduct an inspection and asked to be ready. The guy looked to the side and watched what was happening. Birds were sitting on a structure that used to be the entrance to the zoo, and now this place has become a haven for the dead. The fighters walked forward and the guy said that over the past few days they had been scattering troops everywhere, as if they were looking for something, and asked if they had the same goal as them. The commander looked ahead and said that it was unlikely and said that his son had just been selected by the A program, so he just wanted to help get the blue equipment. Gang looked back and said that besides, Heavenly Wind was abandoned by the higher-ups because of the E-tier SS talent, and said that pleasure must be paid for, asking if they were not more vulnerable than ever now, to which the ward said that the commander was right. The chief looked back and asked if this information was correct and if there really was a second-tier peak who was about to reach the third tier, and said that he did not want this trip to be in vain. The bald man beat his chest and said that they should get the blue equipment from the Undead Tiger. The man smiled and said that it was wonderful. The commander walked ahead and suggested that they begin. The crows sat on the fence while he said that the ward should hold back the rest of the monsters, and he would meet the Undead Tiger one-on-one, and the soldiers agreed with him. Ning stood on the roof and surveyed the area. The hero looked at his fingers and said that his 2 leveling missions were in the Undead shelter, so he could combine them. The protagonist put his fingers to his forehead and began to use psychic research. His gaze focused on the area and said about the front. He saw the soldiers and thought that this was lousy, because there were still people who came for the mutants. Gang looked away and the protagonist was surprised that there were third-level awakened ones along with them. He looked away. The protagonist was scared and deactivated psychic research and thought that he almost found him, and he knew that it would not be easy, because if he was caught, his mission would fail. MC jumped down and said that this would not work and he needed to act. The monster raised dust. The soldiers were standing in a zoo and in front of them were a bloody bear and a dead dog. The archer was shooting arrows and they were ordered to fight individually and push away from the commander, and ordered to act carefully. The dog was baring his teeth and the girl was saying that she had bones, and they decided to split into groups. Energy enveloped the buildings. The commander looked around and thought that such a strong pressure was created by a dead tiger. The bear was approaching him. The man smiled and said that he was just in time. He was preparing to strike at the attacking beast. Ning watched what was happening and thought that it looked like that awakened one had come for the blue equipment. The hero was sitting on a tree and understood that he had to complete the mission at all costs, and also wanted to get the blue equipment, and thought that taking his prey would be unethical and there was no point in fighting a third-level awakened one. The protagonist looked away and thought that if he couldn't handle it, he would be able to complete the task, but he didn't finish. The humans were fighting the beasts and the monsters were not only scattered but also far away. MC looked at the skill status notification and thought that he only had one chance to use the Heavenly Light Rift, and if the distance was too far, there would be possible variables and he would need to choose the perfect moment. Gang was about to launch a powerful attack on the tiger. The blow hit the zombie's head. The creature fell to the ground. Ning covered himself with his hand and thought that he was strong and must have a dual system of strength and agility. The commander swung and summoned lightning. The discharge hit the tiger's face. The animal fell to the ground and raised dust. He became wary after the sudden movement. The man blocked the attack. He flew to the side and the boulders flew apart. He crashed into the wall and groaned in pain. Blood flowed from his mouth and he said that as expected of a monster that was close to the third level, so energetic. The fighter was injured and he understood that there was no way out of this situation without using a special move. The weapon began to emit energy. He rushed to attack and called for a furious fire strike. Gang struck and flames burst forth. The beast opened its mouth and threw its head back. The animal was knocked down and the man was satisfied with the result. The fighter blocked the attack. The swordsman looked away and asked the commander to return, saying that there was no need to continue and said that he would cover the retreat. The archer struck the bear and ordered them to retreat and meet the leader. The woman ran away and asked him to stop chasing her, saying that it was time for her to go. Ning watched what was happening and thought that this was the right distance. The hero swung the shining knife and said that it was time. He looked away and thought that no. Behind the group of people, the smoke turned red. The dead tiger appeared through the fog and Gang turned back and they realized that it was a third level. The guy looked forward seriously and thought, it seems he has no choice but to fight him. after which he used the ability crack. Rays of heavenly light began to emanate from him. A magical vortex rushed forward when the man looked at him and said this. The beam pierced the opponent's body when the hero continued his thought. The middle of the third level? No, the highest stage of the third level. The brunette raised his head and looked up in surprise. The guy ran up to the monster and shouted, Who did this? The bald man opened his mouth wide and shouted at the commander to focus on their target. Standing in the smoke, he replied, Stop yelling, he understands everything himself. The man with the stick in his hands looked at the mutant and thought, Damn, someone dared to steal it from under his nose. Then he gritted his teeth, frowned and thought, and he was most likely much stronger than him, so he can't resist him now, he needs to report everything to Commander Xiao. The young man pushed off the wall and jumped when he received a notification about receiving rewards. He landed on the ground and said, Show the Tiger of Indignation gloves, blue. A screen popped up in front of his face when he looked at it and said, Wow, now I understand why he tried so hard to get this equipment. The yellow-eyed man looked at his hand and said, Put on the Tiger of Indignation gloves, and they appeared. There was something written on the sign. The captain of the investigation team sat in the chair, yawned and said, Damn, he searched this Academy of the Dead all night, and just like last time in the Wild Forest, there are no leads of that mysterious third-level creature. He doesn't even know if it's the same person or not. Suddenly, someone ran up to him and shouted that right after their investigation, they found 2 third-level psychic signals again. The muscle man jumped up, opened his mouth wide and shouted, Again, there are 2 of them. Did their heavenly storm stumble upon a third-level nest? He started running and ordered everyone to get up. The man adjusted his hat and added, If they don't have any leads, when Commander Xiao returns, they will be in big trouble. To which the assistant replied, There is the captain. The hero stood and shouted loudly for Xiao to get out. Huang walked up to him and said, Isn't it the commander? Their commander went to the defense line. What is he so worried about? The brunette frowned and asked who he was. Could they discuss what happened? The blonde smiled, introduced himself as Huang Xiao, the captain of the Heavenly Wind Investigation Department, a capable worker under Commander Xiao, and replied that the commander was not here, so he could talk to him first and see if he could solve the problem. The man pointed his finger and began to shout loudly that in the morning he went to the Garden of Aiden of the Dead to kill the Tiger of the Dead. He wanted to get its equipment for his son, but just when he was almost there, some third-level awakened stole the prey from under his nose. After his words, the captain frowned and thought, Garden of Aiden of the Dead, it seems Hong Gang is one of the 2 third-level awakened discovered. The man came closer, continued pointing his finger and shouting, he says, the third-level awakened from their region is rude, he just robbed him, he understands what he is saying. Huang closed his eyes, removed the hero's hand and asked, Is he joking? As everyone knows, in their heavenly storm, there is only one awakened third-level Commander Xiao. The young man gave up his fist, gritted his teeth and replied, he knew that telling him would be useless. He would just go to the defense line and ask their commander for an explanation. As he left, he shouted for his partners to go. The light-eyed looked away and thought, This is serious. It seems he needs to report this to the commander. Suddenly, a loud question came, What did he say? The brunette was sitting in a chair, talking on the phone and asking, There's another mysterious third level in the heavenly storm, and he was able to steal from home. Then he grabbed his head and added, 1 or even several awakened third levels are hiding in the heavenly storm. This is a serious danger. Let them investigate and do it properly this time. Now is not the time to worry and panic. The blonde lowered his head and replied, Yes, he sends people all over the area to look for records of such equipment for sale. The Youth Education Center stood under the scorching sun. The protagonist ate cookies, looked at the screen and said that there were still 2 missions left, Wind Eagle and Survival, then he could level up. Then he smiled and added, Getting wings online is not that hard. The guy clicked on the notification, received a request for Wind Eagle wings and said, Although they are rare, in fact, they are a low-level material. If someone is lucky enough to get them, they will not be in great demand and can sell them. Suddenly he received a message asking, he needs Wind Eagle wings. How much does he want to bid for? He can get them for him. The brunette opened his eyes wide and said, This person does not seem very good. But time is running out. There is no time to be picky, and he wrote a reply message. Oh really? How about a fixed price of 800? The mustache man looked at his laptop and thought, 800? That's more money than a first-level awakened low-leveler could make in a year. This guy is obviously serious. He needs to keep fighting. Then he wrote, 900, no, 1,000, he worked hard to get it. The protagonist chewed on a cookie, looked at the screen and said, Is he desperate? Then he smiled and added, so clumsy. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide and wrote, If he understands, he's only a first-leveler, right? What is he doing? Fighting a wind eagle, he must have picked it up in the wild somewhere, right? The protagonist continued writing, Even though he can see its willingness, he wants to manipulate it. He doesn't even know the market price, is he? He's in a hurry, but not that much. If this doesn't work out, he can just keep it for himself. The stranger fell to his knees and replied, That's it, keep quiet, they'll just do 800, just like he said. Yellow Eyes looked at the screen and said, "Ha, so he paid for his greed." The brunette was surprised when Ning wrote that he changed his mind. He can only give him 400. If he does not sell them, others will rush to sell them to him instead. The hero began to cry and said, "Okay, we have a deal." They finished the correspondence, and the young man thought, now only the dungeon of the educational center for young people remains. He thought about it and added, "They say it is different from other combat dungeons." The young man stood on the roof and said, "No one could get the SSS rating." He looked ahead and added, "Because the test itself is not combat, but mental." Suddenly, he received an offer to enter the dungeon. After which he pressed the yes button. Yellow Eyes smiled slyly and said, he is going to take this opportunity to test how strong he is. A whirlwind arose when the young man looked up and said, the color of the sky changed. Suddenly, he stopped and said, "Damn." The people were lying on the floor when the hero said, there were people in the dungeon besides him. The hero was holding his head and writhing in pain when the girl said her head, and the guy looked up and said, "What a strange dungeon." Li Jiping adjusted his glasses and said, "Everyone listen here, he is a top-level first stage, specializes in willpower." He then walked up to the people and asked, "They all specialize in it too?" Liang opened his mouth wide and asked what kind of question, besides this type. Who else would choose such a leveling mission? And the red-haired girl added, "Yeah, their type is weak in combat, and they are unable to defeat an ordinary mutant. Even if they team up with other awakened ones, they still can't handle it." The man put his hands out and replied, "They are right, guys. Although they are weak in combat, he believes that this dungeon will test their will, so they definitely have a chance of success." The protagonist watched as the gray-haired man told the heroes that he had experience in going through 2 such dungeons. Maybe this time he would lead the team, and the girl asked, this was not his first time in such a place. Great. Then the uncle turned to the protagonist and asked why he was silent. He had objections. The brunette closed his eyes and answered, "No, he was just in a hurry. When would they start?" A notification came about the activation of the task. When the 3 looked at him and asked in fear, "A ghost? Does such a thing really exist in the world?" The gray-haired man adjusted his glasses and said not to panic. After which he began to narrate that he was called a ghost, but in fact it was just the will of a person, defiled by psychic energy before death. In fact it was a kind of will attribute. Standing in the dungeon, he added, "But ghosts are still strong. They can not only protect themselves from physical damage, but also control the will of others." The teenager stood behind the man as he added, "According to the first clue, they need to go around the building and look for clues. If they encounter him, they should not rush into battle, but run and call for help. He has a way to defeat him." When one of them replied that uncle is so reliable, it's good that he is here. The people stood in a circle and Uncle Lee said, now they must inspect the classrooms, the archive and the teacher's office. So they need to split into 3 groups. Mrs. Weaker, so she will be with him. Ting Fei will go with Fang Yuan, and Ning should act alone. If they find anything, they should immediately share the information with the others and not hide anything. The protagonist went to the archive, where he shone a flashlight on the paper that was lying on the floor. He reached for it and said, "It's almost empty. There are only scraps of newspapers." Picking it up, he read, "Teacher Tao is suspected of abusing Fang Wang, who committed suicide." Suddenly, a scary girl appeared above his head and he was scared. She opened her mouth and eyes wide. Yellow-eyed looked to the side and asked, "Ghost woman, is this Fang Wang?" Then he used his power and shouted, "Will is perfect." Then he frowned and added, "Will transformation." Magic flashes scattered across the archive. They surrounded the body of the ghost woman. Then she jumped out of the window. The brunette walked to the window and asked, she ran away, it was just to test his will. The guy opened the screen and read the messages from his partners. The man and the girl stood in the dark as the hero spoke. The evidence was obvious. Fang Wang was raped by a teacher. Her family demanded compensation but to no avail. After she committed suicide, she turned into a ghost, started a fire and took revenge. The red-haired girl listened carefully to him as he added that later the Taoist priest came and sealed her. But now the talisman has broken off. Their task is to find it and seal it again. Then he asked the lady to tell everyone his idea. Asked them to gather in room 201 of the dormitory where the fire occurred. He assumes that the talisman should be there. The protagonist read the message and thought, this is too simple reasoning. How did he determine that this is the dormitory? The brunette also read the message and said that Uncle Lee was right. The ghost is Fang Wang and offered to go meet them. The bespectacled man turned around and cried out that a ghost woman appeared behind them. The brunette gritted his teeth and said in fear, "It seems like someone is following them." After which the partner frowned and shouted, "We need to run, it's Fang Wang." The guys ran along the dark corridor and asked their uncle to help them. The 3 were standing in the teacher's dormitory, when the man said they haven't arrived yet, he will wait outside, and the 2 of them should go look for the talisman, and the girl said, the iron door is stuck, she will try to open it with willpower. Suddenly the protagonist kicked the door, and the heroes thought, this force, he is exactly the same type as them. Looking at the destruction, the hero said, that's better. The lady picked up something from the floor and told the uncle that they found the talisman. Yellow-eyed shone a flashlight on the wall and thought, A trace of a human figure, the talisman broke off, the teacher's dormitory. He then looked at his partner and asked if the evidence she had found earlier had mentioned that there was a teacher who had burned alive in that room, to which she replied, "No, what?" The two ran up to their uncle and shouted that a female ghost was chasing them. The heroine was indeed behind them, her mouth wide open. Suddenly, she climbed into the guy's mouth. Looking at this, his partner began to scream. After which the boy turned into a ghost, when the brunette looked at him and asked if he was possessed. The bespectacled man pounced on him and bit him when he called for help. The old man ran up to the couple and shouted that the ghost had caught Fang Yuan, he would pull him out. He opened his mouth wide and added that he would take care of him, and that they should quickly activate the talisman and be ready to meet the ghost. The red-eyed woman snapped her finger when the protagonist said that he would do it. After which he began to activate the talisman. Then he continued to activate and used will bind. The possessed man's body was enveloped in magic chains and he screamed loudly. The man opened his mouth wide when he saw this and shouted for him to hurry up. "He can't last that long, let them seal him now." The yellow-eyed man looked forward and replied, "Yeah," and held out his hand. He frowned and said, "Teacher Tao," and the gray-haired man said, "Him." The old man turned his head and asked Ning, "He's an idiot. Who did he use the talisman on? If he wasted it all, they'll all die here." Then the brunette pointed his finger forward and asked, "Really? Then why was it that when he tried the talisman on him, Fang Yuan was immobilized?" The possessed man was indeed lying on the floor and not moving. The red-haired woman opened her eyes wide and said, "Uncle was sealed and Yuan was immobilized. Was it really Uncle?" The protagonist frowned and said that Teacher Tao pretended to be an awakened Jeeping, and then he used his willpower to create a ghost of a girl and blend in with their group. The guy revealed the secret and added, at first he tried to attack him, but then switched to Yuan, who had a weaker willpower. This influence looked like possession, but in fact, it was just willpower control. After which he added, then he tried to pretend to fight the ghost and force them to seal Yuan. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos, seal the wrong one, and thus outplay everyone. The red-eyed girl knelt down and said in fear, so if she threw the talisman at Fang Yuan, they would be finished. The protagonist concentrated his power and said, now that his power is sealed, he can't do anything. Suddenly, he made a strike and added, let him show his true face. Rays pierced the man's body. His body writhed on the floor. After which his appearance began to blur. A scary hero crawled out of it and said the disguise was perfect, as he guessed. Yellow-eyed turned away and replied that he was sealed, the mission was over, why should he reveal his secrets? And he asked, he didn't know that there was a hidden mission here, if they didn't complete this mission, they would never reach the SSS level. The young man looked at him and asked again, a hidden mission. The villain's eyes lit up when he answered, they hadn't even heard of it, that's why no one could reach the SSS level after completing this dungeon. By the way, he can tell them something about this mission, they must make him disappear into thin air, offers a deal, if he tells how he was able to figure him out, he will do it right away. The brunette lowered his head and thought, let's say, if he hadn't kept the memories from his past life that there was a hidden mission in the Academy of the Dead, then he wouldn't have been able to get the SSS level. It's even a pity that in his past life some polite people didn't restrict his access to the dungeons. Then he looked at the teacher and said, okay, he believes him. He frowned and added, first let him say why he needs this information, and he said because. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and added, he can awaken his consciousness and access memories from past playthroughs. After which he began to speak, so if he tells him how he was exposed, then next time he will be able to improve his disguise and kill even more awakened ones. The girl gritted her teeth in surprise and said consciousness, she hasn't heard anyone mention this since the apocalypse, in that case, it's not a level C dungeon, but a level B or even higher, is this some kind of bug? The zombie extended his hand, smiled and said that he must admit, he's pretty good, so he'll tell him the secret. The protagonist raised his hand and answered, it's very simple. Firstly, the mission description said trying to deceive them. The ghost girl didn't say a word, besides, he didn't answer anything in the chat, which means that he can't use the system. The guy continued to narrate, rumors said that Wang Fang committed suicide, it wasn't true, but he wanted to believe it, and in order to seal the ghost woman, the talisman should have been used in the cemetery, not in the teacher's room. After which he concluded and said that he raped her, then she decided to commit suicide. But it ended in failure and the girl ended up in a mental hospital, as a result of which she could no longer sue him. The protagonist was still telling guesses that her family tried to knock moral damages out of the school, but lost the case and decided to set fire to the teacher's room as revenge. A second before his death, thanks to willpower, he was able to create his own ghost. Let's not forget that the ghost attacks began just after the fire, and the school asked the Taoist monks to seal the ghost. The lady raised her eyebrows, opened her mouth wide and said, Ning is right. All this time they followed Uncle Lee without asking any questions, but only after meeting the girl's ghost. Not only did he not fall under her influence, but he was not even scared. Is it possible that an awakened first level is capable of such a thing? The teacher bared his teeth and replied, perhaps they are right, but not in everything. He spread his arms and added, the girl's ghost couldn't speak because he was still sealed, and he didn't send messages because he was busy looking for clues, and Xia herself helped him with this. Besides, the supposed murder of Wang Fang and the appearance of the ghost is a perfect combination. She was raped in a student dormitory, so where else would the ghost appear if not there? The brunette looked at the man from under his brows and replied, he was right, this was enough. As he remembered, they couldn't let themselves be deceived. If he disappeared now, then he would tell him the whole truth a second before disappearing. The villain frowned and replied that Ning was not bad, a deal. After which he began to dissolve and added that he should speak. The protagonist raised his finger and said, the whole secret is that. The hero writhed and screamed, hurry up. The boy smiled maliciously and repeated, the secret is that, he understood. All that was left of the teacher was his head. Then he completely dissolved and said that Ning was a goat. The girl looked at the protagonist and said, wow, the ghost was simply fooled. The guy put his hand on her shoulder and said that they were done, they could leave. Xia extended her palm and asked if he was just relying on intuition, to which he replied, of course not. His biggest mistake was telling them that the talisman was in room 201. Yellow-Eyed rubbed his beard and added, in the end there was nothing to indicate this. Only the ghost could know about it. But why did he have to tell him this? The heroine began to shake and she said that he was scarier than the ghost. But he helped a lot. If not for him, she would not have gotten out of here. Suddenly the young man received a notification about completing the dungeon and receiving a reward. When he had a bracelet in his hands and he thought, not bad, this thing can be very useful. The mission distribution center of the security zone stood under the evening sun. The brunette approached the counter and said that he would like to confirm the completion of the missions. The girl opened her eyes wide and asked if he was Ning, who took 2 missions to level up to level 2 last night, which mission he completed. After which the guy gave her a piece of paper. The blue-eyed girl looked at him and screamed in surprise, holy shit, all 4. The yellow-eyed man looked down and asked to hurry up. The lady fussed and answered, okay. A lot of notifications about completing missions began to arrive. When the protagonist began to leave and thought, he reached level 2 in less than a week. Well, the sword god system is really an active advantage. The heroine began to call someone, thinking that they have something strange here. She urgently needs to report to the authorities. The young man walked down the street and thought, even without equipment, these are still good stats for a level 2. Then he thought about it, and continued his thought. If he wanted to learn this skill, he would need another 23 points. Before reaching 20 points, the psychic fruit can increase stats by 1. After 20, he would need more. He would need 35 pieces. At a price of 6,000 credits per piece, he would have to prepare 210,000 credits. The brunette rode his bike through the night city and thought, it would be quite difficult to earn them. All the good dungeons in the area had already been completed. Only the Death Factory remained, which is under the control of Zhenxian County. If he remembered correctly, there is blue equipment there that costs a lot of money. A red hole appeared in the sky when the guy raised his head and thought that this was a sign of an approaching wave of zombies. Then he began to narrate, even though in his past life, a major zombie attack would not happen for another year. The safety zone had already been attacked by zombies, causing massive destruction. It seemed that it would happen in about a week. He began to drive faster and said that he needed to report to the commander urgently so that he could prepare the people. Suddenly, a notification came. The man opened the screen and asked in surprise, Ning, a wave of zombies. The man jerked his hand sharply and asked, since he was given an SS rank, did he decide to chase big headlines in the newspapers? Or did he consider himself such a weakling that every small situation seemed like a serious threat to him? He folded his arms and said that it had been 40 years since the last great battle between humanity and the zombie horde. Since then their outskirts had been at peace. And even if you think about it, now all the zombies are locked in abandoned cities, so the outbreak of a new epidemic is unlikely. Instead of wasting resources on unlikely threats, their top priority is still finding the hiding level 3 in Tianfin. In the city, the sky was covered with dark clouds. In the safe zone, 3 people were sitting in the conference room. Xiao frowned and asked Huang if he found any important clues about the level 3. He opened his mouth and replied that they identified the most suspicious person, and it was Ning. The man frowned and asked how this was possible. The blonde replied that they also found it hard to believe at first, but after a thorough investigation, everything fell into place. It is known that currently only he sells most of the high-ranking materials, and the sales timing perfectly coincides with the appearance of the 3-tier. In addition, he recently bought a spiritual residence, which ordinary people cannot afford. The brunette looked at the screen and asked if they were really sure that Ning has something to do with the 3-tier. Even with such arguments, it is hard to believe. Tian extended his hand and told him to think for himself. After all, the guy has only been considered awakened for a week. Even if a person is gifted with SSS rank talent, it is impossible to increase his level so quickly. He said that even General Zhang, an awakened SS rank, with excellent strength and agility, rich resources, achieved the same in a much longer time. The man slammed his hand on the table and shouted that this made him believe that Ning was a tier 3 covering for him. The brunette turned his head and said that this already made sense. Even if the military didn't like the protagonist, the other tier 3s might not see the potential in him. Considering how rare talent was among SS ranks, they could secretly raise him for themselves as an experiment. Frowning, he continued that in that case, there would be no reason to panic. They just needed to find this tier 3 and make him work for them. The blonde opened his mouth and shouted that they had just received a message from the Mission Control Center. Ning had completed 4 tier 2 missions. The two men stood there in shock. Xiao rubbed his chin and said that according to Tian's theory, the tier 3 in hiding took the protagonist on his missions and gave him the pickings. The remains after he dealt with all the mutants himself, and if he officially dealt with the second level tasks on his own, this does not prove that he is the 3 level they are looking for. The brunette replied that it was too early to judge. Putting his hands on his hips, Commander Xiao told Huang to send 2 people to watch the house and see who comes to him. In addition, it is necessary to send several combat teams of scouts to watch the abandoned cities near Tianfan in order to prevent a possible wave of zombies. He frowned and thought that the puzzles were starting to come together, and the message he sent no longer seemed untrustworthy. Most likely, he still has a 3 level who warned him about the wave of zombies, so it is better to be on the safe side. The blonde opened his mouth and said that everything will be done. The two walked down the corridor. The man stopped abruptly and turned his head. He opened his mouth and said to also get Hong Gang's blue gears so that he would stop messing with his brains. The light was on at the border between the Tianfan and Zhenjiang safe zones, the Death Factory. The protagonist straightened up and said that the Sword Storm's recovery time was over. It was time to enter the dungeon. The screen asked if he wanted to enter the Shame Factory dungeon. His hand was reaching out to answer yes. He sank to the ground. The screen said that the entrance to the B-rank Death Factory dungeon, the minimum required level is 2nd, 15 participants. The Death Factory is a military-type dungeon with randomized tasks. The dungeon consists of 7 waves of enemies. Participants will receive rewards for surviving each wave, at the end of each round. 3 points are given and time to vote on whether to refuse to clear the dungeon. If more than 70% of the participants agree, they can refuse to participate in the task. Everyone stood still when the sign appeared that the first wave would start in 5 minutes, and they should get ready. The protagonist looked around and thought that these people were not ordinary. Some of them, judging by their appearance, were from the same faction. The guys smiled evilly. Looking at Lin Lan, the protagonist thought that among them there was another Awakened level 3. He got goosebumps from her. Just looking at her immediately made him think that something bad would happen because of her. The young man looked around and said that he was John Lin, an Awakened level 2. As they know, survival in a military-type dungeon requires coordinated work. He was thinking of offering his modest candidacy as a leader from the team. And then he pointed at the girl and said that after seeing the 3 level 1, he changed his mind. The heroine struck. The man flew to the floor. Then she jumped up, preparing for another blow. The protagonist frowned and thought, so this is what a 3 level is capable of. She is damn fast. Then she stood with her foot on her head, and opening her mouth said, "One more word and he is dead." The two began to complain that Zhang Lin said something wrong. Why did she do this to him? Lin Lan chuckled and ordered the 3 to immediately surround the others. If anyone dared to resist, she would personally finish them off. The 3 began to surround the others. Someone shouted to stand in battle formation and not surrender. Song Gang turned his head and said that as he thought, they came across a farm group. Lin Ting replied, he thought and thought, it would be better if he used his brains and decided how to deal with the 3 level 1. Ning frowned and thought that the farm groups use the Awakened as cannon fodder. While the Awakened hostages fight on the front lines, they reap all the benefits of the dungeon. If the Awakened and mutants see each other as a target for hunting, then the farms see people as bait that can be used. Brittany frowned and said that Zhang Lin may still be alive, they should vote, and asked to let them go. There are definitely more votes. The girl twisted the man's neck. The others froze, looking at this. The brunette smiled and asked to let her introduce herself. They are a squad of blood wolves, and she is the captain. Her name is Lin Lan. She takes command during this mission, so her life is in her hands. If they survive the 6th wave and give her all the rewards, plus their points, she can promise that she will spare their lives. Ning looked at her and thought, who is she pulling the wool over? Bastards like her do not keep their promises. It is a pity that the heavenly beam of light is still on cooldown. If only he could combine it with the sword storm, he would destroy all these scum in a second. He thought that now he only has the sword storm in full readiness. Yes, it is powerful, but he does not know the exact strength of this 3 tier 1. Besides, it could also interfere with the protective blue equipment. It is not worth the risk. Because if he cannot kill her with one blow, he is definitely finished. Now the best option is to stay in the shadows and watch the development of events. The brunette smiled and said that the first wave would soon begin. A roll call. They had to say their name, rank, abilities. She needed to figure out who she would be dealing with. One answered that he was Song Gang, a peak level 2, a strength class specializing in hand-to-hand combat. The other answered that he was Lin Ting, a peak level 2, agility class, specializing in axe. The next one said that he was Jing Tao, an advanced level 2, a strength class, specializing in hand-to-hand combat. The fourth one said that he was Huang Xiaobo, an advanced level 2, agility class, specializing in long-range attacks. The protagonist opened his mouth and said that he was Ning, only recently advanced to level 2, a willpower class, also specializing in long-range attacks. The heroine took him by the chin and said, "Wow, a willpower class, and in a dungeon, she rarely encountered such a thing, and besides, he has a pretty face, cute." He just kept silent in response. Turning around, she said that she even felt a little sorry for him, and then laughed, saying, "Such a waste of a powerful face." The guy answered, "Okay, but she should take into account that she can't expect any benefit from him for the first few waves." A notification appeared that the first wave had begun. The number of enemies, zombies, first level mutants, 2 pieces, monsters began to move towards them. Looking at all this, the girl said that those at the peak of the second level lead the attack, 1 squad for each level mutant, everyone to give it their all. If she feels that at least one of them is slacking off, she will personally turn the bones of each of them into dust, she made it clear. The brunette put a shield in front of him and said, "Damn, they are not going to help them at all on the front lines, they will just stand behind, using them as a human shield, zombies in front, groups of farmers behind, they were like between a hard place and a hammer, will they be able to get out of the dungeon alive?" Ning jumped on the beam and said that now there is no other choice, we must try with all our might to pass the first stage. The monsters were moving towards them. He aimed his bow, the order sounded that Gang, Tang, Tao take on the devourers, the rest will deal with the zombies. The brunette raised his weapon to strike and said that he will see how many blows of his hammer it can withstand. Brock guys were preparing to attack. The blonde extended his hands and used ice spikes. They pierced the bodies of the zombies. The brunette hit one of them with a hammer. The protagonist released power from his hand. It hit the head of one of the monsters. The young man turned his head and said that as he thought, the willpower attacks were too weak, he would be lucky if he killed at least one zombie. Looking at all this from above, the girl laughed and said that Ning was so funny, she just couldn't stand him. How did he even have the courage to come here? She raised her hand and said that if the awakened ones hadn't protected him so diligently, he would have fallen dead a long time ago, and this was only the first wave. How did he plan to deal with the rest? The first wave was over. All the monsters were lying dead. An hour later, the third wave was over, and the fourth was supposed to start in 3 minutes. The guys were very tired, standing among the corpses. Gang glazed his teeth and said that the difficulty was already starting to increase. He was afraid that in the next wave there would be even more second-level mutants. When Lin Lon got off his ass and helped them somehow, the second one replied that if she didn't come here to help them, they would never have the opportunity to finish her off. The heroine took a step towards them and asked if they had only survived the third wave and were already peeing their pants. She lowered her head and asked if they had deceived her with their indicators. Otherwise, how could she explain that they were such weaklings? She would not lift a finger until they reached the 6th wave. If they wanted to stay alive, they should stop holding back. She turned her head and saw the protagonist and was surprised that he was still alive, and without a single scratch. He smiled and replied that he was just lucky. Xiaobo clenched his fist and told him to kiss his ass. They had taken on the hardest work, and Ning only shoots remote shots with willpower. They are so weak, he would have known. The young man, looking at this, thought that he was definitely tempering an ace up his sleeve, otherwise how could he reach the second level? But it is worth considering that his ace can be used once or twice, even it will be useful, you just need to wait. The fourth wave begins, 400 zombies, 1 peak second level mutant, 2 second level mutants, 6 first level mutants, the monsters were advancing on them. Tang, Gang, Tao took on the peak second level mutant, the rest of the second level ones took on the rest of the second level mutants. And those who cannot cope with this suffer with the first level mutants and zombies. The guys rushed to attack. One of them was thrown back by a tentacle. The young man fired a bow. A monster landed near one of the young men and struck. Tao prepared a spear to strike and pierced the chest of one of the zombies. The liquid from the enemy's body splashed on him, and he squatted down, clutching his face. Xiaobo rushed towards him, having previously used ice spikes that pierced the zombie's body. He put out his hands and shouted that he was too fast and he couldn't hit him. Looking at all this, the protagonist thought that Tao was seriously injured. The rest of the squad was almost completely destroyed. That's it, they were finished. At this rate they would definitely not reach the 6th wave, in which case he would not be able to use the trump card he had saved up his sleeve. Approaching the guys, he thought that he should intervene. Grabbing the guy by the collar, he pulled him away. The protagonist raised his palm to his face. A dagger appeared there and said, "Telekinesis." And it flew into the zombie. The dagger began to unfold in the air and stuck into the enemy's body. Looking at this, Xiaobo opened his mouth and thought that he had just finished off a second-level mutant with one blow. Come on, is this the useless thing he had just talked about? He only thanked him out loud. The brunette replied, "No problem, but from now on he should watch what he said to him." The monsters began to fall one after another before his forces, and Ning said not to relax. They still had zombies and first-level mutants. The The second replied that he understood and then he would go and deal with the first level devourer. Linlon smiled and said that it seemed that this young man had a few aces up his sleeve. This speed, it seemed like his boots, some blue equipment. Now there were no questions about why he dared to come here. The man spared her and grinned and asked if they could get rid of him right now, to which she replied that he shouldn't rush. With his help they could reach the 6th wave, they would have less work, they just needed to keep an eye on him. And in the end they would confuse him. That little burst of telekinesis was probably all he could do. Awakening with a willpower class, he was a worthless weakling that she would crush like a bug. It was better to focus on the 2 peaks of the 2nd level. They were the real threat, and she felt that they were plotting something against them. The man replied, "Okay, boss." Half an hour later, the 4th wave was finished and the 5th was supposed to start in 3 minutes. The 2 were standing in the middle of the room. Gang exhaled and said that they had already lost 1 melee fighter and 1 ranged attacker, and also 1 melee fighter was seriously injured in this wave. He still had 2 important charges left, and he hoped that he could save them for the 6th wave. Ting gritted his teeth and said that he was in almost the same situation. He had to hold out until the 6th wave at all costs. He thought that by then Linlon would come to his senses and that would be his chance to finish this bitch off. The brunette looked towards the main character and said, "Willie, what is this guy capable of? He is different from the typical awakened class of willpower. Usually they need some time to rest after an attack, and this one almost continuously releases something." The second one answered that he is some kind of special. He really hopes that he has a few aces up his sleeve. During the next waves it will be necessary to try not to let him die. He can greatly help against that bitch. The 5th wave began. Zombies 500 pieces, mutants of the 2nd level peak 2 pieces, mutants of the 2nd level 3 pieces, mutants of the 1st level 8 pieces. Monsters were moving towards them. One of them knocked the man to the floor. The blonde, being grabbed, shouted for Ning to be careful. He turned his head and saw a mutant centipede. As he channeled his strength into her, he thought that it was becoming too hard for him to deal with the giant mutants without using any of his main techniques, and it would take forever to find his weak spot in the current reality. There were shouts that there were too many of them, they couldn't handle that many, and that the farm group were bastards and didn't plan to leave them alive until the 6th wave, otherwise they would have helped. The 2 guys were surrounded by monsters. Gang said that they needed to act now and use all their spare trump cards. They simply had no other choice. The blonde stretched out his hands and used an ice arrow. The young man jumped up and used a spiritual war hammer. Linlon chuckled and thought, what idiots, they really thought they would keep their strongest techniques and be able to defeat her. They turned out to be dumber than she thought. Monsters were approaching the protagonists from both sides. They pounced on the guy at the same time. The brunette opened his mouth and shouted that they were too late. The second assumed that the boy was dead. The protagonist broke free, tearing the monsters to pieces. The 2 young men opened their mouths in surprise, not believing their eyes. The girl looked at this in amazement, and thought that he had another ace up his sleeve. Arrows flew at the zombies. Gang, approaching the enemy, said to hurry, because if they focus all their fire on the zombie spider, they might have a chance to survive this wave. The protagonist moved along the body of the monster. Hovering over its head, he shouted that he found its weak spot. This is a telekinetic piercing. After these words, the young man stuck a dagger into his head and said that they would drill through it. A whirlwind began to form around the mutant. The protagonist clenched his fist, and after his blow a funnel formed, and he shouted, "Destruction." The monster began to be drawn into the formed funnel. Tung raised his head and asked, was it he who just killed a high-level monster by himself? They even have a chance to deal with that crazy bitch if they all attack her at the same time. The brunette chuckled and said, oops, a second-rank willpower class rookie with 2 pieces of blue equipment. Looks like they found a live lamb to profit from. She raised her hand and told the guys that the next wave is behind them. It's time to work hard. Kill everyone except Ning. Just break his arms and legs so that she can fully enjoy the screams while torturing him. The young man turned his head and said that in the next wave, everything will depend only on them and Ning. Linlon will definitely join the next wave, then they will make their move. Tung frowned and said that they don't even have to kill her, but rather seriously injure her. Ning will definitely be able to deal the final blow to her and finish her off. The 6th wave began. 3 mutants of the 2nd level peak, mutants of the 2nd level are unknown. Monsters were approaching the guys. The brunette prepared for the attack and said that this was the last wave and everyone needed to give it their all. She struck and said that if they could hold out until the end, then she promised that she would just take their share and leave everyone alive. Having struck the monster, she added that she would take on the mutant of the 2nd level peak, and the rest should focus on the remaining mutants. The mutant swung and struck, but the brunette was able to dodge and strike with her foot. So much so that she cut the mutant in half. Another one appeared behind her. Linlon bent down and used a blood shield, which the monster hit. The main character struck another blow with telekinesis and thought that she had a dual class, strength and dexterity, an increase in the speed of the strike, and also well-developed defense. She was an order of magnitude higher than the guy he had to deal with before. Squinting, he thought that these were just the abilities she showed. She definitely had something else in store. You can't act rashly, any miscalculation could lead to death. Shooting a bow, the guy shouted that Lin Lan took on the zombie monster to free the battlefield, and then they will take on the head, so there is no need to waste your strength. The second shouted that he agreed, she will deal with this berserker, and then they will hit her with everything they have. The girl struck again. The brunette looked back and said, a little more, and ordered everyone to get ready. She rushed past and said to distract this monster, and then she will destroy it. Gang frowned and said yes meme. Ting released the bowstring shouting that now is the time of the spiritual flame arrow. The young man closed himself, using a charging shield. The protagonist turned his head and thought, oh shit, they decided to do their move right now, very bad timing. Lin Lan would never fall into this trap, she planned it all. The shards flew in different directions. Perio covering her face with her hands. Gang's basement. That old man pressed into the floor, and the girl standing next to him was indignant. Did he really think that she would not notice anything? The protagonist turned his head and thought that she had just switched places with Gang, or she had some kind of ability to transfer the damage received to other people. The brunette pressed her foot on the monster, and said that this bastard made her use her saving trump card. After which she went to Ting, saying that it was well played, and failed him. And then she hit him in the stomach. Standing on the young man's hand, she said that she would start with his right hand and see how long he could hold out. She raised her head and told her guys that she would deal with the zombie golem, and they would finish off these bastards and start collecting loot from them. The man brought a needle to the boy's face and told him to give him all his gear and glasses, then he would die a quick death. In case of refusal they would beg for death for a long time before tearing off to hell. Grabbing someone else's hand, he continued that he was taking too long and for the sake of mediocrity decided to take his left hand. Gang opened his mouth and screamed for them to finish him off already, but he promises that after he becomes a ghost, he will haunt him for the rest of his life. The protagonist raised his hands up and said that he will give them everything, but they must promise that they will not torture or kill him. The man, rubbing his hands, grinned and said that it was a very smart move, but it was a pity, the boss had already given the order, and she wanted to make him disabled. The brunette replied that he should wait, because he had to transfer his points to them, and suggested that he at least do this first, otherwise he would not be able to later, and thought to himself that the next wave was his only chance, and until this wave ended, he needed to stall for time. A status window appeared stating that the 6th wave was over, all participants could vote, leave or continue until the 7th wave. The guy waved his hand and thought that it was time for the show. Ning grinned and said that he was voting for participation in the 7th wave on maximum difficulty, and thought to himself that only a few people knew that if you choose to continue until the next wave on maximum difficulty, then you will not need a majority in votes, and the conquest of the dungeon will continue without a vote. A status window appeared, indicating that the participant had chosen to continue the dungeon to the 7th wave on maximum difficulty. 3 started shouting that the boss had said that they would leave immediately after the 6th wave and looting these idiots. The second shouted why the decision was made without a 70% majority among voters. The third added that he had heard that a 3rd level peak mutant appears on the 7th wave, and even the boss wouldn't be able to handle it. The brunette laughed and said that it was karma, they would all breathe in together. The girl frowned and furiously asked Gang if this was his doing. She flew to the guy, saying that she would kill him now. The monster's mouth opened. Air began to be sucked in, and the monster itself began to rise up. Tung raised his head and looked in surprise. The brunette, lying on the concrete, also looked in amazement. The protagonist straightened up and asked the guys if they heard him. If they could move, they should get away from there as far as possible. The mutant's body wriggled in the air, and 2 guys ran away from there, thanking the protagonist. He took a weapon in his hands and said that Lin Lan probably did not know this, but 3rd level mutants have spiritual intelligence. They are completely different, and also very smart, and they really like to kill high-level awakened ones, especially ones like her. He smiled and said that as soon as this spot lured her into a corner and slowly killed her, it would be easy to finish off her chained puppies. The monster's mouth was approaching the girl. She turned around and screamed, changing positions. Lin Lan moved to the man's place. The protagonist looked at her from the platform and said that he knew it. Her ability to transfer damage to others is limited in range, and from there she will not be able to get it. The monster again lost to the brunette. She tried to jump over him, but fell on him. And the protagonist swung his sword and shouted that this was his chance, and used a storm of swords. The girl threw her head back and shouted what kind of power this is. It is very different from the usual power of 3-level mutants. It is possible that in addition to her, there is another awakened 3rd level here. The mutant was cut into several pieces. Looking at this, the brunette shouted that the radius of destruction is too large. She seemed to be trapped. A notification appeared that the death factory was cleared. The dungeon will close in 5 minutes. The young man looked down. Song, looking at this, shouted that Ning had killed a 3-level mutant and an awakened one with 1 blow. The second shouted that he probably had an average, advanced stage of the 3rd level. The young man frowned and said that he felt signs of life. Maybe she was still alive. He extended his hand and used mental telekinesis. The girl, lying on the floor, tried to catch her breath. Then she saw a dagger flying at her. Her eyes widened, and she shouted that no one should tell her that Ning had done all this shit alone. The main character frowned, and the guys began to shout that she was still alive. It seemed that she had some kind of defense mechanism or equipment. Great, she was neutralized. It was time to finish what she started. She needed to be killed. The dagger rested on the heroine's forehead. The dagger began to screw in, but the protagonist screamed that he couldn't break through the barrier. He couldn't break through, but he could definitely drill through. The girl grinned and thought, thank God that she hadn't been strangled by a toad once, and she had spent money on this disposable A-rank passive defense item. The young man took off and said that, however, he had something on his side, and that was the fact that she was so weak that she had no strength to resist right now, and he thought he'd have to get his hands dirty a little. The girl looked at him in shock and asked in surprise, so this parade blade was his, so he hid from them that it was on the 3rd level. Having struck, the guy thought about what kind of barrier this was. He couldn't break through it. The brunette gritted her teeth and screamed for him to just kill her already. Why did he humiliate her and humiliate her? Looking at her, the protagonist thought that she thought he was humiliating her. She didn't realize that he simply couldn't kill her. He chuckled and thought that, in other words, preserving her respect and reputation was more important to her than preserving her life. He knew it was a dirty tactic, but to get what he wanted, he would probably play along. Taking her chin, the young man asked if he wanted a quick death. She should have thought about that before she nearly killed all those awakened. The brunette asked what this bastard wanted to do to her. Approaching the stranger's face, the guy asked if she was giving in and couldn't take it anymore, and he hadn't even begun to show her what real humiliation was. She asked what exactly she had to do for him to give her a quick death. The young man grinned evilly and replied that it was simple. He was only asking for what her chained puppies had asked them for, to give him all their equipment, items, and every last point she had, and then he would give her a quick death. The brunette asked why she should believe him. He put his hand on her thigh and replied that she simply had no choice. Lin Lan began to scream. No need, she would give him everything, but if he dared to deceive her, he would definitely regret it. The guy lowered his head. He received a blue blood spirit flower, blue ice flame gloves, a blue crippling flower, and 13,000 points. He thought that she was well off, although what else did he expect? After all, robbing and killing people is the fastest way to make money. Lin Lan lowered her head and said that she had given everything and asked him to kill her now. Ning smiled and asked, really everything? That is, she wants to say that she only had 13,000 points. He does not believe it. She knows what will happen if she lies and squeezed her thigh, to which the girl replied that this is really all she had. He can believe it or not. The young man hung over her and said that she was still breaking down. Well, then she should not hold a grudge against him, because he warned her about everything in advance. The young man walked away from her, thinking that it seems that she did not lie to him, saying that it was true, all her property. The girl stood up confused and asked why he stopped. Was he scared or something? Then she smirked and said that after she gave him everything, he didn't even lay a finger on her. He just doesn't have the guts to kill people. He can't even use his blade to its full potential. And why did she think he was a level 3 awakened? A level 2 newbie wouldn't be able to break through her defense. The dungeon closing timer started. The girl stood up, saying how stupid she was. Why did she think he was a level 3 awakened? The young man thought she had figured him out, and now he would never be able to convince her otherwise. Lin Lan grinned and said that she remembered his face. No matter how far he ran, she would get him out of the ground, and when that happened, she would cut him into a million little pieces. He would regret being born and beg her for death. Looking at her, the protagonist grinned and thought that she could search for him for a very long time, and by the time she found out his real name, he would see who would hunt whom. The dungeon was closed and the rewards were being counted. Looking at the screen, the protagonist smiled, thinking that it was a good catch, and this is not counting what he got from Lin Lan. If he sold all this, he would definitely be able to buy those psionic fruits, thanks to which he could bring his characteristics to 25. The young man was riding a motorcycle and said that tonight he was renting an inn in Zhenjiang. It was time to practice his shadow attack skill. Tomorrow he decided to go to the lost battlefield that everyone was talking about to get new equipment and become more adapted to the battlefields with hordes of zombies. A man jumped out onto the road in front of him and began to shout for someone to help him. He pointed his finger in the direction and shouted that his car was stuck and asked for help. The protagonist took off his glasses and asked if he was sure that the car had recently been in an accident, because it looked too shabby. At that moment, 4 people appeared from behind and an order followed to shoot him. The protagonist grinned and said, "Robbery," to which the brunette told him to stop talking and give everything he had, and then he would not be hurt. Ning knocked them down with one blow, saying that he was right and it was time to stop talking. The man tried to escape, but the young man said that he would not succeed and he would still catch him. Then he threw a dagger after him. It cut the shoe, because of which the man hit his head on the wall. Looking at the arch of the leg, he did not see blood there and thought that perhaps it was not a person, but it did not seem like a mutant, not a zombie. The guy was heading towards him. But he started crying and asking not to kill him. He would tell where they hid the best things. He started making excuses that he was forced to do it. He was not with them of his own free will, and asked to spare him. At that moment he was grabbed by the collar. The brunette frowned, looking at him, and asked him to first say what he was. After his words, he immediately opened his status window. Surprised, reading everything that was there, the protagonist said that he was just an NPC. So how did he manage to escape from the dungeon? Let him just not say that he developed his own consciousness. To which he received the answer that he himself did not know how he managed to get out. He only remembers that when he opened his eyes he was already here, and then asked to spare him. The protagonist grinned and thought that these transaction skills were literally a systemic vulnerability. One might say, cheating. Something like that was not available to any awakened. If only he could trust him to manage all his finances, he would literally start swimming in money. And then he handed him a paper, saying that if he signed it, he would spare his life. He looked at it with apprehension and asked, "A contract between a master and a servant. The punishment for betrayal is instant death." But the young man frowned and gave an ultimatum: either he signs, or I will kill him right now. The man pointed his finger at the paper and said that he would sign everything. A notification came that Li Fugui had signed a contract with Ning. The young man chuckled and said that from now on he would always follow him. They were literally teammates now. The man started crying. How could he be teammates? He had just made a contract between master and servant under threat of death. Why was he always unlucky, always running into bandits and criminals? The young man smiled and said that he didn't care. He could go and take his loot from those bandits, and keep everything for himself. Fugui grabbed onto someone else's leg and thanked the master. Because he was the most generous person in the whole world, his loyalty increased by 2 points, and the brunette said, "Damn, his loyalty increases too easily," and then asked the man to help him sell all the equipment he had received except the blood spirit and the broken leg, and then buy psionic fruits, and in addition to that, he would need to buy more storage space to make him a room. He would stay there and manage his finances. The lights were on in the buildings. The man opened his mouth and said that the owner was the biggest spender he had ever seen. Some people couldn't afford to buy even one psionic fruit their whole lives, and he ate it like some kind of snack. At that moment the guy was chewing the fruit. And then he tried to remove the servant's head, telling him not to chatter, but to return back to managing finances. Thanks to the fruits, his strength, psyche, agility increased and became 25. The young man fell asleep and said that he finally raised all stats to 25. Getting up from the couch, he said that it was time to learn a new skill, a B-rank shadow attack. After reading the information in the status window, he smiled thinking, spatial cut, spatial rift, ignores any damage. This is crazy. Tomorrow he will definitely test it on the lost battlefield. The protagonist entered the lost battlefield and landed on the roof of the building. A man waved at him, introducing himself as Chinyong. His sister Chinyao was next to him. They were both at the early stage of the second level. The girl added that the system told them that their teammate was at the advanced stage of the second level. She was talking about him. But he looks so young. He is sure that he is not exaggerating his abilities. The brunette turned to his sister and told her to watch her words. The protagonist frowned and thought that judging by their clothes, they looked like second or even third generation military men. It would be a good idea to be careful. Turning to him, Young asked him not to pay attention to her. His sister was spoiled a lot since she was a child. The second replied, "Okay, and they can call him Ning." A message appeared saying that a special event joining the war will begin in 3 minutes, and they should prepare. The young man looked away and asked again, "A special event?" He had heard that special events, paranormal phenomena, and mimetic events were the 3 main components of the apocalypse, but this was his first time encountering one in a dungeon. The young man smiled and told him not to worry. That was right. Special events were caused by supernatural forces, but the Lost Battlefield was one of the safest dungeons. Compared to others, there were almost no restrictions. Just by avoiding battles, he could leave whenever he wanted, and the special event was constantly repeating a fragment of the war from the beginning of the apocalypse. He frowned and added, so their enemies were ordinary zombies and low-level mutants. The monsters began to walk towards them. The 3 of them prepared for battle, and Yong said that he and Ning would deal with the mutants, and Yao would stand above and support them. When the protagonist jumped off the roof, he shouted if he was serious about dealing with them alone. His sister said that this guy was such a rude guy. The brunette flew towards the biggest monster. Everyone else was looking at him. The young man struck twice. While striking the monsters, the brunette said that he didn't expect anything less from an awakened advanced stage of the second level. He dealt with him so easily. But he and his sister were not weaklings either, so they would help him. They would hold them off as long as they could. No matter what, he could always summon several spirit soldiers and increase their advantage. The long-haired man chopped up the mutants one by one. Ning, looking at him, thought, summon the spirit soldiers. In his past life, he had only heard rumors that some militaries secretly had this ability, but he did not expect the rumors to be true. Preparing for another attack, he shouted that if anything, this is a military secret, so you shouldn't throw this secret around. At that moment, a monster jumped on him from behind. the guy shouted from behind and threw a dagger. He cut the mutant's head. Yong looked at it with his mouth open and thought, telekinesis. He finished off the first level advanced mutant with just one shot. At that moment a notification came that the entry into the war was complete. A full-scale battle would begin in 3 minutes. The young man held out a pack of cigarettes and asked the protagonist if he wanted to smoke. These were high-quality cigarettes for the military. This was in gratitude for the fact that he saved him. But he replied that he would refrain. During the apocalypse it is problematic to get such things. He probably has an impressive past. The young man lowered his head and replied that, to be honest, his little brother was the deputy commander of the Northern Military Zone, and his father was the head of the 91st Security District, both at the 3rd level. But he was gathering his own squad, and as far as he could see, little brother Yi hadn't joined anyone yet. How about it? But the protagonist interrupted him, and looking into his eyes apologized, saying that he preferred to work alone. The second guy spread his hands and asked to hear him out before refusing. All he asked was to become his deputy, and he would give him all the benefits of the colonel's rank from the very beginning. That was 300 credits a month, plus 1,000 from his pocket. In addition, he would sign a bunch of permits for him to receive various blue equipment, and also any most convenient location in the safe zones for his family. The sister put her hand on his shoulder and began to shout that he was crazy, and even if he had great strength, he should not go that far. The protagonist jumped off the roof, saying that he wasn't interested anyway, and they had more important problems coming up right now. A horde of zombies was approaching, and he thought to himself that someone was trying to recruit him, but no way, he would believe that he would want to become his subordinate when he finally reached level 3. Longhair, looking after him, said that he had offered the most lucrative offers for level 2, and even more than just lucrative, some were willing to kill someone to get such an offer, and he had just refused. His sister frowned and said not to pay attention to him. He was just an ungrateful brat who thought he was something, an advanced stage of level 2, and they already had a lot of people like him. Half an hour later, Yong was shouting that he could hold out for a little while longer, and suggested calling on the spirits of the soldiers and getting the hell out of this dungeon. The protagonist cut off the head of one of the monsters and told him to try to hold out longer. If it was hard, he could lure all the monsters to him. He would deal with them all. After which he pushed off and said, "That's it, that's enough." Now he will climb to the top of the wall. All the mutants raised their heads up, and he used a stream of light from the heavenly rift. And with one blow he cut all the monsters. The young man opened his mouth and shouted, "What, is he on the 3rd level?" No, even typical 3-levelers can't destroy so many mutants with one blow, which means he is at the peak of the 2nd level and is about to move to the 3rd. Now it is clear why he refused such a good offer. The girl was puzzled why his movements and attacks were stronger than those of her grandfather and father. Ning landed next to them and showed them to awaken the soldiers right now. The brunette asked in bewilderment, "Why? He is so strong that it is as if she and her brother can do nothing until the dungeon is closed." At that moment, the brother grabbed her hand and said, "Since Mr. Ning said so, they must follow his instructions." Then he raised his hand and shouted, "Marantz, Marantz, Marantz." Blue silhouettes of people began to appear, followed by an order to prepare for battle. Hold the line. The 1st Artillery Battalion prepared to fire and destroy everyone. The long-haired man, holding his sister's hand, said that from now on they can just watch, but the soldiers will not last too long anyway. He thinks that they will be enough for one more wave of the zombie horde, and then they will run out of strength. The protagonist ordered them to stay here. The young man walked along the road. Closing his eyes, he thought that when he killed the 2nd-level mutant, he did not find the legendary blue equipment after him. He suspects that it will appear only after the soldiers awaken. His instincts tell him that it should be in this trench. He opened his eyes and screamed. He found it, as he thought. He extended his hand and the ball and a status window appeared, in which it was us slay, that a special mission has been launched. We need to uncover the sources and solve their problem. Completing the mission will bring special rewards. Taking the notebook in his hands, he asked again, "A special mission," and asked if it was somehow related to this notebook. The dark-haired man on the pipe and opened the notebook. It was the diary of a worker who served on the defense line 60 years ago, during the first zombie outbreak. On June 7th, the battalion commander appointed him a scribe. He followed the troops to Zhenjiang, with the task of building the largest defense line north of Guangxi. On July 7th, a horde of zombies broke through Zhenjiang, but the military requested reinforcements to stop them. They have a new batch of recruits from Zhuan City here. They are working hard, but he still does not understand their dialect very well. He needs to work on it. On July 20th, Yen said that he had a girlfriend that he liked, and she was in the safe zone right behind their troops. This guy is only 17 years old, and the boy is already thinking about getting married. Fortunately, he said that in his village it is customary to marry young. On July 24th, their troops failed to stop the zombie horde. The battalion commander told him that since he was not participating in the fighting, he could count on an early evacuation if the situation worsened. On July 25th, the first wave of the zombie horde had already attacked the safe zone. He could not imagine that such a situation would happen so quickly. And Yen is dead. They could not even find his body. On the morning of July 26th, The battalion commander asked him to go around the fighters and find out if they wanted to say something to him for the last time. The commander cleverly that same day, he did not have the opportunity to ask him about something, and he was always afraid of death, but was ready to accept it. But this time he does not want to accept it. If he leaves, he will not be home. July 27th is the end. They are surrounded. They have nowhere to go. In the last minutes of their lives he asked his comrades if they had any words that could be written down. To his surprise, all the recruits from Zhuan said only one. On the page was written Marantz, come home. On the guy's hand was a medallion. He said last wish, oath. Then he clenched his fist and asked what the reason was, the truth. The two watched the battle from the rooftop. The girl said that if Ning really doesn't have the strength of a level 3, what if he has some equipment that allows him to use a lightning attack, but only once? The brother replied that it is possible, but he is not 100% sure about it. If they provoke someone with the strength of a level 3, they will literally dig their own grave. And no one will even be able to find out from the body. The girl frowned and said that he would not have the courage to do such a thing. Grandfather would definitely send him to the ends of the earth. He would never be able to find a safe place in the war zone in northern China. The brother replied that she definitely needs to do something about her temperament. There will come a day when, because of him, she may suffer greatly. He does not think that he might attack them if they do not provoke him. If he is really a level 3, they must find a way to recruit him into their troops. Grandfather and father would definitely approve of their decision. The protagonist landed on the roof and was asked if he was ready to leave. Yong extended his hand and said that the soldiers would not last long. As soon as the third-level mutants appeared, they would be able to hold them off for a while and then disappear. Until then they would need to leave this place. Otherwise, if a third-level mutant attacked them, there would be no end to problems later. Ning looked at them and asked if they knew how the battle the soldiers lost ended, and what happened to those soldiers. Longhair turned his head sharply and replied that, to be honest, his father had not even been born yet. But according to his grandfather, the battle ended tragically, and there were no survivors. Thanks to their efforts, the residents of the rear safe zones were able to evacuate. His grandfather is one of the few soldiers who survived that battle. The protagonist frowned and asked if it ended so tragically, how did they manage to stop the horde in the end? The young man replied that the details are still unknown. According to rumors, the zombie horde disappeared on its own. The dark-haired man lowered his head and asked again, disappeared on its own, I see. Two people approached him and started asking, what's wrong? Why is he suddenly asking about this whole story? Ning raised his hand and asked if they knew what Marantz meant. The young man replied that this phrase is an internal code passed on through service. They do not know its exact meaning. The girl added that they only know that by shouting this phrase, the spirit soldiers will come to fight for them. This phrase is a military secret, and her brother tells him about it because she treats him too well, so he should not be arrogant. The brunette raised his hands and asked his sister to slow down. The protagonist turned his head and asked how many times he used this method. Yong opened his mouth and replied that more than 100 times. He usually farms with them, but each user can only use it once per hunt, and it won't work if the same person tries to summon them again. The dark-haired one frowned and said, hundreds of times mean, and then asked if he ever helped these soldiers kill the last mutant, to which he was told no, because usually only 2 level 1s come here. There are no 3 level awakened in this dungeon. He is the first 3 level 1 who came here. The protagonist abruptly pushed off the roof. Flying down, he wondered if this was the pleasant feeling of a lost fight. The brunette opened her mouth and began to complain that he was doing this. Did he think to leave alone? The spirits fought the monsters, screaming, kill everyone, protect their homes. If they die, they will have nothing more to protect. After cutting down one mutant, the boy said that he was right. These spirits were the fallen soldiers in the notebook. The military had been using them all this time and had not helped at all. This was too cruel. One of the spirits blew a trumpet. The boy thought that 60 years ago, abandoned by the main force, they fought to the death to protect their homes. But for 60 years, they were just numbers in history, forgotten by everyone. Everyone said that the zombie horde disappeared on its own. Their unwavering determination, their unwillingness to give up, turned them into spirits, locked here on this battlefield, as a special event. Forever reliving the battle of their entire lives there. Punishment was to restrain all the zombie hordes, because they knew that once they killed a level 3 mutant, their secret phrase would no longer work. They would no longer be able to help their descendants and benefit from them. The spirit with a hole in its chest watched carefully. Ning swung his sword and cut through many zombies at once. The mutant came up to him from behind. The young man squeezed the sword in his hand harder. And then he cut all the mutants who approached him. A bright lightning flashed in the sky. The guy ran through the puddles and thought, deception, exploitation. The phrase Marantz, which was the hope of the ancestors, was used by the military as nothing more than a shameless bargaining chip, hundreds, thousands of times exploited. The young man swung in a jump. And cutting the zombies, he shouted that this was the last time. Even if he died, he would still bring everyone home. The heroine covered her mouth with her hand and asked, is he crazy? Is he seriously going to fight the last mutant of the 3rd level? Yong scratched his chin and replied that it was strange. But if he had planned to fight a level 3 mutant from the beginning, why did he order the spirits of the soldiers to be awakened so early? And why was he trying to give the spirits of the Manila soldiers the opportunity to fight monsters and taking everyone on himself? Shouldn't he have turned his powers white? Yao grabbed her brother's hand and said that a third-level mutant was about to appear. Even if Ning really had the strength of a third-level mutant, he couldn't defeat it alone. They had to get out of here right now. Looking down, the young man thought that this was indeed the safest option now. But if they left like this, their relationship with Ning would be at its worst. He turned to his sister and suggested that they wait a little longer, just 10 seconds. If during that time he saw that he couldn't handle the boss, they would leave. Everything around them shook. They both took a step back and asked what it was. Through the fog, they saw the head of the monster and realized that it was already here. The concrete broke under its huge foot. It walked, measuredly and slowly. The brother and sister opened their mouths and screamed at the same time. So this is what it is, a third-level mutant. How huge it is. It walked, destroying buildings in its path. The protagonist chuckled and said that the spatial slash was the only attack he had left that was fast enough. But he still didn't know the potential of this attack. He couldn't take any risks. After that, he spat. He held his sword out in front of him and said that he had to wait for it to get closer, then he would be sure that his strike would hit the target. The mutant was already 70 masters away from him, then 59. The protagonist took a stance when the distance was 40 meters. The monster raised its fist to strike. The guy's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Now?" After that, he used the spatial slash. He held his hand out in front of him and said, "World freeze." The protagonist landed on the roof and thought, this is a spatial rift. His perception of time here is completely different from everyone else. Then he frowned and continued his thought, but not only that. He analyzed the giant and thought, he can see through everything. The guy kicked his foot and continued thinking, and he can choose what he wants to bring into this space. The young man started jumping on the man and thought that he could even pass through things like a ghost. Then he swung, hit him in the head and thought, that's why the system said in a spatial rift he can ignore any defense. Right now he is invincible. He spun the object. Suddenly jumped down. The giant's head exploded. The enemy began to fall with a roar. The couple looked at what was happening, when the man said in fear, a third-level mutant, one who can destroy an entire safe area alone, died, just like that. But how? And the girl added, it happened so quickly, she blinked and poof, it's over. After which the yellow-eyed girl covered her mouth with her hand and told her brother that she was wrong, he really is at the third level. No, even stronger than his grandfather and father. The brunette raised his eyebrows and replied, yes, they have seen many 3-level battles in the military district, but never at this level. Maybe the Lord is at the peak of the third level. Such a person is rare, he is literally the hope of the entire nation. A notification came about the end of the event, and it was said that after 10 seconds the lost battlefield will disappear forever. When one of the heroes shouted, the lost battlefield disappears, what does this mean? The man looked at the guy and asked, Lord Ning. The young man raised the amulet and said, Marantz, Marantz, Marantz. The silhouettes saluted him and thanked him. The long-haired man stood behind the brunette and asked for what purpose he repeated this phrase, this is already, and he answered, everyone will discuss how they get out of here, this place will soon disappear. After which notifications came about leaving the dungeon and calculating rewards, receiving equipment, items and rewards. The main character sat on a stone and said thanks to this battle he was finally able to increase his strength to the peak of the 2nd level. Yes, he should be happy. But for some reason he feels uneasy, in addition to the fact that he freed them, maybe you can do something else for them. A notification came as the yellow-eyed man looked at the screen and said, well, even if he wasn't given the extra mission, he would have agreed to do it anyway. The couple ran up to him as the man shouted, he's still here, thank goodness. They entered the dungeon from the wrong side, he was afraid he wouldn't find him. He then smiled and added, he just transferred the rewards for this event to him, he should have received them by now, to which he replied, oh, thank you. The brunette was standing next to her brother as he introduced her, and said that they would like to invite him to dinner, he would honor them with a visit, to which the protagonist replied, there was no need for dinner, he still had unfinished business, his help would be useful. The guy smiled and replied, he would be honored, that's what he needed, and the man said, he needed him to help him find the soldiers from the lost battlefield at home, he wanted to visit them. The long hair opened the screen and asked Lieutenant Su to quickly investigate the information about the original homes of the soldiers from the lost battlefield and send all the data to him, to which the man replied, will be done. Then Shin turned to Ning and said, they found what he asked for, it is 300 kilometers away, he will immediately request a landing ship to take him there, and he responded with gratitude. The protagonist entered the ship. When the girl asked her brother, he will just let him go, what about the disappearance of the lost battlefield? How will they explain this when they return? He knows how important the lost battlefield is to the military. Grandfather had to undergo a lot of threads to get the training field for the awakened. Then she frowned and added, he gave him all the rewards, and now he is also planning to help him cover it up. The brunette looked into the distance and replied, little sister is right, this matter is indeed serious. But he will not only help him cover it up, he will take full responsibility. Looking up, he added, and let her forget about what happened, even if they gave him 10,000, 100,000 or more points, then what? The brunette put out her hand and said she knows that he is very strong, but until now he has not shown any interest in them. Is he worth it? Brother smiled slyly and replied, he is. Let her allow him to explain. Firstly, they can't avoid the consequences, because as long as their political rivals exist, they will always look for a way to throw them out of the game. Instead of waiting for something to happen to them, let them take this chance to win the favor of Lord Ning. After which he looked sideways and added, secondly, the Lord asked him to help collect information. What does this mean? This means that he has no strength in the army now. The ship flew over the city, when the hero added, although he says little, it is clear that he deeply values a mutually beneficial relationship. In order to win such a person, you need to show real. The protagonist looked out the window and asked, I wonder if the soldiers from the lost battlefield are flying with him to their homes right now. Arriving at the ethnic group, the boy asked the grandmother if she remembered the warriors who left here 60 years ago, those who participated in the defense of Jiang. The old woman looked at the note and replied, Ning Marantz. The boy frowned and said, yes, they are home, everyone is home. Suddenly, a man ran up to him and said they checked everything. Among all the villagers who remember at least something about the soldiers who defended Jiang 60 years ago, there are only 5 elderly people left, and as he asked, they distributed a large amount of supplies throughout the village to improve life. Then the young man pointed his hand at the man and added, regarding the monument he mentioned, he brought the village headman. Ning is kind. Young Master Chen ordered them to follow all his instructions. The protagonist pointed at the son and said that he personally gives the village headman 4,000 credits to build a monument to the soldiers. Enough? To which the old man replied, more than enough, and he added that he should distribute the remaining money among the children of the village. The gray-haired man approached the young man, grabbed him by the clothes and began to thank him on behalf of the entire village. He would definitely clearly carve their names, and he replied, you are welcome, no need to thank him. Looking out the window, the brunette said that the ancestors should sleep peacefully. They were home now. The mission of the last wish was completed when the young man opened his eyes wide, looked at the amulet, and said, thank you to the ancestors for the blessing. He will wear it forever, until the very day he completely wins this war. Then he glanced at the screen, rubbed his beard and added, but reputation rewards are something that you can't buy for ordinary money. Perhaps this will be very useful for him in the further development of his influence in the army. After which, he remembered the master and thought, speaking of military influence, Chen might be a good choice. He didn't tell his seniors anything about the disappearance of the lost battlefield, and he complied with all of his requests, showing that he is a responsible person that he can rely on. Although he doesn't like him very much, he probably doesn't know the whole truth about the lost battlefield. He will check it again when he returns and see if he can get more benefits for himself. The doors were closed. The long-haired man walked up to the screen, smiled and asked Ning, he called him. The brunette smiled back and said that he would like to borrow 2 blue swords, preferably with a short cooldown. He doesn't mind, to which he replied, borrow them. The master waved his hand and added, no, he didn't mean that, it's just, he doesn't mind, he will find a way to get them for him, no need to borrow. Having said the last words about leaving the decision of this matter to him, the protagonist ended the call. The hero gave a fist, smiled and shouted. Ning asks him for help again. It seems that he trusts him more. His father and grandfather will definitely be happy when they hear this. The youth ate at the authentic noodle shop and said that Chen was too straightforward. This time he only got 3 free attribute points from the dungeon, without enhancing the blue equipment. His basic attributes except for willpower are only 26, and thought, he will never sell the necklace, and he won't get much from selling other materials. Now he doesn't even have enough for a psionic fruit. He thinks it's time to lie low until the cooldown of his strongest skill ends. Once he gets swords, he can try his luck in a high-level dungeon. He needs to earn as much as possible. Then he remembered a moment from the past and continued thinking, when advancing to level 3, there will be a chance to double all the attributes. In his past life, he hastily advanced to level 3, having only 20 points in each attribute at level 2, which led to low basic attributes at level 3. He was walking down the street and thinking, this time he would definitely raise all the basic stats to the level 2 limit of 31 points before accepting the level 3 promotion mission. At that time there should be a zombie horde outbreak in the Jiang safe zone. Suddenly, a guy stopped and asked, what kind of a level 3 killing fool is this? He turned around when paws were reaching behind him and he said, this is bad. His strongest skills are still rolling back. If he encounters a level 3 right now, he will definitely die. There were many people around the hero when he thought who it was, someone who wanted to kill him. The guy frowned and continued his thought. This is the inner city of the Jiang safe zone, and besides Chen, no one else knows his true identity. Is it the 3rd level commander from Jiang, from whom he stole the loot? Or did Chen change his plans? No, this is nonsense. He wants to recruit him. He has no reason to kill him, and he is sure that the commander from Jiang still hasn't figured out who stole his loot. He looked away and thought, maybe it's Lin Lan from the Blood Wolf squad. She found him so quickly. Considering that all his strongest skills are on cooldown, He can't even figure out who exactly is chasing him. The main thing now is to figure out a way to escape. It's worth taking a risk and activating the Thunderstrike boots. The protagonist stopped and began to calm himself down. The fact that someone was following him without taking any action meant that he was hesitating whether to act right now or not, which meant that they had no idea that his skills were on cooldown. Running away too quickly would only expose his weaknesses, and they would definitely make their decisive move. And now the best option was to pretend that he didn't know that someone was following him. He needed to find a place where he could hide. Then he looked away and thought he found it. Now is the time when people who can afford to go to a bar for a drink are considered rich and influential. The yellow-eyed man smiled and added, he'll go there and bluff his way through. The brunette was sitting at the bar. The girl was sitting next to him and saying, seriously, is it just her imagination, or are there only grumpy old men in the bar today? The man walked up to her and asked if she would go home after finishing her drink, when she waved her hand and told him to fuck off. Suddenly, she looked away and snorted. She fixed her gaze on Ning. He sat there with his eyes closed and thought. She was young, but she had this rebellious style, dyed hair, dramatic makeup, hanging out in clubs. She must be going through a rebellious period. The brunette walked up to him and said hello. The guy noticed her jewelry and thought. Her earrings and rings were all blue-level equipment. He then looked at her security and continued thinking, for people at the advanced and peak stage of level 2, probably her security guards, she must have a cool reputation and influential position to be able to afford something like that. The blue-eyed girl came even closer and asked if he was alone, wanted to drink together, and he thought he could still feel the murderous aura of level 3 outside the building. The heroine smiled broadly when the young man answered he would be happy to, but he was completely broke right now, and she answered, no big deal. She had a ton of money, called the bartender and asked for 2 cocktails. I won't go home today, and put them on her bill. The lady stuck out 2 fingers, apologized and said, but today she would use it to escape the eyes of her pursuer, and the young man thought, after all, not knowing all his abilities, and with 4 high-level second-level guards, even a third level would think twice about making his move or not. The girl turned her head, smiled and asked if he had the maturity to accompany his older sister to the hotel this evening, and he answered, well, The yellow-eyed man narrowed his eyes and thought, since she liked him so much and was a hunter, he would pretend to be her prey for a while. The men followed the couple and talked among themselves. One told brotherly that the young lady was going to leave with someone unknown. Should they stop her? Who shouted, he was crazy, he understands how she scolded them last time in the same situation when the first one asked, so what will they do now? The main one turned around, frowned and said what else they can do, let them quickly follow her, just let them make sure that nothing happens to her. The protagonist looked back and thought, the murderous aura is walking close behind the guards, still hasn't left. He has no choice but to go with her to the hotel and see what happens next. The night city was ablaze with lights. The brunette fell onto the bed when the guy thought, Yen Yuqing, no wonder, but she is the daughter of Yen Laijun, the commander of Safe Zone 317 and the president of Starlight Trading Company. One night in such a hotel costs as much as an ordinary person earns in half a year. Remembering the past, he added, in his past life, when he was just a desperate refugee, he worked as a security guard for the Starlight Trading Company, clearing out zombies. The young man looked at the lady and said technically, her dad is still his boss, to which she replied that he should not mention that damn old man, he is terrible. Then she put her hands on the hero's shoulders and asked him to hug her. The guy looked at her and thought, obviously she had a fight with her dad, and doing all this tonight to spite him, how childish, time not to scare him a little, to get his thoughts back in order. He threw her on the bed and shouted, is she serious? Well, in that case, he will not stand on ceremony with her, and she replied, hey. The protagonist approached her when she began to say, she. Suddenly she jumped up, began to run away and shouted, she will go take a shower first. Watching her leave, the protagonist thought, as expected, she herself turned out to be such a funny prey, although she acted like a hunter all evening. Water was flowing from the shower. The brunette stood on the balcony and thought, she was so brave in all her appearance. But in fact she was so weak and helpless, he doubted that she would come out of the bathroom soon. He looked down and thought, a murderous aura was right below, and this figure looked suspicious, but judging by the physique, it was not a woman, someone other than Lin Lan was sharpening his grudge against him, and who? After which the young man opened his eyes wide and continued his thought. Looking back, even after 2 lifetimes, he still had no answers about the time he passed out before the awakening assessment. A complete stranger committed suicide out of guilt, something did not add up. But if it was the person behind that incident trying to kill him, he could have just poisoned him, then why go to such lengths? Then he thought, Lin Lan was badly injured last time, she should still be recovering, but maybe she has connections with other hunter teams and hired another level 3 to kill him. No matter who it is, he needs to find a way to shake off the tracker and get out of here. The protagonist turned on the screen, called Fugue and asked him to get him a set of camouflage equipment as soon as possible. It should be incredibly realistic, something that will make him completely unrecognizable. and he replied, "Yes, master." The guy left the room when one of the guards asked, "So quickly finished?" and he replied, "Their young lady is very drunk. Let them make sure nothing happens to her." The elevator was going down. Yellow Eyes stretched out his hand towards the screen and said, "Equip camouflage gear." The transformation began. The brunette walked through the city and spoke. The third level did not pursue him. It seemed like the camouflage worked perfectly. He would say that it was close. Now he needs to quickly rise to the third level, or he will not be able to deal with all the enemies, both obvious and hidden. As for the young lady, he hopes she will take care of herself. The girl sat on the bed and held a piece of paper in her hand. She tried to write a note, her eyes wide open. It said, "He is not the type of person who does whatever he wants to others, taking advantage of the weakness of the state. So in the future, let her be more careful, and thanks for tonight." 2 days later, someone said, "Chen," as expected of a military guy with good connections, he got him 2 pieces of blue equipment in the blink of an eye. The protagonist held the swords in his hands and said, "The long sword of blazing flame, the short sword Yuchang, both top-end blue equipment." Squeezing one sword tighter, he said, "Enchantment of blazing flame." The hero swung and said, "Consumes 270 points of spiritual energy per second. The temperature of the blade can reach 2000 degrees. After that, he checked the blue sword enchantment Yuchang. He swung it and added, "Consumes 240 points of spiritual energy per second. The sharpness of the blade is comparable to a laser." The brunette stood on the ruins and said, "With his reserves of spiritual energy, this is only enough for a short fight." He looked at the screen and added, "These 2 swords plus the lightning speed of the thunderclap boots, the shield of the blood spirit armor, the crippling blade of the armor, the durability of the necklace of the ancestral oath." Then the protagonist lowered his head and said, "And with his 3 ultimate skills on cooldown, he can barely disguise himself as a 3rd level and enter the high-level dungeon of the Gates of Hell." He began to narrate that the Gates of Hell are an underground dungeon. On each subsequent floor, zombies or mutants await the awakened. Every 7th floor there is a special mutant, considered an elite monster. On the last floor there will be a mutant of the 3rd level peak. Standing among the rocks, he added, "In addition to the abundant rewards for mutants, there is also a spiritual energy crystal material that is different from other dungeons. If he is lucky enough to find a large piece, it will be worth more than any blue equipment." A notification came asking if he wants to enter the dungeon, to which the hero shouted, "Yes." The guy found himself in the dungeon and said, his success in achieving the maximum characteristics at the 2nd level depends on this conquest of the dungeon. The heroes looked around and said, "Wow, let them look at all these spirit crystals." The second one asked if he was dreaming or not. One such little one costs about 7,000 credits in the market. They could ensure their lives if they grabbed at least a handful. The brunette looked at his partners and ordered them to stop wasting time. All the spirit crystals in the Hell Gate can only drop for monsters. Even if they tear them off, they still can't take them with them. The protagonist stood in the crowd and thought, "There are 40 awakened here, and 21 of them are from the army." The man stood in front of the army and said, "Okay, quiet down there. This time the Hell Gate is controlled by the army, so let them consider themselves lucky." Then he introduced himself as Yang Pin and said that he was a colonel of the 7th Army Group, a 3rd awakened. After which he began to narrate that they were surrounded by 18 tunnels teeming with zombies. If they survived, they would be generously rewarded. In each tunnel there would be 3 people in a group. Let them act efficiently, maximize their income. If more people go into the tunnel, the share of the loot of each participant will decrease. When they reach the 7th floor, all the tunnels will converge. There they will attack the elite mutants together. The brown-eyed frowned and added, "They have 4 3-level and 10 peak 2nd level among the military, so they can unite in pairs and insert one of them." The boy smiled and shouted, "Cool," and the second added, "Lucky so lucky." The brunette extended his hand and said, "But first, if they decide to follow the 3-level, they will need to give up 70% of the loot. If they choose the peak 2nd level, then it is 50%. Of course, they will do everything possible to keep them alive." After which he ordered the 3-level, peak 2nd level ones to take a step forward, and the rest to retreat. The heroes agreed and shouted, "Yes, Colonel," and he added, "Okay, people, it's time to choose." The young men began to fuss and said, "Of course, the army offers a good deal, but they are asking too much. Who enters the Gates of Hell without the intention of risking their lives for resources? But looking at the aura of these 3-level ones, it is really safe to follow them." The man walked up to them and frowned. Then he stretched out his teeth and introduced himself as Ming, a newbie 3rd level, from the Demon Hunter Corps. Only takes 50%, will only take advanced awakened 2nd level ones into his team. Yellow Eyes looked at him and thought, "I didn't expect that among the ordinary awakened ones there would be a 3rd level, and he is from the most famous organization, the Demon Hunter Corps." Blue Eyes frowned and introduced himself as Huang Kai, a level 3 newbie, takes 50%, will only take advanced level 2 awakens into his team. The protagonist was surprised when he saw him and thought, "This aura. He thinks he has seen him somewhere before." The hero looked at the guy and thought, "Ning," and he thought, "A murderous aura. Don't tell him that this is the level 3 who has been watching him for a few days. A farming team won't come to such a dungeon swarming with level 3s, he is here alone, so it must be a pure coincidence. The men's gazes crossed as one of them thought, it's too late to change his appearance now. But fortunately his core skill cooldown time has ended, thinking he'll do it the hard way, he'll find a good opportunity and kill him later. And the other thought, he might lose him another day. But now he's just handed himself over on a silver platter. Lin Lan said that this bastard has a very powerful skill. He'll have to wait until he uses his best skills before he makes a move. The protagonist stepped forward, introduced himself and said, level 3 newbie, only takes 40% with no level restrictions. The two looked at him and said, he doesn't have the badge and aura that other level 3s have, he looks pretty ordinary. Doesn't look like a level 3, although he's asking for less, it doesn't seem safe. The man walked up to the guy, spread his arms and asked if he really was already hungover for level 3, didn't believe it, and the guy replied, isn't pretending to be level 3 in a dungeon like this a one-way ticket to certain death. The soldier turned his head, looked at the colonel and asked if he had the highest susceptibility here, could he tell what level Ning was, to which he replied that he couldn't say for sure, but judging by the blue gear he was wearing, it wasn't something a regular level 2 would get, plus, he was right. Only a fool would pretend to be level 3 in this dungeon. There was 1 minute left before the dungeon started. When the heroes started shouting, the mission is starting, everyone, quickly let them form their teams. The people formed groups when the three of them stood opposite each other. The protagonist scratched his head and asked, no one is choosing him. The brunette laughed and replied, what a funny level 3 he was, who could even believe him. He then waved his finger and added, now they either follow the second to awaken from the military, or let them take these 2 remaining trash that no one wants to choose. The lady looked at Ning, introduced herself and said that she was a range cultivator, could they team up with him, and the guy standing next to him added that his name was Jean Bin, a willpower class awakened. The youth looked at them and replied, okay, the 2 of them will go with him, to which they thanked him. Pointing his finger at the wall with a number, when someone shouted, now that the teams are formed, each group chooses a tunnel and heads inside, the protagonist said that they are taking the 18th tunnel, let them talk about their specialties along the way. Following the protagonist, the girl began to speak, she is a spellcaster, she can use a maximum of 3 skills, but all of them are from level 1, so the strength may be weak, and the guy added, he is in the willpower class, but he has a spiritual machine gun, there should be no problem suppressing first level mutants. Yellow-Eyed smiled and answered them, their strength, when the heroes began to apologize and say, they should not have come here, in fact, if not for the circumstances. Suddenly, the brunette turned around and said, together they are not that weak, let them not worry, since he took their payment for protection, he guarantees that they will leave here alive. Then he frowned and shouted, they are coming, let them prepare for battle. Monsters appeared in front of the team, when the protagonist noticed, 473 zombies, 2 of them are level 1. The couple became wary and said, how did he know how many zombies there are, it could only be a level 3 skill. The guy made a dash and thought, the early floors are easy, he will save as much spiritual energy as possible. He flew past the monsters and thought that he will try to clear alone until the 7th floor using only basic skills, without using any sorcery charms or major skills. The youth made a strike, when the lady opened her eyes wide and said, wow, such agile movements, and the guy added, he does not think the Lord uses any spiritual energy at all, only pure combat techniques. A notification came that the first floor was cleared. The opponents were lying on the floor. When the couple asked in surprise, is that all, they did not even have time to fight. The first level mutant was killed, for which the heroes received 100 fragments of spirit crystals as a reward. The heroes looked at the screens when the girl said they did nothing on this floor, but received 60 spirit crystals, and this is 600 credits, and the guy added, it seems that they not only came to the right place, but also chose the right person. Then the protagonist said that 1 spirit crystal costs 10 credits, this is a cool 4,800 credits for him, and even before adding the commission. The 3 stood on the 7th floor and said, everyone has been waiting for 5 whole minutes, where is this 3-level Ning? When the hero said yes, he said that he deceived everyone, that he is 3-level, and the main one added, it makes no sense, even the peak 2nd-level ones have already left. The brunette smiled slyly and thought, it seems like this guy has a hard time dealing with even level 1 mutants without using his main skills, let's see how he handles a peak level 2 mutant. If he doesn't use his main skill, the monster will tear him apart, and if he does, he will be the one to finish him off. Suddenly, Team Ning appeared and he said they are here. The brunette frowned and replied, finally, so everyone is here. To clear the 7th floor they need to defeat at least 5 peak level 2 mutants to maximize their income. Each of the 7 3-level ones will lure out 1 strongest mutant. The rest of the teams can team up to deal with the others. He then extended his hand and told the heroes to remember, if things get bad, they can always turn to them for help, just be willing to share the loot, of course, to which the protagonist replied, thanks for the offer, but they can handle it. The couple looked at each other and the lady said that the Lord was incredibly fast on the first few floors. But on the 6th floor when they encountered those peak level 1 crystal ants, he was clearly having a hard time, He was definitely fast, but his attacks didn't seem to do much damage, and the guy added, really, maybe he was saving his strength, they should trust him. A notification came in that 8 peak level 2 mutants had activated. Yellow Eyes smiled and thought, the monsters were lined up almost perfectly. If he could manage to destroy all the monsters before anyone else could enter the battle, well, they couldn't blame him for being efficient, right? The man covered himself with his shield and thought, his time had finally come. Once he had dealt with his target, he would come for him. The protagonist fought the monster and thought, it was a pity that he couldn't destroy Kai now, but in order not to accidentally injure the military, he would have to wait a little longer. Suddenly, he used a beam of light from the heavenly rift. The heroes looked ahead tensely. Words were heard that Ning had destroyed them all with one blow. This was impossible. Even an average level 3 couldn't destroy one of these creatures with one attack. Kai thought he had only heard that his trump skills were the main danger, but there was no word about him being so strong. Link covered her mouth, exclaiming that this was Lord Ning's true strength. John said that he knew it, he had completely held back before. The guy landed with his hands behind his back. Looking ahead, Ning thought that this prey should be worth about 50 to 60,000 credits. The system reported that the peak level 2 mutant, multi-headed bloodsucker, was killed. The reward was 680 spirit crystals. The peak level 2 mutant, giant rotting zombie, was killed. The reward was 720 spirit crystals. The system calculated the rewards and reported that all participants received 150 crystals as a reward. The comrades hugged each other with smiles. Link asked to tell her that she was not sleeping. They just hit the jackpot. They will be able to pay for Mother's treatment. The guy confirmed that she was not sleeping, and he was not sleeping. They just earned 400 credits without doing anything. This is more than they earn in half a year. The hero looked at Pin, who said that he really held back. It was impressive from them, and apologized in response, saying that he did not calculate the strength of his attacks. It just happened. Kai smirked, saying that he destroyed everything, left nothing for the rest. He does not care how strong he is. There is such a thing as fair play, especially when a military man is fighting side by side with him. Looking at him, Ning thought that he was deliberately trying to stir up trouble. He was using the army to test him. The man smirked wickedly, thinking that his trump card had been spent, so now he felt insecure about these 3 levels. Now they would see if they could push his buttons a little. The brunette calmly looked at him. They could still activate more monsters in this area since there was no force purification condition, which meant that there were still peak level 2 mutants left for everyone, so they would just pretend that nothing happened, let them activate another wave of monsters, and he promised that he would not interfere. The man pointed his finger at him with displeasure, asking how dare he talk down to them. Did he think he was better than everyone, or was he trying to disrespect the colonel with his attitude? Pin, who was standing behind him, sternly called for silence. Intergroup conflicts were the last thing they needed in a paid group. On the contrary, it was good that they had such a strong ally. Besides, Ning was right. They would just activate another wave. Kai turned to him with displeasure, saying that if the colonel said so, but they would not receive compensation for the last wave. He was afraid Ning would have to take on another second-tier mutant. The additional rewards for clearing should serve as compensation for everyone. The colonel waved his hand and said that he agreed with their questioner. Could he take on another mutant? And thought that given the disparity between his current job and the previous one, it wouldn't hurt to observe his fighting style a little more. Ning said with a confident smile that of course it wouldn't be difficult, and thought to himself that Kai had failed to turn the team against him. So now he wanted to use the peak second tier to force him to use his trump card. He needed to save his meteorite sword skill for the 3 tiers on the 14th floor and save the dimensional strike for emergencies. A notification appeared that the final wave of 8 peak level 2 mutants had been activated. They should be ready to fight. Several Fang mutants appeared in front of the participants. The hero thought that he would then rely on his combat skills, the magic of the equipment. This time killing one monster should not be too difficult, and perhaps he could even lure Kai into a mistake. The green monster attacked with its mouth open. The guy thought that this was great, large-scale mutants of the defensive type. Ning looked at it carefully, and then quickly jumped up, thinking that the optimal strategy now was to hit and run until he exhausted it. The attack left bright rays. A cross-shaped mark appeared on the monster's body. Ning thought that this was not good. Its output was still too low. 1 hit and 2 broke through its defense, and did not cause any real damage. The man swung his hammer, leaving a mark. Kai smiled, thinking, he knew it all. Without his main skills he is nothing. Once he deals with this beast, Ning is next. The monster opened its mouth and roared. Ning rushed to attack with shining blades, calling on his skills. A bright beam of attack cut the monster's paw. A mark was left on it. A cry was heard that this crocodile skin is really thick. Even with the enchanted blue equipment, he cannot break his leg with 1 blow. The monster opened its mouth again. Then he swung his green tail. Crossing his arms, the guy blocked the blow. The crocodile turned and roared again. The comrades looked at the fight in fear, exclaiming that Ning is in trouble. Zhang fired a huge machine gun. Link, putting out her hands, attacked with blue ice spikes. Bright beams crashed into the monster's body. He turned his red eye to them. And opening his mouth, he turned to the heroes. They looked scared. The guy said that their skills do not work on him, and the girl noted that now it is definitely the end. A bright beam slashed across the monster's face. Ning ordered to retreat. He can handle it alone. He jumped, raising his blades, and thought that although he cannot kill it in one blow after enchanting. The cut left a mark. The hero continued that the damage is much higher than before. The guy dealt the monster many slashes, thinking that he will continue to hit and run until he can wear it out. Pin swept away the sacred blade for cutting zombies. Ming attacked the monster with an axe that splits the sky. Kai hit the monster with a golden hammer. Anxiously watching the battle, Link said that all the other 3 level 1s destroyed their targets. But Lord Ning is still stuck in this protracted fight. The movement noted that the fighting style is very strange. He managed to destroy 8 monsters at one time before. The guy furrowed his brows as he continued. Why was he taking so long to fight him now? The others looked at the roaring monster. Looking ahead, Pin wondered why his damage was so low. If it weren't for his enchanted blue gear, he would probably be a peak level 2 at best. This didn't make sense. Yong looked over his shoulder at the others, thinking, okay, now that they're done, Kai will probably try to make his move. He needs to be on guard. Covering himself with his shield, the man ran forward, shouting for him not to overdo it. He's coming to help. Looking back, Ning wondered if he was going to kill him and take the kill from this monster as a bonus. Lightning flew from his kick. The hero thought, it's a shame for him, he's almost done, and he won't get anywhere. Bright lightnings flew around. A cry of full enchantment of equipment was heard. Thunderstrike boots. Lightning dash. Ning raised his leg, swinging for a strike. He stabbed the shining blade surrounded by lightning into the monster's body, and used a blow to the intestines. A man with a hammer was approaching from behind. Ning blocked the hammer strike with a red shield, protection and armor of the soul blood. He raised his leg, surrounded by lightning, and used a crippling blade, leg armor. A bright beam of attack cut off the monster's head. The warrior slid his knee on the ground. Pin crossed his arms, telling Ning that his help was needed after all. Kai turned around. He held a hammer in his hand, thinking that he was wearing Lin Lan's equipment, but it was so powerful that his spiritual energy would not be able to withstand the strain. He would soon escape from this dungeon. He must kill him before that happened. Confidently looking forward, Yong asked, was he looking for an excuse to attack him? The leader placed his hand on the man's shoulder, saying that he had already dealt with the monster, let him not be greedy. But he replied that he should move away, this was their personal matter. The guy grabbed the hilt of his sword and said that he had no idea what he was talking about, but since it was personal. He stood in front of him and suggested that they go to the 14th floor and resolve their differences there, so as not to waste everyone else's time. Kai frowned at him, asking, was he not planning on just leaving here? He frowned, thinking that he had already spent his best moves on enchanted equipment to pass to the next round, equal to suicide. Was he stupid or did he have something up his sleeve? Surrounded by the glow, the heroes looked into each other's eyes. The brunette told them not to worry, he would not go anywhere until the 14th floor. The opponent replied that it was good, they would settle everything on the 14th floor, if he even lived to see it. Pin looked sternly and shouted that it was enough, let everyone choose a tunnel and move on to the next stage. People were running from monsters in tunnel number 9 on the 10th floor. Kai ran with a shield in his hand, telling his comrades that he was being chased by clawed creatures from the 8th floor. They appeared out of nowhere and attacked. Let them not go far and not blame him if they died. A long paw was reaching out of the hole in the ground, the comrades agreed. One of them turned around, looking at the claws. He screamed when it attacked his hand. The second one turned around and cursed, looking at it. The team leader blocked the attack with his shield, and then hit with his hammer. Another long paw was approaching him from behind. Kai turned around, looking at it. It slid past his face. The comrades sent round spiritual bullets forward. A mark from the attack remained on Kai's face. He told the others that this monster almost tore out his eyes. This changes everything. He takes 90%. If they do not agree, they can go look for their share elsewhere, or they want to repeat his feat and also lose an eye. The guy who protected him wanted to be indignant. He gritted his teeth when he heard that it was not his last skill and the other one was useless now. What can they do except rely on him? He said it was betrayal, and the second one added that leaving now was the same as dying, but returning without loot was also a bad option. The man clenched his hammer in displeasure, demanding that they not talk nonsense. He cared about the integrity of his own skin or some money. Let him choose. Turning away, he said that if there were no objections, let him quickly follow him. The guys ran after him. Kai turned around, gritted his teeth. His gaze became surprised. Black shadows flew from the darkness. Monsters were lying on the ground. Team Pin was being examined. The brunette smiled, saying that the next floor was right in front of them. There were only 2 floors left. The guy with blue hair added that this dungeon was easy, but the leader told them to shut up and concentrate. And suddenly a black beam attacked the guy. It was the tail of a black monster that looked like a stingray. A cry was heard that the zombie beam was above. Let them dodge. Ning ran forward along tunnel number 18 on the 12th floor and told his comrades to turn left and then right and stay close, not lagging behind. A cry was heard asking for help. Link looked away and said that in the other tunnels, it seems like something is wrong. But here everything is calm for now, or so it seems. John said that he agreed. Compared to the first 7 floors, this is just a walk in the park. Pointing with her hand, the girl asked if there were simply fewer monsters in their tunnel, and heard that it seemed like Ning had some special gift, as if he could sense their presence, so he tried to stay away. Dust flew up at his feet. Stopping behind the leader, the guy asked, "Is something wrong?" Ning's eyes were glowing, and he thought about whether there was a way to avoid what was ahead of them, and replied that at 97 degrees, a ghoul was clinging directly in front of them. They could not get around it. The monster opened its toothy mouth. There was another monster hiding behind the gray wall. Ning said that in the second tunnel on the left, 16 meters away, a blood eater was hiding. The monster, its eyes were glowing red. Zhang exclaimed in surprise that he did not feel them. He could see straight through everything. Link opened her mouth, surprised that such an ability actually existed. Ning rushed forward, saying that he would go first and kill it. The two of them in 3 seconds should follow him, and then he would defeat the tail eater, and they would meet at the third turn on the right in 30 seconds. A red mark was left from the swing of the sword. The guy held a burning sword in front of the monster, and ordered them to run no matter what they heard, and not to look back. At the meeting point on the 14th floor, Pin asked the hunters where their team leaders were. The masked guy said that they were all dead. Who would have thought that these low-level ambush monsters would be more dangerous than fighting a high-level one? He had to burn a lot of skills just to survive with this one agility class hunter. Brown-haired frowned, saying that this is bad. The upper management wants a lot of spirit crystals, but it seems they won't get them. The comrade added that if they can't get them themselves, they will have to resort to buying from the other 3 levels. The injured classmates followed Kai. A cry was heard that Yun Ming and Kai had returned. He managed to bring someone with him. The bloodstained man said that this is a cursed dungeon. Where did all these rotten worms come from? In front of them was the number 18. The guy said that they were waiting for Ning. If his team joined they would have more people, but his fighting ability was really questionable. Kai, who was standing behind him, exclaimed in displeasure for him to listen to him. This guy was clearly not who he said he was just a disguise, putting on a lot of equipment, and trying to seem tougher than he really was. Killing monsters was just a one-time finishing move, nothing more. He pointed to the wound on his face, saying that he highly doubted that they survived. He would bet anything, even his face. The man took a step. Ning smirked, saying that then it looks like he will soon lose his ugly face. Kai asked in surprise, "Are they still alive?" Pin added that they were not even injured. Yun Ming, with an axe on his back, asked, "How is this possible? Were they supposed to be attacked?" Link put her hand on her hip and said that Lord Ning had led them away from most of the mutants. And Zhang asked why they all looked so exhausted. Hadn't they managed to escape? That he would bet his face that their group would die out. The man glanced sideways at the curved knife, saying that he had definitely been to this dungeon many times. Memorizing the route was cheating. Pin, who was standing behind him, said that it was impossible, because every time he entered the hellish dungeon, its landscape completely changed. He looked at the guy carefully, thinking that he definitely had some special skills and knowledge. If he could be recruited, it would be a huge asset to the army. Kai frowned forward, thinking that this was not cheating. It meant that Ning's strength was not at all what he thought. Now he could not act rashly. He would wait for the 3rd-level mutants to appear and check him again. The brunette smirked, saying that they were on the 14th floor. They would sort out their differences. Or he was scared, so brave in words, but not in practice. The leader came closer and said that they would soon be fighting 3rd-level mutants. Let them think about a common cause first. The hero said that since the colonel ordered it, he would follow his instructions. Pin crossed his arms, saying that there were 2 initial-rank 3rd-level mutants on this level. They, the military, would take on one, the rest would fight the others together, and after the battle, they would leave the dungeon. Kai gritted his teeth, saying that he did not agree with such a division. They, the military, had 4 3rd-level fighters and 6 fighters at the peak of the 2nd. He pointed his finger at the hero, saying that their group only had 3 fighters from the 3rd level, and one of them could be a fake. Out of the 5 2nd-level fighters, 2 were just scum. Brown-haired turned around, saying that he was talking about an individual 3rd-level fighter who killed 8 2nd-level monsters with 1 blow. If it came to that, if they really couldn't handle it, they could send reinforcements, but they would raise the commission. Ning touched his chest with a smile and said that everything was fine, but if they needed help, they should call him right away. The man with a scar on his face thought that he was so confident in himself, so he definitely had some trump cards. The guy with the dirty face thought that this Ning's strength was really mysterious. Pin raised his fist, saying that then they will begin, these 2 grave worms. A huge monster was approaching a group of people. The colonel opened his mouth. The same monster was approaching from the other side. The guy took the sword behind his back. Flashes appeared near the monster's body. The heroes looked to the side. A limb hit the shield. Turning around, Kai asked why he was not moving. Ning's sword glowed red, he said that he was coming. The warrior jumped high, raising his axe. He attacked the monster from top to bottom. Ning was approaching from the other side. Bright marks were left from his attacks. The legs were surrounded by lightning from the use of boots with electric spikes. He stepped on his head. Kai asked him to step back. Ning moved forward quickly, not listening to the indignation of his opponent. He cursed when the monster's mouth approached him. The claw hit the shield. It was moving quickly next to him. A new blow crashed into the shield again. The man fell on his back. Turning to him, Ning asked if he was okay. Opening his mouth, Kai indignantly said that he did it on purpose. Two groups of warriors surrounded the monsters. The guy with the sword approached the monster, saying that he would protect the hero. He thought that these two were still 200 meters away. If they approached 100 meters, he would be able to kill them at the same time. The warrior held an axe and said that they needed to focus on the monsters first. He alone would not be able to hold them all back. Looking at his comrade, the brunette told all the second-level fighters to focus on helping, and Yunming, he would be with Kai. They could withstand everything. The monster attacked with its paw again. Kai looked back, dissatisfied, saying that he had moved all the second-level fighters back. How could they fight this monster without support? And heard that if he could hold on for 3 seconds, he would guarantee to kill it. Covering himself with a shining shield, he agreed, saying that he would believe after they killed the monster, he would talk to him again, and thought that he definitely had some kind of trump card. He would show it when he used it. The attack hit the shield. He exclaimed that he had held on. Let him use his super attack. Ning thought that there was still 50 m left. Holding the pressure of the claw, Kai cursed. The guy ran up to Pin from behind, saying that they could no longer hold him. Someone turned around, asking again. The monster's attack knocked him down. Ning crossed his arms with weapons, told everyone to retreat. He was going to use a powerful attack and did not want to hurt anyone. He thought that he would first deceive them, and then get closer. It would be more reliable. The guy spread his arms to the sides. Red beams attacked the monster. The second monster was attacked by a blue blade. Pin frowned and said that this was not at all like the attack he used to kill monsters before. The dirty Kai noticed that this was not some kind of super attack at all. Both monsters were approaching the hero. He shouted that 2 grave worms were between them. Now was the time, and used a storm of swords. The attack beam crossed the monster. The man covered his head with his hand. He gritted his teeth, saying that this man's strength would simply crush them. He could wipe them all into dust with one swing of his sword, and they would not even have time to squeak. And what could they do against such power? Absolutely nothing. Yunming's eyes widened. He said that looking at him now, he realized that he was not just a 3-tier, at least a mid-stage or high-stage 3rd-tier. First-class soldiers like them could not compare to him. From the smoke, the face of the deceased Kai appeared. A scream was heard. Since he did not tell him to dodge, why is he still here? Raising his shield and hammer, Ning said that he died protecting him. But do not worry, he will take care of all his equipment. His comrades frowned at him. The system reported that the round was cleared. All participants were awarded rewards of 300 spirit crystals. Personal reward will be calculated based on the contribution. Now they can choose to continue or quit. The brown-haired man standing behind said that if they continue, mid-stage 3rd-tier mutants will start to appear. Standing in front of him, Pin said that the army is coming out of the dungeon, but with his ability. The brunette closed his eyes, saying that he was also pretty tired. They would leave from here and thought that he only had one trump card left, dimensional dissection, but he needed to take care of it. Colored crystals were shining ahead. Words were heard that before they all dispersed, there was something to discuss. The leader stood in front of the team, saying that he had a profitable offer for them. The army was ready to buy all the spiritual crystals from them at a price higher than the market price, 11 credits per piece. And John smiled, saying that it was cool, they would also earn extra money. The second guy said that he agreed, since he was going to sell them. Pin pointed his hand at the others, saying that those who agreed could go and trade with them. After that they could leave the dungeon. Ning glanced at the guy when he heard the question. What about him? He has the most spiritual crystals here. The army needs them now. And wondered, how about he first tell him why the army needs so many spiritual crystals? He imagined the silhouette of a man and an arrow, saying that they need a huge amount of spiritual crystals to start the cultivation project, helping low-level awakens level up. They bought all the spiritual crystals in the market, but it is still not enough. Ning looked down, thinking that these spiritual crystals can really increase the strength of an awakened. Their consumption efficiency is disproportionate to the initial stage of the first level. The crystals needed to rise to the middle. To reach the highest stage of the second level, a person needs to spend at least 1,000,000 credits. The hero stood in a thoughtful pose, thinking that the army is spending a lot just on the cultivation project. A balance window appeared above his head. He said to let him think about it. He only had 27,000 spirit crystals. How about rounding it up to 300,000 credits for everything? Pin smiled enthusiastically, saying that he would still round it up even if he didn't say. Besides, is he interested in clearing this dungeon a few more times? Closing his eyes, the hero replied, No, Entering the dungeon multiple times with the same people will result in the rewards earned also decreasing. It's meaningless. Introducing the cloaked figure, the military man said that if he wanted to bring different people to clear this dungeon multiple times, it would attract General Tang's attention. To be honest, they are only collecting all these spirit crystals for the general's second son. He presented a triangular diagram with the class sequences and said that he had great potential, and after passing the third sequence, he would soon be able to become a full-fledged awakened of the third level. He would even be able to break the barrier of the fourth class. Looking at him resolutely, Ning told him to shut up, to leave immediately after the trading was over. The other man looked at him in surprise and remained silent. Dust rose in the air. Ning drove down the street, thinking that his income seemed insignificant against the backdrop of these huge funds that were invested in the army to develop their projects and people. He had protective glasses on his eyes. The guy thought that using only the power of the cultivation project did not provide stable results. Soldiers in combat conditions, such fighters would not be sufficiently prepared in a real dungeon. The army was wasting resources. He imagined the guy's figure surrounded by radiance, thinking that before it seemed to him that in his past life he had everything his heart desired, but now he understands that in fact he was completely empty. What he considered significant then now seems completely unimportant against the backdrop of the current scale at the moment, the largest amount of resources among all those who are on the third sequence. Looking through the glasses, the hero thought that this was funny. He should increase the level of all his attributes to the maximum as soon as possible, participate in the third level test, then this time will come, he will be able to enter the first sequence, he will have enough strength to change the current situation. In the rich room, there was a large chandelier. Ning was sitting at a table with green fruits, saying that now that all his attributes are at level 26, except for willpower, the higher his attributes, the more spiritual fruits he needs to eat to increase them. The system reported that his strength, agility and constitution are 26, willpower 31. He brought the fruit to his mouth, saying that he will eat them all first, and then see if it is enough. The guy began to eat the fruits. The system reported an increase in strength, agility and constitution by 1. As a result, there were much fewer fruits on the table. The system offered to notify about the increase. The guy looked at the green fruit in his hand, saying he was full. This was the last one. He was almost at 30 points and should continue eating. He bit into the fruit. The system reported that the constitution was +1. All attribute points were at maximum. He could use gacha once. A gacha lottery circle appeared in front of him. He asked what could get one tick when he had maximum attribute points. His finger reached for the button. The hero said that he was starting and hoped that he could draw one epic equipment set. The lottery spun. He continued that he wanted an epic weapon like a sword, then his strength would double. The system reported that epic equipment, a lucky ring, was obtained. The brunette looked forward, saying that he did not get equipment, only a ring. Holding an ornament with a blue stone, saying that this is also not bad, ring-type equipment is also rare. Does a lucky ring have something to do with willpower? In front of him was a description window, an epic rank luck ring. It is a space-type storage. It can obtain 100 by 100 by 100 cubic meters of storage space, but it cannot store living beings. Looking at the description window, Ning said that despite the lack of visible properties, this ring has an incredible ability to store 1,000,000 cubic meters. It is simply amazing. It means that he can take hundreds of nuclear warheads with him anywhere inside this ring. The description of the equipment skill appeared. Willpower conversion. It can convert willpower attributes into others for 2 seconds. The conversion limits of the second level are 5 points, the third 10 points, the fourth 20 points, the fifth 100 points. Ning enthusiastically read this, exclaimed that this ability is too strong. He is now at the highest stage of the second level. This means that he can convert willpower into any desired attribute directly during combat. His eyes widened, this consciousness when he realized that there is a fifth level, that is, above the third and fourth. Could it be the limit of a human being, or could there be fifth level mutants? A notification about the World of Luck appeared. This exclusive equipment, the character who put it on will be especially cared for in the World of Luck. But let him remember that this is SS class equipment, one of the most powerful, and must be used wisely. Holding the ring, the guy asked what the World of Luck is. He has never heard of it, even when his past world was on the verge of destruction. Could it be a world where fifth level mutants exist? He put the ornament on his finger, saying that this ring may be related to the mysterious future. He can't sell it. Gui looked out from the system window. Ning told him to sell the hammer, golden shield and all other enhancement items. She earned in credits to spin spiritual fruits. The two of them looked at the system window. It said that normal system fruits have limitations. They can only raise their attributes to a maximum of level 30. To break through this barrier, high-grade fruits are needed. Turning to the assistant, the guy asked to buy high-grade spirit fruits with all the credits he earned from selling items. The hero looked down thoughtfully, thinking that he was so close to reaching the maximum 31 attribute points for the second level. The zombie horde from the safe zone will come in 2 days. By then his ultimate skills should be updated. He imagined himself standing on the mountain of monsters, thinking that if he raised the level of all his attributes to the maximum today, then he will be able to intimidate everyone when the horde comes. After that he will ask to participate in the 3rd grade test. He is sure that no one will be able to reject him by then. A worried Gui appeared from the window, telling the master that he cannot find high-grade spirit fruits in the market. Ning touched his chin thoughtfully, hearing that it seemed like they had all been bought by the army, and asked if he should contact Yong now. A window appeared in front of him to call Yong. A long-haired guy appeared on the screen, exclaiming that he still remembered him, and thought that maybe this guy had telepathic powers. He called him as soon as he thought of him. The long-haired guy on the screen thought that the trading party had just discovered the formation of a supernatural class dungeon, and said out loud that he had been chosen as the leader for an important cleansing mission. Maybe they could do it together, they would receive a good reward, and there would most likely be little danger. The brunette crossed his arms and clarified, A class? A supernatural dungeon had just formed? The guy in the blue window said that the point is that this dungeon had just begun to form. The quest systems that usually appear in such places did not exist yet. Yong raised a finger, saying that since the dungeon had not yet been fully formed, now was the best time to infiltrate. If trouble arose, they could always quickly leave the danger zone. The hero looked at him, hearing that in addition, such unusual places were overflowing with otherworldly creatures, and now their number had not yet reached its peak. However, in this case, the situation was slightly different. Currently there was only one such entity. Ning asked what conditions he was offering. The other man smiled, saying that if he agreed to go with them, even if they failed the quest, he would personally pay him 10,000 credits, and if everything went well, then in addition to 70% of the profits from the dungeon, the trading group would add another 30,000. Thoughtfully touching his chin, the guy said, how generous. He guessed that they wanted to create a walkthrough guide for future business. Jing awkwardly scratched his neck, saying that he was right. If he had any conditions, let him tell him. Ning smiled slightly, saying that he was smart. In addition to what he had already said, he wanted to get another 20% of their future profits. And of course, he was counting on high-quality spiritual fruits. The mountains in Hebei village. The car drove along a winding road. Looking out the window, Ning thought that the outbreak of the cherry horde zombies would start in 2 days. His ultimate skill was also on cooldown. He would use this time to clear such a dungeon that did not require physical skill. The car stopped, turning around. The guy turned around, telling Ning that they had arrived. A group of people were approaching them. The guy touched his chest, saying that he was the son of the vice president of Tiansheng Trading Group, Jing. It was a great honor for him to meet him. The hero replied that he had heard of him. He pointed his hand at the man, asking him to introduce him to some of his people. This is he, a hunter of the agility and psychic class. He is a professional hired by him at a high price. The rest are his workers. The bald man said that he is only a 2nd level, but when it comes to dungeons, he is a real king. He does not even reach his soul. Jing clasped his hands with a smile and asked Ning not to be offended. He is just a straightforward person, but he has experience in clearing supernatural dungeons. He waved his hand and asked when they finished greeting, why don't they go inside and take a look? His foot stepped into a puddle. Lantern turned around and told them to listen to his orders. After they entered inside, he must follow the instructions he received in his system. Let him not relax because he was level 3 and think that everything will be easy. If something goes wrong, let him not blame him for his death. Ning was surprised at what he heard, asking, the system's instructions, isn't this dungeon still being formed? Are there any system missions? The man pointed at himself, saying that this was his ability. It allowed him to receive additional information about what was happening from the system, like missions. Looking at it carefully, the brunette thought that this was a rare talent that gave him an advantage, because he knew in advance what to expect. It seemed like Yong and Jing had done a lot of preparation for this dungeon. People were collecting water from the river. They heard words that this place was by the river. The locals sell water to the safe zone and make a living that way. But they found that the wheels of their rickshaws were rusty, which meant that they had not been to the safe zone for a long time. A man was pouring water into a barrel over the edge. They heard words that they no longer understood that they needed to sell their water. A man with an indifferent face poured water from a bucket. The escort continued that they seemed to be stuck in an endless cycle. They continued to take water from the river and fill a full jug with it. The man walked towards them and asked the soldiers where they were from. Yong, who was standing opposite, answered that they were from the army of the Cherry Safe Zone. People were reporting water pollution in their area. The man turned away displeased, saying that he knew it. That woman who drowned in the river would kill them all. Looking at him carefully, Ning asked, is the river really polluted? Then what happened? What caused it? The man tried to object fearfully, saying that he was just guessing. The river here is very clean. Looking at him sternly, the hero said that if he did not explain everything now, they would be forced to detain them. The villager threw up his hands, saying that 7 days ago, Shue's death has nothing to do with it. She stole something and was thrown into the river. That day there was a downpour. The water flow was very fast. She was washed away in an instant. Yong sternly approached, asking, did she jump into the river after stealing something? They forced her to do it, and heard that no, it really has nothing to do with it. The long-haired man raised his finger, asking if it has nothing to do with them. Why is he retreating? However, Ning stopped him. Looking at the figure of the interlocutor, he thought that his hands gave away that he might have been in the water for a long time. If their fears were confirmed, any action they took could lead to unpredictable consequences. The one standing behind, he said that he didn't know, he thought he had decided everything too quickly. Ning smiled and told the man to relax. Where was the family of the deceased? Let him bring them to them. If they really didn't find anything related to them, they wouldn't cause them any trouble. The worried man agreed. He pointed his hand at one of the buildings, saying that here was the house. Only her mother and daughter Ro were left there. Her house was too cold, he could only bring them here. The group entered the room. The man said that the frost penetrated right to the bones. There was clearly something wrong in this house. In front of the heroes were full barrels of water. Looking at this, the guy thought, why are there so many jugs of water and water stains? Suddenly, an old woman emerged from the barrel. The people did not expect this and cursed. Looking forward sternly, Ro said, don't worry, it seems she was affected by the atmosphere of the dungeon, but she has not yet completely entered the spiritual state. The old woman opened her mouth and asked, who are they? Looking at her, Ning replied that they were here to investigate the drowning of her daughter. Someone forced her to do this. If it was true, they would help them establish justice. The woman looked down, repeating that her daughter was in the water, they should help her find her. Yong, who was standing behind, told the hero that it seemed she was completely lost, and no information could be obtained. The hero asked the grandmother, where is her granddaughter? The old woman waved her hand, saying that the granddaughter was getting water from the river, she would be back at night. Glancing at the bald man, the hero asked if they could go and catch them right away. The guy thought, no need to look, her body was washed away by the river. Then what did she mean by that she had returned home? Standing opposite, Ro asked, did he doubt her words? Did he just lie about helping her? Ning smiled amiably, thinking that he said that he couldn't anger her, but detaining people right now was too hasty, and answered out loud that they were just completing the necessary paperwork to arrest these people. He promised that they would be detained as early as tomorrow morning. The gloomy girl with shining eyes said, okay, if he lied, she would kill them all. The group froze warily. He turned around, telling the others that they would stay inside this abandoned house tonight. Sheng and Yong would sleep together while the others would split up. Longhair agreed, and the hero asked why they were split up like that. Baldy waved his hand, saying that at night, ghosts usually chose either the strongest or the weakest to attack. They would need to fight him once to get more clues. Ning chuckled, saying that it was clear, they hired him as bait. Yong exclaimed that he was wrong, and Jing confirmed that it was true, they hired him because he was strong. The guy waved his hand, saying that he would get paid for this, so he didn't care, he would do his job. The comrade smiled, thanking him for his understanding. He chuckled and said that he would see what he said tomorrow if he lived until morning. Looking at the others, he explained that according to the clues, it could be assumed that Shui had turned into a ghost after being killed by the villagers, but since she was still in the early stages, her ability could only affect the villagers and her daughter to take revenge, so for now, they would only do two things to settle this event. With a serious expression, he continued that first, they needed to find Shue's corpse. He would go to investigate Ro's house again tonight. If he didn't find anything there, Ning could go look for it in the river. Second, they needed to help them take revenge. After they found the body, they would capture those people and leave them to Ro. The hero glanced at him and asked if it wasn't too easy. It didn't seem like the difficulty of a Class A dungeon. The man frowned as he asked again and said that they forgot that the dungeon was still being formed. All the key clues were on the surface. After the dungeon was fully formed, they wouldn't even know that Shui was the first victim, and the others and some of the village might even turn into ghosts. The heroes looked worried. Yong said that if they went into the dungeon at this time, it would be hard, and Jing added that it was fortunate that they came here early. There was a crescent moon in the sky. Ning was lying on the bed, thinking that although his suggestion made sense, he still felt that something was wrong. He remembered his smirk, thinking that he hid something important from him by the river, and then even suggested looking for a corpse there. Looking ahead, Ning thought that in addition to the desire to reproach him, there was a clear threat to his life and his words. There was certainly some financial motive behind it. The river thus became a place of great danger. The boy closed his eye, thinking that tonight he was heading to Ro's house alone. Perhaps there was something valuable hidden there. It was logical to assume that if he survived and Ro did not have time to get hold of it, it would become his. With such a perspective, everything became clearer. He remembered the girl and continued thinking that when talking about Ro, her expression showed more than just frustration. He remembered the tongue in the bucket, thinking that it was liquid. Even if a young girl like her was thirsty for revenge, she was unlikely to be capable of murder. The boy's eyes widened when he sensed something. He heard a sound from above and asked, "Who is there?" Purple swirls spread from the guy's eyes. He asked what he was hiding. Afraid, let him show himself. He concentrated all his psychic energy and demanded to appear. An ominous ghost figure appeared in front of him. He asked, "Is she Shui?" Reaching into the inventory, the guy took the beads. These are the beads of envy that he received in the last supernatural dungeon. finally found their use. Beads and called on the psychic power poured into them. The system reported the characteristics of the beads. They increase the power of psychic attack by 25%, have a special effect that allows you to passively block the deadly attack of a supernatural creature. The hero took out a shining sword, bringing it behind his back. The toothy ghost looked with a red eye. And then the spirit of Shue flew out of the house. Ning kicked the door, asking, "Did she think to run away?" The guy stood in the yard, heard a scream. "How is this possible? Let him not come near." Looking to the side, he asked, "Two at the same time?" Yong ran up to him, asking what happened. Jing clarified who was shouting just now. The hero replied that the ghost just appeared in front of him, and perhaps he and Chen Fang died at the same time. The comrades were shocked. Yong clarified, "Killed at the same time, then the ghost's ability to kill is not as weak as he assumed." The comrade added that maybe the ghost became stronger after they entered. Chen Fang is the weakest, so it makes sense that he was killed. But how did he die? Looking ahead, Ning replied that perhaps their previous assumptions were wrong. This place is very dangerous now. Why don't they go outside the mission? He will stay here and continue the investigation. They will meet again tomorrow morning. Hand pointing away, thanked for the help, saying that they would leave right away, and Yong tried to object, but heard that he had an item with him that could save his life. Let him not worry about it. The guy watched him leave too. Purple swirls spread from Ning. He said that the bead of envy could only protect him once. He needed to be careful and urged the mental perception to expand. He saw a leg on the ground, asking, Chen Fang only left one leg. He was subject to mind control by a ghost and was eaten. From the time he screamed until he was eaten, some time should have passed, then the ghost could not kill he at the same time. He saw the body in the barrel and thought, his dead body has not been eaten yet, and there might not be only one ghost here, that shovel. He was trying to dig something out of the yard and then he was attacked? He looked at the depression in the ground, thinking that the key clue might just be underground, psychic perception. There he saw another supernatural figure and wondered, is this the corpse of a ghost in a white shirt? He looked closely at the clawed palm and saw that it had 6 fingers. Is it hereditary? But Ro doesn't have 6 fingers, that means it's not Shue. Then who is she? The green eye opened wide, and the guy exclaimed that she noticed him. The eyes of the ghost next to him glowed brightly green. The hero said that maybe this is the blue class item that he was trying to obtain. The hero held out a bead bracelet and called for the release of psychic power. The purple power flew towards the monster. With a wave of her hand, she dispelled it. The guy exclaimed, is her true body much stronger than the spiritual one? He was clutching the beads in his hand. The ghost flew towards the barrier-protected Ning, who asked, has the bead's ultimate ability been activated? The ghost's blow shattered the shield. The hero said that he should quickly get out of here. His feet and boots were surrounded by lightning. Ning quickly ran away. The green-haired ghost was catching up with the hero. Ning turned around, saying that it was close. Although he ran in the opposite direction from Yong, he still managed to get out. Quickly running past the trees, the hero thought that the corpse of the woman in white was not Shue. Perhaps it was washed up here by the rain. Then the real Shue could still be somewhere downstream, and perhaps she was even still alive. He looked ahead, saying that he should look downstream before the sun rose. Among the trees, there was a white glimmer. Yong touched his head, saying that with him because of the interference caused by the barrier. Xing asked why they don't go inside and look for it. He should go look downstream before the sun rose. One of the team members told the boss that they didn't find him. There was no sign of him being here. The other said there was nothing in Ro's house either. The girl was peeking from behind while the hero said he was missing. How could that be? A shadow fell on the girl's face, asking didn't they say they would help her catch all of them in the morning? Why haven't they done anything yet? The men turned around, saying they were leaving right now. Ro with the green eye said to take them all to the river, she would torture them there. Looking ahead, Jing said they had only one clue left, helping her take revenge. They would help her finish it first. Yong replied that he was dead and the swan was missing. They had no other choice. The tied-up men sat in front of the girl. One of them said that Shue died of her own free will. It was not their fault. The second added that they were treated unfairly. It was not their fault that her mother died. And the third said that even if they were soldiers, they could not be so unreasonable. Rose swung the scissors, saying that it was all their fault. He condemned her mother to death. She stabbed the scissors into the man's body, screaming for him to die. With her hands, she stretched out her tongue, promising that she would not only kill them all, but also cut out their tongues. With a predatory smile, she asked who was next. The man turned around in fear, screaming that it was him. Did she remember him? He really did not say anything. The second one apologized, saying that he should not have spread any rumors. He apologizes. But the girl screamed that he was the one spreading rumors about her mother, and after she refused him. Blood splashed in the haze. Yong was shocked, asking if a 10-year-old girl could do such a thing. His comrade said that he hoped it would all end once she finished killing them. Ro turned around with a predatory look and said that they were still alive. Could he help her throw them into the river? An alarmed Jing agreed. The assistants threw out the bodies. Yong asked if she had taken revenge. What about her mother's body if she needed help? Ro looked away with a smile. saying that they no longer had to worry about anything because her mother was here. She said that they all had to die too. A huge monster appeared from the water. It attacked the man who was screaming and asking for help. The heroes rushed away. A green smoke appeared from the ghost's mouth. A cry was heard that the energy was too strong, they could not escape. The body of the soldier disappeared into the predatory mouth. Yong put the blade to his neck, shouting that it was better to commit suicide than die such a horrible and painful death. Xing stretched out his hand, calling out to him. Suddenly, the knife flew out of his hand. Ning extended his palm, surrounded by a purple glow. With a bright beam, he attacked the ghost. The comrades fell to their knees, shouting that they were saved. The woman carried the body in her arms. The hero shouted to Ro to see who it was. Who is she carrying? Tears appeared in the girl's eyes. She exclaimed that it was her mother. Ro ran to Shui. The girl became translucent, saying that she was not dead, so she herself was dead. Shui said that it was all her mother's fault. Yong looked surprised, saying that Shui is number 2. Then who is this woman in white? Ro exclaimed, dead, so she is also a ghost. What is going on? Ning turned around, saying that there is a long story. They should go back first. It is still dangerous here. Shui flew towards the green ball in the ghost's mouth. Ro became angry. She turned into a big green ghost. Looking at this, Ning said that Ro had finally come to her senses. They were safer now. The woman in the monster's mouth screamed. The two ghosts attacked each other. Ro bit into the monster's body with her teeth. Whirlwinds flew around. Ning looked at his comrades, telling them that it was raining heavily that day. Shui accidentally fell into the water, but was rescued downstream. Ro, while looking for her mother, drowned in the river and unknowingly turned into a ghost. Her resentment for her mother was so deep that it began to affect the villagers. After Ro found a corpse in white clothes in the river, she thought it was her mother. That's what happened. The only solution to all this is to make them realize the truth and kill each other. Worried, Yong asked if this means the villagers they caught are innocent. Yong added that there are 2 ghosts. That's why he and Shinfang died at the same time. A green ball was floating in the hero's palm. The system said that it was a ghost eye, a blue class item that receives information, hints from the system about things in sight. The hero held the eye, thinking that this effect was a bit like the lantern's ability, believing that it could enhance his ability, so he risked his life to get it. The men bowed. Yong thanked, saying that thanks to him, they survived. Sheng added that the 10,000 credits that were originally supposed to go to he would be given to him. Ning looked ahead, thinking that if he earned about 70,000 credits this time, it was a lot, but the more important thing was to get a high-grade spirit fruit. With a grin, he asked if they had found the high-grade fruit he wanted. Sheng said that unfortunately, they currently had no way to provide him with such a fruit. Pointing at it, Ning asked why. Yong replied that to be honest, all the high-grade fruits on the market had been bought up by the military. They said that they were used for the seed project. Drops flowed down the hero's face, who said that this was a seed project again. It seemed that in order to get it, he would have to act on his own. Yong, Xing, he would take the 2 of them to see a great show in Tianqing tonight. Let them not forget to see their parents off. The boys asked again in surprise. Ning clenched his fist with a smile, saying that the show was about the outbreak of a horde of zombies. The people were standing by the flying machine in the 119th safe area. Yong walked up to the man, asking why his father hadn't come. Vice Commander Zhang Tao looked at him, saying that the commander had urgent matters, so he asked him to go in his place. The long-haired man pointed his hand, saying that since he could make decisions on behalf of his father, he thought Mr. Ning wouldn't mind. They would first meet with Banja and company, and then go to Tianfeng, the glass building of the Tianqing Chamber of Commerce headquarters. The man slapped the guy. Xing, with a bruise on his cheek, asked what his father was up to. Tian pointed his finger, saying that he had already agreed to go with him to Tianfeng to meet with a certain Ning. This was already disrespectful enough. Who would have thought that our pepper would affect a batch of energy fruits destined for the capital military region? It's good that he noticed it in time, otherwise they would all have gotten into trouble. The guy standing opposite resolutely objected that Mr. Ning had saved his life, but he had not kept his promise to him. The military region had ordered a huge amount of energy fruits from many chambers of commerce. A few boxes from their chamber would not affect the situation. The father shouted that he did not understand anything. Xing turned away, hearing that speaking of their chamber, there was also a president standing above his father in the chamber, so he was not the only one making decisions. Looking forward, the man continued that even if he was not there, they could not offend the military in order to please the unknown Ning. Tian put his hand on his son's shoulder, saying that Ning had saved him in the reviving dungeon, but he was just a mercenary whom he hired to protect him. Besides, they did not refuse to help him with the fruits. They were just postponing the decision for some time. They stood in front of the window. The vice president said that Yong and his company had already arrived. He would first accompany him to Tianfeng, and then they would talk. He turned around and said that if he was really as powerful as he said, he would reconsider the energy fruits, which made his son happy. The red lanterns were burning in the Tianfeng safe area. A message appeared that a wave of zombies was approaching the southern wall. They needed to prepare everything for defense as soon as possible. The commander of the Shao Defense Corps said that he received a message from Ning a week ago at night, although he did not believe it, but just in case, he took some measures in advance. But this week there was no movement in the old city, another piece of news directly indicating the time. I wonder what this means. A man in a cap appeared from behind, telling the commander that there were indeed changes among the zombies in the old city. They broke through the barriers and were moving towards the safe area. Among them there were many first and second level mutated creatures, and so far no third level mutated creatures have been found. Shao waved his hand, saying, "Was Ning right? Let him quickly activate the general alarm and transfer to the defense." A crowd of monsters was moving among the buildings. Words were heard that a horde of zombies was approaching. The residents of the outer settlement needed to evacuate to the rear of the safe area as soon as possible. Install mines every 15 m, place them in the shape of an acute angle. The guys were installing round mines. Words were heard that it was imperative to break through the horde of explosions so that their awakened ones could penetrate inside and attack. The guys were pouring liquid into the trench when they heard the order to fill them with incendiary liquid. 3 aircraft. Ning stood next to Gui and said that Tianfeng would not be so easy to protect. He said that in my opinion, they are preparing very carefully in this area. Putting his hand on his hip, the hero said that despite the fact that the defenders use the entire arsenal of means, this defense is designed primarily to slow down ordinary zombies. Mutated creatures with greater intelligence can easily overcome obstacles. The brunette looked down, saying that in the entire safe area there are only about 2,000 awakened, 1,000 of them are on guard, and on the front line there are only 600. Of which only about 200 people are long-range combatants. Such a combat configuration is no different from suicide. Gui arched his eyebrows, asking, since he says so, will they all die? Ning looked forward, saying no, this time they have him. The red-eyed monsters were approaching, and words were heard that the vanguard of the zombie horde had already broken through the defense line. All troops should prepare for battle. Explosions of spiritual energy combat mechanisms attacks appeared among the monsters. The monsters were flying towards the exploded plane. Words were heard warning to be careful of the flying mutated scavenger birds. The ranged units should all concentrate fire. The monster stepped on a mine. An explosion occurred. When the day was breaking, the guy told the close combat fire support to follow him. They arrived at Changtao Tianfeng 2 hours ago. He asked them to wait for the horde here. The men were standing on a hill. Zhang Tao looked ahead, saying that the horde has just arrived, and he has disappeared. What does this mean? He is obviously waiting for the high-level mutants to appear. Otherwise, why would he show off in front of them? Tian looked ahead, saying that they have not seen the third-level mutants yet. God forbid it turns out that the third-level mutants will fight them with the second levels. The guy said that the president is very witty. Confidently looking ahead, Zhang Tao said that he also thinks so, saying that he wants to surprise. Probably she laughs to tears. Yong looked at him and said that they respect Mr. Ning very much. They had better not make fun of him. The man patted the guy on the shoulder, saying that he believes in his choice. Let him be calm. No matter what, they are waiting for his return. When he wants to talk, he will not refuse him out of respect for his nephew. Well, he watched him grow up since childhood and wants to protect him. He smiled, saying that one should not think that seeing the third-level mutants of the middle rank, you can immediately get help. Tian confirmed that they are still young. They want the third level as valuable to them, but you should not bless them. Jing looked at him seriously, suggested just to watch. He believed that Mr. Ning would not disappoint them. Green poison from the monster pounced on the warrior who asked for help. The soldier turned around, saying that a mutated monster of the second level of the peak rank, the rotting pit, appeared on the left side. Let him quickly inform the commander. Shao ran ahead of the others. A cry was heard that he had arrived. Everyone to attack. He swung his weapon at the monster and cut it into pieces. Cracks appeared on the ground. Anxiously looking ahead, the man said that it was bad. Such a noise, it must be up to the third level. Reality is much harsher than virtuality. For 2 mutants of the third level, at least 6 awakened of the third initial rank are needed. The ground cracked. Shao told everyone to retreat and return to a safe area. The monsters were approaching when he ordered to set fire to the moat, to defend their positions to the last breath, waiting for reinforcements. The monsters were crossed by many blue beams. The attack cut the monster's body crosswise. The man looked at it in shock, saying that he had destroyed a level 3 mutant with one blow. Ning landed on one knee, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Standing in front of the huge monster, he said that after he had dealt with this mutant, he would talk to him. He pulled back his hand with the black sword. The swift attack cut the worm into pieces. Blood splashed out. Shao opened his mouth in surprise, saying that it was really him. In just half a month he had reached the third level and surpassed it. How could this be? Could it be that he, Shao, who had lived for many years, had lived them in vain? Ning turned to him with a smile, saying that the soldiers would handle the rest. He put his hand on the man's shoulder and asked him to go with him. He had a very important matter to attend to. The people were standing on the roof of the building. Looking down in surprise, Yong asked if they had seen Ning's strength. The second said that this was the first time he had seen such a thing. Not every third-level fighter could do this. Looking down, Tian confirmed that this was indeed rare. Zhang Tao was surprised, saying that his strength was probably not inferior to the commander. Among the third-level fighters in the middle stage, he was one of the strongest. No wonder he was so arrogant. A system screen appeared in front of Yong. He said that Ning said that he was waiting for them in the meeting room. He called them to go. City buildings, Tianfeng meetings. Xiao looked ahead in surprise. People entered the office with a long table. Looking at the man, Yong asked, "Is the commander here too?" Ning smiled, saying that everyone probably knew each other, so he would not introduce himself. Let them sit wherever they wanted. Everyone was his own, and they could talk. Xiao turned to the people who entered, thinking that this was the deputy commander of the 119th Safe District Zhang Tao, vice president of the Tiancheng Tian Chamber of Commerce. Their fears were confirmed. Ning is not just a talented loner. His success is ensured by the support of powerful forces that are clearly interested in his development. Sitting opposite, Tian said that the hero was really strong. Such talent was rare even among the elite fighters in the army. While pronouncing his name incorrectly, Zhang Tao added that he heard that they help Yong a lot. On behalf of the 119th Safe District, he thanked them for inviting him. Xiao looked puzzled. He mentally wondered if he had misheard or if they were pronouncing his name incorrectly. Ning raised a finger, saying that he wanted to correct his name first. The people at the table were surprised. The man thought that it turned out that they didn't even know his real name. That is, no one was secretly supporting him. Then how did Ning manage to reach the third level so quickly? The brunette smiled slightly, saying that from what they saw, his current strength was roughly equivalent to the middle stage of the third level, and asked Xiao to find a strength measuring device for him. He wanted to demonstrate it here and now. Standing up, the man said that they had already assessed his strength. Tian chuckled, saying that they had always known that he was a mid-stage third-level person and had no doubts about it. Zhang Tao asked, did he really think they hadn't guessed? Still smiling, the hero asked again. The man looked at him, saying that he hadn't called them here for no reason to prove that he was a third-level person. Yong said that since they were here, they would wait for a while. Ning closed his eyes and remained silent. The man had a rectangular object. Xiao handed him the device, saying that the device for measuring strength was ready. The men looked at each other with a smile. Zhang Tao said that his strength was not bad, but he was acting too petty. Tian added that pride was good, but showing it in front of them was a waste of time. The palm touched the center of the device. Purple swirls appeared around Ning. The device reported that he was a peak second-level person. The people present were astonished. Xiao opened his mouth in surprise, asking, did he miss something? Everyone crowded around the meter, asking how is this possible. On the blue screen was written, the peak of the second level. Someone asked, is he really not the third level, but the second? The men looked surprised. The first said that if he was above the third level, or even the peak stage, he would not be as surprised as he was now. The second added that the second level can demonstrate the strength of the third level of the middle stage. This is simply unbelievable. Discouraged, Xiao grabbed his head, saying that he cannot believe it, although he checked that he really went to the second level. Having completed all the tasks, his strength is clearly in line with the third level. This means that those people he supposedly has connections with, well, have nothing to do with him. Let someone lend him brains until his own are in order. Yong looked away, asking, how is this possible? Ning put his hand on his hip, saying that he knew. They found it hard to believe. But indeed, the second level, half a month ago he was found to have a talent of the CC level. But because it was related to the characteristic of willpower, he was excluded from the seed project. The man began to fidget with the fabric of his clothes, asking again, what in half a month he advanced to the second level of the peak stage, the strength comparable to the third level? Xiao clenched his fingers into a fist, saying, no talents, if this is so, then all these so-called seeds can go to hell. Ning looked forward seriously, saying that he called them here to prove his potential and find allies. He is confident that he can easily reach the third level. The seed project will definitely take him back. He wants to completely change the military's attitude towards hunters, whose key characteristic is willpower. He wants to be the first. Surrounded by a blue haze, he clapped his paws, saying that those who are so-called geniuses in the seed project, he will blow them all apart one by one. He will make the whole world know who is worthy of state investment. Tian smiled, asking what exactly he wants from them. Another question, how will he explain the nature of his suddenly increased strength? Ning confidently answered that he can actually transform willpower into attack power. In addition, he is supported by some power, while he cannot reveal its nature, and mentally thought that he will simply invent something that they will definitely believe in. The main thing is not to let slip about the system. The men standing nearby thought that then everything fell into place. There is some mysterious power behind him. Ning resolutely looked forward, saying that as for cooperation, he proposes to unite in an alliance where he will be the leader, and they will provide him with all-round support. When he regains first place, he will of course thank them all in full. He walked away, waving his hand, and said that he would go out for a while. They had 10 minutes to discuss everything. After slamming the door, The hero thought that Xiao had been stuck at the initial stage of the third level for many years. He had no prospects for advancing further. Tian, being the deputy president, was always in his shadow. Yang's grandfather, the deputy commander of the North China military region, was never satisfied with this prefixed deputy. The men in the office thought. Yang asked his uncle why he doubted. With such potential of Ning in the future, he would definitely become at least a lieutenant general. He would become much cooler than his grandfather. Jing asked his father why he did not want to accept the offer with such potential. They could become not just presidents, but the largest trading companies. Turning to his comrade and asking him if he thought there was any real power behind Ning, Zhang Tao replied that firstly, he had no access to energy fruits, so it was definitely not the military or large organizations, and secondly, he had an excellent view and rich experience, so he thought it was a very strong and independent character. Returning to the side, Tian said that he agreed with him. Yong asked, at such a moment, he still wanted to argue? The fair-haired man presented a silhouette of a man, saying that he did not understand, although Ning's potential was huge, but if they sided with him, they would be enemies of many high-ranking officials in the capital, such as Zhang Yang's father, General Ming, commander of the 3rd Army Group. Frowning, the man said that his potential was huge, but still this deal was too risky. Xiao put his hands together, saying that perhaps after such a phenomenon, his situation would deteriorate sharply, but after hearing Ning's proposal, he decided to take a risk. Firstly, he did not want to repeat the previous mistakes. Secondly, great benefits always come with great risks. He had long been stuck at the initial stage of the 3rd level and frankly, did not want to put up with it. Jing looked resolutely at his father, saying that agreeing with him. He always said that the more there was, the bigger the catch. Could he put up with the fact that he would be just a deputy all his life? Yong put his hand on his uncle's shoulder, saying that since he had come in place of his father or grandfather, he was the one to make decisions, but he must understand how exactly they would act if he were in their place. Ning entered with a smile, asking what decision they had made. The people present bowed, saying that they were ready to serve him. The guy handed over the sheets, saying that then this is the list of what he needs. He hopes that they will prepare everything by morning. In addition, let them contact the top leadership of the capital, inform them that he wants to pass the test to the 3rd level. Tian held the documents, saying that he ran through his list. By morning most of it will not be difficult to prepare. He assures that he will not regret their cooperation. Xiao waved his hand, saying that he would also go and immediately send a report to the capital. He closed his eyes, exhaling. The guy stood in front of the city buildings. Clenching his fist, he said that he finally had his own power, the entire southern and northern China and the Chamber of Commerce. He was going to the capital. It would become the arena of his future actions aimed at fundamental changes. The windows of the buildings were lit. In the conference room of the capital project, a question was heard asking if everyone had seen the report. Although it was hard to believe, Vice Commander Lai confirmed it. The man at the head of the table said that the genius of the SS class awakened the 2nd level of the 3rd power, and they missed him. If something goes wrong this time, no one present here can escape responsibility. The long-haired old man waved his hand, saying that this is a serious matter. They must immediately report it to correct the situation. The mustache man touched his chest, saying that he agreed with him, so he also suggested sending a 3rd-level squad to escort Ning to the capital to ensure his safety. As for his priority, they can wait for the higher-ups to make a decision after he arrives. The initiator of the seed project Yan said that it had come to this stage more than once. This was the only thing they could do now, suggested that they first give Ning a special priority title. It was an unforgivable crime that they had not nurtured such a genius earlier. The palm slapped the table. The seed project officer Tang stood up, asking the general, can they hold back the information for now and not report to the higher-ups? Yan stood up, saying that he was the one who abandoned Ning until it was revealed that he was an SS class. Now that this had happened, how dare he say the same thing again? His eyes narrowed, asking Tang, is he tired of living? The man put his palms out, saying that they meant it. Just delaying it for half a month or even delaying it for a week would be better. He imagined a guy's silhouette, saying that General Meng's youngest son, Zhan Yang, was currently the first in line. However, he had not yet reached the peak level of rank 2. Yang crossed his arms. The man imagined the battle of the guys, saying that with Ning's current strength, it was obvious that he could rise to rank 3. Once he became rank 3, Zhan Yang would have to give up the title of first in line. The top resources for rank 3 development would only be given to one person, but Zhan Yang had the support, especially among the top brass. Yan looked at Tang with a smile, saying that he was truly loyal and brave. A week was impossible. 3 days. He could only help him hold on to the information for 3 days. He gave him a chance. If the prince behind him still had not risen to rank 3 by then, let him not blame them for making this decision. He looked ahead carefully, saying that besides that, he had prepared everything for Ning to enter the capital and advised him not to have any plans to harm him. Otherwise, even the people behind him would not get off easy. The boys stood among the purple crystals. The green-haired man was drinking from a triangular bottle. The first in line, Zhan Yang, wiped his mouth and said that he had just reached the highest stage of the 2nd level. And now he was telling him to reach the peak of the second level in 3 days. Was he kidding? The father held a cigar in his mouth and said that he was serious. Did he remember Ning, who was also in SS class? He had already reached the peak of the second level. He also had the strength of the third. The boy looked at him anxiously and asked again, was he saying that he wanted to get his title of first in line? Ning waved his hand, saying that was exactly it. Although this lie behind him was nothing to be afraid of, if he were to rise to the third level first, his title of first in line would definitely be lost. The man put his hand on his son's shoulder, saying that he would send him to a high-difficulty dungeon. Only in this way would he be able to catch up with him when the third-tier trial came. As long as he was not the only one to pass the trial, no matter how strong he was, there were still ways for him to help him retain his title. The boy replied that he understood and would not let his father down. Ning chuckled, saying that this was a great attitude. Let him rest assured, he would do his best to buy him as much time as possible. Ning was just a newbie. The path to the capital was not as easy as he thought. Guards with guns stood at the entrance of the Tianfeng safe zone. Green fruits were shining. Ning sat at the table in front of them, saying that having a faction was indeed different. They got him spiritual fruits in such a short time. Lai even gave him an A-grade sword skill. There was a book in front of him. He said that just this one sword skill could ravage the entire Tianfeng safe zone. The guy bit the fruit, saying that he would first raise all his stats to the max. The system reported that a high-quality spiritual fruit had been consumed, strength +1, explosive power +3%, and then talked about increasing various stats. In the end, all of the guy's stats were 31. Green rays flew around Ning. He said that this is what it feels like to have all stats maxed out. The spiritual power inside him flows faster, and he can use his stats better. The system reported a breakthrough in Class A sword skill, an ultra-powerful strike that deals heavy damage to the target, accompanied by the effects of touch, paralysis, and crushing immunity to all control. While performing the skill, an additional 200% increase in defense. The hero took the book, saying that is expected of a Class A sword skill that can attack and defend at the same time. It is strong enough even without strengthening. The hero tossed the book, saying that the sword skill has been learned. A weapon image appeared in the open book. The guy was engulfed in red vortices. The skill enhancement was successful. The current skill is Falling Skies Class SSS. The information said that thanks to the skill, you can select any target within a kilometer to capture. After it, the target will be limited, receives the effect of an instant strike. After a quick descent, it deals damage to the area, causing critical damage to targets. Also has immunity to all control. During the skill, he additionally receives a spiritual shield that compensates for the amount of damage reserved by spiritual power. As long as the target's strength is lower than his, they cannot attack. He becomes the god of death. Ning's eyes widened. He exclaimed that it was incredible to capture a target and at the same time be invulnerable to attacks. This is equivalent to invulnerability during skill activation. During the third level trial in the capital, he will have to test its strength. There were skill icons in front of him. He said that it was a pity. His sword skill slot was already full. His strength before reaching the third level was at its maximum. He was satisfied with this. After reaching the third level, even without relying on these skills, he will be able to use some strong skills on his own. A system window with tasks appeared in front of the guy. Collect 4 types of special materials as soon as possible and use them. Then the materials were listed. For the mission, the skill fusion function, SSS class skills can be used without spending spiritual power. An additional 1000 spiritual power is received. Looking at the information window, the hero said that the rare sword god system issues a mission. The reward is also very good. Only these 4 materials. He looked at the icons of the required materials. The Mountain Destroyer seemed to be a peak stage 3rd level mutant that appeared 27 years ago. It was killed by several awakened peak stage 3rd level, and he has not heard anything about the other materials and is afraid that it is an ancient relic. Ning looked down, saying that he can only get them after he is first in line when he goes to look for national treasuries. Xiao looked into the room, saying that news came from the capital, and the guy asked him to come in. Coming closer, the man said that they would send people to escort him to the capital tomorrow. The hero added that they knew what was best for them. Looking at the other man, he asked what about the order, whether they really gave him the title of first in line, to which he heard that they did not mention it. They said that they would temporarily give him the title of special order and decide after he arrived there. Looking forward carefully, the brunette said that with his current strength, being first in line is without a doubt. He is sure that the people in charge of the seed project are afraid of angering those who benefit from the project. Standing next to him, Xiao said that the commander thinks that he is in too much of a hurry to get the title of first in line. The current first, Meng's son, he has connections throughout the capital. They have strength anyway. They will definitely have a place in the capital in the future. Why don't they retreat now? The guy raised his hand when he heard that if he did this, the people who supported Ning would support him, and said that he understood what he meant. If a tree shaded a forest, the wind would destroy it. With a determined look, Ning continued that he had his reasons. This was very important. He could not tell them about it yet, He hoped that they all believed him. It seemed that his move was carefully thought out. Shining blades appeared in the guy's hands, he said. As for the obstacles, he will break them all himself. The next day, aircraft landed near the heroes. Tion looked at them, saying that they are here. This is a formation. They are all using the latest spiritual combat aircraft. With these aircraft, they can easily turn into ruins in minutes. The aircraft landed. An order was heard to prepare to meet them. A group of guys walked forward, surrounded by a blue haze. Looking at them, the hero said, "What a strong pressure. As expected of the elite from the capital, they are all at least awake in 3rd level." He came closer, greeting them. However, the group passed by, not listening to his greeting and words that they should be tired. Xiao turned around, thinking that yes, he is just a small commander of the safe zone. They are naturally for him. The brunette extended his hand to the hero and introduced himself, the commander of the 27th Air Squadron in the military zone of the capital Rui. They are in charge of transporting him to the military zone of the capital. Ning shook his hand. The commander thought that he was calm, not like a person who came from such a small place like this. Then, the brunette said that he would not waste time and would go. Rui glanced at him and thought that looking at his energy, he was afraid that he would not be able to carry out what General Meng ordered him to do. He remembered the man with a cigar in his mouth who said that on the way back to the capital, he should think of a way to get it. The plane soared into the sky. Rui, who was sitting next to the hero, said that they would soon be approaching the outskirts of the capital's military zone, and several high-ranking military friends had prepared a welcoming banquet for him, and they hoped that he would do them the honor. Ning turned away, thinking that it seemed like someone wanted to delay his participation in the level 3 trial, but the other person added that meeting them would definitely be of great benefit, noting that he must be tired from the journey. Then, looking at him again, the hero thanked him for his kindness, offering to talk after he reached level 3. But Roy thought that the general had asked him to help stall for time, and it seemed that it was not working out well. He exchanged glances with the pilot, realizing that he would have to act harshly. An explosion sounded on the plane, and it was announced that there was a malfunction, and they would have to make an emergency landing nearby. Ning frowned, realizing that this was clearly intentional, noting that this general had enough courage. The hero put a knife to the pilot's throat, saying that the plane was not that bad, it was just that he did not know how to fly it, and also that if they continued to want it, the plane would crash, people would die, and if that happened, even his superiors would not escape punishment, demanding that he go. Rui gritted his teeth, thinking that the guy must have suspected something, that perhaps when he said decoration, it was a warning about a fight, and also that if the awakened 3 levels started to fight, the planes would definitely crash, not realizing that even if he was a genius, how could a young man from a small place have such determination? The pilot gave up his seat, and the man told him that since Ning knew how to fly it, he should let him, also thinking that this time they just needed to stall for time, and there was no need to create real trouble. The hero pressed the right buttons when someone said that this was the sequence of actions, he would show it once, and he had to watch carefully. Ning pulled the lever, he was warned that he could not mix up the steps, and that it was more important not to make a mistake in choosing a person. The plane rushed forward. Roy looked at him, surprised by such decisiveness in making tough decisions, because this is rare even among the top management, noting that he had a great future, worried that this time he took the wrong side, although, fortunately, everything can still be corrected. He raised his hand to his head, calling himself the commander of the 27th Aerospace Unit, saying that he admired Ning, who replied that he hoped for his future leadership. So the plane arrived at the military base number 2 of the capital district. Yang shook his hand, introducing himself as the leader of the Seed Project. Ning raised his hand when the man said that they had specially organized a banquet for him and many high-ranking officials wanted to meet him, but he replied that there was no rush, because he wanted to start the level 3 trials right now. He and Tang behind him were surprised by this. Looking at them with a serious expression, the hero explained that the reason why they put him in special order now instead of first was supposedly because of the procedure, clarifying that it was probably because the higher-ups had not seen them with their own eyes. They wanted to evaluate his potential, then if he passed the level 3 trials right now, his strength would be obvious, eliminating the need to go through the procedure. Yang stared at him, thinking that this guy was straight to the point, noting his demeanor was neither arrogant nor humiliated, which really commanded respect. Tang brought his hand to his face, thinking that this guy was incorruptible, and would participate in the trial tonight, although Zhang Yan was still in the dungeon and would not have time. Ning put his hands on his waist when they suggested that they start the test tomorrow, so that they could invite all the high-ranking officials to watch, and it would be better to get in top shape today so that tomorrow's performance would be even better. The hero imagined the torn-off roof, agreeing with them, thinking that the effect of demolishing the house really worked, and he instilled respect, although he originally also wanted to prepare to participate tomorrow. But if they said it directly, he would definitely not agree so easily. He thought about the effect of demolishing the house. For example, if he said that this house was too dark and suggested turning on the light, everyone would definitely be against it. But if he suggested tearing off the roof, they would compromise and agree to a skylight. Someone's hand slammed the table. Ning looked irritated, indignant that in addition to the delay in the report, they could not drag it out for just one evening, and asked where Rui was, because he ordered Ning to be brought to him. Looking into his eyes, Tang replied that he could forget about that guy, because he hadn't shown respect to him or the hero. At a time like this they couldn't use force. Frowning, the other man only said that he had to warn Zhang Yang urgently, because if nothing worked then the few level 3 suicide bombers he had been sent would have to be sacrificed to the dungeon. Ning sat surrounded by crystals, surprised that even a temporary special status could offer such luxurious treatment. Even in such a turbulent time, the country was really rich, and although these spiritual crystals didn't greatly enhance his abilities, they were quite good for adjusting his state. There was a book in front of him. He decided that after he regained his first priority, not only would he receive 1 million quota points every month, but he could also get a full set of individual blue equipment and epic weapons. He lowered his eyes, thinking that he could freely select resources from the national treasury twice a month, and at this rate, it would take him less than a year to reach level 4. Many people gathered at the level 3 trial site. Some said that someone from the Seed project would participate in it, although it had just started. The participants of the project walked out onto the stage. Ning walked among them. Some were surprised that everyone looked like they were over 30 years old. He lowered his head, thinking that he knew that their own seeds could not reach level 3 in a short time. They sent out level 2 stage deputies, which meant they just wanted to use the loophole in the rules to dilute his level 3 achievements and snatch resources. Yang, who was sitting on the podium, called for greetings from the high-ranking military leaders, announcing the start of the level 3 trial. The participants stood in front of him, hearing the question, "Are they all here?" Someone said to himself with their mouths wide open. Zhang Yang pointed at himself, saying that he would be the first. Ning glanced at him, thinking that it was obvious that he had just gotten out of the dungeon, but he was still better than those deputies. Although no matter how strong he was, he had to give up his first place in line today. The green-haired man frowned, thinking that in order to make it to this test, he had lost 4 loyal level 3 uncles in the dungeon, and all of them died because of the hero, but he would definitely take revenge for that. A portal opened in front of them, and it was announced that since everyone had gathered, the first group of power-type test subjects should prepare to enter. We must go up to the 10th floor to qualify for promotion, and the higher the floor, the greater the reward. A blue window with the world ranking of power tests appeared. It was also announced that if they could get into it, they would receive special rewards, but such an opportunity rarely occurs, so they must seize it. The hero stood among the other participants, thinking that Hua Xiao was so far behind in the rankings, and today he would wash away this shame. Zhang Yang put an axe on his shoulder, saying that he would be the first, and that in this test he would definitely enter the top 5. Another participant put his hand on his chest, saying that he, with a dual system of agility strength, was also participating, and the question was asked if there were any others. Ning stepped forward, saying that he was too, naming his willpower class. Yang frowned, reminding that this was a strength test, and his willpower test would be later, but if he was in a hurry, then the next tests could start earlier for him. Many Ray pulled his hand away, clarifying that there were no rules prohibiting him from participating, and this time he would not only pass the strength system, but also take the other 3, and they would still have many reasons to be surprised in front. Ning smiled as he said that the guy was planning to secure his promotion to level 3, and when another person asked him what he meant, he replied that everyone knew that the level 3 will system test was the hardest in history. No one had ever passed it with his characteristics, only 7 tests, he could fight for the 10th floor. He smiled broadly, adding that at best, the hero would become a backdrop for other powerhouses, but it was still better than not passing, but that the man pointed out that the general's words made sense. Ning turned around when Zhang Yang asked him if he really thought that with the same level 2 ultimate stats, he could handle him, saying that it was too naive since his talent could surpass strength, but he said that he had enough talk. He walked towards the portal, asking to compete if he had the courage. A system message appeared, saying that this was the entrance to a solo trial where he would face various types of enemies, and the battle would begin in 10 seconds. The hero appeared among the ruins, noticing that all the blue charms had disappeared, and only the basic functions remained, reminding himself that the 10th floor was for promotion, above 20 was the world's top 3, and the 23rd floor was the limit of humanity after the end of the world. A monster appeared behind him when he decided that his goal was to take the 24th floor. The swings of the blade left bright traces, saying that the first few floors were just a warm-up that could be completed quickly without wasting energy. System messages appeared that the initial stage of level 1 was killed, and 1 floor was passed. The transition to the next would be in 30 seconds. After making a dash, he hit another one, saying that the mutants on the first floors were so weak that it was not interesting at all. The man looked at the screen, saying that the first 7 floors were quite easy, and everyone had the same progress. The difference would appear at least after the 7th or even 10th floor, although it was interesting who would get there first. Another man pointed to Zhang Yang, noting that while he was talking here, his son had already reached the 10th floor. Meng spread his hands, also noticing that Ning was only on the 8th, and the man next to him congratulated the general, saying that the hero was not as strong as they say. Meanwhile, there was a two-headed monster behind him, but he thought that after the first 7 floors, continuing to rush would quickly exhaust his strength, but the rest would probably never understand one simple truth, namely, it doesn't matter how loudly you laugh in the middle, it matters who laughs last. Seeing the interference, Yang explained that because strong mutants have a powerful magnetic field, all video broadcasts stop after the 10th floor. Meng was happy with this, smiling widely, because his son's screen turned blue first. A man with a big mustache turned to him, saying that reaching the 10th floor in 10 minutes is incredibly fast, and Ning is really disgracing himself by participating in a test of strength, to which his interlocutor agreed, adding that his son will still have the first sequence. Looking closely, Yang reported that one of the participants, the 11th, had passed the 10th floor, the hero had made it to the 18th, and Zhang Yang was already on the 13th. But then he looked at his father, hearing that Ning's speed was like a snail's. After all, one had barely passed the 10th floor, and the other was already on the 13th, and they should all clearly see who was better. Well, bringing his hand to his face, Yang thought that although the hero was not an awakened power type, but with the declared strength, he should not be so slow. Meanwhile, the boy rushed towards the monster. His eyes were shining brightly, and he remembered that during the previous battle, his weakness was in his back. Landing, he struck it, noting that everything was as he thought. The monster lay behind him. Ning he noted that he had reached the 12th floor, but he still did not use attribute conversion, and his spiritual power and stamina were still full. The system notified that the 12th floor had been passed, and that the next battle would begin in 10 seconds. The hero looked away, saying that he could start using attribute conversion next. I will use this part of my spiritual power and endurance to reach the 21st floor, and then use my ultimate skill. At the same time, Zhang Yang held an axe in his hand, saying that he had passed the 16th floor, and he must be the first to get a high rank on the leaderboard and shock everyone. Several people came out of the portal, wondering why it was so hard at the end. His comrade agreed, adding that the people who reached the 20th floor, the 3rd level monsters, said that they died even at 14, but it didn't matter anyway, because they had passed the 10th floor, which meant they had completed their mission. There was only static on the big screen. Looking at it, the man said that most of the participants had already come out. Ning was still inside, and he was still holding on to the 15th, which was amazing for an awakened psychological type. Meng spread his hands, saying that this was his limit, but not his son, who was already on the 17th floor. 3 more floors, he would be able to enter the top 10 of the global ranking. Yang looked at him with displeasure, thinking that Zhang Yang's speed had clearly slowed down after 15, but the hero was behaving strangely, who not only did not slow down, but even accelerated. He clenched his fist, seeing that the guy was already on 16. Meng's mouth widened, noticing that he had caught up with his son, not understanding how this was possible. The man with the mustache was also surprised, wondering if this was just a coincidence, or if he was giving it his all, because he could just die on this floor if he was not careful. There were several people sitting in the stands, listening to the news that Ning had reached the 17th floor. Zhang Yang's father slammed his fist on the table, asking his son not to lose to him. The swings of the axe left bright marks. The skeleton clenched his fist. His blows sent the boy flying backwards. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, saying that maybe this floor was his limit, thinking that he hadn't recovered from the dungeon before the trial yet, so he wasn't in the best shape. Frowning, he decided that it didn't matter. After all, he was already the first, and there was no point in risking his life here. His axe began to emit a bright glow when using the full spiritual power boost. The boy pounced on the skeleton, using the heavenly cleaving axe. The swing broke the monster into pieces. After, he tried to regain his strength, decided to leave the trial. That's how the boy ended up at the portal. His father ran up to him. The man helped him get up on his feet when he said that he did it, passing the 18th floor first. But noticing the sad look, he asked what was wrong? The boy turned around in confusion, exclaiming that he passed the 18th floor, and this is the best result in China in 2 years, and although he is the first, for some reason no one congratulates him. Looking at the screen, Zhang Yang saw that Ning had reached the 19th floor. Meng said that it was 3 seconds before he came out. The guy coughed up blood. He put his hand on his chest, not understanding how this was possible, but he refused to believe it. The system was broken, and they were all doing everything wrong. The man looked into his eyes, explaining that although it was hard to believe, they had already confirmed it, and that in fact, starting from the 15th floor, his travel time reached 1 minute. The guy did the same until the 10th. Zhang Yang lowered his head, still not believing that he had lost. After all, he was a power type awakened with an SS rank talent, and it seemed like his uncles had sacrificed themselves in vain, but his father asked him not to say that. He put his hands on the guy's shoulders, asking him not to doubt himself, because he had too little time to prepare this time, and this was only a temporary defeat, which was nothing terrible, and he was not weaker than Ning, he just needed more time to prepare. Those people in the stands were shocked that the hero had passed the 20th floor, which meant that he was already in the top 10. The guy rushed forward when the general ordered to report this to the vice commander. Yang folded his arms across his chest, rejoicing at such a miracle that they had such a genius, and that a military commander of the highest rank should be present. Ning stood in front of the monster. Frowning, he noted that after the 20th floor, all the mutants were level 3 without using ultimate skills and equipment enhancement. Even he had a little trouble dealing with them alone. He rushed forward, converted 5 points of willpower into agility, and used a wandering attack, spreading poisonous clouds around himself. The hero stood in front of one of them, saying that by increasing his agility, he became faster, but passively running away is not his goal, and he needs to go on the offensive, although it is impossible to win without taking any damage. He jumped up, deciding to try to stop the enemy from spitting out poison. Then he raised his sword in front of him, converting 5 points of willpower into strength. The swing of the blade left a bright trace. Zhang Yang put the sword behind his back, noting that 5 points of willpower is too little. He dodged the attack with his hand, realizing that he cannot convert strength, agility, endurance at the same time, and this becomes problematic. But fortunately, the monster can no longer spit out poison, and use the accumulation of spiritual power. The guy dealt him a powerful blow, using the conversion of strength. Then another one using crushing. Several bright traces remained around him from the use of chopping blows of the meat grinder. Pieces of the monster fell to the ground. The system notified that the 21st floor had been passed, and that the next battle would begin in 1 minute. He covered part of his face with a blade and said that he had done it, and from now on, he could use his main skills. Deputy Commander Fang was walking with the head of the political department, Hu Ji. He approached Yang, asking what the current situation was. Everyone looked at the screen, and the man replied that the hero had passed the 21st floor a minute ago, and had not yet come out. Fang smiled, surprised that Ning could still continue. A message appeared on the screen saying that he was on the 22nd floor. Hu Ji pointed at him, saying that he had broken through again. The commander noted that the guy was already in the top 3 in the world. His aura spread everywhere, and the interlocutor asked him not to worry so much, otherwise his energy fluctuations would not be withstood by others. Fang clenched his fist, apologizing for losing his composure. At one time he was considered one of the best in China. He gave it his all for half an hour, barely passed the 21st floor, but Ning passed the 22nd in just a minute. He looked up again, noting that he had shown average results up to the 15th floor, but then suddenly increased his speed, spending almost a minute per floor, although he slowed down on the 21st, spending about 10, but already on the 22nd an instant kill, which is completely illogical. Hu Ji looked away, saying that he heard that the guy specializes in willpower, although perhaps there is something wrong with this information. There were 2 people standing nearby, and he noted that for the sake of power, some people are willing to do dirty deeds. Fang, visibly angry, said that in normal times, small shenanigans can be forgiven, but if someone dares to betray the country, there will be no mercy. Meng gritted his teeth, thinking that the chairman was hinting at him. Although he did allow a small scam to be carried out, he did not hide the information, much less dare to change it. Yang, who was standing next to this chairman, noticed that almost a minute had passed, but Ning had not yet come out. Not understanding whether the guy was continuing, Fang replied that after the 22nd floor, he would have to fight alone with the mutants of level 3, and the test is not the same as after the battle, because you cannot use any equipment and skills except your own abilities. The hero struck the monster using Heavenly Slit of Light. Those present looked at the screen, seeing that he had passed the 23rd floor. Fang clenched his fist in satisfaction, noting that the world record used to be 23 floors, and at this speed, Ning had probably surpassed it. Hu Ji moved his hand to the side, saying that the guy was definitely number 1 in the world now. But Zhang Yang and his father looked completely at a loss, saying that there was no chance of a place in sequence 1 anymore. The man next to him said that they wanted everyone to rise to level 3, and the hero remained in the background, but now it looked ridiculous. The deputy commander and the head of the political department were clearly happy with what was happening. The man remembered that the North American security official held the lead for exactly 37 years, and their Great China last entered the top 10 more than 10 years ago. Yang raised his hand to his head, hearing the order to report this to the Supreme Commander, and that the hero deserved their highest attention, so they should have a good talk with him when he came out. The 3 of them approached the portal. They looked at it carefully. Hu Ji noticed that it was almost a minute away, but he had not yet come out, and did he really want to continue? Because once the next floor opened, it would be impossible to come out. The other remembered that the next floor might have mid-stage mutants of level 3. Fang, as if he realized something, turned to Yang, demanding that he quickly find a way to inform Ning about an immediate exit, and also demanded that they call a medical team. But he replied that all communications were blocked in the test tower, and there was no way to contact him. Then the deputy commander folded his hands in prayer, asking him not to get excited. Do not go forward, otherwise if something happened, it would be all over. They heard the countdown with excitement. The system notified that the test subject had completed the strength tests. Everyone looked at him happily, saying that he had stopped. Fong turned to his interlocutor again, asking why Ning was not coming out, since the trial had ended but there was no world announcement, and he replied that the hero seemed to have applied not to come out but to immediately continue the next round of the agility trial, and the world announcement would be after coming out. A blue window appeared with a notification that the agility trial was starting. Ning stood in front of the portal, saying that he no longer wanted to go through a couple more floors in the trial of strength, but since 23 floors already guaranteed first place, he would save New Dimension and Fall of Heaven for the next trials, because it was more reliable. His hand touched the portal, and he also said that in addition, in the trials of level 3 there is a hidden rule so that if the awakened passes the trial in a row, the results are summed up, and if you come out in the middle, the additional reward is lost, and he should receive this reward. The system notified that the agility trial in the labyrinth of monsters would begin in a minute. To successfully pass it you need to get to the exit. So the guy appeared in the middle of the labyrinth. The world ranking of the test of strength appeared in front of him, and noticing one fire, he noted that his talent is a rare fusion with objects. He can merge with the wall to constantly rush forward, and the other, in addition to the talent of agility, also has a talent for calculation and can accurately calculate the path of evasion, so the top 10 are basically all SS rank. But with his will conversion adding a few more points of agility, this is clearly not enough. You stood in the air of the system message, saying that now all eyes are focused on Ning, and although it is unpleasant, but everything is not so bad, because all the top ranks of the military administration have come, and Zhang Yang was instantly defeated by the hero. The system reported that the agility tests are starting, and they need to hurry to the exit. The girl rushed forward, saying that if she can defeat the guy in this round, she can at least compete for first place in the second sequence, and then she will bring glory to her safe area. Frowning, she thought that this was a difficult labyrinth, the wall of which could not be destroyed, and with her abilities, the best solution was to go along the right side, although it was a bit of a detour, but it was the most reliable way for her. She struck the snake, noting the sudden attacks of mutants. Another snake spat poison at the thread. The poison hit the walls of the labyrinth. She managed to dodge. She understood that dodging them should not be a problem. Ning ran through the labyrinth, saying that although it was difficult, but judging by the time of passage in the ranking, the area should not be very large. He managed to dodge the attack of the monsters. He understood that he only needed to break through to the center at full speed, then he could teleport to the exit using dimensional cuts. But two monsters appeared in front of him. He understood that the closer to the center, the more mutants would attack. Ning jumped high, glad that even relying only on muscle memory, he could dodge normal attacks. The boy only glanced behind him, noting that the battle in his past life had already written this ability into his bones. A monster appeared in Yu's path. Frowning, she said that these mutants were becoming more and more annoying, and used a gust of wind. The girl quickly walked around it. Another one appeared. She opened her mouth in surprise. She was clearly not ready for it. The monster struck, although she received a little damage, but she still dodged, although her stamina was almost gone, so it should be even faster, because she had to defeat Ning. The monsters gathered in the center of the labyrinth. Ning, surrounded by them, although he was glad that he finally got here, noted that there was real chaos here. His blade left bright marks when he used dimensional slash, and he hoped that he should quickly reach the exit. Fawn carefully looked at the screen, saying that in this agility test, you can't see from the outside at all, asking what's going on. Yang asked him not to worry, reassuring him that such a test would pass quickly, with a maximum of 5 minutes to the result. Huji noted that judging by how the hero stopped the test of strength in time, he knew when to stop. The deputy commander turned to Yang with concern that the more talented a person is, the more pride he has, and the more fragile he becomes when he fails, citing the example of Zhang Yang, who looked completely broken, but the interlocutor replied that the hero specializes in will, and this should not happen to him. The guy looked at his father, asking if his opponent would lose this time, showing a terrible result, but he replied that it seemed like a signal appeared, which means that someone passed the tests. Seeing the time of 1 minute and 8 seconds on the screen, surprised exclamations were heard in the hall. Meng and his son were absolutely shocked. Fawn was very happy about this when his comrades were talking about it being first in the world, and called the guy a great guy, asking if he had any surprises that they didn't know about. Yu came out of the portal. Looking around, she decided that no one had come out yet, which meant that she had done it in 2 minutes and 1 second. She smiled, saying that she hadn't stood out too much this time. Hopefully she could get into the top 20 in the world. But when she looked at the screen, she saw that Ning was first, and that she had lost by too much. The man rushed towards her. Supreme Commander Xian entered the room. Someone commented that the noise Ning had made was really too big this time. Fawn greeted him, saying that the hero had just won the world's first place in the agility test again, and when asked where he was, he said that he had decided to continue taking the endurance tests. The commander-in-chief was annoyed by this, calling it stupidity, demanding that the system be destroyed immediately and he be pulled out of there. The people present were very surprised. But he laughed, explaining to them that he saw the general tension, so he joked, and Ning called it a phenomenon, suggesting that they just watched the development of events. Fang, greeting him, smiled uncertainly, thinking that the commander-in-chief did not understand when it was appropriate to joke, and that such jokes only increased the tension. The system showed the endurance test ranking. Looking at it, the hero said that the endurance value of the first place was almost 2 times that of the second place, and he probably had the ability to have 2 lives like this. A system message appeared to start the physical endurance test, which will last for 10 minutes, but you can voluntarily leave, although it will be considered a failure. Ning looked at the monsters ahead, noting that at the beginning they are small, but the further you go, the higher their level, and you can also defend yourself, but you can't attack. Looking down, he also said that in order to get a good result, you need to actively go to high difficulty areas. Jumping down, he converted the will attribute into agility. The guy quickly rushed through the crowd of monsters, realizing that if he can dodge the attacks in front and break through directly to the level 3 mutant zone, and then activate heavenly protection for a few seconds, then the endurance indicator should not be an obstacle. Xian folded his arms across his chest, asking Fang if the hero can also take first place in this test. He replied that he also really hopes to see such a miracle, but objectively speaking, it is unlikely. The man presented a silhouette of a person, saying that talent in the field of endurance is not as hidden as in other fields, and can be recognized by appearance. For example, both generals are extremely large in build, but Ning does not quite meet this standard. His interlocutor glanced at him with a smile, replying that he was too cautious in his statements, and that he had previously theoretically assumed that the guy would be able to take first place in both systems. Xian slapped his cheek, and wanting to give an example, dared to say that the hero would not only be able to do this, but would even become the first promising candidate for level 4, and in the worst case, if he made a mistake, he would allow himself to be slapped in the face. Fang smiled sheepishly, asking the commander to stop. Ning dodged the monster's attack, saying that he was almost there, but this area was quite difficult. The monster pulled back its fist to strike. The guy took it by using a change in build. After that, he slipped back, but the enemy had already raised his leg. The impact caused the ground to fly apart. The hero covered his face with his hand. The enemy immediately struck him. Ning grabbed the second blade, noticing that he could no longer move his left hand, and realizing that he needed to retreat from the peak level 2 zone first, and then think about what to do. A window with Gui appeared in front of him, and he told him to pick up the sword and take it away. Clouds of dust hid many monsters. The hero reasoned that in front of him was a huge and clumsy power-type elephant, and its trunk was the main attack organ of the upper body. Jumping above it, he thought that he could use it to pass through this zone. The hero moved the blade behind his back, hoping that he could successfully provoke it and use the power to fly through this zone. As the trunk approached him, he transformed his physical state into defense. The monsters looked at the guy flying above him. Approaching the ground, Ning simply called it a success. With a bright beam, he crashed into her. Raising his hand to his face, the hero tried to recover, saying that his physical form was still too weak. If he received another blow, he would definitely die. A huge worm burst out of the ground. Raising his head, Ning decided to look at the power of Heaven's Fall, and if he really could not withstand it, he would have to go out. The worm headed towards him. A bright aura began to surround it when using the full disclosure of spiritual power. The monster's teeth were stopped by the barrier. A smile appeared on the hero's face from the joy of the fact that the protective barrier was quite powerful, and that he could really always trust the SSS class sword skills. The system showed the updated stamina values. The monster continued to attack the barrier. The hero noticed that the absorbed damage value had already far exceeded the previous world record, and wondered if 10 minutes had passed. Cracks appeared on the barrier. The hero gritted his teeth, realizing that he could use the jump effect and lightning strike, but he could not attack mutants. The use of abilities threw the enemy away. The guy made a dash. So he was above the worm. A message appeared in front of him that 10 minutes were up and the test was over, which he was happy about. Then he pressed the agreement to leave it. Everyone present looked at the big screen. Fang opened his mouth in surprise when Huji noted that this is first place in the world in terms of endurance. Yang said that this is absolute and complete destruction. But frowning, Xian expressed a suspicion that something was wrong with Ning. He moved his hand to the side, calling him God, and again noted that everyone was too tense, so he joked again. Fang only smiled at him in confusion. Ning sank to the floor, saying that only the last test of willpower remained. He needed to quickly get himself in order, and although his left hand was temporarily out of order, fortunately, the test of willpower does not include combat skills. The system required him to start it within 1 minute, otherwise it would be considered a refusal, and started the countdown. He said that if he wanted to get the hidden reward, he would not be allowed to rest. But a smile appeared on his face, and he decided to start the test. After all, this was his territory anyway. The system showed many messages, among which it asked him to choose a test method, a normal test of will or a special test of will. Ning, looking at these messages, said that the first type was the most commonly chosen method of testing will, and this was also the method he chose in his past life. But now all his skills were on cooldown, and he would not be able to fight with his left hand, so he could only choose a special test. His finger touched the special test button. A man ran up to him when the system announced the start of the test. The hero noted that this was the first round of memories extracted, thinking that the feeling of being here was too realistic. Xiao reached out his hand to him, saying that the hero came just in time, and that there was an outbreak of zombies in the city, so he needed to quickly go and fight him. But the boy dodged his hand, asking for forgiveness. The man gritted his teeth and asked what he meant. The hero pierced him with his blade. Ning looked at him, saying that it was difficult to distinguish truth from lies in this special test. He must be careful, and moreover, he believed that the man was the monster created based on his memories. Xiao fell to the floor, and the boy was surprised that they did not show their true form of a monster, wanting to make him feel guilty, testing his psychological stability. A portal appeared in front of him, and again asking for forgiveness. He said that although there was some unrest in his heart, he could not stop there. When the hero appeared, he saw the monster grabbing the girl. Yong turned around, asking for help to save her, adding that he had never done this before, begging her to take his sister away while he held off the enemies. But Ning hit the girl. Shocked by this, the boy asked why. The hero struck him with a bright swing, replying that although his feelings were very touching, it was not enough to deceive him. Frowning, he demanded the next round. So he found himself in front of a girl sitting on the ground, who remembered that he had promised to kill her. She looked at him with a smile, saying that in any case she could not resist now, and she did not have a protective shield, so she was giving him a chance. Ning raised his sword, replying that perhaps for many this level was very difficult. Then he pierced her, adding that for him it was even easier than the previous two, because he could kill this girl with a clear conscience. After that, he put the weapon on his shoulder, saying that in this round the system really underestimated him. Next, a girl in a white coat appeared in front of him, who said that in everyday life she looked very careless, but this was all on purpose to ruin her father. She took off her clothes, telling him that this was her first time. Ning closed her eyes, thanking her for her kindness, but noted that this would be his greatest respect for her. There were blood spatters everywhere. A group of people could be seen through the broken glass. Among them was a man armed with an axe, telling the children not to be afraid, because the teacher was here and would definitely be able to lead them out. The guy turned out to be a child, surprised that this was his class, when he was 14 years old. There was a knock on the door. Ning looked at it in fear, remembering that time the teacher and all his classmates died, and he was the only survivor. The hero turned his attention to the girl standing next to him, remembering that time was the last time he saw his deskmate. The guy remembered how she held out a piece of bread to him, remembering that day when she got half a flatbread from somewhere, but did not eat it herself, gave it to him. Now the girl grabbed his hand, hoping that he could protect her, taking her to a safe place. Ning looked at her in confusion, answering that he really wanted to take her and the others away. But throwing her hand away, he added that it was just regret, and he had no real way to fix it. If he took her away, the mission would fail, and she was not really alive. The guy pounced and began to strangle her, asking for forgiveness at the same time. He grabbed his head and called the system damned, asking that if it wanted to kill him, then let them not use emotional blows, and screams were heard everywhere that he had mutated too. Glass shards rose from the floor, and using telekinesis, Ning said to kill everyone, leaving no one alive. A portal appeared in front of him, saying that no matter how cruel it was, he could only move forward. In the next round, he saw a girl in front of a woman, who asked what happened to her mother. Looking exhausted, the hero wondered how much cruelty this test should go before it ends. Because before this there was friendship and love, in the 6th round everything came down to family ties. The girl turned to him and said that her brother had finally returned. She hugged him, adding that she was very scared. Ning put his hand on her head, telling her not to be afraid. She moved her hand behind her back, saying that she was not afraid of anything with her brother. Then she struck him. After which she stepped back, asking why he did not hug her. Did she do something wrong, angering him? The swing of his blade left a bright mark with words about the girl not to blame her older brother. At that moment, the woman rose from the floor. Ning raised his sword above his head, asking his mother for forgiveness. He sank to the floor, exclaiming that he had even killed his relatives, and only the last round remained. Despair was visible on his face, and he demanded to show the system everything it had. Suddenly, something seemed to hit him. He fell to the floor unconscious. The hero seemed to fall underwater, thinking that he might have died. But he soon opened his eyes, hearing that he had made it. His comrades surrounded his hospital bed, rejoicing that the hero had finally woken up. Ning brought his hand to his face, not understanding where he was or what had happened to him. One of the people present came out to him, explaining that the hero had lost consciousness right after breaking through to level 4, and they were all so worried, but since he had regained consciousness, they now had hope. Looking at him in confusion, the boy repeated the words about level 4, thinking that he had returned to his past life before the capital was captured. A bright light surrounded him, and he noticed that his left arm had completely recovered. His abdomen was safe and sound, and what's more, the energy in his body was stronger than ever before. The energy spread throughout the entire ward. The comrade covered his face with his hand, saying that this was the pressure of level 4, and that even those at peak 3 were completely unable to withstand it, meaning that they finally had hope. But he looked away when he heard that the front was about to fall, and that level 4 mutants had already broken through the defense line, leading a wave of zombies. Then, looking at the hero again, he asked if he could fight now, but if he still needed to rest, they would even sacrifice their lives to buy him time. Ning was at a loss, thinking about what all this meant. Lowering his head, he thought about how he had died when he had encountered a level 4 mutant before. After that, he remembered how his comrade had carried him on his back, noting that at that moment, several level 3 fighters had sacrificed themselves to save him, and after returning, he had forcibly broken his will core. Back then, his body was surrounded by a bright aura, and he thought about how he tried to break through to level 4 and then passed out, but for some reason he didn't remember it before. Now, with his hand on his head, he thought that this might be a side effect of being forcibly promoted to level 4. Gritting his teeth, he guessed that the rebirth and such were just a big dream he had while he was unconscious, and maybe that big dream had confused his current memories. His aura grew brighter as he tried to figure out what was the truth after all. The guy standing in his room surrounded himself with a barrier, saying that he still couldn't control the new power well, and asked him not to try to activate it again for now, that he needed to rest first, and only when he recovered his fighting power would they have hope. He turned to the others, telling everyone to follow him to the front lines to give the hero time to recover. Ning sank to the floor. Taking a deep breath, he knew he had to remain calm. Standing up, he knew that to find out the truth, he had to at least leave this room first. Many birds were flying over the city. Someone said that the front would soon fall, and the underground shelter in the city was now the only relatively safe place. The birds pounced on a group of people. A man covered his head with his hands, asking for help. A man kicked a woman, saying that he was an awakened one, and whoever stood in his way would die. He hit her on the back again, saying that he had become one with great difficulty. A man with an axe began to push the others aside, calling them ignorant and indignant at how they dared to block the path of an awakened one. Another one struck with a sword, calling himself an awakened one and demanding that they give way, saying that people like him are the hope of humanity. Ordinary people are useless even if they are alive. 2 bright beams of light headed towards the exit. The awakened ones were struck by them. The rest of the people looked up in surprise. There they saw Ning. The hero was looking at them, telling them to come in order, and if anyone else killed each other, they would be treated like monsters. Turning around, he noticed a flock of birds. A magic blade appeared in his hand. The swing of such a weapon left a bright mark. Frowning, he noted that this level 4 power was so real and powerful that this time he felt like he could do anything, and so he was ready to go to the front lines and face the level 4 mutant again. People ran through the ruined streets of the city. One of the warriors pounced on the monsters, calling for the others to follow him to close the gap. But the monster knocked him to the ground. Pinned to the ground, he told them that they were not the only ones who could bite, because even without arms and legs, they still had mouths. Then he bit into the enemy with his teeth. Tearing off a piece of his flesh, he noted that their meat really stunk. The other monsters also pounced on him, and he shouted that humanity would live forever. Another warrior raised his sword, saying that their commander had fallen in battle, and they should be like him even if they died. Xian and the others flew over the city, saying that they only had one chance to attack, and if they could kill this level 4 creature or at least seriously injure it, they would still have hope to return and stop the army of the undead. Hu Ji glanced at him, noting that even if they failed, they still had Ning, meaning that humanity had hope. The guy flying next to him regretted that the hero could not control the energy well yet. Fang frowned, saying that it was their fault for not discovering and developing his potential. But Xian laughed, saying that if the world sold medicine for regrets, he would definitely have many grandchildren now, but suggested that they stop thinking about it, noting that they were almost at the monster, which meant they needed to prepare for an attack. The monster appeared in front of them, and the commander-in-chief demanded that they aim for the head. The one standing on the ground pointed to the sky, saying that these were the 7 greatest warriors attacking together, and they were able to turn over mountains and seas, and killing a level 4 creature would give hope. Each of the warriors had a weapon in their hands. Dark aura gathered. The warriors struck at once, but the enemy dodged. In an instant, they were all caught. Fang was shocked that the gap was so large. The enemy beam instantly hit him. The other warriors were shocked that the man died in less than 3 seconds, and everyone died as well, and it looked like this was the end. The man carefully watched what was happening through the monitor screen. He opened his mouth in shock, ordering Ning to be informed to lead the last group of people out of the encirclement. He brought the microphone closer to himself, saying that they would address the world one last time, and that would be the end of it. But the girl, looking at the monitor, asked him to wait, because she saw the hero. He rushed towards the monster. He had a confident smile on his face, saying that they had met again. A powerful aura was spreading from him. The monsters felt its influence. The bald warrior drew the others' attention to it, saying that they were starting to retreat under the pressure. The monster with the big eye looked towards the hero. Ning lowered his head, thinking that although the wave of zombies was retreating, the level 4 mutant was not moving, and even if he was now level 4, could this situation lead to? Frowning, he also thought about if in the holy illusion of the level 3 trial after reincarnation, what should he do to pass it? Could he kill the mutant in front of him, get rid of the obsessions of his past life? The warrior on the ground turned towards him, telling him to attack while he was idle. After all, he was their last hope. A sword appeared in his hand, saying that if he wished, he could end this disaster at any time and return everything to beauty, regardless of whether it was a test or not. If he killed a level 4 mutant with one blow of the sword, unfortunately, his heart should calm down. But he opened his eyes in surprise after hearing his mother's words. Turning around, he saw the silhouettes of him and his sister. They were smiling at him, surprised that he was still hesitating, because if he killed it, their family would never be separated again. His sister asked him to kill this monster so that they could live happily together. A girl appeared next to them, saying that if the hero killed it, she could return to him. But Ning shook his head, noting that the system was really trying its best to force him to act. Looking at his weapon, he seemed to understand what the final test of this test of will was, and since everyone wanted to end it, then it had to be done. Xian and the others were also watching the test. Looking at the screen, Yan said that almost 9 hours had passed, but the hero still hadn't come out. Fan noted that the speed of passing was very fast before, but now, perhaps, something unexpected had happened. Hu Ji, raising his head, still said that it shouldn't be like this, and if the guy chose the first type of test, then passing it, losing several skills, should be very easy, but if he chose the second type, then he probably has absolute confidence in his willpower. Xian looked at him when he said that in any case, theoretically there should be no problem, unless 3 rounds have passed, and the consumption has become too great, and he himself suggested waiting a little longer and see. Someone slammed his fist on the table. Meng stood up from his seat, saying that since the guy doesn't come out, perhaps there is another possibility. Fang turned around, clarifying what he meant. The commander looked at him as he said that his proposal was very important and related to national interests, and hoped that he could give the highest order to cut off all means of communication to prevent the information from leaking out. He also added with a frown that all people present here should be subjected to level 1 control. But Fang clenched his fist in anger, demanding to explain what he really wanted to say. Meng, putting his hand on his chest, addressed the commander-in-chief again, explaining that if what he said was not so important, he was willing to take the blame and resign. Xian looked at him intently. Then he moved his hand to the side, ordering the area to be cordoned off immediately, and an alert was issued, entering the top secret mode. The red protective dome was activated. Standing in front of the commander-in-chief, the man said that he believed that Ning was able to rank first in the world in 3 systems solely because he found a weakness in them, and not because his talent was truly that strong, and that neither his strength nor his endurance were achieved through his own abilities, and only in this way could one explain why the test of will in which he should have been most skilled was so difficult. Fang was visibly indignant at these words, suggesting that perhaps he was exaggerating, but he replied that there was no need to think that it was impossible. After all, they had not forgotten what happened 16 years ago. He introduced the man, spreading his arms, explaining that there was once an awakened from the North American combat region, whose talent allowed him to temporarily copy system items, and although the copied items had no effect, they were accepted by NPCs in dungeons. Thanks to this ability, he almost cleared all the main dungeons, obtained a huge amount of resources. He then imagined the man being struck by a bright flash, saying that one day he accidentally revealed his true power. There was a glitch in the system and it was discovered, destroyed. Since then they realized that even a near-god system can actually make mistakes. Zhang Yang smiled widely, saying that his father was right, and that he had never been useless or lost to Ning. Meng looked into Xian's eyes, saying that if the hero could come out, he suggested interrogating him immediately, and if his methods could be replicated, their battle area would make unimaginable progress. Fang also addressed the commander-in-chief, saying that it was too early to draw conclusions. After all, the guy was still inside, his fate unknown, and also after he had worked so hard to get out, should they capture him and subject him to cruel torture, it was too heartless. Xian raised his hand, demanding to stop making noise, because he knew what he was doing. First wait for Ning to get out of there safely, and then they would talk. Meanwhile, the hero pointed the blade towards the monster, hearing that he should kill it. But looking towards the people dear to him, the guy said that a person should not delve into past failures and fantasize about how to fix them. Piercing himself with the sword, he added that even if the past or future is beautiful, he does not want to live in false illusions. Splashes of blood burst out from his back. Blood also came out of his mouth, He said that even if reality is cruel and difficult, he will still face it again and again, trying to change it, because only looking forward is the present. A bloody trail remained behind the blade. Ning noted that it cannot be denied that in his past life he did suffer a terrible defeat, although he is still afraid to do it again. The hero raised his sword above his head, shouting that in this life he would destroy enemies. The explosion spread throughout the city. The system reported that the test of will was completed, and his rating was now first place in the world, summing up the bonuses to the characteristics. Also reported the bonuses for first place in the test of agility, endurance, and willpower. The hero fell down. The system also summed up the final complex rewards. A new message appeared that the hidden test was completed, and 4,000 points were received. A new window reported the final rewards and equipment. Thus, the icon of the received talent Storm of Spirits, and its description appeared. Ning appeared near the portal. Xian clenched his fist joyfully, saying that he had finished, taking first place in the world, and besides, he was the only one who had passed the tests of level 3 of willpower. The hero himself clenched his teeth, thinking that he was barely holding on, all the while waiting for the global announcement to sound. Bright rays shot into the sky. The system reported that the ranking of the test tower had been updated. The planet was illuminated by the sun's rays. People were surprised that China took first place in all categories. Ning lay down on the floor, saying that finally his desperate efforts were not in vain. Fang and the others rushed to him, demanding that a medical team be brought. One of the doctors leaned over the hero, telling them not to worry, because nothing serious had happened to him, just a small fracture of his left arm, as well as severe exhaustion of physical strength and will. So he only needed a few days of rest, and he would recover. Xian put his hand on his chest, saying that he almost died of fear. Frowning, Meng thought about how the guy was the first in the entire system, and only received such minor injuries, reminded the commander-in-chief to consider his previous suggestions, and he suggests forcibly waking Ning up with psychic power and interrogating him immediately. An angry Fang poked him with his finger, demanding not to go too far, warning that if he wanted to touch the hero, he would have to deal with him first. He was indignant that he wanted to ignore the interests of the state and act only on the dictates of feelings, and his assumptions were correct, and the guy was just a victim. The commander-in-chief looked behind him when Huji did not recommend doing this, because even if the probability of error was only 1 in 10, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yang supported the man, saying that the hero had proven himself well, and they were suspicious of him, and if they started with this, they would cool not only his heart, but also the future of all of China. Xian raised his hand to his face, giving him 15 hours to see if he would come to his senses, then decide what to do, and in the meantime, he ordered that he be carried away and given proper treatment, without making the slightest mistake. Meng watched with an ominous smile as the hero was taken away, thinking that he could wait 3 days, wondering if Ning would dare to wake up. Everyone gathered around the hero's bed. Meng stood behind the commander-in-chief, saying that more than 117 countries had already contacted them after hearing about him, wondering what to say, but the man noted that 3 days had already passed. Then Meng stood next to the commander-in-chief, reminding him that China's best doctors were inside, and reported that the hero's vital signs were normal, and his wounds had already healed, meaning he did not want to wake up, and most likely, this was just a pretense from a guilty conscience, suggesting that he be subjected to an immediate mental interrogation. Fang put his hand on his shoulder, saying that he did not agree, but the man reminded him that they had agreed on 3 days, and that the deputy commander-in-chief could not be indecisive in the face of important issues. Xian opened his mouth wide, demanding that they stop arguing, and said that if they continued to waste time like this, they would really miss something important. Then Fang extended his hand, ordering that the equipment for conducting mental interrogation be prepared. The soldier rolled the cart over. But Fang stood in front of it, saying that they could not do this to Ning, and then he was reproached for planning a mutiny. The commander-in-chief looked at him, saying that he did not want to do it either, but it concerned national interests. The apparatus was connected to Ning. With an ominous smile, the man brought the helmet to his head. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes. Sitting up on the bed, the hero asked where he was. Yang smiled widely, shouting that he had woken up. Fang also looked delighted. Xian was also delighted, ordering all the equipment to be quickly removed from him. With a wave of his hand, the deputy commander-in-chief threw the apparatus away and introduced himself to the hero. As the hero took off his helmet, the man introduced the rest of the people present. Ning held it in his hands, asking what it was since it did not look like medical equipment. Huji looked at him with a smile, saying that since he had woken up, there were some things they wanted to ask him about, asking him to open the system panel so they could take a look. The guy looked at him intently, answering that he understood what was going on, and thought that these people, instead of rewarding him, began to doubt and even wanted to torture him, and this was funny and sad, although it was still a pity that he could not reveal his sword system, otherwise he would die. The boy frowned and asked the commander about the military needing to know about his talent, not understanding since when did they require the awakened to necessarily reveal their system panels? Xian glanced at the confused Hu Ji. An angry Meng stood behind him, saying that they were suspicious of his test results, and perhaps he used some vulnerabilities to pass them, and this was a very serious matter. They hoped that he would definitely cooperate without trying to hide anything. The hero turned to him, clarifying that they thought he cheated. Fang's forehead veins rose, and he asked to listen to their explanation, but the commander-in-chief knew that an excuse would not work here, and apologized for the fact that they really assumed that he could use a vulnerability. After all, his results were too impressive. He put his hand on his chest, saying that firstly, they were very happy that Ning was able to win this honor for China. Secondly, he must understand that even if he really used the vulnerability, it was extremely valuable to them. Here, as the commander-in-chief, he guaranteed him that if he was willing to confess, he would still be in the first echelon. Shocked by this, Meng exclaimed that they couldn't just let him go. After all, if he came into contact with the awakened ones from the outside world, the consequences would be unpredictable. Xian looked at him, saying that this was enough. If he said another word, he would not be able to hide his true intentions. The man gritted his teeth, thinking that the hero did not dare to reveal the system information, obviously feeling guilty, and this was undoubtedly a vulnerability. But even so, the commander-in-chief still wanted to give him a place in the first echelon, and then all his efforts would be in vain. Ning closed his eyes, thinking that although it was obvious that the problem was with Meng, on the other hand, one could understand the authorities' reasoning, but he still felt disappointed in humanity, that perhaps this time it was because of a weakness in talents, and he could not allow some tragedies to repeat themselves like in his past life. Looking at the people present, he replied that he would tell everything now, asking the deputy commander-in-chief to help find a crystal to test the talent, noting that he needed the highest level. The man rushed forward, saying that he would go now. Meng smiled as he looked at him, thinking that opening the system panel was a matter of seconds, not understanding why he needed to look for some test crystal, and perhaps he wanted to prove that he had a full set of abilities. After all, even if they were SS rank, it was impossible to show such supernatural results. No matter what the results of this test were, they would not be able to prove that he did not exploit the weaknesses. At this moment, the guy looked at him, telling him that after he finished the test and he still had questions, then they would talk. Fang rolled a large crystal, saying that it had arrived. Ning touched it, telling everyone to watch carefully. A bright light appeared near his hand. People covered their faces with their hands. Cracks appeared on the crystal. The system notified that the test result was the SSS talent of the will system. The crystal broke into many fragments. The hero turned to the others, asking if they were satisfied. Xian was delighted, calling him a good man, and his deputy reminded him of what he said about the lack of vulnerabilities. Hu Ji and Yang opened their mouths in shock, surprised that such a rank actually existed in this world, calling this level amazing. Meng was also shocked, thinking that it was all over. Ning put one hand in his pocket and said, he can understand. It's just that he heard that to be selected as the first in line, in addition to the test, a duel is required to evaluate the combat potential. Yang smiled, saying that he didn't need it. After all, he had already proven himself well enough. There, the commander-in-chief had already said that he was already evaluated as the first in line, so there was no need to worry about it. Then the guy approached the commander, saying that he heard that his son was the first in line, and that he always believed in fairness, did not like any privileges, calling Zhang Yang outstanding, noting that if they did not have a fair fight, it would be unfair to him. Then he looked at Xian, clarifying that according to the rules, the lower level has the right to challenge the higher, and he did not want to get the first in line for nothing, so he applied for a death match, challenging the first in line Zhang Yang. Meng looked at him with fear, asking what he meant. Frowning, the commander-in-chief thought that this was quite harsh. After all, he had just said that he would compensate him, and that horror put him in an awkward position, and although the commander was wrong, killing his son was too much. Meng raised his hand to his head, thinking that he could not lose his temper, otherwise he would become a pawn that would be abandoned, and now the only way to soften and give the commander-in-chief an opportunity to smooth things over. Smiling nervously, he told the hero that first place was his. After all, his talent was already far superior to Zhang Yang, and on his behalf, he voluntarily gave up first place, apologizing for what happened earlier, justifying it by saying that it was because of concern for his safety, calling it all a misunderstanding. Ning looked him in the eye and said that he was being overpraised, insisting on following the rules, as he did not want anyone to say that he was arrogant and was breaking them. Then, clenching his fist, he added that Zhang Yang was so outstanding that they should have a fight to see who was stronger. The commander was covered in sweat. Hu Ji smiled and said to the commander-in-chief that if the guy wanted to follow the rules, then he should do so. However, since he had just reached level 3, he needed time to get used to his abilities, and in 3 days they would have a fight, announce the queue list, and hand out rewards. Xian looked at the other man questioningly, thinking that he had always been cautious, but he suddenly spoke out, and he must have good reasons for doing so, and was glad that they still had 3 days. Meng gritted his teeth as he thought about how he and his son had been abandoned, deciding that he would not let the hero touch them. If he wanted to kill Zhang Yang, he would kill him first. Ning lowered his eyes and thought that a noble person could wait for 10 years. But even one day of delay was disrespect for the enemy, so let him take his time. He would sincerely arrange a meeting with his son. Later, the commander-in-chief stood on the roof with Hu Ji, saying that now it was just the two of them, asking why he agreed with Ning, and then the other man reminded him of the intercontinental mission in 10 days. Both looked down, and the man also said that the previous failures had already seriously affected their strategic security, and this time was extremely important, because if they did not obtain a sufficient share of energy debris again, most of the war machines would soon turn into scrap metal. Xian looked at him, clarifying that he wanted the hero to participate. His interlocutor agreed, adding that in the intercontinental mission, it would be necessary to fight not only mutants, but also awaken level 3 from other countries. They looked at the street again. He also noted that they could use this duel to test whether the guy had the determination to kill, because killing a person and killing a mutant are completely different things. But the commander-in-chief noted that if Zhang Yang died, his father would probably go crazy, and this could lead to internal conflict. Frowning, he trembled. The man noted that this is why he proposed 3 days so that Meng could do everything possible to prepare his son, and secondly, they would also have time to develop 2 plans in advance and flexibly respond depending on the situation. The commander-in-chief put his hand on his shoulder and was glad that he was paying attention to details, and he also suggested that he should announce that the hero had SS-rank talent, otherwise he might bring mortal danger to himself, which Xian agreed with, but decided to declassify the rest of the information. Zhang Yang was sitting on the floor. Turning around, he saw that his father was curled up in the staff, and asked if he had found out what the hero's abilities were. The guy rushed to the man, asking if his opponent had found a loophole and was locked up. He grabbed his father, asking what really happened. Meng shook his head, answering that Ning had no problem, and on the contrary, he was preparing to challenge him to a duel to the death in 3 days, and he clarified that there was nothing wrong. Zhang Yang began to tremble, repeating the words about the duel, and then began to refuse first place, saying that he would not go and did not want to anymore. Looking into his eyes, the man replied that he had already said all this, but the hero had firmly decided to fight him to the death. The boy's eyes became smaller from fear, and he seemed to understand that the hero wanted to kill him. Gritting his teeth, the son demanded that his father kill Ning before the duel. The boy approached the man when he replied that it was extremely difficult to kill him now, because he was constantly surrounded by a team of high-level 3s, and offered to threaten him in 7. Meng lowered his head, explaining that the army had already sent a unit to protect them, and there was not enough time for that either. Then his son sweated from the words that he was doomed. The father put his hands on his shoulders and said that he would not let him die, and had already contacted several high-level 3s, and they would help him at the right time, because he had served the country for so many years, and even if the higher-ups leaned in favor of Ning, they would turn a blind eye to such a matter. Now Zhang Yang looked at him with hope, asking if there were any ways for him to win, citing equipment or artifacts as examples, but he replied that these things were useless. They could not be used in duels to the death. He smiled at his son. He added that although external force could not be used, it did not mean that they had no ways at all, because the hero always talked about the rules, and they could also use them to defeat him. Sinister smiles appeared on their faces when the general reminded them that they also had suicide bombers, and the boy said that no matter how strong his opponent was, but a dragon was difficult to suppress a local snake, and they would see how he handled it. A barrier towered over the dueling arena. Xian stood surrounded by his subordinates, who said that everything was prepared, and they were ready to begin at any time. He ordered this to be reported to the judges. Ning was walking towards the judges when someone said that there were terrible rumors about him, but he looked quite weak, because he was quite thin, and he was only 17 or 18 years old. The head judge looked intently at the hero. He handed him a list of participants for a deadly duel, saying that if there were no questions, then he could prepare for the fight. Looking into the interlocutor's eyes, the guy did not understand why he needed some kind of list, because he was fighting Zhang Yang. However, looking at the list, he saw that he was still being challenged by 9 newcomers of level 3, and the main opponent was last on the list. The judge explained that the list was approved by his superiors, and according to the rules, other candidates could also challenge him. Ning raised his hand when they explained to him that the first 9 rounds would significantly exhaust him, and interrupting the interlocutor, he said that he understood everything, and they could begin. Then, raising the list above his head, he announced that everyone on it should come out at once. The people present were surprised, because even if he had outstanding abilities, he couldn't be so arrogant, and fighting with 9 at the same time was suicide. The head judge was noticeably nervous, thinking that the higher-ups wanted to save Zhang Yang's life and therefore agreed to this list. But no one said that this would happen, and both guys should not suffer, so it was unclear what to do now. Yang ran up to them, telling the hero that he didn't need to be so impulsive, because if he didn't agree to a fight to the death, he could refuse, and this would not affect his first place. The man, that is, Ning, took took the blades in his hands, clarifying that if the rules forbid fighting with everyone at once, if not, then they should start. Fawn clenched his fist, calling the hero impudent, and saying that he liked it. To which Huji noted that he was just like a spectator who just wanted more noise and fun. Xian frowned and agreed to do as the hero said, and ordered the judge to enforce the rules, thinking that Ning was just like him when he was young, and although he liked it, standing out was not always a good thing. He himself had suffered a lot from this in his time, and let this serve as a lesson to him. The judge, looking tense, thought about how the commander-in-chief's last sentence clearly hinted that they should protect Ning. Then, raising his hand, he ordered all 10 selected participants to enter the arena, including Zhang Yang. The boy was clutching the handle of the axe, saying that the hero was humiliating him, and he would definitely kill him. His father said that this was good, because the more daring he was, the more chances he had of winning, and let the others attack him first. When he had spent his energy, he would go out and finish them off. Several people were visible under the dome, and it was announced that the death match was about to begin, so everyone was prohibited from using items, and all enchantments on all items had to be cancelled. Then the countdown began. The spectators looked at the arena with delight, saying that such a situation had never happened before, wondering how long the fight would last. The countdown ended, and the participants rushed into battle. Zhang Yang told them to wear out the enemy to death. Ning's blade swings left bright traces when using Sword Storm. His opponents received blows, saying that it was impossible to dodge or block, asking for help. Zhang Yang gritted his teeth, sending mercenaries into battle. The guy raised his hammer above his head and shouted that he would take the hero with him. There were cut marks on his body. Then a powerful explosion sounded. Ning looked at this with a smile and noticed that the mercenaries had a mini nuke with them, but they would not have a chance to use it. Zhang Yang sat on the ground, only asking for help, and someone called the judges to save people. So they created a barrier in front of him. The judge gritted his teeth, surprised that these actions were created by the third level. Another judge holding the barrier called for others to focus, because Zhang Yang must be protected at all costs, otherwise they will lose their jobs. The guy tried to run away, still asking for help, because he did not want to fight anymore. He turned around when he heard that everything was fine. His head flew off his shoulders, and the judge did not understand how this was possible. Gritting his teeth, Fawn was surprised that everyone was defeated in one blow. Xian noted the determination and ruthlessness. Ning's eyes were shining brightly, and he said that those he wanted to kill would not be able to protect them, and he wanted everyone to know that he was already very strong. Meng took his son's head in his hands and screamed. He then pounced on the hero, saying that he would kill him. The hero only replied that he was just in time. A silhouette of a tiger appeared behind the man. Ning, watching it approach, thought that although his strength, approaching the peak of level 3, was indeed much superior to him, but he bet that he would not be able to defeat him and would die here. Fawn stood in front of the hero and demanded that Meng stop. This sent the commander flying towards the barrier. Looking up, he demanded that his comrade step back, because if he did not avenge his son's death, he was not worthy of being a father. But looking into his eyes, Fawn warned him that if he stopped now, the commander-in-chief might forgive him considering the loss, but if he did not stop, then he should not blame him for being merciless to him, thinking that although he wanted to kill this scoundrel, he still had to follow the established procedures. The commander gritted his teeth. Staring at him, Ning thought that he would not let him stop. Then, showing his middle finger, he said that in a duel to the death, life matters, calling his son a loser, and his father an old loser who could not accept defeat. Seeing his gesture, Meng again demanded that he step back. A dragon silhouette appeared behind Fang, saying that he was looking for death. The commander fell to the ground. The commander-in-chief watched him. He heard that his son was the only heir, and considering all the years he had served the country, and Zhang Yang had risked his life for the country, the commander-in-chief asked for justice for him. Xian looked at the commander, wondering if there was a need for it. But the hero stood over him with a smile, calling him an old dog and saying that he had no right to demand justice, and since he could not win by force, he was now playing with pity. He still looked at him, and thought that even in an ambush from 10 sides, sometimes they left a path for retreat, but he would definitely drive him into a dead end. Ning leaned towards him, adding that he was giving himself a chance to be killed, but he failed, and now he was standing in front of him. And also, whether he believed it or not, but if he laid a finger on him, the guy would make his Meng pay with 7 lives, and even his chickens and dogs would not remain alive. Meng opened his mouth wide, shouting that he would kill him. Fang smiled and looked at the hero, thinking that since he had given him a reason, he would not let him down either. The two men charged at each other. The deputy commander-in-chief struck him, saying that he would show him the difference between the real and false peaks. Ning covered himself with his hand, noting that the difference between levels was truly exponential, and right now he could easily win at his level and even kill those 3 levels higher. But if he encountered a level 3 perfect, he would have no chance of survival. Xian watched this. He had heard that the hero was in great danger, so the man acted on impulse. The commander-in-chief raised his hand, saying that the deputy was forced to. He demanded that people be sent to give the commander a proper burial. He gritted his teeth, thinking about the meaning of being treated like a fool. Seeing the game these two were playing, he was glad that Hu Ji had already prepared an emergency plan. Ning made a gesture, thanking him and the commander-in-chief for saving his life and restoring justice, saying that he would be eternally grateful and serve the country until death as a token of gratitude. Xian stared at him, thinking that he was very cunning and not as simple as he seemed, and if he wanted to glorify and establish his strength, then he would help him do so. Raising his hand above his head, the man announced that tomorrow, the first awards ceremony of the Seed Project would officially open in the capital square. The spectators in the stands were shocked, saying that they were still not over how Ning instantly killed everyone, meaning in the future, they should not offend him under any circumstances. And also the awards ceremony in the capital square is at the level of state honor, which means that big changes are really coming in the future. Yang and Rui were shocked. The man was worried that now he too could not avoid death, and the guy was glad because he was smart and stayed away, otherwise he could have died a terrible death. The commander-in-chief turned to Hu Ji, entrusting him with the awards ceremony, saying that it must be solemn, and in addition, it is necessary to classify the results of today's mortal battle, including Ning's combat abilities and talents, and anyone who arbitrarily discloses this information will be accused of treason. Planes flew over the city. From the rostrum they announced that, according to the decision of the Chinese military command, the hero takes first place in the Seed Project, taking into account outstanding achievements in the tests. The rewards provided earlier will be increased. Xian brought the award to his chest. The host announced that the originally set access level A was upgraded to level S, and the originally set resource quota was upgraded to unlimited, and the originally set monthly 1 million credit points was upgraded to 3. In addition, an additional limit of 10 million points per year was specially allocated. The medal on the hero's chest shone brightly. It was noted that the originally set right to choose an epic battle as a reward was upgraded to a legendary set, and the originally set master level status was upgraded to the deputy army commander, and the originally set military rank of colonel was upgraded to major general, and at the same time, Ning was specially appointed as an honorary member of the standing committee. One of the men looked up, saying that in the 21 Parody Hall, this award ceremony was already comparable in solemnity to the inauguration of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief. The other smiled confidently, adding that a month ago, the events of Ning breaking into the testing ground were still fresh in the memory. The third one with glasses was surprised that he had already received the notice of promotion yesterday, and it was all thanks to the hero. Xian looked him in the eye, asking if he had any wishes. The guy thought that his reward was already generous enough, and it would be abusive to make additional wishes now, but if he didn't say it now, there would be no opportunity later. Frowning, he told the commander that he hoped to be able to participate in the military conference that would be held in 2 days and was held once every 3 years. The man thought that the guy really knew how to put him in a difficult situation. Hu Ji and Fan looked at them warily, thinking that he was only 18 years old, and that he could not know much at such an age, not understanding what the point of participating in the conference was, and that this guy had outstanding abilities. He should think more about fighting. The commander-in-chief put his hands on his shoulders, saying that there was no problem, since he was already an honorary member, so he could attend as a listener, and of course, if he had a good proposal, the military would also consider it. Dark clouds floated across the sky. Sitting in the car, Ning thought that he did not need the role of a listener, but rather the execution. After all, in order to prevent a disaster in the Eastern Sea, at least one military district had to be mobilized. But for now, it was better to stop there, and act according to the circumstances at the conference. Fan walked up to him, telling him to follow him. The car entered the military district. The hero followed the man, hearing that he would be living here from today onwards. This place was not only strictly guarded, but also had luxurious greenery, and this was undoubtedly a cool environment, and this was a completely closed metal room, a top-secret conference room. They were inside, and Fan also said that the reason he was personally accompanying him today was because he had a secret mission, and although according to the rules, Ning had just reached level 3 and shouldn't participate, but they really couldn't find a more suitable candidate, to which the guy asked to speak directly. Fan raised a finger, explaining that there was an intercontinental dungeon of difficulty A, in which each country was allowed to send a maximum of 2 awakened intermediate level 3 and 8 awakened elementary level 3. And in addition to fighting mutants and completing basic missions, one must also confront awakened ones from other countries to obtain more spiritual minerals. Ning brought his hand to his face, thinking about the fact that he had been in this dungeon in his previous life, and back then it wasn't an intercontinental dungeon at all, and there weren't any minerals inside. He was surprised to see the message about the mandatory mission. The other person stared at him, saying that although it was risky, the battle group would definitely ensure his safety first. The boy raised his palm to the flask, saying that he would go without fear of risk, and believed that the mission would not fail. Fan praised him, glad that they really had not made a mistake in him, and if he needed anything before leaving, then he should boldly take it from the state treasury. Later, he went outside, thinking that he would not say that this mission was mandatory for now, saying that it was worth the risk just for the sake of the plans of the space aircraft carrier. He imagined this aircraft carrier, reasoning that the ship was 17,000 m long, 34,000 m wide, and had a lifting capacity of 10,100 tons. And it can also carry 64 Spirit fighters, 26 Spirit cannons in the hull, 2 main cannons on the bow and stern, accommodating 7,000 people and equipped with Spirit towers, shields and a homing system. A wide smile appeared on his face at the thought of how crazy this was, and just the description gave him goosebumps. If he really managed to create such a thing, then he would be able to conquer the whole world, which meant he must definitely capture these blueprints. His aura became stronger with the words that after upgrading to level 3, the system gave 2 more skill slots, and there were still a few days to prepare, which meant he needed to maximize his power. First go to the government repository and select 2 books with S-level sword skills. He stopped, feeling the aura approaching the peak of level 3, and the approaching speed was such that it could be considered ill-intentioned. The hero turned around, asking, "Who is this?" A girl appeared behind him, saying that Personal Guard 009 had arrived with a report. Then she hugged him. Ning looked at the girl in confusion, having heard that she now specialized in his personal protection. The hero stopped the girl with his hand and asked suspiciously who sent her, and who told her that personal protection meant exactly what she did. The girl looked him in the eye and replied that she was sent by the Deputy Commander-in-Chief, and that she had only learned the concept of personal protection from training materials today. He looked at her in surprise and asked her what training materials she was talking about. The girl knelt down, turning her back to him, and tried to demonstrate something. Then she turned around, putting herself in a seductive pose. Rising from the floor, she reached out to kiss him, but the young man stopped her. The girl looked into his eyes in surprise. The guy exhaled heavily and replied that these high-ranking officials were really afraid that he was hot-tempered and that something would happen in bed, and they had even thought of this, and they had really underestimated him. The young man immediately released his aura and used mental scanning. Having plunged into the girl's consciousness, he noticed that there was an antenna on the outside connected to a chip in the brain, and there were also many wires in the body. But the original brain had already atrophied and died, and all thoughts and actions were controlled by the chip, so the girl looked more like a job than a person. Slightly frowning, he extended his hand to her and asked why she had become like this. 009 grabbed his wrist. She pulled his hand up and touched it to her head. Suddenly, a shining chip appeared under the hero's finger. The hero raised his eyebrows in surprise, hearing the words about the successful recognition of the fingerprint, and the official unlocking and updating of the commands. The guy saw the girl's memories of a man sitting next to her at the hospital bed. Smiling heavily, she turned to her father and asked him not to cry, because she would die soon anyway, and instead of dying, she had talent. But without doing anything, it would be better to sacrifice this body before death, because if it worked, perhaps she would be able to serve in the country in the future, because she always believed in his concern for the future of humanity and the post-apocalyptic world. The man, with tears in his eyes, squeezed her palm and said that such research is 1,000 times more painful than just dying, and they have never been successful. But even if it works out miraculously, her soul will disappear, and she will become a complete machine, and he will not be able to bear and accept this. The girl touched her father's face and reminded him that he used to tell her stories about the souls of heroes, and that the body can die, but the soul remains, so why not go the other way, so that the soul disappears, but the fighting body remains. Looking into his eyes, she said with a smile that compared to the bitter disappearance, this pain was nothing. The man closed his eyes, holding back his mental pain. Tears ran down the girl's cheeks when she said that becoming a robot was also not bad, because she believed that the orders he would give her would be correct. The guy came out of her memories and froze for a second. He lowered his hand and looked into her eyes in surprise. Turning away from the girl, he thought about what he had done to deserve such attention from the deputy commander, and with what feelings he decided that she would be his personal bodyguard, and, as it seemed to him, the name 009 was also chosen only now, because the man wanted to forcibly suppress and cut off his feelings. Without looking back, the guy called out to the girl. Glancing at her out of the corner of his eye, he ordered her to delete all the so-called personal training materials, and in the future just protect him and act on orders. The girl's eyes lit up when she heard his order. They headed forward to the first military research institute to obtain S-rank combat skills. The young man also noted that the great thing had not yet been completed, so there could be no talk of any personal desires and feelings. Although he did not completely agree with his uncle's methods, he was still grateful, because he gave him papaya, and the hero would repay him with jade. And since his uncle believed that he would create the future, he could only swear that he would not disappoint him. Suddenly, a man ran out of the door and greeted the hero. After saluting, the man introduced himself as the deputy director, and then asked for guidance. The young man said that he wanted to choose 2 S-rank sword combat skill books, and then asked if they had such. He looked back at his ally when the deputy said that they did, and then asked her to wait for him outside. The two men walked inside, and the deputy said that their institute only had 4 books of such a high rank left, but they had more A-rank books, so he should probably look at them. The young man replied that he didn't need to, after which the man tried to object. The hero frowned sternly, saying that if he had something to say, he should say it directly. The man awkwardly said that he didn't intend to stop him at all, but there were many 5th-level masters in the capital military region, and the remaining books now probably had many problems. Ning raised his hand and calmly replied that he understood this, but it's not a problem, so he should look at them first. After spreading the books on the table, the young man glanced at their system descriptions. Scratching his neck, he noted that he was not surprised that they all remained, because the blow of despair can only be used in mortal danger, hellfire can only be used in a suitable place, the song of death requires 18,000 units of spiritual energy, and an ordinary person does not have such. Extinction before use requires freezing in place for 10 seconds, and this makes a person a living target. The man smiled nervously and asked if the gentleman would like to look at the A-rank skills, because they are not much inferior in effectiveness, but there are more than 800 different options to choose from. The hero reached out to the books and began to absorb techniques from them. The man froze in shock seeing that the guy learned the song of death and extinction, after which he tried to ask what he was doing. The young man looked back with a smile and apologized, explaining his actions by the fact that he was really too lazy to look at the A-rank skills. Waving his hand at the man, he thanked him and said goodbye. The vice director could not believe what he heard. Clutching his head, the man thought about the fact that the skills that can be learned and used at the 3rd level are limited, otherwise he does not understand why the guy is so careless. Walking along the staircase, the young man thought that these skills, despite such significant shortcomings, are still determined by the system as S-rank techniques, and this only means one thing: their power is incredibly great, because the Song of Death can fight for souls, and extinction can overcome levels, so with a full supply of energy and the Sword God system in hand, it is worth taking a risk. He opened the system window and began to strengthen the ball skills, bringing them to the SSS rank skills, Soul Reaper and Divine Wrath. The system immediately displayed their description. The Soul Reaper could be used without delay, but the cooldown lasted 48 hours, it required 20,000 units of spiritual energy, and after killing the target, it gave the opportunity to capture and use the souls of the dead within 100 m for 10 seconds as puppets, while the combat abilities of the souls correspond to the level of the dead in life. And the Divine Wrath, having the same cooldown and costs, summoned a shadow or ghost for 10 seconds, causing huge destructive damage to 2 targets. Smiling, looking at the description, the young man thought that the Sword God system never disappoints him, because now he also has a Soul Reaper to summon an army, and even if he enters a crowd of the dead alone, he can quickly turn enemies into allies. Putting his hands on his waist, he thought that Divine Wrath could be used even if an enemy at the peak of the 3rd level appeared, because he would have a hard time, and in addition to being able to use it once for 48 hours without spending, he could also use spiritual energy for free use, and this is essentially an autonomous skill that exists outside the system, so he wants to try everything right now, but unfortunately, he needs to go on a mission in 2 days, so he will have to endure it. Suddenly, someone approached him menacingly. A woman with documents in her hands turned to him and said that the system shows that he has used 2 high-rank skill books. He smiled slyly and asked if they can be used. The woman frowned in annoyance and shouted that they can be used, but he must leave the combat power data before leaving. Walking closer to her, he asked if such a rule is mandatory or not. The woman answered in the affirmative. Suddenly the deputy director ran out of the library and said that the girl was the boss, and she probably wanted him to leave the combat power data of these 2 skills so that the military could use them in the future, and although it was not absolutely necessary and depended on his desire, but it was a contribution to research for the country. The woman looked angrily at the deputy and shouted that this was nonsense, because according to the rules, the data must be saved, and not only these 2 books, but all of the guy's other combat skills must be tested and researched. The man thought that she was going to, because her previous research had yielded no results, and her son with the will skill turned out to be worthless, so she probably wanted to go crazy and die. But she should not drag him into this. The hero refused. The woman replied that he was using the army's resources, and therefore he was obliged to undergo testing, a blood test, a bone strength test, muscle activity, because nothing could be missed, and even if he was such an important person, it didn't mean anything, because he would not dare to disobey a military order. The young man frowned, noticing that she was treating people like test subjects, which meant that she was hiding behind the name of the state and was acting solely for her own personal interests, so who knows how many awakened people she had already suppressed. So even if the sword master system did not restrict him, he would still not spare her. Taking out a blade from his inventory, he asked if the director could really hold him back if he did not cooperate. The deputy tried to calm him down, explaining that this was not what the director meant, but the woman shouted that the guy would not leave today, because he had violated a military order. Even if she arrested him, it would be legal, and she was not afraid if it came to the commander-in-chief. Touching the blade, the guy said with a smile that she was probably threatening him, so he was not guilty of anything. A few seconds later, claps were heard in the air. 009 pinned the director to the floor with his boot. Standing on her head, she said that the threat was eliminated, then asked if she should be killed. The woman looked up and began to plaintively beg not to kill her. The deputy director looked at the guy with horror and asked to spare her, because she realized her mistake, and he was ready to ask for forgiveness in her place, so that she would be spared. The hero thought that although he wanted to kill her, he had just killed a man 2 days ago, and if he did the same again today, it would cause concern. Looking at the woman, he agreed and said that he would not kill her for now, then ordered 009 to push her away, because she was in the way. With a strong kick, she sent the woman aside. The director hit her head on the wall and passed out. Then she fell to the ground with a broken neck. It became clear that she had given up the ghost. The deputy director was very scared when he saw this. 009 looked back and said in surprise that she had underestimated the distance she would fly and overestimated her endurance, then apologized for that. The guy looked at the deputy with a smile and asked if he saw that it was a pure accident. The man replied that the director accidentally hit the wall and died, so it had nothing to do with him, then thought that this guy was too bossy, so he should never mess with him. Walking away, the guy waved his hand at the nervous man and said that he would leave the aftermath to him. Because it was time for them to go, the deputy director said goodbye and said that the guy was too kind. The guys came down the stairs and 009 asked if she had caused him any inconvenience. The young man said that she had done nothing terrible, because in any case the woman was not someone good, so her death did not bring anything bad, because in any case he was going to do it, so the top brass should be afraid if they want. 2 days later, people filled the meeting room. Suddenly everyone turned their attention to the hero and the room filled with tricks about how this is really that guy, and probably he just came to see what was happening, but he has documents in his hands. And probably he is really going to make a proposal, but it is funny, because it is not clear what someone can propose she does not have, and he is probably just pretending. Ning walked down the row next to the irritated man. The man looked up at him, noticing that the guy was sitting down very close. This man turned out to be an irritated minister of the armed forces of the Eastern Military District. He thought that the guy killed his wife, and today at the meeting, even if he can't kill him, he will deprive him of all privileges. The girl in the suit approached the guy and said that his number would be 119, and that he was an honorary member, and asked him to turn off all means of communication, because disclosure of proposals was strictly prohibited, after which she handed over the program of the current meeting so that he could read it carefully. Imagining himself standing at the lectern, the guy thought that in his past life in the 3rd year he held many such meetings, so he knows all these things like the back of his hand. But now he has to pretend that he is in this place for the first time, and this really irritates him. The girl pointed with her hands at the red button and said that at this meeting he has the right to vote, and after the main proposals are completed, if he wants to express his opinion, he can press the button next to it. But before pressing it, he needs to be careful. The hero raised his hand with a smile and said that he understood her, so she doesn't have to worry, because except for presenting his proposal, he won't press the button unnecessarily, so she doesn't have to worry and can go about her business. She raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if he was really going to make a proposal, and then thought that the management had told her to explain everything to him properly from the beginning so that he wouldn't do something stupid at the meeting. She nervously walked away, thinking that she should immediately go and report to all the management. While the guy was thinking about it, did he really look like some kind of monster? Suddenly, Fawn sat down next to him and asked if the guy had his eye on the receptionist, and if he was missing 009. The hero looked at him with a slight smile and said that 009 was very good, and that she deserved the best treatment in this world, and that he just said that he was going to make a proposal, but this scared the receptionist. The man, hearing these words, frowned a little. He lowered his head and smiled and said that it was no wonder they were seated together, since the guy was really going to cause a stir, and then asked him to tell him what he wanted to propose, and the young man explained that once the procedure was over, the man would know everything, and he could promise that it would definitely not be anything out of the ordinary. The man laughed at his words. He looked up at the guy and advised him to keep it all to himself, since the military and government always balanced each other out, and the young man replied that he understood, so his uncle didn't have to worry. The man touched his chin and remembered the handwritten words and thought that he believed that the man who had closed the battlefield and sent the old soldiers home would not do anything that would harm the country, so such a person was also trustworthy. The white-haired man walked to the podium and said loudly that he was officially declaring the 13th Congress of Survivors Representatives open, so he wanted to announce the following proposal. After 6 hours, the young man continued to sit in his seat, thinking that there were only 9 proposals, 6 of which were related to other countries, so it was no wonder that their great country had a strange period of weakness in the face of change in their previous life, and it was no wonder that people like him were urgently needed for the intercontinental dungeon. The old man rested his hands on the lectern and said loudly that it was now time for the proposals from the committee members, and after the vote, they would move on to the review and evaluation procedure. Photos of the hero and the Minister of the Armed Forces appeared on the screen. The men immediately stood up from their seats, and the people in the hall began to discuss that the guy was really going to make a proposal, and that it was incredible, because using his current popularity, he wanted to do whatever he wanted, because he was too young and naive. The Minister of Defense asked with an evil smile if the guy had pressed the wrong button, because if so, he should quickly sit down and not interfere with him, blaming the young man. The hero crossed his arms and asked what this meant, after which he thought that he had not yet presented his proposal on the East Sea, but had the opponents really already prepared in advance. But these materials had been secretly investigated by 009 on his behalf over the past 2 days, so a leak was impossible. The old man looked at them and the minister said that 2 days ago the young man went to the first research institute and mercilessly killed the director, that is, his wife, Mrs. Vang, and this is lawlessness. Raising his hand, he frowned sternly and shouted that no matter how talented the guy was, he could not be above the law, so he proposed to strip him of all resources and privileges. Looking back at the man, the young man mentally chuckled and thought that the minister, it turns out, was the husband of this snake, but in that case, everything was fine. The old man hesitated for a second and asked the guy there if this was true. The hero frowned with a smile and said that there was a misunderstanding, and although a couple of days ago he really went to the research institute and took 2 sword skill books from there, but he did not kill anyone, because the director was too excited, did not look at the road and accidentally crashed into a tree, from which he died. The minister immediately boiled with rage and said that if the guy had enough courage, then he should do it again. The young man extended his hand to the man and told him that his wife, seeing such a handsome young man like him, could not restrain herself and crashed into a tree, which killed her, but he felt sorry for her, because she probably had never seen anything good in her life. The people in the hall immediately began to discuss that, regardless of whether it was true or not, such things should not be discussed in such a serious situation, because family scandals are not made public, and the minister brought this to the meeting. The old man asked for discipline and said that such insignificant family matters should be resolved in private. The minister turned to the young man angrily and said that things were not as he said, because he was just a petty person who abused his privileges, so he should be stripped of his powers and executed. Suddenly, Fang stood between them and shouted at the minister, asking if he had become bold. The young man calmed him down and said that he could figure it out himself, because if the minister didn't believe him, he could ask the director from the research institute. The man sat down and listened to the hero's words while he was telling him that the minister's proposal had no right to be discussed at this meeting, so now it was his turn to speak, because by coincidence his proposal was also related to the minister, because he wanted to propose removing the minister of the Eastern Naval Military District from his post. Looking at the commander, the young man said that he also wanted to ask for the redirection of all combat forces of the Eastern Naval Military District and the immediate evacuation of survivors from safe zone number 239 along the coast, because in about 23 days, an invasion of sea monsters would occur in the coastal areas, and the level of this invasion would be equal to Class A. Suddenly the room was filled with a disgruntled buzz of people discussing this nonsense, and the fact that this guy does not know what he is talking about, and this is just a rumor, because he most likely has not even been to the Eastern Sea, so this is an even more absurd proposal than the proposal of the Minister of Defense. The man took his proposal with a grin and said that this is nonsense, because in more than 40 years, there has not been an invasion of sea monsters of this level in the Eastern Sea, so the young man is just retelling his dreams. The commander slammed his hand on the table and ordered everyone to remain silent, because during the discussion of proposals, it is forbidden to make noise, and then asked the guy to give him a good reason, because he dared to make a rather serious proposal. The hero picked up the document and read out the lines that in the Eastern Military District, in Sea Zone C13, over the past 2 months, the spiritual power content in the water has increased by 1.9%, which is the highest figure in the past 40 years, and in Sea Zone D51, 43 underwater earthquakes occurred in the first half of the year, the maximum force is B+. And the frequency of these earthquakes is also the highest in the past 40 years. At resource port number 2, since the beginning of the year, water power plants reported 13 malfunctions, and during repair work, 3 battle groups disappeared, and 23 engineers died as a result of Class D incidents, but the cause of the malfunction remained unknown. The minister listened to his story in shock, while the guy continued to say that attacks of sea monsters were recorded in the sea zone of the Eastern Military District, which is 195.7% more compared to previous years, and this is the highest figure in the past 40 years. Shocked by what he heard, the man could not understand how the guy could know so much about the Eastern Sea. The young man slammed the sheet of paper on the table and said menacingly that all the higher information and data indicated came from the safety zone of the Eastern Sea, and if those present did not believe it, they could check all the data in the Eastern Sea. If even one line was falsified, he was ready to be punished. The commander frowned menacingly and turned to the minister, asking him if the data was true. The man nervously turned away, not understanding what to say. He turned pale with anger and thought that it did not matter whether he admitted the data or not, he would still be dismissed from his post for negligence and sent to a military tribunal, so it was a dead end anyway, and it was better for him to kill this scoundrel, because at least this way he could take revenge. The man climbed onto the table with his foot, released energy, and said that he wanted the guy to die. The next second, the minister struck him, but the guy covered himself with his hands. The boy skidded across the floor and stopped, and the man rushed towards him. Suddenly, Fan stopped his next attack and asked him what he was doing. The minister frowned angrily and shouted that they should stop chatting, because the boy was not going to live anyway, because he would personally kill him today. The commander pointed his finger at the minister and said that attacking a meeting was a riot, after which he ordered to seize him and kill him on the spot if necessary. 009 rushed towards the battle, reporting that a level 1 threat had been detected. The men swung their fists at each other, when suddenly the guy opened his inventory and shouted for his uncle to step aside, because he could handle it himself. The men jumped up from their seats. Fan said that the boy did not need to interfere, because he could handle it with one blow. He hit the minister in the chest, throwing him back, and asked 009 to catch him. The girl with a menacing look walked towards the minister. A moment later, she hit the man in the back with her knee. The man lost consciousness and choked on blood. He fell to the floor in front of her with a thud, and the girl said that the threat was eliminated. The deputy commander-in-chief approached the hero and asked if he was okay. The young man awkwardly replied that everything was fine, but the man reacted too quickly, because he did not even have a chance to prove himself. Suddenly, everyone in the room was alarmed, surprised that in less than 5 seconds, the third-level commander was defeated, but this was expected, because the deputy commander-in-chief is at the peak of the 3rd level, and that female bodyguard also has strength close to the peak, so considering that the commander-in-chief ordered to kill the minister on the spot, nothing serious happened. Because the young man is now under state protection, and the man just went crazy. The old man Thunder frowned and ordered everyone to keep quiet and clear the room, because the meeting was still going on and the boy's proposal was very important, so the respected members of the council can freely discuss it because the vote will begin in 3 minutes. The girl dragged the minister's body towards the exit while the people were discussing that from the minister's behavior, it could be concluded that the evidence the boy had collected was not false. But even if the data was correct, it did not necessarily mean that an attack would occur. Unless there was a disaster, a hasty evacuation would indeed lead to significant losses, but if a disaster did occur, something irreparable could happen. After 3 minutes, the commander-in-chief addressed the people and said that time was up, so it was time to start the vote. Taking hold of the microphone, he announced that the vote had passed, and after the end of this meeting, we must immediately send specialists to the Eastern Sea, prepare evacuation plans and verification actions. The next day, the soldiers were packing up their equipment, while the deputy commander-in-chief was telling the boy that he was heading to an intercontinental dungeon that day that couldn't be entered by anyone above level 3. The hero raised his hand and smiled as he told his uncle not to worry when he said that 009 couldn't go with him. The man pointed to the box and said that inside was the legendary equipment that the state had promised him as a reward, and that the box contained the A-grade materials that he had previously requested from the state storage. The Mountain Destroyer Heart and the Corpse Eater Vertebral Pearl. The boy thought about it and asked if they had given him the human-faced falcon bone fluid and the abnormal ghost core. The man turned around, frowned, and said menacingly that these 2 items were too rare, so the state storage didn't have them. Introducing the image of a falcon, the man said that about 27 years ago, he caused the deaths of over 60,000 people in the South China military region, and it is said that he was attacked by 4 third-rank fighters back then, but he still managed to escape. He then introduced the abnormal ghost and said that its cores, it is a product of paranormal activity. Looking into the eyes of the youth, he also said that he had already notified the 7th Research Institute, which is in charge of the 3 major events, to conduct an investigation, but it would take time. The youth thanked him and asked the soldiers to bring everything inside, after which he said that he would first look at these things, and they would talk about the rest when he returned from the dungeon. Reaching out for the items, he noted that the remaining materials would have to be found gradually, and it seemed that it would not be possible to improve the swordsman's system anytime soon. When he took the heart in his hands, it began to emit an aura. The system immediately reported that special materials had been used, and the improvement progress was half complete. Touching the lid of the box, the young man noticed with a smile that this legendary set had a special box. The speakers of the box reported that the identification was passed. The system opened the notification and reported that a component of the legendary set was received, the tearing mask of the Guardian, as well as a component of the legendary set, the elemental blade. In 2 separate cells lay the masks of the Guardian. The system said that the mask gives dexterity in the amount of 12 units, and also gives the skills of complete destruction of bones, a bloody explosion, which consumes 500 to 700 units of energy. The young man looked at the shining blade and noticed the description of the system, which said that the blade gave 9 units of strength and 9 units of bone words, as well as the skills of Furious Flame and Extreme Cold. Furious Flame consumed 700 units of energy. When attacking, it inflicted a burning effect, which additionally inflicted 175% damage, and left a wall of fire on the ground that lasted about 10 seconds. An Extreme Cold consumed 900 units of energy. When attacking, it inflicted a slowdown and freezing effect, and when the blade pierced the ground, it quickly froze the surrounding area, causing an explosion of ice over the area. Taking the blade in his hand, the young man said that this set of equipment gives a feeling as if the blood is boiling, as if in fire and ice at the same time, after which he noted that it is quite powerful, and one needs to get used to it. Poking the tip of the blade into the floor, he caused a surge of his aura. Suddenly, the aura turned into a scarlet flame that engulfed the broken stones. The youth noticed that he only needed a light strike to release lava-level heat. Then, the floor at the tip of the blade froze as the youth switched the blade's energy. He looked at the blade with a grin and was glad that this combination set was quite comparable to SSS rank skills. If you take into account the previous 6 skills, he can now use 7 to 8 at the same time, and compared to this, the previous flaming sword is, at best, just a heating rod. Opening the Wheel of Fortune, he remembered that the last time he stood first in the entire system, the Master System awarded him one chance to give, so he wants to use it today. Because now his damage from attacks can already be considered excessive, he has enough strength, agility and will, and the only weak point is endurance and damage resistance, because if he had not dodged that blow from the minister, he would have been in trouble. Spinning the wheel, he began to hope for protective equipment, because in the upcoming Intercontinental Dungeon, survival will be in first place. Suddenly the wheel stopped and he got epic equipment, experimental combat suit of a soldier Model 3 modified version. The hero looked at the icon of the received item in confusion, not understanding what it was, because it was not even metal armor, but rather fabric, and this looked more like mockery of the system. After receiving the item in his hands, he read the description of the equipment. The system told him that the combat suit gives the properties of constitution in the amount of 7 points and speed in the amount of 3 points, as well as the effects of immunity to bullets, immunity to explosions, fire resistance up to 3000 degrees, cold resistance up to -95 degrees, 33% reduction in damage from blunt objects, 33% reduction in damage from silver, 33% reduction in damage from ranged weapons. Adaptive form, indestructibility of the suit, improved underwater activity and also reduced radiation, after which he was glad that this weightless combat suit can actually be like a military fortress. Looking up, he realized with a grin that the ability to immunity is an incredible thing, and that all the equipment he received in his past and current lives combined cannot compare to this one in power. The system also told about the equipment skills, from Infinity, which made it possible to imprison the soul of a killed target in a combat suit and release it when necessary to block damage. The power of blocking damage depended on the strength of the imprisoned soul during life, and this effect could accumulate infinitely. Looking at his palm, the young man thought that from Infinity and the ultimate skill Soul Reaper really go together perfectly, because one captures souls for defense, the other for attack. But he is worried about where Spirit Peace World is, because it is a deity worshipped in that world, and it must be at least level 5. If its original owner finds out that he took this thing, then he will most likely pursue him. Putting on the received armor, Nasha said that he needs to act according to the situation, because in the end this thing is not stolen. If someone is going to figure it out, then let them turn to the Sword Master system, and since the preparations are complete, it is time for him to head to the Intercontinental Dungeon. The aircraft was on the runway of the airbase of the capital military district. The people sitting inside were discussing that it was almost 11 o'clock, but that guy still hadn't come, and they still needed 4 hours to get to the entrance to the dungeon. If he didn't come, they would be late. The captain replied that they would wait a little longer, because the guy should come soon. Looking at the team, the captain frowned and said that when he came, everyone should be careful in their conversation, not to call him that guy or kid, to address him as comrade or sir, because now his rank is much higher. One of the soldiers said that he was just impatient, and that the young man didn't come early to work with them. The girl in the team turned to him and asked, "What does work together mean?" Because everything was said from above. Because in this mission their task is in second place, and ensuring his safety is in first place. The soldier was indignant that something has changed again. The blonde man, Lu Bin, looked at her with annoyance and asked why they were entering the Intercontinental Dungeon then. They were going to seize resources. If she was afraid of danger, then she shouldn't enter the dungeon. But again she had to go and protect someone while taking resources. Xingqing looked back towards the exit and said that their guest was coming, and then thought that the scale of the event was quite large. The guy was accompanied by several elite third-level guards. Cheng thought about whether this was too much, because it was even more incredible than rumors. The captain and everyone present saluted the guy. The man introduced himself and asked if he needed more information. The hero turned to the captain and said that he did not need to be polite, and that they could just call him by his first name. The man with the straight face said that there were only 10 people participating in this operation, He and the deputy commander, the average 3rd level, the rest are beginners. 3 specialize in long-range combat, for in close combat, he has a dual system of strength and agility, is responsible for the assault, and the deputy captain has a rare dual system of agility and will, is responsible for reconnaissance. The hero sat down in his place. The captain raised his hand and said with a smile that their main task was to bring as many rotas as possible, and of course, if they could kill the awakened from other battle zones, that would be the best. The hero replied that he understood everything, after which he asked to show him the information about the awakened from other battle zones. The man agreed and asked if he wanted to look at the information related to the dungeon first, to which the hero replied that he had already studied it. The captain handed him the documents, and said that this time they would have to face many battle zones, the countries of H, R, C, as well as Southeast Asia, a total of 6 countries, and it could be said that this would be the fiercest battle in recent years. After looking at the documents, the hero named several names and asked what kind of scum they were, because he had never even heard of them. Surprised, Chiming thought that the guy was either too inexperienced or just bragging. The captain told the hero that he knew he was very strong, but they should not underestimate the enemy, because they had already encountered these people several times and many of their mid-level 3 fighters had died at their hands. The hero crumpled the documents and asked irritably if he understood correctly that they had killed many of their comrades, because in that case he would make them pay in blood for blood. Many people crowded at the entrance to the intercontinental dungeon. The woman in armor crossed her arms, looked at the interlocutors and said that their region R should receive 40% of the profit from this operation. The young guy was indignant, and said that they would be given 30% at most, and the man standing next to him noted that in their region H, except for the mid-level 3 fighters, everyone else was at the peak of the entry level. The bald man in armor frowned and demanded that they stop arguing. No matter how much each one got, they had to stick to the same ratios. The main thing was that they couldn't let China's combat region take any resources this time. He smirked, raised his hand and pointed out that if they could just block their resources and destroy their combat capabilities, and then break through their air defense, then the entire Chinese safe zone would become their farm. The other group's fighters smiled at his words and the captain agreed with him, saying that only if they could scare them so much that they wouldn't dare send people anymore could they solve the problem once and for all. The Yamato group began to discuss that they should be more careful this time, because China had been defeated for several years in a row and now they could field their strongest team, but their previous captain had already died at their hands. So it would be 6 against 1. And a coward at that, so they weren't that scary to be afraid of, but they had a lot of land and people, but there was no one to protect their borders. The captain of the H combat region, Jin Yu, walked up to them with a smile and said that there would only be one group of A-level talents, so he alone could destroy them. His ally added that their master could be compared to a 3rd-level supreme being. The young man looked back at him and retorted that in the recent global announcement, China had introduced the first in the 4 Ning systems, to which the captain replied that it didn't mean anything, not to mention that China would hardly allow him to come even if he did come, no, only because he had just awakened to the 3rd level. Suddenly, the deputy commander from Region R, Higashino, came out from the crowd, emitting an aura, and said that if the young man really dared to come, he wouldn't mind cutting off his head as a trophy. The people were dumbfounded and decided to stay away from this psycho who specialized in spatial killing, lest he accidentally cause a massacre in this place. Smiling madly, the deputy captain said that his trophy collection already had 6 heads of Chinese pigs, so this would be the world's first priceless trophy. Suddenly the system reported that the Chinese combat region had already entered the intercontinental dungeon zone, so the dungeon would start to operate in 60 seconds, so everyone should prepare to attack within 60 seconds. She also opened the description of the Zombie Kingdom zone and said that this dungeon is a parallel world of the future with a highly developed scientific and technological civilization. Its social order and hierarchy are not much different from the real world, although in this kingdom the NPCs do not have awakened abilities, but the technology is becoming more and more powerful, developing many battlefields and mechanisms comparable to the power of the 3rd level, and at present, a large-scale disaster with the invasion of zombies has not yet occurred, but small local battles with them have already appeared. Yamato headed to the entrance first, and called everyone to follow him. His ally added that all rivals must be killed. A few seconds later, Ning and his unconscious team found themselves inside the barrier. Looking around, he wondered if they had entered, and then thought that as expected, this was an intercontinental dungeon. Even with his high willpower, he still felt a little dizzy after teleporting. Suddenly, he noticed that there were 6 more domes like this one next to them. The system said that the current scene would be tied to the temporary confrontation space, and that it was used to confirm the number of participants, and it was impossible in this scene too, but 30 seconds after confirmation, according to the team's strength and other factors, the participants would enter the zombie realm in sequence. Looking at his allies lying on the ground, he suddenly realized that they still hadn't entered, but in the past life when he entered, there were no such rules and there was not even any confrontation. Suddenly, in the neighboring dome, someone also came to their senses and turned their attention to the young man, calling him a new face in the Chinese battle area, then said that he woke up quite quickly. But the Chinese guy was still able to wake up faster. However, this is impossible, because this guy is only at the initial level of the 3rd stage, and it seems that he is not quite stable yet. Suddenly, one of the hero's allies woke up and said that he was really impressed by his speed of awakening. The young man immediately noticed that he woke up. The rest of the teammates also began to wake up. The hero looked at the man and asked what was going on with this temporary confrontation space. The deputy said that this is the very time advantage they were talking about, because the dungeon compensates for it with the weak, and the team with the lowest strength rating can go to the dungeon first. Some of the guys trembled with weakness, saying that the side effects of this teleport are really annoying. Higashino and his crew watched the Chinese battle area with a smile, discussing that they had finally surrendered, since they even brought newbies to add to their numbers, so their crew was nothing interesting except for their captain, since the rest were just useless. Higashino shouted that this time he would take their commander's head as a trophy. Yamato headed towards the barrier and called his crew to greet the Chinese. Knocking on the force field with his hand, he shouted that the Chinese battle area still dared to enter this place, which meant that not enough people died last time. He smiled widely, laughed, and called them a bunch of good-for-nothings, since they weren't even fit to wipe his ass. But their former captain's meat was really tasty, since he stewed it for a long time until it became completely soft. Higashino touched his teeth with his nail and said that the only thing good for the garbage was to be used as fertilizer in a cesspool. The Chinese combat zone team went crazy looking at the bald man, and one of them called Yamato a pig, noting that this time quite a lot, they would remain useless no matter how many there were. However, this information meant that there was a spy in the team or among the management. An evil smile appeared on the man's face, and he ordered the opponents to kneel and beg for mercy, because in this case he might consider leaving them whole bodies and not turning them into shit. Pointing his finger at the girl, he also added that they could also exchange their women for their bodies, because he was very skilled and promised that she would be very pleased. The captain stopped the girl who was seething with anger when she screamed that she would castrate them, and then asked her not to deceive herself. The people from the battle group of Country F looked at their team with a smile and asked if they wanted ore, since they could exchange it for women. The man from the group of Country Y stuck to the wall of the barrier, running his tongue along it, and said that it was not a bad idea, and he must admit that the awakened women in the battle zone of China were really very attractive. The bald man looked at his hands angrily and, turning to the captain, asked if he remembered the girl who was listed in this team, and then said that they had fun with her for a long time after they caught her. The captain trembled with anger, immediately recalling her image, and the man asked if he really loved her very much, after which he told her that she was the most outstanding awakened in their team in recent years, and also a beauty, because many admired her, and probably the captain did not even dare to lay a finger on her. With a nasty smile, the man also said that many people managed to have sex with her, and when he thinks about how she begged them to spare her before her death, he even feels a little sorry for her, because she was still waiting for her allies to save her. But, unfortunately, they acted like a bunch of rats and just abandoned her. Higashino frowned angrily, running his tongue over his skull, and said that he remembered the taste that remained on his lips and teeth. The captain of the Chinese team abruptly turned to him and furiously ordered him to shut up. Rushing towards them, he struck the barrier and said that he would kill them like cattle, and demanded that they not touch the girl. The allies immediately rushed to him and said that they would not survive this time anyway, so they should just go in and fight them. The hero suddenly shut them up and ordered them to calm down and turn on their brains. Releasing his energy, he added that a third-level awakened person could explode at any moment and die, so he would not allow anyone to mock him. Yamato frowned in irritation, remembering how the girl actually exploded, and thought that this guy was not so simple, because he really said everything correctly, but he did not understand whether he was calm because he did not know the girl, or because he was able to analyze everything on his own. The captain approached the hero and calmly said that he also understood everything, so he could not worry, because they would protect him in any case, and if there was danger, the guy should immediately use what the military gave him, and the next time he encountered opponents, he could avenge them. The young man looked at him in confusion, suddenly realizing that they were already ready to die, although nothing had started yet, but he did not want to explain anything to them, because then he could just kill them all and be done with it. Higashino approached his captain with a smile when he asked if he had heard correctly that this boy's name was Ning, after which he replied that he did not even believe that the head of this genius would really go to him. Suddenly, the system reported that the verification stage was completed, and the team from the Chinese military region should prepare to enter the 8th dungeon. The rest will enter there in 6 hours. The team captain happily comfortably said that this time they might have a chance since they were given 6 hours. The hero thought confusedly that this dungeon was really merciful to the weak, but it still looked pretty pathetic. The team headed towards the portal when the hero looked back at the opponents and said that the fat captain really liked to eat shit, and when he entered, the guy would personally shove his head up his ass so that he could eat his fill. Showing them the middle finger, he also shouted that even if they begged on their knees, he would not leave them with intact bodies, and at least their genitals would be fed to dogs. After the Chinese team, the portal suddenly collapsed when the opponents laughingly discussed that this guy was threatening and, after all, he was only a 3-level rookie. But he bragged more than anyone else. Yamato frowned seriously and noted that something was wrong, because this guy was unexpectedly calm. Yu crossed his arms with a smile and replied that compared to that guy, what was more important was that they were entering in 6 hours, which was later than expected, because in 6 hours you can hide very well. Higashino licked the blade of his weapon and said that they were worrying too much, because even if that guy hid in the very crack of the ground, he could still twist his head off. Suddenly, a system notification appeared in the air with a description of 3 quests. The first required finding a doctor from a genetic research institute and obtaining data on anomalies for the past 3 months. The second required mining at least 1 ton of ore. Depending on the amount of ore mined, the grade would be increased. And the third required finding the main character of this world. After which you can choose and start the next stage of the quest. Special conditions included the choice of leaving the dungeon or not, and after each person awakened from the enemy camp killed, the quest grade increases by 1.2%, and participants receive a special reward. The Chinese team found themselves in the middle of a huge hall, when suddenly the captain shouted for everyone to find a system with network access and find out the coordinates of these NPCs, because they must have time to complete all the tasks to avoid before the opponents enter. The hero's friend dealt a chopping blow to a car parked nearby. The captain tried to stop him and said that if he did so, the NPCs would declare them wanted, to which the young man replied that he would command from now on, because he would lead them to victory in this dungeon. After his action, the security system sounded an alarm and reported unauthorized equipment. The young man shouted that they should go look for NPCs with tasks and try not to provoke the forces of this world. This is nonsense, because they must break through this world with a fight and seize the highest power. Sitting behind the wheel of the car, the guy also said that there was no need to kill them, but to completely surround their troops so that no one could escape, and then this would be the moment of his massacre. The car's security system reported the correct password, after which it would pass control to him. Approaching the main character, the squad members immediately asked how he managed to control this car. He, sitting in the car behind the wheel, with a rather grin, answers that now he cannot go into details. Time is running out, and it is better for them to get into the car. The young man took out a silver card with a star on top, and said that now he is in command here. In this mission, everyone is obliged to obey his orders. The squad leader was taken aback by the fact that this guy has a special command mandate. The guy sarcastically asks if the commander wants to disobey his order, to which he answered negatively, and ordered everyone to get into the car. The squad members are clearly unhappy with the guy's selfish behavior. One of them says that the protagonist is too self-confident. But the girl giggled with a satisfied grin and said that it doesn't matter, they won't survive anyway. Everyone fits into the car and heads towards the city. Their current destination is Xianxia Avenue, the 91st Racing Mansion. One of the soldiers sitting in the car noted that Yenin drives the car perfectly. The protagonist is lost in his thoughts. At the moment, it is more important for him to complete the tasks of the Sword God system. Only with their help will he be able to obtain the blueprints of the space aircraft carrier, which is critical for humanity to be able to turn the tide of the war. After all, no matter how great his individual strength is, it will still not be enough to cope with the global flow of zombies. A system notification appeared in front of the protagonist, which said that the task was updated. It is necessary to seize the highest rights in the dungeon. The system also warned that it is worth avoiding killing the protagonist of this world. The protagonist's left eye lit up with a blue light. He carefully read the system notification and plunged into his thoughts again. The protagonist of this world cannot die, therefore, the fastest way to change the course of events is to seize power. Plus, with such a force, it will be easier to contain the combined forces of 6 countries. The guy also noted that, according to the system, the best option now is to go to General Hubert's residence. One of the squad members asked the protagonist about his plan. The man suggested that the young man wanted to control the leadership and use influence to help them deal with that group of people. To which he received a positive answer from the protagonist. This answer confused the man. He said that this fanatical plan would definitely not work. They would hardly be able to with 63rd level fighters, and they would also hardly be able to successfully manipulate the army. The protagonist, driving the car, simultaneously explained that there was nothing complicated about it. You just need to use the triangulation method. First, the system will not place them too far from the enemy, because this will not be called a confrontation scenario. Second, the distance of both sides from the mission goal also cannot be too large, otherwise time will be spent on the road. With a serious look, the guy continued to drive the car. The protagonist said that by taking them as the center of the circle, and multiplying the maximum speed of the awakened by 3 hours, you will get approximately the area where they can appear. The young man pointed his finger at the place on the digital map. He continued his speech, and said that they need to superimpose this area around the mine, after which they will be able to narrow the range even more. The man also continued to be surprised at the plan, its inconsistencies. He said that this range is still too large, because only by attacking at the moment of their appearance, they can cause damage. Looking back at the soldier, the young man said that there are two main NPCs in the mission, Professor Clark and civilian Lin Rui. The professor is in the lab, and this guy is in Chinatown. If you take the middle between them and connect it with the previously reduced area, there will be this zone. The protagonist says that they appeared in the parking lot, which means that the system will put them in the suburbs on the highway, or in the park of this zone. The entire squad was stunned by the clarity and thoughtfulness of the plan. They realized that it was not an impulsive decision, he had calculated everything carefully, they had underestimated him. They continued to drive at great speed along the city streets, and the protagonist thought that everything could not be so simple. The reason why he was so sure was mainly due to the ghost eyes hint. An hour later, they arrived at a mansion from which a group of armed soldiers ran out at them. A command was heard from the car to immediately get out of it. A warning about an intrusion into the mansion sounded at full volume. Armed people continued to run towards the hero and the squad, telling them not to move. The young man activated a purple aura. He gave the order for the group to act. They needed to stun everyone if possible. Do not kill. Also do not worry about the military's connection with the outside world. He turned off the local communication and network with his mental power. All members of the group immediately jumped away from the protagonist with lightning speed, heading towards the military to start the duel. The battle began with an attack of a piercing wind. With one blow the man threw dozens of soldiers back. The soldiers, although clearly weaker, do not lose heart. The commander orders to execute all opponents on the spot. Each of the protagonist's allies took their own fighting position. The archer used frost numbness, the sorcerer used inner fire, and the tank took a position to protect the previous ones. 3 soldiers were frozen in place, their legs sank into ice, like the rest of their body, while the other was sent a haze of inner fire. The girl immediately joined the battle. She used her cursed energy technique, from which the soldiers clutched their heads and fell to the ground. The assault on the building was successful, the soldiers fought back, but the protagonist's detachment broke through the defense. The young man bypassed all the soldiers and headed to the main entrance. With one blow, the protagonist cut the entire front door. Entering inside, a group of soldiers were waiting for him, who opened fire on the hero. This did not frighten the guy at all. He regarded it only as an opportunity to test the capabilities of the new combat suit with the help of their guns. The bullet hitting the protagonist's suit only caused him to grin slightly. He said that it was like a massage for him. This immediately caused a surprised reaction from the outside. They did not understand how he could be immune to electromagnetic bullets. A grin appeared on the protagonist's face. He brought the sword to his face and lit a blue aura on it. He said that he was in a hurry today, so he would not linger here. Swinging the sword, he almost instantly froze the entire entrance hall with all the soldiers. It was such an unexpected and abrupt movement that they froze right in the middle of running. The squad ran up to the main character and froze from what they saw. They looked in the direction the main character had struck. It was completely covered in ice. Every person was frozen. A man in the squad noted that it was not only dangerous, but also very artistic. After this carnage, the team was still able to get to Governor Bride. They were sitting at the table. The whole squad was standing behind the main character. The guy told the governor that he was glad to meet them, that if he cooperated with them, nothing bad would happen to him. Bride was completely shocked by what had happened. Sweat appeared on his face. He said that hundreds of his guards had been defeated in a few seconds. Even genetically modified people could not have done this. The governor extended his hand forward and made a calming gesture. He told them not to kill him. The old man agreed to cooperate, but first, he needed to know who they were and why they needed him. With the magic of telekinesis, the main character tore the tattoo off the governor's suit. The guy said that they were people from the future, who came from this world in 10 years. Their mission is to prevent a crisis here, so they are not bad people. They did not kill any of the guards. At most they limited their movement. The young man told the main reason for his visit here. He needs the governor to mobilize all the armed forces of the province within 3 hours, and use the entire Skynet system to find a group of people for him and kill them. This group of people, like them, time travelers, but they came to destroy the world. Bride looked at the main character with a surprised face. The man did not believe him. This was more like filming a movie, or a reality show. The guy threw the previously torn off tattoo right in the governor's face, asking if he was awake, to which he answered positively, and asked not to beat him anymore. The governor told the protagonist that he only owned one province, and could not mobilize that many troops. In response to this, the guy asked how many he could mobilize and how many A-class combat armored units he could get. A confident grin appeared on the protagonist's face. He thought that A-class combat armor could hardly compare with an awakened third-level initial stage. He said that if he could mobilize several dozen or hundreds of units, then they would have a good chance. The governor, actively gesturing, said that he could get a maximum of 3 A-class units. B-class could be more, approximately about 120 units. He could command B-class, and after arriving, whether A-class should attack or not, they would decide on their own. One of the team members said that it was absolutely useless. The protagonist looked at his tablet and ordered Min Lo to take people and go to the neighboring estates in order to capture a girl named Anna. The guy, although surprised, accepted the order. The old man screamed that these people should never touch his daughter. The young man stood up from his chair and walked towards the governor with a threatening look. He said that according to Article 78 of the federal law, the governor has the authority to declare martial law and directly mobilize all armed forces. There are at least 60 units of Class A combat vehicles in the province, and 2,400 units of Class B. The guy demanded that he conduct an exercise. Declare the fight against terrorism, any reason will do. Bride turned blue with fear. He began to make excuses, and said that in order to do this, he needs the approval of the main AI. He can introduce martial law, but if the artificial intelligence does not approve, the subordinates will not obey, and it is impossible to deceive the main artificial intelligence. The main character held out a tablet towards the governor and told him to give the order. It must be published now, so that within 3 hours all the troops of the province would be gathered at these coordinates. In addition, engineers and technical personnel would be sent to establish surveillance at these coordinates. The blond man obediently agreed and did so. With a satisfied grin, staring at his tablet, the protagonist said that he would solve the problem with the AI. He thought that in his past life, in order to help the NPC complete the plot, he received a backdoor command for this central computer. A signal sounded in the tablet system that the governor's request for an order to gather anti-terrorist military forces passed the central computer's check. The man was surprised at how this young man could control the AI. Min Lo brought the governor's daughter. She began to scream with questions about what they were going to do with her, and what they wanted to do with her father. The governor jumped up from his place and ran towards her, ordering that his daughter be released immediately. Before he could reach his daughter, the protagonist hits the governor on the back of the head, causing him to lose consciousness and fall to the floor, saying that he has no time to listen to the old man's chatter. Approaching Anna, the protagonist said that her father had embezzled 3.9 billion and secretly killed political opponents, which is a death sentence. But if she helps them find Lin Rui in 6 hours, the young man can spare her father. Even if the girl does not even try to deceive the guy, he knows that they are classmates, and even knows the details of their secret crush. Well, if she does not need to worry about the safety of this guy, then they are here to protect him. 4 hours later, on Highway 077, in the lake area, a pack of bandits stood around the destroyed asphalt. They talked among themselves, and said that there could not be an ambush. The main character's squad could only do what to intimidate them, but in fact they are cowardly pigs. The muscular bald bandit, looking at the sensor installed in the asphalt, said that he felt that something was suspicious here. There were too many sensors here, and he also wondered why all the soil here was dug up. At this moment, each of the sensors standing on the ground began to blink. A combat robot crawled out of each installed sensor on the ground. The bald man, with a displeased look, was surprised by the fact that China was able to mobilize such a large military force here. Raising his head up, the bandits saw the 1st, 3rd, and 7th squadrons, which began to drop poisonous smoke bombs. When the gas reached the bandits, they immediately began to suffocate and lose consciousness. The bald man used a magic technique, and putting his hands in a seal in front of him, he dispelled the gas with purple energy. With combined forces, the bandits activated a purple shield, which did not allow the gas to penetrate close to them. Missile attacks from aircraft and ground drones began to be carried out on the barrier. Eventually, the barrier was destroyed. Many bandits were scattered around. The bald bandit gave the order for the 3rd initial level to defend themselves and cover the rest, the 3rd middle level to follow him, to break through the flank. The man with an evil face slammed the ground, causing its pieces to fly in different directions. The white-haired bandit cut a couple of 3 robots with just one jerk. He said that he intentionally stayed at the middle level, and did not advance further, and also asked his teammates for their opinion on this. Each of the bandits was immersed in the battle. The bandit with an afro hairstyle and a sword said that even if the mechs of Class A can compare to the 3rd initial level, in front of them they are still only weak opponents. The 2 other bandits with hammers confirmed his words, saying that some pathetic mechs of Class B, and even more so they cannot be dealt with. One of the bandits rose above the planes with magic. He sarcastically asked why they thought that if they flew, they could not be reached, adding that he had spatial abilities. With one jerk, he tore the plane in half, using his golden dragon technique in a mad dance. The protagonist and his team watched what was happening through the tracking system. A teammate told the guy that this cannot continue, and their fighting abilities are simply not on the same level. Even if they can wear out several weaker opponents, the rest will still be able to defeat them. But the protagonist, with an unperturbed face and a slight smile, replies that it does not matter. Initially he did not count on a complete victory with the help of these robots. Then the comrade asked the guy what they are counting on then. The protagonist reached behind his back for his blade, and began to take it out. After the young man got it, he pointed it down and said that the plan was for him to deal with the bandits manually. The protagonist began to move away from his comrades, and they shouted phrases after him so that he would not be so reckless. The protagonist continued to move away from the team, but his comrade did not lag behind. He said that if he needed to go, then the team should go first, otherwise it would be difficult to ensure the safety of the protagonist. The young man did not dissuade his teammate and ordered them to follow him. After that, The protagonist added that he needed them to guard the outside of the mechs and not let anyone in, and also ordered them not to interfere without his order. The comrade tried to object to the guy, but he only pompously continued to leave and said that violating the order would be punished according to the laws of wartime. The young man slipped past the allied mechs in one quick dash. He headed into the thick of the battle. Swinging his sword and starting to use the technique, surrounding his sword with a blue aura, he said that it was time to hunt, and it was time to get rid of the trash. The guy used a destructive technique that brought down offensive blows across the entire battle area. The bald bandit and his gang managed to turn around and notice the blows flying at them. The leader managed to use the technique of full defense, but the rest received full damage. Among the crowd of criminals, there were people who managed to call the barrier technique, but also received serious damage. The protagonist's comrades watched this attack, how with one blow he was able to destroy all the shields, and demolish almost the entire gang. They were very surprised that the protagonist was able to destroy a group of the third initial level, and even an early third middle level, with one blow. The girl said that his request for non-interference was not so surprising, given his incredible strength, which is even scarier than in the legends. Another member of the squad, looking at this with a surprised look, suggested that the quick defeat of the bandits was due to the fact that the mechs had exhausted them. The most dangerous part would come next. The squad needed to be ready to come to his aid at any moment. Even if they had to break his order, they had to keep him alive. The young man summoned a huge amount of blue aura around himself, which created a wind throughout the area. The remaining groups of bandits ran towards him. They shouted about the worthlessness of the main character, about how he dared to kill them to collect her. When the bald leader approached the main character, he instantly disappeared. The young man slipped to the side so that the whole crowd would line up in a position convenient for him. The guy swung his sword and said that this line would become the line of death for them. Swinging his sword, he launched a huge energy surge that cut in half all the bandits who were standing in a row. A red-haired man appeared behind the main character, who had spatial magic. He said that he would get the main character's head. But then the guy's comrades, a magician and an archer, joined the battle, calling on their techniques, which caught up with the red-haired man. The comrades hit the bandit and wounded his shoulder, from which he cried out in pain. But after hitting, the shells did not stop, and continued to fly towards the main character. He was taken aback by this, and wondered why they were directed towards him. The guy broke both shells with the help of the Flame Fury technique. The red-haired man, although wounded, remained combat-ready. He pointed his dagger towards the main character, and grinning, shouted that the young man had only 2 powerful blows, and they could attack in a crowd, but his head should still become their trophy. The guy was deep in thought, wondering why they were so sure that he only had 2 hits. If they knew, then why did they only say it now? Why did the red-haired man keep his distance during the attack? Then, from behind, 2 bandits jump out at the main character, with a spear and a huge sword, shouting that the main character has exhausted all his tricks, and it's time to kill him. But the main character only grinned sarcastically. Raising the sword above himself, he summoned a dark aura around himself, and created a skull with red eyes. This dark technique instantly corroded the equipment and skin of the bandits, leaving only a complete skeleton. The system notified that the main character had spent 20,000 units of spiritual energy. At the moment he had 35,000 units left. The red-haired man ran into his portal from the corrosive smoke, but could not completely escape from this technique. The protagonist's comrades are amazed by what is happening. They are surprised by the first-rank talent. The girl said that she had never seen such a skill. It is not just a skill, but also the release of spiritual energy. The bald man and the blonde with the sword, although they see the power of this technique, do not think to retreat from the protagonist, and prepare to attack. The protagonist stuck the sword into the ground, which raised huge gusts of wind, and the corrosive smoke began to gather into silhouettes. He said that his technique was not finished yet, and they dared to bark. The young man pointed the sword towards the bandits, surrounded by spirits of black smoke. He orders them to kill Jin Yu. The ghost surrounded the blonde with a katana, from which he was taken aback. He did not understand what to do, because the slightest movement could lead to death. The protagonist slowly began to approach King, and asked him if he knew why the ghosts were not one team, to surround him. The bandit tried to hide his fear, but the sweat that appeared gave him away. He gave an answer to the protagonist's question. The ghosts will not be able to kill him, since he is too strong for them. The guy with a satisfied grin threw his sword over his shoulder, and said that the bald man's answer was wrong. He himself told them not to surround the bandit, because he wanted to deal with him personally. The enemy began to gather energy in his fist, but the protagonist gets ahead of him, making an attack first, and releasing an ice dragon in his direction. After that, the bald man releases a tiger spirit, swinging his fist towards the protagonist. The 2 attacks collided in the air, creating a huge shock wave that raised dust around. The young man jumps behind his opponent, swinging to strike with the technique of the flaming phoenix. After the swing, the space was filled with scarlet sparks, and a red bird flew out of the sword towards the bandit. Clenching his fists, spreading his arms to the sides, the bandit uses the technique of the wings of Nirvana for protection, which creates a golden shield around him. Upon collision with the shield, the phoenix completely broke, and the villain remained unharmed. The protagonist looked at his opponent with a satisfied grin and said that it was not surprising, because thanks to his crazy physique, he has very good protection, but it will not help, because in the worst case, the young man will just have to tinker more. A couple of shurikens, painted with a scarlet aura, flew at the guy. Turning around, the protagonist noticed them, and realized that it was the secretive Dong Yifeng who had set up an ambush again. Using full activation of spiritual power for defense, the protagonist telekinetically lifts an army knife into the air, and knocks down each of the shurikens flying at him with it. But then a huge fist began to fly towards him from above, in which the bald man was. He shouted that the shurikens were just an illusion to distract his attention. The protagonist looked up and was surprised by their teamwork. He said that he would show them what the saying means: all insidious plans collapse before true strength. The young man covered half of his face with the blade of the sword. He used the technique fallen from the sky to protect himself. A huge golden fist from the aura flies into the shield that the protagonist has just formed, and completely collapses on it. The bald man jumps to the side after an unsuccessful attack. He was surprised how, being only at the third initial level, this guy can have such protection. Well, then the protagonist soared into the air, and shouted that this technique is not finished yet. When the young man reached the required height, he flew towards the bandit, and fell on him like a meteorite. The bald man completely lost the ability to move. He was surprised, and shouted, asking how this is even possible. The red-haired man noted that even when he hides in the void, he still feels this pressure. The white-haired man dealt with the undead that the protagonist summoned, but it was able to wear him out very much. Looking back, he saw the protagonist falling from the sky, and when he landed, he created an explosion of unprecedented power, which made the white-haired man turn blue in surprise. Not having time to dodge, the bandits are covered by a shock wave, which simply turns into dust. With glowing purple eyes and an evil smile, the young man said that before he only used the defense of the fallen from the sky, he did not expect that the attack was also not inferior to anything Dead Storm. The entire team of the protagonist looked at this. They were surprised at how many trump cards the guy had up his sleeve. But the bald man did not give up. He used the technique of crazy transformation, with which he became a golden giant. Putting one hand on his belt and looking up, surrounded by a golden aura that the enemy created, the guy asked if this was his trump card. The enemy in a new guise, looking down at the guy, said that they use this form only in battles with an enemy of the third advanced level. Today the main character saw it, and will die, to which the young man answered mockingly that he does not think so. The giant makes a dash towards the hero, but he manages to dodge back. The bald man hits his fist on the ground, which creates a huge shock wave heading forward. Half of the squad of the main character's comrades was blown into the air. The rest note that things are bad, and they have never encountered anything like this, adding that at the moment they cannot even get closer. Having stuck the sword into the ground, the main character was still able to stand after the attack. He said that this is a destructive force, comparable to a mutant of the high third level, but the guy has a new combat form that protects against damage, otherwise this blow would have caused serious damage. The enemy does not stop and continues to attack. He swung his hand towards the protagonist, which again created a huge surge of energy, a technique called the destruction of 1,000. To defend against this attack, the protagonist lifts the corpse of the white-haired man into the air and covers himself with it from the shockwave, using the technique of endless hell of golden armor to resist damage. The enemy was surprised at how the protagonist can use this technique. Jumping into the air, breaking through the clouds of dust, the protagonist surrounded himself with a scarlet aura and told the bald man that he already used his strongest technique. Now it's the guy's turn. While in the air, the young man pointed his sword downwards in order to create even more aura, and scarlet lightning filled the space. The system notified that the protagonist spent 20,000 units of spiritual energy. 4,800 remained. Swinging towards his opponent, the protagonist uses the 4th level shadow summon, which creates a copy of himself. Throwing the sword over his shoulder and turning around, the protagonist thought that the pseudo 4th level should be several dozen meters high, although in fact the shadow was the size of the protagonist. The clone flew towards the bandit to attack, which he did not take seriously, and grinning, pointed at it with his finger. He joked that the guy had released his soul, if he himself could not win, to think that his soul could. But while the enemy was grinning, the shadow flew behind him. Landing on the ground, it made a huge number of precise cuts all over his body, from which he fell to his knees, and a lot of dust rose. Without any problems, the copy was able to cut the monster into small pieces, without even getting out of breath. The protagonist was taken aback by what was happening. He was surprised how the shadow was able to kill the giant with one blow, although it looks exactly like the guy. In fact, it is much stronger. The protagonist's comrades were literally dumbfounded by what was happening. The girl screamed that they had won without even making any effort, and the guy noted that they were not allowed onto the battlefield so as not to accidentally hit them. The protagonist approached the severed head of the enemy, on which sat a shadow. It looked straight at the guy. The copy pointed an open palm at the head of the defeated enemy, affirmatively saying, "Please." The protagonist was surprised and asked if she really wanted the guy to do this, to which he received a positive answer. Looking in her direction, the protagonist with a smile on his face said that unfortunately, now she can only appear for 10 seconds, so we can assume that she is him from the future. After his phrase, the protagonist with one sharp kick hit the lying head right in the forehead, throwing it right into the emptiness of the giant. Meanwhile, the red-haired man was in stealth mode. He was extremely scared that all his comrades were dead. The bandit thought that he needed to urgently go out and deliver the information. But with an evil grin, the protagonist turned towards the killer and threw him his sinister look. The young man said threateningly that there was one rat left hiding in the shadows. There was no time to pay attention to him before, but now it was time for the rat to come out. Swinging his sword, he activated the spiritual power of reconnaissance, the pursuit technique. The red-haired man, watching this, immediately started running, but the pursuit technique did not lag behind, as the protagonist, who rushed after him, in pursuit. The young man shouted that he destroyed the entire team, and he is no exception. The guy reconfigured the attribute to agility, and ordered the Fury of Flame to burn the fugitive. The little rat tried to escape. He realized that the main character does not see him, but feels his approximate direction, and wants to force him to come out of hiding with fire. The protagonist's team immediately rushed to stop him. They shouted after him that the bandit might have some extra tricks up his sleeve, and that the protagonist's spiritual energy was already running out. Without even turning around, the protagonist continued to run after the fugitive. He told his comrades that letting him return alive would be even more dangerous. The fire continued to pursue the red-haired man, and at one point it hit him right under his feet, but he managed to jump to the side, dodging. He noted that the speed of the fire attacks was too high. If this continued, he could very well die. But then, the red-haired man had a revelation. He looked back at the protagonist chasing him with a murderous gaze. The bandit thought that the youth had just released so many powerful attacks, and most likely, his spiritual energy was almost exhausted. Instead of leaving his back to the enemy, it was better to take a risk and go on the attack. He also noted that this move has a huge price. If he can kill Ning, he will not fail the mission even if it is an exchange of lives. The assassin turned around and came out of his disguise. He jumps out from above the protagonist with a murderous gaze, crossing his arms and holding his kunai. Many scarlet blades were flying towards the youth. The red-haired man thought that in the state of burning life, his attack power is even stronger than that of an ordinary advanced level 3. If the protagonist is very fast, he still cannot be faster than his supersonic blade. Grinning with all his teeth and making an evil face with a murderous look, the bandit shouted for the protagonist to die. A slight smile appeared on the protagonist's face. He grinned. A thought flashed through the maniac's head. How could this guy smile when his death was on the doorstep? The red-haired man dashed through the protagonist and cut him with his blades. But he noticed that there was no resistance. The dagger cannot pierce a person without it. Turning back, the bandit noticed that it was just a copy of the protagonist. He assumed that the guy also had spatial type skills. He also wondered how the guy was able to use the skill, spending spiritual energy. At that moment, with incredible speed, the protagonist appears behind the bandit, ready to attack. The young man attacks his opponent with a sword at the legs. The opponent, perplexed and screaming in pain, fell to the ground. He shouted that he would kill the protagonist. In turn, the guy stood calmly in a pathetic pose. The protagonist's comrades began to catch up at this point. They shouted to deal with Dong Yifeng together. The mage and archer immediately began to use their techniques, ice arrow and fire snake. They fired projectiles in their direction, but the protagonist used a barrier and blocked all their attacks. He shouted to his comrades that they needed to leave the red-haired man alive. Despite the order, ice arrows and the wizard's techniques continued to fly into the protagonist's barrier. He ordered his comrades to stop with a menacing look. At this point, they stopped. The archer said that he did not do it on purpose. He was too nervous and did not have time to stop. The rest of the squad began to run up to Ning. The man asked the protagonist why they should leave him alive. Because it would be useless to do so for the sake of information. He could easily lie. The comrade also suggested that it would be much better to kill him quickly and avoid any trouble. The hero pointed his sword at the bandit's face in a pompous pose. The whole team was watching. The young man asked about the gang's informant in the Chinese team. Sweat appeared on the maniac's face. It was clearly visible that he was trying to contain his fear of the guy. He refused to talk and said that he would rather die than tell anything. The main character's teammate asked him how there could be a traitor among them, because they all underwent a strict check, and all means of communication were under total surveillance and recorded. Turning around to look at the man, the main character smiled slightly and said that there was no need to panic. It didn't matter whether there would be a traitor or not. When he finished the check, everything would become clear. The guy pointed his sword at the bandit's throat again. He said that if the red-haired man wanted to die, in a normal situation he would just blow himself up, most likely. The reason why he doesn't do it is that he has already used all the energy for the explosion itself. But now he is just a piece of meat who can't even commit suicide. The main character was absolutely right. A clear look of hopelessness and sadness appeared on the bandit's face. At that moment, the young man chopped the red-haired man on the shoulder, which made him howl in pain and press his hands against the ground. The young man said that if he spoke now, he would receive a quick death, but if not, he would have to begin ancient Chinese torture, for example, turning a person into a pig, slow dismemberment, and so on. After that, the hero threatened to cut the bandit's face. He grabbed his previously chopped shoulder and began to beg the guy not to do this, and said that he would tell everything he knew. The red-haired man pointed his finger at Jiang Qiming. His comrades, and he himself, were taken aback by such a turn of events. Sweat appeared on the archer's face. He experienced incredible anxiety and fear. He rushed from the spot as quickly as possible. The comrades standing nearby did not understand how this could be possible. They asked the archer what the bandits could offer him, how he could look into the eyes of his brothers who were dying because of him. The magician standing behind him stretched his hands forward and used his technique of fire snakes, which immediately caught up with the traitor, which he could not dodge, but only turned in their direction. The flames engulfed the fugitive. He howled in pain and began to turn into ashes. The completely beaten red-haired man, with a satisfied grin, asks the protagonist if he is satisfied and can now grant a quick death. Surrounded by rising clouds of dust, the young man said that he is satisfied, but let the killer not rush, because there is someone in line before him. The protagonist immediately jumped up from his place, as if he teleported. The young man brought the blade to the chest of one of his comrades. He said that he saw everything and understood their plan, to sacrifice a pawn in order to save the king. The guy pierced another traitor right in the chest, from which he began to spit blood and choke. Comrades are perplexed. They thought that the protagonist had gone crazy, because there was only one traitor. Why was it necessary to kill Xingqing? Turning to his team, the protagonist confidently said that there was no stipulation about one traitor. The red-haired man realized that his plan was seen through, and watched this with a face full of fear. The protagonist turned to the bandit and asked if he really thought that Dong Yefeng would talk so easily. He was just a victim, an obvious figure for the sake of a hidden one, to which the killer immediately began to justify himself, that these were just guesses. The protagonist decisively makes one blow and cuts off the red-haired man's head in an instant, during which he said that now his existence has no meaning. The men in the squad began to actively wave their hands and tell the hero that Dong Yefeng was very cunning. Most likely it could be a clever plan to finish them off. Xingqing, holding one hand to the wound, began to shout that he was absolutely honest with his country and his conscience. There was no reason to blame him. The moments of the battle began to flash through the protagonist's head, when the two traitors worked together and attacked the red-haired man with shells that hit his shoulder and then flew into the guy's face. He noticed that the traitors were really careful. There was no evidence of communication. They did not even communicate with each other. Well, then another question arises. How did they transmit a message between themselves? It happened with the help of a long-range attack, leaving marks on the bodies of opponents. The young man recalled the situation, how the red-haired man attacked him, but warned in advance so that the traitors would intervene. At that moment, the pig's attack hit Ning directly. The traitor's attack hit Dong Yefeng. The protagonist picked up the body part he cut off, with a mark on it. If you pour spiritual power into this part, it will be evidence in the transmission of information. The traitor realized that there was absolutely no point in making excuses anymore, and bowed completely, admitted that the protagonist was absolutely right. The comrade standing next to him in bewilderment began to ask what, how, and why. The young man approached the green-haired man and said that he was very interested in why he decided to become a spy. He also added that the guy's dossier was absolutely perfect. At the age of 14, he lost both his parents, and was saved by the military. He has no attachments, no one can threaten him. At 16, he joined the army to save the search team with resources. Being at the first level, he single-handedly distracted the mutants of the second level. At 26, he reached the third level, was selected for a special squad, participated in 13 border battles, and was twice on the brink of death. The guy stood over the traitor and continued his speech. The former commander considered him a brother, and Zhang Wei considered him an older brother. Most likely, the traitor hated them. The young man added that he was very interested in what Zonar gave to the traitor, why he decided to betray his comrades. The green-haired man said that in fact, he never considered himself a traitor. On the contrary, he just wanted to make a last effort for the sake of the Chinese combat zone. The protagonist sighed questioningly. He said that this explanation was really new. The traitor began to scream. He has no weak points, nothing awaits him. He hates this bastard more than anyone. Every day he dreams of killing them all. But he can't. In order to save more comrades, he is forced to be a dog. But then his friend came up to him and kicked him in the head with all his might, from which he stuck together on the ground. The man with a furious face asked how this could be. How can you betray your comrades for the common good? The traitor grabbed his forehead, which he had just hit, and smiled, saying that if he hadn't done it, no one here would have survived. The strongest had died last time, and no one had pursued them after that. The green-haired man begged for it like a dog. They couldn't win anyway, so it was better to have fewer victims. He grabbed his clothes and said that he wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of watching his brothers die one by one. He tore the clothes off his torso, revealing his body, completely covered in scars, and shouted that he couldn't save everyone, no matter how much he wanted to. They were like pigs in a pen. Only by sacrificing a few could the rest be saved. The protagonist, looking down at the green-haired man, said that this time everything was different. He could lead them to victory without casualties. He agreed to this, adding that this time he really didn't expect such an outcome. If they had met earlier, everything could have been different. Using his own purple flame technique on himself, he set himself on fire, and engulfed in flames, shouted that he could finally die without regret, taking away his meanness and wretchedness. Let his friends miss the old captain and Zhang Wei, so first he would go to seek and ask for their forgiveness. In the end he wished for everyone to live for him, and protect Ning along with the future. The team rushed to their dying comrade, although he was a traitor, but still they had come a very long way with him. They threw insults at him, but regret and sorrow were visible on their faces. The young man, looking at the burning traitor, thought that since ancient times, the tragedy where the weak becomes food for the strong has never stopped. No matter what kind of weak creature is beaten, no matter if it is from another country or another race, if this time his reincarnation cannot save the world from the apocalypse, then it will not be just a tragedy. A sad look appeared on the face of the protagonist. He thought that he wanted to stop all these tragedies, and for this he needed to become stronger, so much so that he could turn the sky and the earth upside down, so strong so that he could change the whole world. Turning away from the burning corpse, the protagonist began to walk. He called the squad to follow him, and said that other tasks were waiting for them. The team went to the residence of the provincial governor. The squad walked along a huge bridge with a red carpet. One of the teammates asked why it suddenly became so quiet here, and not a single person was visible. But then, from all over the mansion, from behind all the trees, a crowd of combat vehicles jumped out at them and immediately opened fire on them. A blue shield was immediately formed to repel the robots' attacks. The team's main goal is to protect the protagonist. Inside the shield, the protagonist began to prepare for battle, and enveloped his sword in a blue aura, and said that these were not troops that the governor could command. They must be people from the top, to their advantage, because he just wanted to talk to the president. Swinging his sword, he attacks the robots with the elemental ice blade freezing technique. From just one attack, half of all the robots turned into ice, while the others watched this and could not help. The allies, inside the shield and supporting him, noticed that Ning was as if he did not need protection at all. Having finished admiring the protagonist, the team began to act. Their first technique was a destructive golden wind that scattered many soldiers around the area. Turning around at this, the protagonist shouted at them to fight with caution. They did not need extra victims. It was better to leave space for future negotiations. The team accepted the young man's order. Having frozen all the hostile robots and soldiers in the area, the protagonist began to make his way through them to the main entrance. He burst into the building, raising huge clouds of dust throughout the room. Immediately he jumped out straight at the governor. Pointing his sword at his throat, sweat appeared on the man's face. His fear of the guy was visible to the naked eye. The young man laughed and said that he did not expect tricks from the governor, to which he began to deny it, and say that he had nothing to do with it. Falling to his knees, the man immediately began to beg him for forgiveness. He said that it was the fault of the protagonist and his squad, because they were making too much noise, and noticed something strange upstairs, so they sent people themselves. He tried to dissuade them, but they did not listen to him, and used him as bait. The old man bowed his head to the very floor. The hero, in turn, threw the sword over his shoulder, and was surprised by this turn of events. The governor continued to assure him of his honesty, and ask for mercy. Anna ran up to them, who immediately began to ask the protagonist not to kill her father, and after all, she brought Lin Ray to them. The young man in glasses next to her told her not to come close, because it was dangerous. The bespectacled man took an axe in his hands, and began to ask the protagonist what he was going to do, but the guy's answer, he began to carefully and slowly approach. He asked if he looked like a bad person, to which he received a positive answer. Ning came closer to Lin Ray. He said that from their current point of view, it really looks like that, but in fact he is not bad, because he did not actually kill anyone, but was simply forced to do it to save the world. The guy with the axe, in turn, was not particularly happy with this answer. The main character stretched out his hand forward, and said that the young man, as the future leader of humanity, should join them and save the world from the apocalypse. The guy grabbed the handle of the axe and bent it, which made the bespectacled man fall into a stupor. The young man was extremely surprised by these words. Pictures of himself standing in uniform at the parade flashed through his head. He asked how it was possible to become the future leader of humanity and save the world from the apocalypse, and whether this is really true about him, and whether the main character is really a time traveler. After that, the blonde immediately slapped the bespectacled man on the back of the head, and told him not to trust everyone so easily. But turning to her, he said with a satisfied face that this guy was probably telling the truth, otherwise how to explain his incredible abilities. Leaning towards the girl's ear, he began to whisper to her that with his power, amazingly, He could kill them with one blow, then why should he resort to tricks? And besides, the bespectacled man really always felt that something great awaited him in the future. Anna, in turn, could not squeeze a word out of herself. The main character looked at them and said that the bespectacled man was absolutely right. It was not for nothing that he was the future savior. At the same time, he thought to himself that this guy was brave, kind, naive, and rather eccentric. Exactly like a typical main character, such a person is ideal for the role of a ruler. Lin Rui looked towards the main character and spread his arms, saying that he had no superpowers. How could he save the world from the apocalypse? But Ning told him not to worry, because his abilities would appear over time. But now he just needed to follow the main character and follow all his instructions. Saluting, the bespectacled man agreed with the words of the main character. The squad had already arrived. They were informed that a large group of combat aircraft was approaching them. Then, nuclear missiles were aimed at them. These were probably forces sent by headquarters and the Federation. No matter how strong they would not be able to resist the entire civilization. The guy grabbed the governor by the scruff of the neck and began to drag him aside. He said that everyone should stay here and wait for him, and the governor needed to put on a show. The old man had no choice but to agree to cooperate, if only he would not be killed. Reinforcements had already flown up to the mansion. An announcement about the encirclement was made, and calls to immediately stop resistance and release the governor. The protagonist led the old man out through the main entrance to the street, and brought a dagger to his throat. He introduced himself and said that he wanted to talk directly to the president of the Federation. If they did not want the destruction of this world, let them do what he says. In the central meeting hall of the Federation, President Bein listened to all this and smirked at the main character, said that he lived as if in a movie. The old man gave the order that if they did not surrender within a couple of dozen seconds, it was necessary to immediately begin a random bombing. If necessary, launch nuclear missiles. One of the advisors noted that they had the governor as a hostage, to which he received the answer that he was an absolutely useless person. He had already revealed all the secrets, so he deserved to die. In any case, the inhabitants of the province had already been evacuated. For the safety of the Federation, sacrificing one governor was not a problem. The young man continued to hold the governor hostage. In turn, all the planes transmitted an order from the president that in 10 seconds, if they did not surrender, the bombing would begin. Hearing this, the governor was shocked. Why did the Federation betray him? One of the main character's team members said that it was a failure. Having killed all the competitors, the mission did not go smoothly. The bespectacled man added that this did not at all resemble the development of the plot that the main character had spoken about. Ning threw the governor back a couple of meters, grabbed the hilt of his sword, and said that the old man was no longer useful. It was better for them to go back and wait, while the guy dealt with the nuclear missiles. The young man raised the tablet in front of him with magic, and thought that although his suit could protect against all types of thermal weapons, he needed to take care of the others. The guy began actively poking at the screen, thinking that conventional threats did not work, which meant that he would have to act, threatening to destroy the world. Using his gadget, the main character gave the order to the planes and nuclear missiles to remove the target. Meanwhile, panic and alarm began at headquarters. The president was informed that the nuclear missile system had been hacked. The nuclear strike had been cancelled, to which the old man said that this was simply impossible. In front of them, a huge number of points that will be attacked were marked on the map by themselves. The system warns that the province is under the sights of nuclear weapons. The old man said with a confused look that even he only has half the control at a time. The advisor reports that this is absolutely true. They have just been blocked and they cannot regain control. That man said that he will destroy the world. And this is true, he really does not seem to be human. The president decisively orders his staff to quickly stop this mess. He agrees to negotiations. A special plane must be sent immediately to bring these people to him. After that, a negotiating plane with a crew was sent. The protagonist's detachment left the mansion and moved towards him. The guy's comrades are at a loss as to what is happening here, how they were able to agree. The bespectacled man is amazed at the power of Ning, and he is delighted that he will have the same. The protagonist grabbed his comrade by the shoulder and whispered in his ear that he would need help when he met the president, and whispered to him what needed to be done. The young man explained the plan. His squad men low, and the protagonist would enter, and the rest should stay outside. Already inside, the president was waiting for the guy at the negotiating table. He introduced himself, and told the guy to introduce himself and tell about his real goals. Ning immediately laid out the whole truth, said that he was a time traveler who came from the future. In a year the whole world would be engulfed in a catastrophe, and the apocalypse would begin. At that moment, many zombies and mutants would appear. Countless people would die from a zombie attack. The Federation would fall apart. In the 4th year of the apocalypse, humanity would start a nuclear war to resist the zombie invasion. Civilization would turn into ruins. But even this would not be able to stop the catastrophe. In the 6th year, the time machine would be invented, and humanity would send the protagonist's squad into the past to change everything. The boy held out his tablet and opened the image of the battle. He said that these were videos of their battles with monsters in the future. Their authenticity can be verified, so they are saviors, not invaders. The president clarified the boy's words, asking if the man-eating monster will definitely appear in the future, saying that it is too terrifying. The boy continued and said that there is video evidence, convincing to some extent, but how can he be sure that the president really came to help, and is not an envoy of monsters? The boy made a satisfied smile, and took out his tablet, preparing to press some button on it. He said that they may not believe it, but he really can destroy everything here. If there is no apocalypse, then he himself will become a disaster. At that moment, all the president's guards pointed their guns at him, telling him to stop, otherwise they will immediately open fire. But they did not scare the main character at all. He used his telekinesis magic, lifted all their guns into the air, thereby disarming everyone. The young man said that he did not have time to waste. If they cooperated, the future was doomed to destruction anyway. It was better to die from his hand than from monsters. At least he could make everyone die faster and more painlessly. But then the guy's comrade jumped on the table and began to walk towards the hero. He said that he believed the young man. The president just could not accept it right away. He also understood that this was their last chance, but still asked to give them a little time. Then he turned around and headed towards the president, taking him by the collar, and with an angry face, snot flowing from his nose, said that he should not hesitate anymore. After all, they had no chance to return again. Last time they risked their lives to return, but because the Federation did not believe them, the rescue completely failed. This time, when they made the transition, they were followed by a group of monsters that they had already destroyed on the country road. The man continued to rub all this out to the president with a mad face, which shocked him. Ning was also extremely disappointed in the top management. After the last operation, one of his comrades died as a result of their attack. The guy covered his face with his hand, either from laughter or from shame. He thought to himself that his friend's acting skills were simply indescribable. He could not even watch, and regretted not choosing someone with better acting skills. Min Lo made a face of fear and confusion. He removed the cap from the green test tube, and told the president that if he did not cooperate this time, there would be no other chance. And now they brought a genetic drug that prolongs life and enhances physical abilities. By taking it, you can gradually become as strong as them. The bearded man was surprised by this. He was immediately hooked by the idea of prolonging life and becoming as strong as they were. He said that he believed, this time he fully supports them. Min Lo turned to the protagonist, showing a thumbs up and smiling. The protagonist said that they were lucky to have enhanced drugs in stock. As expected, in addition to threats, you also need to lure with benefits. The president bowed and said that he agreed to cooperate, and how he could help them. The guy said that he needed an increase in the extraction of useful minerals from the Federation. The more the better. Second, you need to go to Dr. Croc so that he can help investigate the source of the apocalypse. The president said that he will do it right away. He, the protagonist, with a smile on his face, thought that this mission is just great, with the support of the Federation in the extraction of minerals, no different from mining in your own mine. And the system notified that 3 initial tasks were completed. The next step will be to study the root cause of the apocalypse in this world. The protagonist agrees to accept this mission. The young man thought that the initial tasks of the apocalypse system can be considered completed, but the task of the God of Swords system did not show much progress. It seems that in order to change the course of world events as much as possible, and the future of not seizing power and control by the protagonist, then this is only a small step. The key point remains to find the source of the apocalypse and destroy it in the bud. By that time, they will not only be able to obtain the plans of the space aircraft carrier, but also turn this place into a base for the real world. The protagonist's squad is divided into 2 groups. One goes with him, the other diverges on his tasks. The young man ordered Ming Luo, Huan Yun, Lin Rui to follow him to Professor Croc. Lin Bin should take the rest, explore the military to the mine to supervise the ore mining work. The captain of the second group guarantees the completion of the task to his superior. Lin Bin said that before they controlled several trading guilds, and then they themselves with difficulty mined ore, and even a little. This time they just need to watch, and they will be able to get tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of tons of energy, ore. His comrade confirms these words, saying that thanks to the wise master, the times when they were limited by other military zones are a thing of the past. The protagonist group arrives at the Federal Institute of Genetic Research. The team finds a professor. The scientist greets them and says that he is the chief professor of the Federal Institute of Genetic Research, Croc. Ning immediately says that the professor needs to answer several questions. The first question is what he is currently working on in his research. The second is whether the scientist has encountered any anomalies or problems in his projects. The third is whether he conducts any research without permission. The young man's words confused the professor. He said that his research fully complies with federal laws. There are 2 main areas of research. The first is genetic enhancement aimed at improving the physical qualities of combat units. The second concerns the highest level of secrecy of the Federation. The protagonist took out an ID and said that he currently has the highest level of access to Federation information. So the professor may not take into account the rules of confidentiality. The The scientist was very surprised by the young man's words. He revealed the second project, called The Original Man, modeling the process of human evolution. The protagonist continued his questioning with a serious look, and asked what exactly the essence of this project was, and how long it had been implemented. Sweat appeared on the scientist's face. He actively gesticulated, and said that about 7 years had passed. They carry out genetic intervention at the stage of a human embryo, because genetic modification of adults has its limits, but embryos are a different matter. Croc draws an analogy with a tree. If you interfere at the seedling stage, you can even make it grow in the shape of a chair. However, the research is not going very smoothly. From time to time they get not quite normal people. The protagonist was interested in this phrase. He asked again what it meant, and said that they should be shown the experimental base. The researcher led them into the experimental hall. The team passed through a corridor around which there were many capsules with green liquid, in which the bodies of animals were enclosed. The scientist points to the capsules containing a mixture of a human with centipede genes. Then he points to a mixture of a human with spider genes, and with snake genes. These samples are considered relatively successful experimental samples. The boys' comrades looked around in immense surprise. How could the Federation give permission to conduct experiments on people? It was too cruel, they thought. The professor continued to walk forward with a satisfied grin, and said that this was all to make humanity stronger. In addition, these were just experiments on embryos, not real people. The young man asked the scientist where the failed samples were. He replied that they were located inside the very central area. They had already approached the door that led them to the failed samples. Seeing what was behind it, the protagonist and each of his team members fell into shock. In front of them, in capsules on the wall, were mutilated human embryos mixed with various species of animals. Ming Luo, in order to stop his gag reflex, brought his hand to his mouth, and said that it looked even more disgusting than mutants. The protagonist asked the professor what it was, looking at one of the mutilated embryos. The scientist, with a satisfied look and a smile on his face, said that this was an experimental sample codenamed Breakthrough. They were inspired by the metamorphosis of a caterpillar into a butterfly. They decided to explore the possibility of creating experimental samples with double organs. Before becoming butterflies, caterpillars wrap themselves in a cocoon and turn back into cells. Continuing his speech, the professor became more and more like an evil genius, actively waving his arms and smiling from ear to ear. He said that these cellular fluids miraculously independently form various organs and tissues of the butterfly. Although it is just a liquid, they somehow know which part should turn into a head and which into a body. Having completely gone crazy, a bit of madness appeared in the professor's gaze. His smile became even wider. He continued his speech and said that if you cut the cocoon in half, then after hatching it will turn into two halves of a butterfly. The top will be the head, and the bottom will be the body. If you cut vertically, you will get half a head on each side. It is difficult to imagine, but their cellular fluid, as if it knows what it is. Even more interesting is that if you insert a tube into the cocoon, a butterfly will hatch with a tube in the middle of its body. The heroes became wary of the scientist's enthusiastic speech, and clenched their fists, preparing to attack. The man continued that if you mix the cellular fluid from two cocoons, you can end up with a butterfly with a head in the stomach. They are not afraid of chaos at all, after mixing anyway. The bespectacled man jumps on the professor's neck, taking him in a chokehold. The young man shouts that conducting such experiments, a person should not be proud of it. Ming Luo raises his fist to hit the mad scientist, shouting that this is the prototype of mutants. The girl adds that they have already found the source of the tragedy. They need to kill it quickly, and then blow up this place once and for all. The scientist says in his defense that these experimental samples have not yet fully developed brain cells. They cannot feel pain. The main character had to intervene and stand between the team and the scientist to calm them down. The guy says that this task is not that easy. His comrade says that it is not so easy to calm down in this situation. Ning agreed with this, and said that his intuition tells him that although it looks disgusting, this is not the root of the problem. After these words, the bespectacled man let go of the scientist, who almost choked, so he began to sigh heavily. The professor said that Mr. Wise, rotten meat here cannot cause an outbreak of any virus. Looking down at Croc, the protagonist thought that the ghost eye had not given any clues here. Perhaps that was not the case. The young man asked if there was anything else here besides this, to which he received a negative answer from the scientist. This answer aroused the protagonist's suspicion. His classroom lit up purple, and his face changed to a terrifying one. He said that the answer was wrong and launched a mental scan. At that moment, the hero released a purple aura throughout the room, and said that the professor was lying. There were more rooms underground. With one powerful kick, the young man broke the entire floor under his feet. The entire squad, together with the young man and the scientist, flew down screaming. The landing was variable. The scientist fell on his back. The squad, although in better condition, still could not coordinate properly. The scientist shouted at the protagonist that this was just an abandoned laboratory. It was used before, later it was filled in. Having risen, the main character saw huge conveyor belts in front of him, on which human corpses were located. The young man asked the professor how he could explain this. The old man was very confused, worried, fear was visible on his face. He said that everything that was happening here was approved by the highest circles, some important people had health problems, and they needed organ replacement. The bespectacled man with a shocked face approaches one of the corpses and shouts that they were secretly killing embryos. How could they stoop to such a low level? The scientist began to justify himself to the main character. He said that it did not concern him, he was simply following orders. Besides, these corpses were not considered people, they were just pigs grown on a conveyor belt. As with farm animals, humanity not only eats them, but also skins them. The main character with a menacing look grabbed the old man by the collar and ordered him to shut up. Then he asked where the conveyor belt was, and let the old man take him there. 10 minutes later, armed soldiers descended here. The squad leader tells the young man that there is no need to look around. These words do not convince the protagonist. With one powerful blow he knocks down all the soldiers, scattering them to the sides. The young man leads the scientist and his comrades. They approach a huge metal door. With his bare hands, the guy opens the door with a loud creak. A huge capsule appears in front of the heroes, in which hundreds of artificially grown people floated. In the liquid were both adults, and children, and very infants, who were connected by an umbilical cord to the equipment that feeds them. Seeing this, the protagonist's comrades are numb with horror and surprise. The bespectacled man says that humanity in this world has gone crazy, and the girl cannot utter a word. The system notifies the protagonist about the discovery of a source of viral infection. Looking at this, the protagonist thought, the embryos here seem to be unconscious. In fact, they constantly absorb their own kind. In a sense, this is another version of zombies. The young man began to approach the old man with a menacing look. He asked how long they have been doing this, how much material has already been produced, and where else these experiments take place. The scientist said in a trembling voice that the production line has been running for several years. More than 1 million have been produced. There are no other places like this. The professor began to justify himself that this production is very useful. One material can save about 5 citizens of the Federation, many of their professors, war experts, doctors. Without letting him finish, the protagonist grabs the professor by the collar and lifts him above his head, threateningly saying that within 3 minutes he wants a list of everyone who has changed organs. But if the scientist fails, he will kill him and ask others. The protagonist thought that with millions of materials, there were probably hundreds or even thousands of recipients. These people were scattered across all spheres, even among the highest echelons of the Federation, and each of them was a carrier of the primary virus. The scientist ran for the list in fear. The young man continued his thought that all he could do was get the list and kill according to it, but the officials would clearly not allow this, and would not believe it. Most likely, in order to resolve the crisis, it would be necessary to actually destroy this world, but if they acted according to this scheme, then this place could no longer be considered a real-world farm. The team was in the lab. The bespectacled man asked if the hero was sure that the root of the problem lay here. The young man replied that this was not an assumption at all. Minlo asked what they should do next, whether they should destroy this place. The young man said that it was too late, and too many people had already replaced the organs. Destroying this place now would only scare off the snake in the grass. Glasses clenched his fist and suggested convincing and intimidating the feds to hand them all over for execution. But the protagonist said that it was the same as persuading them to commit suicide. Lin Rui was confused by this answer. They wouldn't just wait for death. Ning had enormous power, so why wouldn't he just destroy them all? The guy replied that his time was limited and he wouldn't be able to completely destroy them all in a short time. If one escaped, a catastrophe would still happen. And as soon as he interfered, the military would definitely break off all relations with him, and social unrest would be no different from the apocalypse. Glasses put his hand on the young man's shoulder and confidently said that if open methods didn't work, then they needed to resort to secret ones. Even if they couldn't stop it, they could at least delay it. The protagonist raised his hand to his chin and thought, if they could delay the apocalypse, that would already be a significant change in the course of events. If he manages to change the course of events, there is still hope to seize power and obtain the plans of the space aircraft carrier. Ning turned to his comrade and asked if he would like to be a savior in the shadows. To which he said that it sounds very cool. The young man continued his proposal and said that he will be on the surface, cooperating with the authorities, maintaining order, and Ling Rui, as a shadow knight, will save this world. The bespectacled man rightly noted that he does not have the appropriate abilities for this. But the protagonist used the spatial storage and said that he would help to reveal his potential. The young man took out equipment from his warehouse, a cybernetic sword, boots, and a syringe. Immediately, without thinking for a second, the guy stuck the syringe into the bespectacled man's neck, from which he was taken aback and began to ask in fear what it was. A powerful blue aura formed around Ling Rui, which he did not expect at all and was very surprised. The protagonist said that it was an elixir that enhances strength. Having put on the new equipment, the bespectacled man said with joy that with such power and such equipment, he became stronger than a mech. A system notification about the detection of a premature opening of a personal template appeared in front of the happy guy. The guy was surprised to see this. He also noticed that it looked like a game panel. But then a red warning appeared in front of the main character, which said to remove all equipment from the awakened NPC, otherwise he would be transferred to the NPC copy category. The young man was surprised that the apocalypse system does not allow giving equipment to NPCs. The young man immediately rushed towards the bespectacled man and ordered him to undress immediately. But he clearly did not want to do this and asked what was going on. After the report expired, an announcement about the removed warning appeared in front of the main character. No violations of the rules were found. The young man was surprised why the warning was removed. He guessed that it was probably because Lin Rui was the protagonist, or maybe it was the sword god system that was to blame. The guy said that the bespectacled guy didn't have to undress, which surprised him, because he had already started doing so. The protagonist explained that his comrade's body had a slight rejection reaction, but now. At that moment, the professor ran up to them out of breath. He said that he had brought what he was asked for. The protagonist took the tablet and began to read its contents, his face clearly showing irritation and dissatisfaction. He gave the order to lock down the entire experimental base. All researchers, projects, vehicles entering and leaving, everything must be put under strict control until Ning gave the order. Not even a fly should fly out. The comrades had already headed for the exit, as did the young man. The guy turned to the professor and with a smile on his face told him not to worry. This is just control. This is also to ensure security. A car with a detachment departed from the huge research station. Lin Rui was asked to get behind the wheel and was told that they were going to the federal government building. Min Lo asked the protagonist about his plan. The man suggested that he wanted to trick people from the list so that the bespectacled man could kill as many as possible. He also added that relying only on this guy for killing was irrational, even though he had become stronger. Interrupting his comrade, the young man replied that this time Lin Rui would help and create the appearance, while the main work of killing would fall on them. The young man's words confused his comrades, and their faces showed misunderstanding. The man said that before they did not reveal themselves and did not enter into conflicts with the military, so what had changed now? The guy replied that at the moment this cannot be done, but if they disguise themselves as monsters, then everything will work out. The girl sitting in the back seats was enlightened by this plan. With a smile on her face she said that they were killing two birds with one stone. The guy thought and put 2 fingers to his forehead and closed his eyes. Li Fugui helped him buy blueprints of camouflage items and 1 item, and people. The protagonist arrived at the federal government building and was met by the president. The man suggested that the young man had problems with the experimental base. The guy replied that these were indeed problems. Although the experiment was quite cruel, it had nothing to do with the virus. An evil grin appeared on Yining's face. He thought that this man had transplanted a kidney 2 years ago, and he could not be suspected or distrusted. The young man opened the case he was holding in his hand, with a huge number of capsules with green liquid. He said that he had discovered changes in the physical condition of cyborgs, which could attract monsters from the future. To prevent a tragedy, it was necessary to create a global conference and try to gather all the important people from the list. The young man brought a lot of drugs from the future that could not only solve this problem, but also enhance abilities and prolong life. The president stared at the capsules with glowing eyes and said that he would organize it as soon as possible. A lot of people and security gathered at the Federal Assembly Square. One of the soldiers ordered the others to ensure the safety of those present. Half of the Federation's top leadership was here, the political and business elite, as well as public figures would be present. There should be no problems at this conference. The president gave the floor to the protagonist and greeted him. The young man approached the microphone and began his speech. He was sure that everyone present had read the materials provided by the military. An apocalyptic crisis could soon break out. In order to protect people from the attack of the monsters of the future, the guy decided to hand out the drugs. But suddenly a red portal formed above the stage, from which the creatures began to crawl out. The young man saw this and said that he was too late after all. The guy's comrades were at the mine, but the president could not worry, because the young man would protect him. Members of the protagonist team were hiding under the guise of the monster. The girl, pretending to be a worm, uses a curse of destruction that covers the entire hall with smoke, causing everyone inside to cough up blood and die. Min Lo was hiding under the image of a centipede. He used the 8-blade form technique and chopped up many people. The protagonist was hiding behind a snake monster and used the wind blade, which was the most destructive. The military immediately began to shoot, as they thought, the real monsters. The protagonist's monster, like a whirlpool, sucked the guards into its mouth, and it shot energy at the soldiers and military equipment on the ground. Ling Rui was hiding under the guise of the protagonist, giving a speech. He thought about when he would be able to have such destructive power. The guy's memories flashed through a moment where the main character tells him to take into account that the first wave of murders tomorrow will be especially hard. They will temporarily pretend to be monsters to deal with it, and the bespectacled guy needs to pretend to be Ning, and just play along when they leave. For convenience, he can alternately pretend to be the main character and the monsters. The president, scared to death, asked if the fake main character was going to interfere. The young man replied that he would definitely protect the president. The guy created a slashing blow with one swing of his sword, which hit 2 monsters. The monsters were unable to resist and fled into the portal. The bespectacled guy made a dash towards the snake. The main character, who controls the monster, said that he could only use one last ultimate move. Ning used the Soul Reaper technique and summoned countless ghosts that annihilated everything around. A crowd of ghosts went after the president and the soldiers, who were unable to resist them. The last monster crawled into the already closing portal. The bespectacled man flew after it, shouting that he would kill the monster. The protagonist in the guise of a monster looked out of the portal and thought that he could not destroy the experimental base, but monsters could. After that, he shot an energy beam towards the base and destroyed it. He thought that with this lesson in mind, the people here in the future would not dare to resume matters related to organ replacement so easily. After all, replacing here would lead to the body becoming an easy target for future monsters to attack. Turning back into a human and leaving behind a silhouette of a monster made of smoke, the young man said that he was temporarily saving the life of the president in order to later control the situation. When Ling Rui completely eliminated the infected, he could kill him. By that time, Ling Rui would also be able to become the new puppet ruler of this world, who would serve the protagonist. A system notification about the current progress of the dungeon appeared in front of the young man, changes by 49%, and the main character, the number of hidden infected decreased by 10%, changes by 23%, the overall level of plot change is 53%, the seizure of the highest powers of the dungeon is in progress. But then suddenly a red system notification appeared in front of the guy. It said that an anomaly was detected in the system process, an unknown error, access rights to the dungeon were seized, it was necessary to immediately start the cleaning procedure. A flash of light formed above the young man. He thought that the apocalypse system went berserk. After that, a powerful blow was dealt to him by a beam of pure energy, from which he howled in pain, and the system notified about the immediate start of the cleaning procedure. The main character barely endured this unbearable pain. Black smoke began to come out of his chest. This black smoke began to absorb the energy beam previously released at him. The young man fell to the ground, feeling relief after such pain therapy. The unknown substance was almost able to absorb the entire beam of energy and compress it into a ball. In this blue sphere, green running lines were visible. The system notified that there was no error, the system's self-diagnosis was passed, the alarm was cancelled, and the summing up was launched. The protagonist found the strength to get up from the ground. He put his hands on his knees and said with surprise and displeasure that the black and gold light had just been the sword god system. The moment with the red notification slipped through the guy's memory when he gave the bespectacled man the equipment. He said that now it was clear that last time it was the intervention of the sword god system. Previously, the young man always thought that the sword god system was at most some hidden minor cheating mod, but he did not expect it to be so strong. The protagonist put his hand on his chest and said that there were no wounds, and a dark golden light appeared out of nowhere. Even the Doomsday system could not handle it. It must be understood that the Doomsday system is a system that controls the life and death of all survivors, a being similar to God. Like a child, the boy began to beat his chest, calling out to the system, calling it Big Brother and Sword. After stopping drumming himself with his hand on the place where the dark golden smoke came out, he realized that the system did not hear him at all. In the end, he would still have to rely only on himself. The system notification for summing up the results appeared in front of the young man again. The current dungeon completion is 100%, and additional tasks are completed by 19%, the current SSS rating. The young man received equipment: Bloody Ice Claw, Roaring Helmet, Elemental Scepter, Strategic Angel, Skills, Enhanced Training, Synchronization level with Mechanisms. The guy also received an exclusive reward, X1 Plot Jump. The next time he enters the dungeon, he can forcefully enter any future plot point with the ability to return. The protagonist received the reward item. Confrontation Main Battlefield 1. After use, all party members get +3 to all stats and a 35% increase in recovery. 2. When entering the dungeon, you can enter first, ignoring the difference in strength between the parties, up to 4 hours earlier. 3. This item can be used in other worlds and dungeons, but only retains special effects without strengthening bonuses. The guy looked at this and said that he received quite a lot of rewards, but now he does not really need them. However, blue armor, skills, etc. can be given to Ling Rui, and the item, Main Battlefield, can be given to Min Lo so that he can use it the next time he leads the team into the dungeon. The system notification began to disappear suddenly. Instead, a dark gold color appeared. It said that the permission for the scenario, Zombie Nation, was successfully obtained. The guy looked at it and said that with such a crazy sparkle, the system seemed to be bragging in front of him. The ring on the young man's hand lit up. Putting his hand in front of him, the ring created a portal, from which many oars flew out. The guy was surprised that all the ores received as a reward from the Apocalypse system had already been extracted. The system notified that a full set of S-rank strategic weapons, aircraft carrier blueprints, had been sent. Following the notification, piles of papers with statistics, blueprints, and calculations flew out of the portal. The protagonist thought about who should be the first to study this technology when he gets out of here. Although he is not against handing it over to the military, but most likely this will lead to unnecessary internal conflicts and problems. It will be more reliable to find the people he knew in his past life: Huang Ji, Jian Sanliang, Qi Tian. The system reported the detection of an executed scenario. This scenario has no experimental value. The detection system was disabled. The young man looked at this with a confused look and wondered what this meant. A new window appeared, which said that the access rights to the scenario had been changed to the highest level, and the access functions include active opening, allowing you to open the scenario at any time without restrictions, issuing tasks, allowing you to issue a task of any level, customize their content and rewards, accelerating time inside the scenario, allowing you to arbitrarily control the speed of time in the range of up to 10 times, creating NPCs, allowing you to consume materials, to create and produce NPCs of any type. Reading this, the young man jumped up with joy. He said that the system was handing over control to him. It turned out that seizing access rights to the scenario meant that the guy got the ability to control everything. Hundreds of access rights. Now this is his world, and he is a god here. If he has enough energy, he can create 1,000,000 warriors with one thought. But then the young man noticed that these access rights do not include zombies. They are most likely not part of the original scenario. With a sly grin, he shook his head and said that it does not matter, and the previously obtained access rights will be quite enough when other combat zones enter here in the future. If the guy does not lead them around by the nose, he will not be able to respect himself. The protagonist began to walk away from the pile of purchased ores and said that when Min Luo and the others loaded all the ores and the young man finished giving instructions to Ling Rui, it would be time to leave. The young man also inquired about how the outside was handling the tide shift in the East Sea. In the conference room of the border military base, high-ranking military officials were sitting at the negotiating table. One of them asked dissatisfiedly why Yi Ning's compensation standard was being raised. This person was the border group commissioner Lu Tianming, who had reached the peak of the 3rd level. The man raised his hand and said that he was dissatisfied with the fact that the meeting was called because of one dead person. They had so many important matters to discuss. Did it make sense to bring up the issue of compensation for Yi Ning's family at the meeting? Another man sitting at the table told Lu to keep his mouth shut and watch his words. The man was the commander of the Special Task Force Qingyuan, a 3rd level advanced. With a dissatisfied face and cracking his knuckles, he said that they were currently discussing how the military should properly handle this young man, if something happened to him, so as not to disappoint all the soldiers and officers. They were not assuming that he was already dead. The mustache man, with his arms crossed and an arrogant face, chuckled and said that there was no point in deceiving himself and others. Half a month had already passed outside, and even if the time inside went slower, several days had still passed. 6 against 1, even a 3rd level advance would not survive. Such a chance was given to Yi Ning and his men. His face went from arrogant to mad. He began to shout that their task force had already suffered many failures. In the future, they should simply abandon the confrontation in scenarios. Resources should be mined in reality. This will also save them from the senseless sacrifices of so many people. Qing was angry at these words. He glared at his opponent. He replied that it was because the difficulty level was too high. Their intelligence team had a serious leak again. All this was not the protagonist's fault. Lu Tianming spread his hands and put on a smug expression, saying that there was no need to worry so much. He just wanted to say that since there was no chance of survival, instead of wasting resources to compensate Yi Ning's family, it was better to save these resources and give them to those who really needed them. The man continued and said that he remembered how the protagonist was in the first sequence. Now that he had died, this place should go to Wang Kai. The resources that the youth had taken away earlier should also be returned to the military and redistributed. After all, it was impossible to let the dead occupy the space and resources. Qing slammed his fist on the table and jumped up from his seat. Pointing his finger at the mustachioed man, he started shouting and said that the commissar was going too far, to which the commissar replied that the man should not even dare to raise his hand to him. This farce was interrupted by the senior military man, who also stood up from his seat. He said that everyone should stop this discussion. Here the first in line for the new star represents the face of the military. It is better to make the replacement sooner rather than later, otherwise, when the news spreads, the whole world will laugh. The man with a thoughtful look said that regarding the survivor's benefit for the protagonist's family, it must be paid in accordance with state regulations, of course. This is on the condition that Yi Ning's death is confirmed. The old man will report all of the above to the commander-in-chief upon his return. In the port dock of the Our Country, the exit from the Zombie Kingdom scenario, a group of people approached the open blue portal. They were talking about the fact that half a month had already passed, and whether Dong Yefeng had dealt with these Chinese pigs. Someone disputed it, and someone agreed with it. The man with the zero haircut said that this mission was even easier than before. The most impudent of them said that as soon as their people came out, it would be time to start a war. Without energy materials, China would inevitably suffer defeat after defeat. The portal activated and shone brighter than before. The soldiers were inspired and began to watch it closely. Someone said to call support people, because this time the transportation of energy minerals will again take a long time. Besides, Dong Feng will most likely bring a bunch. You need to film it to then send it to the Chinese pigs. A system notification appeared in front of the portal about the completion of the mission. At the moment there are 0 survivors. The squad standing near the portal was taken aback by such a statement. How no one survived? How is this possible? In the dock of the Chinese port, the exit from the zombie kingdom scenario, a squad of soldiers stood near the portal. One of them asked the colonel if they could leave now, because there was no point in waiting, to which he replied that the commissar had orders to immediately transfer the squad to the southeastern border. The man asked what would happen if the protagonist did return, to which he received an answer from the army colonel on the border with the EC that there were no ifs. It was said to retreat, then retreat. The captain of the support group of the Special Operations Squad Zhao Hongtu told the colonel that it might be right to make it so that the man stays here with a few people, and the colonel leads the rest, to which he agreed with the words that they would leave him a maximum of 2, the rest would leave. Without letting Ning finish speaking, the portal sparkled with incredible force. The support captain was surprised by this, because it turned out that the mission was completed, and there may have been survivors. The colonel denied it. But then Min Lo came out of the portal. The bespectacled man was taken aback by this outcome, and Zhao immediately pounced on the guy with questions about whether there were any more survivors. At that moment, the entire squad came out of the portal. The girl pushed the young man in the back and said that he was standing rooted to the spot. The system announced the end of the scenario, and the number of survivors was 8 people. The entire squad pompously came out of the gate. Zhao was amazed by such a number of survivors. He immediately began to ask about their condition, began to call the medical team. The bespectacled man could not utter a word. The men approached the team. The protagonist said that they did not need medical assistance, but they definitely needed help with loading the ore. The captain asked about the integrity of the equipment for loading the ore. The young man replied that everything was fine with him. It was just that there was so much ore that it was difficult to load it all. All the jewels flew towards the 2 captains, almost making them fall. Zhao said with a happy face that he had never seen so much ore in his entire life. The team had most likely robbed dozens of mines. The bespectacled man climbed this mountain and the young man about the clash with zones R and H. The protagonist replied that they got out of there not only by luck. Min Lo answered the colonel that he had seen him before, and he was the commissioner's man. Continuing his answer, he said that the young man not only led them to victory, but also destroyed everyone from the other war zones. Looking up from below with a stunned look and irritation on his face, the bespectacled man began to throw claims in their direction. He thought that yesterday the commissioner had already taken all the people and all the resources from Yuning's house. But the young man not only did not die, but also performed a great feat. If the guy finds out about everything, there will be a huge turmoil. The man should not allow this and report the situation to the commissioner as soon as possible. The protagonist, looking down with a murderous gaze, noticed that the colonel's reaction was different from the others. The youth guessed that Chen hoped that they had died long ago in the scenario. With an uncertain pose and a fawning expression, the bespectacled man said that the boy was exaggerating. With a worried expression on his face, the man thought that he needed to come up with an excuse to restrain the protagonist, to buy time for the commissioner to deal with the consequences. He said out loud that the reason he was doing this was because the youth's previous plan to evacuate the East Sea had been cancelled. Grabbing the captain by the collar, the protagonist raised his voice and asked why the order had been cancelled. The man replied that the higher-ups had sent an important representative to thoroughly investigate the incident in the East Sea, but they had found no evidence of the approaching beasts. The boy had better go to the East Sea himself and check. Turning to his comrades, the boy told Min Lo that they would go to the East Sea first. The girl, hearing this, said that according to the rules, they should first return to the capital and report. In addition, she suspected that something was fishy. The young man replied that there was catastrophically little time. 7 million people in the East Sea were at stake. They would make a report on the way. The squad had accomplished a great feat. The authorities would not blame them. As for other suspicious moments, they could be discussed later. The main character's ship arrived in the East Sea. The young man sat and looked out the window, thinking about the fact that there were 4 to 6 days left before the invasion. Previously, the proposal was approved, but now it was rejected. These obstacles in peacetime were much more serious than his reincarnation. Continuing his inner stream of thoughts, he thought that before his reincarnation, he could easily gather people. Perhaps because of the apocalyptic situation, now, in order to escape the end of the world, he needed to achieve power. In order to gain the supreme command, he needed to break through to the 4th level as soon as possible. With his current authority and resources, he could reach the peak of the 3rd level in 3 months. But breaking through to the 4th level was not yet achievable. A person from his past life, a doctor, appeared before the hero's eyes. He needed to start the Superman plan in advance. In his past life, after the apocalypse had fully arrived, humanity was able to resist for 2 years precisely because of this plan. If the young man remembered correctly, that chief researcher's son was from the East Sea. After the evacuation of the East Sea was completed, the young man had to find him as soon as possible. The protagonist video called Xiao, Chen, Wang and said that he needed them to mobilize all available forces and come to the East Sea to help. All three were surprised by this statement. The bald man asked what was going on. The young man replied on the phone that there was no time to explain. If the men trusted him, they would immediately mobilize their forces. 009, hearing this, immediately left, saying that they needed to take action. In the guest hall of the Lu residence in the capital, a commissioner and a man were sitting on the sofas. This man expressed concern and asked what he should do now. Not only did the protagonist not die, but he also accomplished a great feat. The Supreme Commander and the others were overjoyed. This man was the chief from the Wang military department. The commissioner replied that it was really incredible. He had no idea how he managed to survive, but there was no need to panic too much. Shinming told the guy to go to the East Sea. They still have time to settle everything, they just need to return the resources they took from the house. The man's face sweated. He said that he couldn't return those resources. Those high-quality spiritual fruits had already been eaten. Moreover, his sister was persistent and constantly causing trouble. The man had to tell her that her brother had died. She most likely couldn't handle the blow and was probably in the hospital now. The commissioner snapped at this idiot and shouted that this was a violation of the rules. The man began to justify himself, saying that if he sent people to the hospital with flowers and a basket of fruit now, he wouldn't have time to calm them down. After a strong attack, the commissioner put his hand on his waist and said that they needed to find a scapegoat in advance. If the young man really started to sort things out later, we'd say that it was a temporary worker who did it. Wang, leaning on the sofa with relief, said that he would go and organize everything right now. The commissioner said with a serious face that in addition to this official route, they should also prepare a backup plan through unofficial methods just in case. The lackey asked what he meant. Turning around, Lu said that the young man did not return with a report, but went straight to the East Sea safe zone. High merits may overshadow a superior, but if you don't know when to stop, it has always been a big mistake in military affairs. Once he does something illegal, killing him will be the same as killing a fallen man. In the conference room of the East Sea safe zone, some important payment is being passed from hand to hand. Lily handed over the device with words of gratitude to the Qian representative for restoring the good name of their East Sea and freeing them from the suffering of overpopulation. The credit points are just a token of gratitude. Tonight they will prepare a seafood feast to properly thank the saviors. Dong Feng, the captain is too kind. If a person is honest, he has nothing to fear from a crooked shadow. In fact, Ning is just too nervous. The invasion of monsters sounds simply ridiculous. At the moment of their dialogue, a soldier flies into the room with his back, which takes the two guys aback. The thought flashed through their heads of who it is, and how dare he invade the meeting room of the East Sea safety zone. The protagonist squad enters the room with pathos. The young man said with a serious look that he intends to thoroughly review the security issues in the East Sea. The guy hopes that everyone will cooperate, otherwise there is no need to blame him for the lack of pleasantries. The bespectacled man said with an impudent look that he has already investigated the problem in the East Sea zone. All the anomalies that were originally mentioned at the meeting have been checked, no problems were found. The results were presented yesterday, they can be viewed upon returning to the capital. The blue-haired man with an irritated look held his hand in front of him. In an impudent tone, he advised the guy to immediately leave this place. Otherwise, according to Article 27, Paragraph 33 of the military regulations, for unauthorized entry into a military base and attempt to disclose classified information, he has the right to kill that person. One only has to give the order, and hundreds of awakened ones will rush into battle. The protagonist took a card with a yellow star logo and a hexagon in 2 fingers. He said that this was a level A clearance. He wanted to see all the materials within half an hour. Special attention should be paid to the section on water areas and troop movement records. Half an hour later, the protagonist's troops were standing in a room with a huge number of monitors. The young man uses a purple aura and directs full concentration to peak multitasking. The bespectacled man with a dissatisfied face and obvious irritation said that pretense and show-off reveal an amateur who is trying to lead a professional. How can he understand all this data? If Dongye Feng could not detect anomalies, then how can some random guy do it? The blue-haired man continued to be indignant. How can such a level A clearance be used? This must be reported to the capital. Let the military revoke his authority. The protagonist turned around to all the indignation. He said that a month ago, a small earthquake occurred in the sea zone of CO7, and the military came to the conclusion that these were normal underwater waves, not taking into account the migration of marine animals. On the 1st, the temperature at the tidal power plant rose by 3.9 degrees, and their conclusion was that this was simply an equipment malfunction. The blue-haired man, with a smug look, said that the problems the guy was talking about really exist, but they can be explained. There is no need to attribute this to the invasion of sea monsters. Small earthquakes happen every year. If every time you think that this is an invasion of monsters, then why do you need the East Sea Safety Zone at all? The bespectacled man crossed his arms and said with a smile on his face that he could clearly explain why they were so sure that this was not a monster invasion. A few days ago he personally led a group of specialists. They explored more than 300 nautical miles, finding no signs of a sea monster infestation. The young man pointed at one of the monitors, which showed an image of someone's footprints. He asked what happened 4 days ago during the battle in the coastal zone. The monitoring equipment recorded traces of the actions of third-level creatures. The time and place of the battle correspond to another archive of troop movements. According to the data, 4 days ago at 3 a.m. they sent 7 third-level fighters on a routine patrol, but only 4 returned. Where are the 3 who died? Do people die during a routine patrol? These facts shocked the 2 guys. The bespectacled man thought about how the guy was able to notice this insignificant entry about the movement. The blue-haired man thought that he needed to react calmly. This concerns the highest state secret, and under no circumstances should he give himself away. The young man pointed to the map where he saw the laboratory. He asked what they were doing there, and if they could take him there. Grabbing his sword and pompously heading towards the guys, he threateningly asked if he could go there himself. The blue-haired man with obvious fear on his face said that he had no right to go there. It was a level A+ secret. Even level A clearance was not enough. These words did not satisfy the protagonist. He began to attack. With one movement he knocked both guys down. He said that this was indeed the problem and ordered everyone to get out of the way. At that moment, a group of armed awakened ones headed towards the squad in order to neutralize the young man. The guy gives the order for 009 and Min Lo to break through with him. The comrades threw everyone who stood in their way left and right, successfully breaking through all enemy defense lines. 10 minutes later, the trio arrived at the entrance to the underwater research center. The young man said that this place should be here. By this time their rivals had caught up with them. The bespectacled man shouted that he was warning them for the last time, because this place had absolutely nothing to do with sea monsters. Even he did not have the authority to freely enter there. If the guy continued to break through, he himself would be responsible for all the consequences when it came to the military tribunal, even if he did not stutter about the fact that the bespectacled man did not warn him. The young man ordered 009 to blow up the wall in order to get inside. The girl agreed without hesitation and knocked down part of the gate with one blow. Inside the room there was a huge machine, and right in front of the heroes stood a scientist who turned to the side. Yuan Shao asked who was so fearless in the face of death that he dared to force his way into his research institute. The protagonist confidently walked towards the professor. He said that within 1 minute he needed to know all the information about this place. This impudence discouraged the scientist. He asked who this young man thought he was. The project was specially approved by the old leader 14 years ago. Even if the commander-in-chief himself arrived, he would have to treat the research team politely. The protagonist ordered the girl to deal with him, because the guy wanted to take control of this place within a minute. Without any hesitation, 009 hit the man so hard that he flew out of his boots. The scientist lying on the floor screamed that the young man was crazy. They were finished. He would definitely report to the military. The guy looked in the opposite direction from the scientist and ordered the girl to shut him up. Without a second thought, she took his boot that had flown off and stuck it in his mouth. The protagonist looked into the huge capsule in the middle of the room, which contained an octopus with a human head. The guy said that these were modifications of sea creatures with genome extraction, biological fusion, embryo selection. He asked the scientist if he was fusing baby embryos with sea creatures. The man, in the most pitiful state, spat out the boot from his mouth and said that it was nothing special. If they could combine the power of sea creatures, they could create powerful awakened ones. They were experimenting on survivors. It was all legal. The young man turned to look at the pitiful man and bared his teeth, thinking that this was a very familiar event and familiar lines. Just like in the zombie kingdom, humanity is ignorant and arrogant, nothing new under the sun. The guy drew his sword and pointed it at the professor's forehead, asking him to tell him what happened 4 days ago and whether they released a modified creature. The professor, bleeding from his forehead, said in fear that the young man should not know about this. Something terrible will happen. This thing is still immature. It is not aggressive. Gritting his teeth and with obvious anger, the young man asked how the disappearance of the 3 level 3 personnel could be explained then. No need to say that they themselves fell into the sea and drowned. The professor continued to justify himself that if he told the young man, he would be on the verge of death. The protagonist insisted that the scientist tell him about it. The 3 were dead because they saw something they should not have seen. The source materials for this modified creature were taken from the genes of the old commander. The young man was as surprised as he was furious. A system notification about the activation of a special task. A-rank sea monster incident, original form, appeared in front of him. The young infection led the wave of sea monsters, instinctively still the original form. The first wave of sea monsters is expected to arrive in 4 hours. It is necessary to evacuate the survivors from the East Sea, The degree of completion of this task will be judged by the number of people saved. The reward will be 1,000 reputation points, and an epic grade spiritual solution. Eliminating key targets can effectively slow down the advance of the sea monsters. Thinking about what he just read, the protagonist realized that there were only 4 hours left. He had planned to conduct a thorough investigation, collect enough evidence to force the military to cooperate. Now it seems that there is absolutely no time for this. It is possible to destroy the mother creature to slow them down. The young man realized that with his current strength, this is impossible. Even the current commander probably could not do it now. The only thing they can do is either evacuate or try to hold out. With a wave of his hand, he ordered 009 to immediately contact Xiao Hai, Chen Kai-Lai, and Wang Tian. They must forcibly activate the evacuation plan of the East Sea Secret Research Institute of the East Sea Security Zone. Walking down the corridor, Min Lo told the protagonist that moving troops without permission was almost equivalent to treason and mutiny. Even if all of the protagonist's judgments were proven to be correct later, it would not cancel the accusation. The man asked the boy if he was sure he wanted to do this. The boy replied that he understood everything his comrade said, but for now, the best thing for him was to just leave so that nothing would happen. Shaking his head, Ning said with a serious look that he was still China's outstanding talent, and he had unlimited potential. Moreover, once a disaster occurred, his previous warnings would bring great fame and recognition. Everyone in the army would regret not trusting him. Even if millions of survivors died, no one would blame the boy. On the contrary, everyone would think that he did his best. The man asked why the protagonist didn't do anything since he knew all of this. The protagonist with an unwavering face said that he himself knew that he had not done everything possible for the huge number of survivors. He thought to himself that even if he lived his life over again, he still would not be able to prevent this tragedy. Continuing to walk, the young man gesturing with his hands told his comrade that they could decide for themselves whether they wanted to get involved with him in this murky story. Even if they decided to leave now, he would not prevent it. Without letting his commander finish speaking, the entire squad immediately saluted. Min Lo said that the captain saved their lives, and they were ready to go through fire and water only on his command. A proud smile appeared on the young man's face. He thanked all his comrades for such devotion. The girl with pink hair, looking at this, could not utter a word. She only smiled slightly. A huge number of lightning bolts formed in front of the protagonist, behind which were 2 figures. One of them with blue hair told the guy that they found out that the main character's squad shouldn't have known this, although the guy wouldn't dare kill the main character and his team. But if they tried to break through by force and died in the electric current zone, they wouldn't be involved in it in any way. The bespectacled guy said that now Nin should understand why they didn't dare continue the investigation. Then he added that the guy would have food and water here, and he'd better behave calmly while decisions were being made from above. Without a second's delay, the main character makes a dash towards the electric barrier, grabbing his sword. He said that time is running out. He has no time to waste it on empty talk. 2 arrogant cormorants, seeing this, immediately got scared. They wondered where the main character could have the ability to protect against electricity. The young man uses the extreme cold technique, which easily breaks through the electric barrier and envelopes the entire corridor in ice. But the opponents managed to use energy barriers in order to protect themselves from freezing. The protagonist enveloped himself in a purple aura and swung his blade. At that moment, the protagonist's blade appeared near the opponent's necks. They did not even notice how the young man was able to get close to them at such a speed. The guy, all enveloped in a purple aura, ordered them not to move if they did not want to die. Then he ordered to immediately turn off the electric field. The bespectacled man, looking at the blade near his neck, was taken aback by fear. The blue-haired man, taking the device in his hand, pressed the button. He told the guy not to harm the representative of Qian. He agreed to turn off the field. At that moment, the electric field began to weaken. Ning's comrades took advantage of the moment and ran to the protagonist. Minluo, approaching the guy, asked what they should do now. The young man with a serious look ordered 009 to hold the bespectacled man, and his comrade to hold the remote control. The rest should turn off all external communications in the security zone of the East Sea. The girl snatched the remote control from the soldier's hands. Then she knocked him to the ground and took control of his arm and head. The protagonist slammed the other into the wall with one elbow and sarcastically said that the Tian representative would not be short of food here, so he could sit quietly. Having turned the electric barrier back on, the bespectacled man found himself on the other side of it. The protagonist turned to the blue-haired man and told him to immediately hand over all command authority in the East Sea Security Zone. The blue-haired man, lying on the floor, began to reproach the hero for planning a mutiny. After that, the soldier lying on the floor began to threaten with his connections, in the form of a senior leader, to whom even the current commander-in-chief must show respect. Then he blurted out that he has an irreplaceable role in secret research, and if the protagonist really dares to touch him, he will immediately say goodbye to life. The young man was interested in these words. He asked what secret role they were talking about, to which he was refused to provide information. The guy's face showed a slight grin and irritation. He thought that there was something fishy here. Most likely, Yuan Shao lied about the mother body, although the old leader is indeed the mother body. But the mother body from which the cub escaped is not him at all this time. Yuan Shao incredibly said this then to scare the guy. Memories of hordes of monsters flashed through the protagonist's mind. In his past life, the main target of the sea monsters invasion was the Eastern Sea Security Zone. Only after the apocalypse occurred again, the sea monsters began to attack the capital. If this invasion is really caused by the cubs searching for the mother body, then the target mother body this time is probably Li. The protagonist's right eye was enveloped in green flames. He used the ghost class to explore. A sign with his name, the position of the commander of the Eastern Sea Security Zone, and the hidden status of one of the mother bodies of the fusion plan, of which there are only two, appeared above the blue-haired man. Pointing his thumb at himself, the protagonist said that he originally did not want to kill Li, but now he had to. 009, who was holding the blue-haired man, immediately pierced him with her hand, thereby ending his life. A system window appeared in front of the protagonist, which notified him of the progress. The mother's body from the East Sea Safety Zone had been eliminated. The tide of sea monsters would be delayed for 3 hours. The first wave of monsters would reach the shore in 6 hours and 51 minutes. Looking at this, the young man thought, even though they only received a warning, it was still better than nothing. At least they could evacuate more survivors. The guy started to run, and the whole team immediately rushed after him. The young man began to give orders. Min Lo should go to the outskirts of the safety zone and meet Xiao Hai and the others there. Then he needed to lead them to the city and organize an orderly evacuation. If any difficulties arose, he needed to immediately contact the protagonist. East Sea Safety Zone, a remote wilderness. A battalion of soldiers and 3 important people stood in the middle of the ruins. The red-haired man asked the other 2 why Ning had called them. Commander Chen said that he didn't know. They had to hope that it wasn't something serious and wouldn't take much time. They could stay here for now under the pretext of training. But if they were to stay longer, their superiors would definitely pay attention to them. The bald man advised the others to prepare themselves mentally. If it was something minor, there would be no need to make such a fuss here. However, even if it was something serious, there was no need to worry. After all, this Ning had just accomplished a great feat. The men noticed a military helicopter flying in the air. The red-haired man guessed that it was the main character. After the helicopter landed, Min Lo got out. He said that his commander ordered to immediately lead the troops to the East Sea, evacuate all the survivors. He will take command of the East Sea within an hour to help with the evacuation. This news shocked all 3 men. They immediately asked questions about the reasons for the evacuation and the introduction of troops. The red-haired man said that it was more like a mutiny. The bald man asked if this was the military's decision or if the guy was acting on his own. Min Lo began to answer each of the questions, actively gesturing with his hands. He said that the military command did not give any instructions. This decision was made by his commander. A level A disaster was about to break out in the East Sea, and they must evacuate the survivors. Undoubtedly, this is associated with a huge risk. But they need to trust Ning. Time is running out. They need to make a decision as soon as possible. The red-haired man said with an excited expression that no matter whether this matter succeeds or fails, one must not run away from troubles in any case. The bald man thought about it. The bespectacled man took Xiao Hai by the shoulder and told him that he was right. If he put his hand on his heart, no one here would have a better prospect than Ning. If he was willing to sacrifice his future and take such a risk, then how could they think about their own benefit and safety? Since they had joined him, they should share his successes and hardships. Xiao Hai agreed with this, and said that since ancient times, a man should be willing to give up his life for the sake of duty. Meanwhile, in the safe zone of the East Sea, the protagonist, standing on the roof of the building, told 009 to look at this lively atmosphere before the end of the world. The girl said that she had never seen those times, but it sounded like it was beautiful. Looking at the civilians, the protagonist began a monologue within himself. People think that life is getting better and better. The end of the world seems like a distant legend, but it will all be destroyed soon. Even if they can save people's lives this time, they will not be able to avoid the suffering of the upcoming wanderings and hardships. The young man looked up. Thunder rumbled in the clouds, thunderstorms began everywhere and heavy rain began. An alarm sounded about the invasion of Class A sea monsters. Xiao Hai and the others arrived at the protagonist. The young man tells the girl that he wants to completely end all this. But it will be very difficult. She supported him and said that he will succeed. The guy turned around and said that now is not the time for sentimentality, and then decide what to do with him. The commander-in-chief raised his hand and said that this was indeed the best option now. He ordered Commissioner Liu to immediately leave with the troops, and be sure to bring the young man back alive. Moving away from the others, the commissioner's face showed an evil grin and a murderous look. He thought about how the protagonist could be such a fool and rush into hell without permission. The man would definitely not leave the young man alive. Anything can happen in battle. If an accident occurs, it will be quite normal. A crowd of people gathered on the coastal defense wall of the East Sea. It was raining heavily, the cannons were on alert, and military helicopters were flying in the sky. There were 29 minutes left before the attack. The bald man asked the protagonist if the sea monsters will really come. The young man said that the time has almost come, But other than the rain, there are no signs on the surface yet. The guy replied that they will definitely come. Their speed is extremely high, and they can appear suddenly. The red-haired man said with a blank expression that if an attack really happened, their fate might be a little better, and if it didn't, their heads would be cut off. The protagonist said that even if he was right, the result would only be a little better. It was really annoying. The bald man added that it had been like this since time immemorial. They shouldn't worry too much about it. A clear conscience is enough for a real man. When the sea monsters come, they will steadfastly hold out here. The young man closed his eyes and said that they only need to delay the monsters. It was impossible to completely hold the line. Putting one hand on his waist and gesturing with the other, he said that the scale of this event was huge, and the troops they had mobilized were not enough to stop it. If they could delay them long enough for all the survivors to evacuate, that would already be a great success. The bald man asked about the safe zone in the East Sea. The young man with a serious face said that they would have to leave that zone. The man was immediately indignant. The Eastern Sea had been built for over 10 years to become what it is now. The higher-ups would never agree to this. The young man replied that this was precisely why they did not report or consult with them. If they cling to the resources already spent, the losses will be even heavier. The men, hearing this, were speechless, which would help him reach the 4th level. The protagonist ordered 009 to take the scientist to Uncle Fan's house and make sure to keep him safe until the boy returned. The girl grabbed Sun Licheng by the collar and said that she would definitely find people who could reliably protect him. The girl jumped towards the helicopter, dragging the man along with her. She said that she would take him on board and take him to a safe place. The scientist, with a clearly expressed horror on his face, waved his legs and screamed, calling for help. Watching the helicopter fly away, 009 told her commander that she had arranged everything, in response to which she received gratitude for her efforts. But then, out of nowhere, announcements were heard. The border peacekeeping troops, reporting directly to the headquarters, arrived under the order of the chief commissioner of the peacekeeping forces Liu Tianming. Then came the announcement of deception. The military never issued an evacuation notice, and there was no attack by sea monsters. After that, warriors flew from the sky towards the characters, each of them surrounded by their own aura. The bald and red-haired were horrified by this. They wondered why the authorities sent. The protagonist grabbed the sword and began to draw it. He told Shin to watch the sea, and the young man in 009 would deal with these people. When the warriors landed, it became clear that among them there was a tank with a hammer and shield, a fighter with an axe, and an archer. The man with an axe introduced himself as Lo Qing, the deputy commander of the border peacekeeping troops. On the orders of the commissioner, he came here to arrest the young man. The man pointed the axe forward and with a murderous look he turned to Xiao Hai, who was appointed as the leader of the evacuation, was already arrested. If the young man is reasonable, then let him calmly go with them. If there is resistance, there is no need to expect mercy. The protagonist was enraged by these words. He released spiritual energy, which created a visible aura around him. He said that they not only arrested Xiao, but also interrupted the evacuation of the survivors. In fact, only they themselves deserved death. The bearded man said that they conducted satellite reconnaissance, and everything is fine in the East Sea. There is no sign of an invasion. The guy needs to leave his ridiculous illusions, because he knows how much damage was done to the East Sea. The higher-ups are furious and sent an elite 3rd-level squad from the capital, who will arrive soon. 009, who was standing next to the protagonist, asked him whether to kill them. The young man replied that there was no need to rush this. They needed to try to stall for time. The girl should save her strength to fight the oncoming wave of monsters. Although this technique may not work on sea monsters, but against awakened ones it will probably work. Spreading his arms to the sides, the youth emits an ominous purple energy. He used the technique of mental storm. Each of the opponents noticed this pressure. With screams, they pressed themselves to the ground. The archer said that they quickly activate mental defense. The warrior with an axe said that they did it. But the attack of the youth is too strong. The paladin shouted that they cannot even move their bodies, let alone defend themselves. While the opponents were on the ground, 009 swung her leg, from which they immediately flew in different directions. The opponents fell to the ground with a crash. The young man landed on the ground after using such a powerful technique. He said that after these blows he would need a couple of minutes to recover. The protagonist's allies shout that waves of monsters were spotted on the surface of the sea. The system announced that 1034 fast-moving objects were detected. Terrifying creatures of enormous size appeared from the water. The opponents of the protagonist, seeing this, fell into a stupor and realized that the young man was right about all of this. Activating the voice communication, the guy tells Min Lo to immediately drop 2 nuclear bombs from the reserve, and they need to intercept the first wave of monsters. Military helicopters headed towards the monsters. The command to immediately drop nuclear bombs sounded. The deadly weapons flew into the water. An explosion of enormous proportions occurred, from which large waves rose. Baldy was amazed at why the young man detonated nuclear bombs, because the Eastern Sea will now become uninhabitable. The young man immediately responded to this. He said that when they saw the number of sea monsters in the subsequent waves, they would understand why he was forced to sacrifice the East Sea. This is just the beginning, nuclear bombs can only slow them down. Then the young man ordered the artillery to prepare and open fire. The awakened must be ready. As soon as the monsters approach the coastal entrances, they must immediately engage in battle. The main characters approached the former opponents. He asked Loqing if it was possible to continue the evacuation, then ordered to free Shanghai and give orders to the entire city. Then we need to help with the evacuation, and then fight for life and death with a wave of sea monsters. If the man survives, the guy promises that there will be no consequences. The warrior agreed. At the command post of the East Sea, the commissar inquired about the condition of the main character, whether he was killed or captured. But suddenly he unexpectedly slams a mug of tea on the table with a surprising cry. The man received a report that the sea monster invasion had indeed begun, and that the young man had detonated a nuclear bomb in the East Sea. But after a few seconds, the man stopped panicking, and with a sly look, he realized that even if Ning had calculated the invasion correctly and repelled the monsters, he had polluted the East Sea with nuclear weapons, which was a crime that could be punished. A new meeting was convened in the conference room. The commander-in-chief slammed his hand on the table and shouted that the sea monster invasion in the East Sea had indeed begun. Time was running out. They needed to discuss the plan of action as soon as possible, and they also needed to evaluate the protagonist's actions as soon as possible. The most senior general waved his hands and said that now 6 major military districts were already mobilizing high-level awakened ones to provide support, and 27 safe zones near the coast were also ready to accept. The old man continued and said that if the front could hold out for 2 hours, the casualties could be kept to 7%. Another general said that there was nothing to discuss. The young man had saved millions of people, which was a great achievement. The man added that the truth about the military's negligence could be easily hidden. They just needed to publicly declare that all the actions of the protagonist were orchestrated by the military, and those who were sent to arrest him were actually sent to help. After the disaster was over, Ning would be actively promoted as a national hero, and he would be given a generous reward. The commissar turned to the deputy commander-in-chief and asked if he was joking. The main character forged military orders, commanded troops without permission, imprisoned representatives, disregarded military leadership for the sake of his own guesses. Each of these actions is treason. Moreover, he arbitrarily detonated a nuclear bomb in the East Sea. It is impossible to pretend that nothing happened. Example, kill one of them, and where, one wonders, is the law, the state law? Moreover, who can guarantee that his foresight this time was not just a fluke? After all, he did not provide any evidence. The green-haired man, with a smile on his face, agreed with the commissioner's opinion. Merits cannot compensate for misdeeds, otherwise everything will fall into disarray. The man suggests acting according to the original plan and detaining the young man, publicly declaring that the military has discovered a problem, and the protagonist's actions are not related to saving the East Sea. As for the guy saving people, at most his punishment can be mitigated, but his subordinates must be severely punished. The red-haired man jumped up from his chair and slammed his palm on the table. He sent everyone sitting here and asked if they were completely crazy. Now there is fierce fighting on the front lines, and they are still thinking about arrests. The man jumped on the table and pointed his finger at the commissioner. He said that if it were not for the nuclear bomb, Liu himself would have gone to the front lines, and as for the pollution, it can be eliminated over time. The commander of the East Sea and his representatives insisted that there is no problem, but in the end, an invasion began. Since ancient times, the general on the battlefield does not always obey orders. Blue Hair could not respond to this. The old man stood up from his chair and ordered a stop. A compromise must be found. The truth is that the protagonist acted arbitrarily, but it is also true that he saved people. Even if they arrest him and declare that saving people is the merit of the military, they will not be able to hide the truth from the people and soldiers. The generals did not believe the protagonist, and this is their mistake. The commander-in-chief interrupted the disorder. He said that in this case, all subordinate military districts must be notified that the protagonist's actions are fully in line with the orders of the command. Temporarily hand over the command of the operation to combat the Class A invasion in the East Sea to Ning. After the young man returned, if he provides key evidence, severely punish all those involved. The end of the meeting was announced. The commander-in-chief and his secretary left the room. The girl asked if the man had originally intended to hold the protagonist accountable, whether this meeting was needed to shut the mouths of the old guard. The man fully confirmed his assistant's words. After all, in this matter with the East Sea, he also bears responsibility. If he made a mistake, he must admit it. If he gets hit, he must stand firm. The girl said that the young man was indeed very talented. She did not even know how he managed to give this warning. But did not the commander-in-chief think that he looked like the same person who appeared more than 10 years ago? The man put his finger to his mouth, making a gesture for the secretary to be quiet. After all, this is a taboo, and nothing provocative can be said. In the command post of the East Sea, the commissar slammed his hands on the table. He was annoyed by all these events. He complained about the council. He also suggested that they completely forgot how the old commander died more than 10 years ago. With a gloomy, menacing face, he thought that in any case, this time he was not going to risk his life on the front lines. Whether the protagonist would survive or not now depended only on his own abilities. Meanwhile, a fierce battle was being fought on the coast of the East Sea. All possible weapons were fired at the monsters, but they used defense, which successfully blocked all the shots. The protagonist, standing on the wall, told his comrades that the monsters were currently using energy defense, and normal attacks on them were ineffective. From now on, he officially took command of the East Sea. All awakened ones must line up in a defensive line near the coast. If the monsters approach the defensive line, they cannot engage in a head-on collision, their skin is too thick. So they must spread out and deal with them one by one. The main goal is not to win the battle, but to gain time. The boy jumps off the wall with 009. When the boy landed, he said that they needed to deal with the first wave of small fry that was coming ahead. Ning used the storm technique of no one, which created a huge number of cuts, which cut the monsters one by one. Watching this, the red-haired man noticed the destructive power of the protagonist. One attack is equal to 2 nuclear bombs, and stopped the monster. The boy continued to deal with the small fry. He used the bride's light stream, which also cut a couple of monsters. Meanwhile, the girl does not lag behind him, and crushes the monsters with a direct blow. Having sorted out the details, he jumps towards the third highest level giant whale, saying that he will kill it. Having delivered one whirlwind kick to the tittle, it almost flew into the air. The monster did not tolerate such damage, and at that moment roared at the girl. This scream reached the soldiers on the shore, who were not able to listen to these screams. 009 could also hardly resist this scream. The girl detected the attack of the 3-level giant crab. Immediately, she uses extreme dodge to avoid getting into its claws. Then, from above, she notices a super powerful attack that she cannot dodge. But then the main character arrived, who puts up a block, and protects 009 from the monster's attack. From behind, the crab tries to break through their defense, but the girl holds his blow. Meanwhile, the young man tries to cut the whale's tail. In the heat of battle, the girl told the guy that as a guardian, she is not coping with her duty. The young man replied that he had never considered her just a guard. For him, she was a comrade in arms. These words touched 009's heart. She felt embarrassment, pride and happiness at the same time. Ning, smiling, told the girl not to get distracted, because sea monsters are much more dangerous than mutants of the same level. The friend agreed with this, and continued the fight, throwing the crab aside with her blow. Meanwhile, the young man, making precise cuts with his blade, fights off the whale. The huge monster went under the water. The girl asked the young man how he was able to scare the giant monster, to which she received the answer that it was a 3rd-level sea creature with a huge supply of vitality. Without letting them finish, a new batch of monsters emerges from under the water. Seeing this, the main character said that they are not only smart, but also have tactics. He thought that in his past life he had heard about this battle and its incredible cruelty. The Eastern Sea had fallen and subsequent attempts to return it had failed. But the young man did not know that this was the reason. The guy was distracted from his thoughts by the monsters that began to act. The crab swung its claw, the shark fired an energy charge, and the shrimp rushed at them. The protagonist was able to defend himself from all these attacks using the technique of the fallen angel and the red barrier. While in the barrier, the young man said that the monsters' attacks were too strong, they needed to find a way to counterattack, and only then would there be a chance of victory. The couple took off into the air using the technique of the protagonist. Having finished gaining altitude, they rushed down, preparing to attack the monsters. Using the techniques of the fallen angel and the heavenly meteor, they dealt with the creatures. Only the giant shark was able to survive, which immediately rushed to swim away from them, but the heroes are not going to let it go. The girl jumps towards her to deliver the final blow. She seems to pierce her with one sharp jerk. But the monsters do not stop their onslaught. After the shark, a school of jellyfish appeared around the couple. They began to go underwater. The guy said that they were in bad shape, these 3rd-level monsters. Fighting them in the sea was extremely disadvantageous. Turning to his girlfriend, he ordered her to slowly break through and retreat. The young man will go underwater, pursue and kill that giant whale. Most likely, he is the leader of the monsters. The main character, getting ahead, without wasting time, dives under the water. At depth, he uses mental scanning at full power to see where the guy with the 3rd-type combat suit with magical modifications could hide. Even if the monster hid on the seabed, the guy will still be able to find it. But a terrifying picture appeared before the main character. The monster did not escape, but brought reinforcements in the form of fishmen. The young man began to sneer at the whale, saying that he had already called all his heavyweights, and showed up with his small fry. The young man swings his sword, thereby creating a shockwave that shaved off most of the 6s. After that, he used a more serious technique, Divine Wrath, Pseudo level 4, and summoned his copy. The young man thought that once he killed the whale, all the troops would be left without a leader, and after that, he would use the soul of the monster to destroy his best squad. The huge whale shoots projectiles at the hero. The protagonist deftly blocks each blow. He jumps forward, swinging his spear, shouting "Die!" He plunges the weapon into the whale's body. Dark energy begins to pierce the body of the fish. The protagonist shouts in rage that he understands why he is the king of sea monsters, because there really is something in this power. Ning deftly cuts the enemy's body. He runs away and says that he is very sorry that they met today. Suddenly, the image of the protagonist feels something. Ning, holding a sword, stands in front of the defeated monster and says that he is beautiful and strong, but 10 seconds is too little. He flies out of the water with a deft movement. The protagonist raises his sword above himself, exclaiming about one more technique, after which everything will depend on his people and those sent to catch him. Awakened souls of green color crawl out of the dead. The protagonist directs the green flow towards the city and declares that the majestic soul of the sea monster will help him. Many mutants crowd around the girl. She screams in fear that the third-level jellyfish monsters are really very annoying. The girl turns around and says that they can not only attack from a distance with their tentacles, but also surround her, blocking her view. The heroine fights off the attacks, stating that what is even more annoying is that every time she cuts off the tentacles, they instantly grow back and it is impossible to completely get rid of them in a short time. Her hand is entangled. She screams that this is happening again and again, and not only can she break through, even her spiritual energy supply is depleted. She deftly cuts the tentacles around herself. In a rage, the girl understands that if she cannot return in time and replenish her spiritual energy, she will have to say goodbye to life. She is dealt a strong blow to the back. She falls to her knees. Tears flow from her eyes. She apologizes to her comrade in arms, because this time she will not be able to complete the assigned task and will not see the world after the end of the world. The protagonist appears in front of her riding on the green soul of a whale, the girl exclaims. Ning takes her hand and tells 009 to climb in faster. She agrees with him with a smile. They swim away. Other monster souls deal with jellyfish. A pink-haired girl stands next to him and asks if she should now turn on the effect of blushing and rapid heartbeat. He exclaims that this is completely unnecessary, and it would be better if she could delete all useless knowledge. Furious mutants attack the coast of the city. A fighter with an axe fights against a monster. He angrily realizes that who would have thought that a sea monster of the second highest level would be a much more dangerous opponent than mutants of the same, but he has fought on the battlefield for years and is no fool. A large round mutant pierces the fighters with his needles. A group of heroes attacks the enemy, thinking that these sea monsters are too tenacious and the lower level fighters are suffering heavy losses, and now is not the time for this. They will have to deal with one by one, and judging by the number, they will not get out alive today. The man strikes the purple mutant, thinking that they should first focus on finishing off the level 3 octopus in front of them. They tear the monster's body apart. The bearded fighter exhales and declares that even one level 3 mutant is hard to deal with, and there are still countless levels 2 and peak ones, and this is simply a suicide mission, and he does not understand what the commissar is doing, because Ning was absolutely right, and without him it would have been much worse. The ferocious monster advances on them. The fighter raises his axe and shouts that what he did this time is really inhumane and such a dangerous thing, and he himself did not show up. But in any case, they will all die here, and what difference does it make that he is the boss there, and it is better to go with him and lure the electric ray and surround it. The monster begins to blaze with green fire. The man in shock asks if the mutant is a sea undead, because these sea beasts are able to fight even after death. He sees the monsters fighting and shouts that the undead are attacking the monsters, which means someone is controlling them. He is told that among all those present, they are the highest level. The fighter in shock asks who can have such great abilities, because the main character is only the initial 3rd level, and how is this even possible? He is told that this is not excluded, specifying whether he forgot about that strange attack of will that he used when he fought him before. The man in shock asks if he is really able to control the dead souls. Did he just spare them before? The main character quickly runs between the spectators. He stops, pointing his sword at the man, and declares that the sea monsters are fierce, and they are strong warriors and are standing there in a daze. He in response in fear says that they are simply surprised at him. Ning seriously states that there should be less chatter, and although the main wave of the invasion is already under control, there are still quite a few fish that continue to rampage, and it is necessary to go and deal with them. He understands the order. The protagonist goes with his partner and realizes that his skills without spending have already been exhausted, and although the supply of spiritual energy is still sufficient, he can only use the wrath of the gods and the hellish judge once, and the remaining energy is enough only for using normal skills, and the awakened ones must deal with the remaining sea monsters themselves, and unless there is an emergency, he will not interfere anymore. Ning looks in shock at the window with information that the first wave of the sea monster attack has been effectively suppressed, and the second wave will arrive in 3 hours. He recalls past battles and realizes that in his past life at this time he had not yet been discovered by the military, and he did not participate in this battle and only heard that it was particularly brutal, and the safe zone of the Eastern Sea was completely unprepared and completely destroyed, and subsequently the military sent people to recapture it, but suffered defeat after defeat and eventually retreated. Ning sighs and realizes that 3 hours will not be enough for other military units to arrive, and that the warriors on the spot will be able to survive this battle can already be considered a miracle, because exhausted and weakened they will no longer be able to withstand the second wave, and they can only try to create an isolation zone, and it is necessary to do everything possible to ensure the evacuation of survivors. Measures must be taken and whoever stands in his way will die. The girl follows him and asks where they are going. He answers 009 and asks to collect data on the fuel reserves in several safe zones near the Eastern Sea. She stops, saluting. Ning continues to order that they must then be informed to immediately transfer the fuel supply to the safe zone of the Eastern Sea within 2 hours and also try to replenish their spiritual energy reserves to protect themselves. She understood the instructions. The protagonist looks at the city and realizes that the safe zone is currently completely hopeless, and instead of slowly suffering, it is better to end it immediately. He raises his hand and declares that he will burn the entire East Sea Zone with one powerful flame and turn it into an exclusion zone, and at least this way it will be possible to guarantee that the survivors will not be pursued. Ning stands in the middle of the border in the direction of the safe zone. He looks at the screen and sees 009, who declares that there is no fuel in the nearby zones. He asks how this is possible, because he previously checked the fuel reserves in all areas. The girl holds the fighter with her leg and says that they basically kept false accounting and those who forged the reports do not want to cooperate, and even if they are killed, it will not solve the pressing problem. He shouts at Ning that the invasion of the monster has not been stopped, and all he is going to do is burn the entire East Sea safe zone, and does he know how many years it took to build, and he, along with 6 neighboring zones, has already sent a report to the capital. The protagonist orders 009 to go back with a serious expression when the guy screams that they definitely won't approve of this, and someone like him has no right to demand fuel. Ning calmly states that it's all hopeless, and if he doesn't kill all the useless creatures, he will die of exhaustion sooner or later, and they will drag him to the bottom. But now he needs to stay calm and cool and first solve what's right in front of him, and the rest later. He exhales and calms down. A safe zone is visible around him. People are riding in a truck. One of them exclaims that their house is missing. Another wonders why they didn't tell him about it in advance. The third screams that they paid so many taxes and this is how they treat them. Soldiers are holding back a man who demands to let him through in order to take his things and give him the car. The girl is on her knees begging, because they sold everything to collect this cargo and half of the people died to bring it, and their husbands gave their lives for it, and if they destroy the city they will not be able to survive. The fighter puts his hand on his chest and declares that the city will not be destroyed, and all the neighboring safe zones have already expressed their opinion, and they are against burning. The guy introduces himself as Gu, a representative of the rescue team of the Eastern Sea Safe Zone, and he promises them that the situation on the front lines has improved significantly, and it will not take much time, and everyone will be able to return home. The people happily exclaim that this is wonderful and thank him. Gu looks at the fleeing and tells the fighters that they cannot destroy the city, because if they destroy the Eastern Sea, what will happen to the poor people? And this guy, Ning, does not understand anything at all and does not realize how much damage he is causing with his actions. The captain smiles and says that the sea monsters are a trifle, and there is nothing to worry about. He raises his finger and orders everyone to follow him into the city and evacuate those hiding in the buildings. The protagonist angrily watches Gu, who says that all the property of the survivors, especially the large trading houses, will be protected by them, and while the city is empty, they need to act quickly, because during a disaster no one will figure it out, and how much they can get depends only on them. Ning stands on the roof and laughs, saying that they just want to profit from the national disaster, and this is great, because it turns out that without words, a person really wants to laugh. He puts his hand to his forehead and says with a smile that when he was reborn, he was still naive and forgot that now is a peaceful time and high positions are mainly occupied by insignificance, and he took them for that team from the past that came out of blood and tears, united by a common goal, and he was wrong and forgot that people usually do not cry until they see a coffin. The protagonist feels the rain on his face and declares that compared to the future, this was only a small sea disaster, and he almost suffered a defeat and started by warning the Eastern Sea. He was obstructed and the army ignored and brushed aside and forcibly mobilized troops, and someone accused him of treason and the truth came out. The command made a mistake again and sent the survivors back. And he wanted to burn the city to stop the enemy. He widens his eyes and declares that this is ridiculous. He jumps off the skyscraper and exclaims that he originally wanted to save the Eastern Sea but did not think it would come to this, and all because of them, because they provoked him. Ning quickly runs through the buildings and asks if they really want a disaster, urging them to enter the city, and today he will send everyone to the kingdom of the dead. The events take place in an underground spiritual energy station in the Eastern Sea Safe Zone. A huge blue installation emits light. It is said that after the end of the world, spiritual energy nodes provided by the system appeared all over the world, and thanks to this, awakened ones appeared among people, and the old world was destroyed by waves of monsters. And the survivors created new safe zones around the nodes, and such a node in each zone is key to maintaining and restoring the energy of the awakened ones, and without it, there cannot be the safest zone. The protagonist stands in front of the installation. It is explained that the Eastern Tower is a third-level energy node, and if it is blown up, the Eastern Sea Safe Zone will disappear forever. But if this is not done, how will humanity be able to recognize the danger? Because in the future they risk losing much more than one zone, and this explosion will release energy that will spread everywhere, completely erasing traces of human presence, and this will disrupt the perception of sea monsters and stop their advance and create a powerful barrier of isolation. The protagonist hears a fighter on the screen, who states that the task of evacuating survivors is almost completed half an hour earlier, but a message has been received that soldiers from nearby combat zones are returning to the city. He replies that nothing needs to be done and just continue the evacuation and take them as far away from the safe zone as possible. The guy goes further and says that he is disconnecting, then orders 009 to quickly contact Luo and other fighters on the front lines and take them out within 10 minutes. The protagonist points his sword at the installation and bids farewell to the safe zone of the Eastern Sea forever, using the elemental wind blade of furious flame. He strikes the energy ball. Ning generates a protective barrier around himself. He puzzledly demands that the combat form withstand the pressure. He raises his sword and wants to strike again. The sphere gradually cracks under him. A strong release of energy begins. The protagonist hangs over the destroyed building. He runs away through the buildings, using the attribute of agility. The blast wave begins to spread rapidly. The fighters come out of the store. One of them says that there are so many high-grade materials and equipment, and this time there is no need to forge reports. Gu turns to them and says with a smile that they must save every resident of the Eastern Sea because it is their duty. He replies that the necessary slogans are pronounced without hesitation. He sees a giant fireball in front of him in shock. They are incinerated by the blast wave. A large explosion spreads throughout the city, destroying it. People look at the screen in shock, sitting in the meeting room in the capital. A man asks how dare he and if the spiritual energy node is really destroyed, realizing that it cannot be restored. The character shouts in rage that Ning is out of control and the wave of monsters in the Eastern Sea was clearly under control and the situation looked good, but he suggested burning the city. He angrily exclaims that his attempts to dissuade him were unsuccessful and he had to rush back to report and receive instructions. But he never thought that such a man could not be used and indulged. The gray-haired man furiously states that it seems he really made a mistake in trusting Ning. The bearded fighter puts his hand to his chest and asks to be sent, because he will personally capture the protagonist and bring him back and he will not have any problems at all. He seriously realizes that if the commander-in-chief sends people again, it will only worsen the misunderstanding and then the protagonist will not be saved. The general furiously agrees and orders him to go on a Thunder Falcon and grab the guy as soon as possible and bring him to him, and he himself will interrogate him. The fighter flies on a plane in 10 minutes in the Eastern Security Zone. He understands that the deputy commander-in-chief and according to the access card of the committee member they have determined his location, and he is on the mountain ahead outside the sea zone. The protagonist stands on a rock and laughs, saying that a top-class supersonic fighter has arrived for him, and it looks like another important person has come to bring charges. The man jumps off the board and asks what he did here. Ning recognizes Uncle Fang. He angrily declares that he blew up the node and if he has anything to say, it is better to say it now before they return and he can still help figure out how to get out of the situation. He replies that he is tired and lazy to explain. Ning points to the energy cloud and says to look there and in a minute everything will become clear. A huge army of monsters is approaching by water. A giant energy ball instantly turns them into skeletons. Fang stands next to him and claims that he realized that he used such an extreme method to intercept the wave and save the survivors, asking why he did not explain it to his superiors, who replies that did not explain everything clearly from the beginning and what is the result, because if they saw it with their own eyes, who would believe it? The man puts his hand on his shoulder and states that he worked hard and although it is unpleasant, Fang still wants to give advice. First, return to the capital and explain all the details. He looks at the guy and says that now the results are already in and the commander-in-chief is not one to not understand the situation and should be allowed to take care of those who escape the network here and deal with them. The protagonist turns to Fang and asks what he just said, while he says to be careful with Tianming and his people when he returns and while he was in the zombie kingdom, they came to his house and his mother and sister are still in the hospital. The protagonist runs to the door. Xia sits next to her mother who is lying in bed and tells her brother to come back quickly because her mother has been unconscious for 2 to 3 days and she is scared. Ning opens the door and exclaims his sister's name. She says brother with tears in her eyes. She hugs him tightly and says that she thought he was dead. He replies that there is no need to cry because he returned safely. They go to their mother. The guy tells his sister to sit next to him while he checks on her mother. She replies that she lost consciousness when she heard that he died. Xia looks at her and says that the doctor said that there is nothing serious with her, but she is still regaining consciousness. Ning apologizes to her and shouts that everything is fine. He holds her hand. He turns to his mother in fear. They stand next to her. The girl asks what if she does not wake up. He replies that this will not happen and when she finds out that he has returned, her mother will definitely wake up. Ning looks at his sister and asks who came to them and who said about his death, She answers that it was some boss and he and some other people came to the house to take away her older brother's things. But the girl did not agree, and then they said that he had already died. She remembers the image of the man and says that he came again yesterday and even brought flowers and a basket of fruit, and said that some in turn made a mistake. Then they called him and his face changed again, saying that his brother would soon die. The main character with a serious look says that he understood everything. Having learned Wang, the guy says that they did something they should not have done, namely, touched his family, and he will destroy them all. The girl looks at him and says that his expression is scary, and in fact, in addition to that bad person, good people also came. For example, Uncle Fang helped with the hospital and sent 2 people for protection. He strokes her head with a smile and asks her not to worry, because he understood everything. They stand opposite each other. Xia asks if he can wait until his mother gets better before leaving. He asks her not to be afraid because he is not going anywhere. Wang sits in the living room of Tianming and talks about the people they sent to arrest Ning, returned to the capital, and they say that later it seems like there was a second wave of invasion and he returned. He replies that the interlocutor could have been more restrained and there is no need to be so scared and fuss, because with such cowardice as his, how can you do anything great? He smirks and says that there is still time before the convening of the relevant committee meeting by the commander-in-chief and they still have a lot of room to maneuver, and he advises not to forget that the last order of the commander-in-chief was to send Fang to arrest him, and whether there was an invasion or not is not important, and if they remain calm, they will win. He gets up from the sofa and asks if he remembers the man who was here 10 years ago at that meeting. Wang replies that this is excellent and magnificent, and what a great move, because this is a ban on the Great China and whoever touches it will be doomed. The plane takes off at the military airfield. The soldiers get off. Other soldiers point their guns. One of them shouts that the deputy commander of the Northern Military Region Kai Lai, the head of the security zone Xiao, the vice chairman of the Trade Association Tiancheng, and the commander of the Special Operations Group Luo, they violated military orders and will go after them. One of them with a serious face declares that they fought with bloodshed and they just saved millions of survivors, not understanding by what right they are being arrested, and they demand to meet with the commander-in-chief. The bald man advises Luo to save his strength, because there is no point in talking to them. 009 watches as they are taken away and declares that they urgently need to inform Ning. In the capital's military command room, the speaker states that they have all reviewed the data on the second wave of monsters and Deputy Fang has taken control of the situation, and with the East Sea safe zone as a barrier, there will be no major chaos for now. The white-haired general exclaims that he has invited everyone today to discuss Ning's actions. One of the officers raises his hand and says that based on the results, the protagonist did indeed save millions of survivors and stop the sea monsters, and although the process went beyond the scope, he believes that the merits outweigh the demerits, especially considering his foresight, and he should be exonerated and rewarded, and moreover, they should apologize. Another council member turns and asks if he was too hasty in coming to that conclusion. One of the participants stands up and exclaims that he does not agree with this decision because they were all deceived by Ning, and do they know that before blowing up the safe zone, he forcibly entered the secret institute, and he not only killed the commander but also took all the research results from there, trying to appropriate them for himself, and he decided to destroy the entire Eastern Sea to get rid of the evidence of the crime. The guy with glasses points to the scar and states that the protagonist almost killed him, and if Mr. Luo had not sent people to save him, he would have died along with the Eastern Sea, and then the truth would never have come out. Another participant raises his hand and states that in addition to the above-mentioned crimes, he would like to add. Xiang raises his finger and states that firstly, the sea monsters in the Eastern Sea were not that serious a threat, but Ning completely destroyed the Eastern Sea safe zone, and secondly, dozens of officers were sent from the nearby zones for a rescue operation, but when they entered the city for search and rescue, the protagonist blew up the node, causing everyone to die, and only because the leader refused to provide fuel to burn the Eastern Sea, and it was just personal revenge. The man continues to exclaim that in addition, they found that the protagonist had appropriated quite a few resources from the safe zone, and he even suspects that he himself was the one who triggered the invasion, otherwise how could he have predicted it so accurately? The commander of the Special Operations Squad slams the table and shouts enough, exclaiming that what they are saying is simply ridiculous and confusing cause and effect, and this is slander, and all they do is put a spoke in the wheel of their own people and accuse the innocent, and if they are so capable, then why don't they go to the front lines to fight monsters themselves? Wang asks with a smirk why he is so angry. Because he knows that Ning has done a great feat by bringing some ore and helping his useless group, but each issue must be considered separately, and one must be very careful and not follow the example of those team members who, relying on their merits, can support the protagonist in some illegal actions. Chen points his finger in rage and promises to finish him off. Another man stops him. The old man says with a smile that if this case can eliminate the first in line, then his son, Kai, can take his place. Wang excitedly shouts that this is slander. The man stops him and asks for permission to say a few words. Tianming steps forward and states that the commander-in-chief cannot deny that Ning is number one in the world in the 4 systems and has repeatedly accomplished great feats, and that he is indeed a rare talent. asking if his talent and behavior style seem familiar, and if he remembers that small outbreak of sea monsters more than 10 years ago. The old general orders him to shut up, telling him to watch his words. Tianming goes to him and states that there is no need to worry, since he signed a non-disclosure document, and will not say anything directly about it, and just wanted to let him know that he found something interesting. Tianming looks the commander-in-chief straight in the eye and says that before arriving in the capital, Ning used a pseudonym in various copies, asking if this is an amazing coincidence. They turn around and inquire about what happened outside. Tianming smirks and says that most likely a member of the Ning committee has arrived and they can check if this is true. The protagonist frantically holds his sword among the defeated enemies. The man stands next to the guy and exclaims what he was saying, because this is the legendary equipment, the elemental wind blade and the bracers of the terror. He in turn thinks that, as expected, there is a trap here. The events take place 2 minutes ago. Ning stands opposite 009 and says that he did not expect the scum to attack so quickly, and fortunately his mother has already woken up and it's time to deal with them, advising the girls to hide for now, and he will go and see what is happening there. The protagonist pulls out his sword thinking about the hidden thirst for murder. He sees the attacking soldiers and thinks about the initial 3rd level and a deadly technique, exclaiming that these people did not even make a sound and if he kills them, it will be difficult to justify himself. Ning holds the block, realizing that he will have to defend himself from attacks with a bloody explosion of bracers. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurs. Blood pours out of the mouths of enemies. The protagonist is shocked to realize that they have hastily cancelled their attacks but still do not activate the defense, which means that they are intentionally getting injured. At this moment, the wounded soldier is furiously shouting at the commander-in-chief that they only asked the committee member to wait for a while, and he suddenly tried to kill them. Tianming asks if the commander-in-chief can see that the protagonist has gone crazy and is killing people for no reason. Ning smirks and says that he does not want to explain himself again about this matter or about all the matters in the Eastern Sea. The pink-haired girl lands. The guy asks 009 to show everything. She starts to play the recording projection with her eye. Tianming looks at it in shock. Ning smiles and suggests that they go inside and watch the recording slowly, because it is too light outside. People watched 009 sitting on the ground. The girl raised her hand to her head, saying that the video playback is complete. Tianming turned to face the angry commander-in-chief, who was saying that he had done something completely unworthy. The man himself admitted that setting up an ambush at the exit was wrong, but he did it for the safety of Great China. The committee member looked at him pitifully, adding that although the invasion of sea monsters from the Eastern Sea was ferocious, it had not reached the level of completely destroying the Eastern Sea, and Ning had only done it out of personal interest, asking about did Commander-in-Chief forget what he said earlier? The system announced that an A+ sea monster had attacked the Eastern Sea, triggering a mission to destroy it. Tianming looked at it with confusion. This message also appeared in front of Xian, who was surprised by the event recognized by the system as a disaster and their mission to deal with a level 3 sea monster at its peak. Yang noted that the second wave had risen to A+, and that this had never happened since the restoration of Great China. The hero smiled, saying that this system warning came at the right time, saving him a lot of words, clarifying to the commander-in-chief that he did not need to explain himself now. An image of Fang appeared in front of the man. He asked him what happened, and he replied that the scale of this monster invasion was unimaginable. He transferred troops, but their current number was clearly insufficient to hold back the wave, and despite the courage of the warriors, a direct battle would only lead to senseless losses. The master destroyed houses along the way. The deputy said that fortunately the spiritual energy node was holding them back, which allowed them to ensure the safety of the survivors, who were now retreating. Sighing, Xian said that as long as they could guarantee the safety of the survivors, he proposed to leave the Eastern Sea, retreat. Chan grabbed Tianming by his clothes when he didn't understand how the hero could predict everything so accurately, concluding that he was the one who was in control of it all. But the one who grabbed him demanded that he stop, because according to his logic, all the heroes in history were the initiators of disasters. The commander-in-chief's eyes became brighter. He threw them to the ground with a burst of energy. He looked angry, saying that at this point, there was no point in guessing, and the guy was undoubtedly a hero, and they would hold the national award ceremony tomorrow. Ning held his hand out in front of him, suggesting that they do without an award ceremony, since it would be enough to just release a new message. But if he really wanted to thank him, he would like to personally investigate and deal with one matter. After all, someone dared to take advantage of the moment when the guy was mining ore for the country to come and cause trouble for his family. Confused, Juan extended his hand to him, asking him to let him explain, but he replied that the interns had done all this, and he had already understood. Then the man turned to Xian, who said that this was indeed breaking the rules, and therefore the hero should be assigned to investigate, and he would assign a task force to help, telling him to just keep to the limit, act within the law. The guy thanked him after making a gesture, but the man covered his face with his hand in horror. Dark clouds floated across the sky. The car rushed forward. Someone said that he and the commissioner were in the same boat, and this time the interlocutor must save him, no matter what happened. Tianming sat with Wang in the back seat, asking if this was a threat, and he replied that he would never dare. Then he put his hand on the other man's shoulder, telling him to stop panicking, saying that for every force there will be a counterforce, because the law is above all, because even a hero would not dare to act recklessly, and even if he did not understand when to stop, the commander-in-chief would not allow him to continue, and in the end, the seeds of the ban had already been sown. Gray clouds were visible in the sky. Ning walked down the street with 009, who said that they should save the others first, but he told her not to rush, suggesting that they teach them a lesson first, because when they were scared, more influences would naturally appear that would speak in their favor. The guy smiled widely when he heard the question about who they would kill first, and answered that it would be Wang. There were many treasures on the floor. Wang thought that in 4 years the man had collected 30 million points, and he did not even spare compensation payments, although he knows that an ordinary family only has 20 points to live on for the entire month, and many people died to get some of these things, and he dared to encroach on what belongs to their families. The soldiers held the chief when the guy said that he really underestimated him, but he replied that these were not his things, and the hero had no right to search his house. 009 slapped him in the face when he wanted to remind him that the commander-in-chief ordered to know when to stop. A blade appeared in the guy's hands. Ning presented it to Wang's ring, saying that if they kill him today, it will be considered the deliverance of the people. He is disgusting, but he shouted that you can't arrange lynching. But the guy reminded him that he dared to touch his family. Tears appeared in the man's eyes and he begged him not to kill him, saying that he would do anything. The guy put the blade behind his back, saying that it was better this way, and demanded to know who incited him to do this, and then he would be spared, but warned him not to hide anything, because he would find out anyway, and also not to think about feelings of justice or loyalty, because obviously he was just a pawn who was sacrificed now. The man remembered his conversation with Tianming, thinking that he had no intention of saving him at all, and perhaps he even wanted to use his death to get rid of the hero, and the people from the commander-in-chief's side would remain silent, obviously so that the guy could let off steam on him. Opening his mouth wide, Wan shouted that he would say everything, and that it was Tianming who incited him, and the most valuable things found in the hero's house were also his, and he went after him in exchange for him promising to support his son, and called him the main culprit of the fuel problems in the eastern region. With a sinister smile, looking at the man, the hero ordered 009 to write a statement with a signature and fingerprint, and then let him go. He then lifted the treasures with force, saying that he would take these things, and when he figured everything out, he would redistribute them. Later, an image of his sister appeared in front of him, and she asked what happened. The guy said that he wanted to teach her something. 009 struck the man behind his back, and he said that when you encounter scoundrels and those who offended them, they must be killed, and if you lie so that they die, then this is not a deception, but a favor. Meanwhile, Tianming was lying on Lan. The man licked her, saying that today he was very angry, and therefore she should help him calm down well. A subordinate rushed into the room, saying that trouble had happened. But he was very embarrassed when he saw what was happening. The man grabbed a cup. With a throw, it hit the guy in the head. Tianming adjusted his pants, asking what happened. He heard that Wang had died, and the heroes had just arrested many of their people and were heading towards them. The angry man pointed at him, saying that he was crazy, ordering him to immediately report everything to the commander-in-chief. Tianming opened his mouth in surprise, realizing that the commander-in-chief had sent people to follow him, and he couldn't help but know, which meant he had to meet the senior commander himself. The arrested personnel followed the hero, who said that they should go with these people along the main street and make a show of parading, especially in front of Tianming's house, voicing their crimes through a loudspeaker, so that everyone would know about it. The task force leader ran up to the hero, saying that one should know when to stop, and that the higher-ups knew his dissatisfaction, having tolerated him enough, but what he was doing now was too much, because it did not apply to the laws of the country and military regulations. Ning smiled ominously and replied that when they slandered him and wanted to kill him, that was also too much, and even that they didn't care about the lives of the survivors. Then he rushed forward, saying that he hadn't even started yet, and it would be worse, using a broadcast of full spiritual power to the entire city. A bright wave headed towards the manor, and he demanded that Tianming come out. His swing left another wave asking if he had the courage to answer for everything. So the hero towered over the fire, thinking that in any case, he was still going to reveal the access rights to the Zombie Kingdom dungeon and save the others, and now it was natural to maximize the benefits, and the more people were shocked, the better for him. He should fight to the end, using the sea monster incident only when he had a chance to remove it. And the end of the world would not give him and humanity time for such red tape. Tianming tried to escape. He turned around and was outraged at how dare he use spiritual power to insult him in front of the entire city, and this was really too much. The assistant held back the man who wanted to kill the hero, saying that the guy was deliberately provoking him. He turned around when the assistant explained that if he ran into him now, it would be difficult to explain later, especially since 009 was protecting him. Looking at the hero again, he still decided to leave, but after he met with the senior leader, he would make sure that he would not even have a place to bury himself. Ning and the military leadership were sitting in the conference room. Xian said that there were no outsiders in this meeting today, and there were some things they needed to discuss in advance. Pulling his hand back, he added that things had gone so far that it was time to stop, otherwise they would not be able to protect him in the future. The hero showed him a document, saying that it was Wang's dying confession, and all of this was orchestrated by Tianming. He asked if he knew about it or just ignored it. Hu Ji took the document in his hand, saying that the commander-in-chief didn't even bring his secretary with him today, and that was why he wanted to talk to him frankly. He forcefully put the paper on the table, not understanding why he had to speak so aggressively and hostilely. Chan looked at Ning sympathetically, saying that since he had withdrawn from the confrontation, his support was no longer so obvious, and although he also really wanted to get rid of Tianming, the time had not come yet, and they couldn't subject the commander-in-chief to such pressure. Frowning, Hu Ji explained that some things weren't meant for his level, but considering the potential, they decided to take a chance. Introducing several shadowy figures, he explained that Tianming was a key figure with influential forces behind him, and even the commander-in-chief had to be careful with them now. And if they really take large-scale action, China could immediately plunge into chaos, and the bordering countries are already looking at them with greed. And even if the commander-in-chief risks everything and wins the fight, it will only play into the hands of foreign forces. Xian himself raised a finger, noting that it is not that they do not want to act, but that they cannot, and no one wants to get rid of that person more than he does. But circumstances force them to confront external threats together until they break off relations, so they will have to grit their teeth and endure these internal problems. As for Tianming, he can be punished, demoted, and his influence gradually weakened, but he cannot be killed thoughtlessly. Ning folded his hands in silence. Raising his eyes, he told his interlocutor that he understood what was being said and thanked him for his trust. Frowning, he merely asked to be allowed to challenge that man to a duel to the death, since after all, according to Article 131 of the Law Committee regulations, the right to rotate permanent members could be determined through a test of strength. Xian opened his mouth wide, cursing at the boy, asking if he understood human speech. He slammed his hand on the table, calling these laws obsolete, no longer suitable for the current change of power. And if we only talk about a fight to the death, Tianming's level 3 strength is not a dud, and he also went through real fights on the battlefield to rise. Ning also slammed the table, not understanding what happened, and the man was indignant at such a lack of desire for life. A fire dragon appeared behind him, saying that his strength was not much weaker than that of the commander-in-chief, and did the boy really think he could resist, being only at the initial level 3? And so he would explain that potential and real strength are two different things. Hu Ji raised his hands, asking him not to be angry and not to raise his hand to the child. Ning, hiding behind the table, was a pitiful sight, although looking at it from their perspective, he could understand such a position. Surrounding himself with a powerful aura, he said that he wanted to propose a different point of view. The man was outraged that the boy actually wanted to rebel. The hero looked at the others questioningly, guessing that if the biggest enemy was not the factions or even foreign forces, then they were something much more serious. And the wave of monsters in the Eastern Sea was just the beginning, and what would follow would be the outbreak of waves of A+ and S-class undead monsters across the country. So yes, the end of the world would happen again, and mutants would attack, and as a reward, all of humanity would be destroyed, and then they would not have time to gradually change. The people present were shocked, asking in their confusion why he was talking about the end of the world happening again. Then, smiling, the guy asked, "Am I bragging that if he said he had the ability to foresee the future, would they believe him?" The men looked at him silently. Xian saw an incoming call, saying that trouble had already begun. He accepted the call, asking if his old commander was looking for him, and the hero suggested that it could be his mother's body. A man in a cloak appeared, who was surprised that it was so late and they were still in a meeting, which meant it was not easy to be a commander-in-chief, noting that if they felt that they were lacking strength, then maybe he should hand over the matter to the young. Putting his hand on his chest, Xian replied that he was only 60, he was still a child who could eat 8 bowls of rice at a time, and now was the best age for achievements, and he still had plenty of strength to work for the benefit of Great China. The man in the cloak sat next to Tianming, saying that he had heard that a genius had recently appeared who was not afraid of either killing or setting fires, and although he was not going to condemn him, because those parasites really needed to be taught a lesson, he should also severely punish those lawbreakers under his command. Tianming also appeared on the screen, telling the commander-in-chief that if the state laws were truly followed, then others were even more deserving of the death penalty. Looking at the live screen, Xian replied that he would handle the matter carefully, asking the others not to worry, to which he was asked not to allow a so-called genius to destroy the Great China. The man in the cloak pressed the screen, adding that the tragedy of that so-called genius 14 years ago should not be allowed to happen again. Ning raised his hand to his face, thinking that the man's voice sounded like it had passed through some kind of electronic modulator, and from their conversation, it seemed like the forces of both sides were currently in a delicate balance, and he didn't know what kind of person and events he was talking about when he mentioned the past. The commander-in-chief spread his hands, saying that the hero had heard everything, and now if he wanted to save the others, he had to let Tianming go, and demanded that he make a choice, otherwise a big disaster would happen. Pulling his hand back, the hero replied that if he had a way to help withstand the pressure, then he didn't need to make a choice in this matter yet, and the commander asked what he meant. Putting his hand on his waist, the guy explained that he would gain the right to access the replica of the zombie kingdom. The three men were shocked to hear this, asking if they could use it to teleport the awakened. Ning raised his finger and replied that all the resources and technology in the copy were available to him, and all the personnel obeyed his orders, and the rules were set by him. The three of them grabbed their heads. Then they clenched their fists in excitement, saying that they had become rich. The guy spread his hands, surprised that they were too excited, and asked if it was enough for them to withstand the pressure of internal conflicts, asking for a clear answer. Covering his face with his hand, Xian tried to calm down. Then he walked towards the hero, telling him to forget about the possibilities, and was about to make a statement. Suddenly, he wanted to kiss him, saying that this was more than enough. The others also wanted to kiss him, saying that they could now destroy as many level 3 foreign forces as they wanted, and it was no wonder that the guy was able to cause such a massacre in the copy. But the hero told them that a simple thank you would be enough. Xian put his hands on his waist in satisfaction, saying that he would release the others tomorrow morning, and also announced a promotion and a raise. Smiling, the hero asked about his mortal battle with Tianming. The commander-in-chief held his hand out in front of him, and for his safety, advised against it. Ning raised his hand, saying that it was scheduled for 3 months, which should be enough for him to be confident of victory. They could use this time to prepare for possible internal conflicts that might follow, and in 2 months, he would activate a copy to wipe out most of the foreign forces and ease the external pressure. The man sighed and clarified that he had no hesitation in arranging all of this precisely because he had this trump card, and although it seemed reckless at first glance, in fact, every step was carefully calculated. Looking at the other man intently, the commander-in-chief asked him if he really had the ability to foresee. Ning smiled at him, saying that if you believe it, then it exists, but if you don't, then it doesn't. He also wanted to ask him what he would do if he really had such an ability. Xian lowered his head, saying that if it really was, then he would be willing to become a weapon in the hands of the young, since he could no longer eat 8 cups of rice at a time. Hu Ji, who was standing next to him, clenched his fist, noting that the guy had predicted the invasion of sea monsters and had access to a copy, so it was hard for them not to believe him. If the future was really as bad as he said, they really didn't have time. Looking at the other guys, the guy said that perhaps in this era, he was not as alone in his struggle as he imagined. Everyone looked at him silently when he asked who the old commander was, and what did he mean when he talked about the events of 14 years ago. Xian imagined the silhouette of a girl, saying that this was a taboo in Great China, because 14 years ago there was a genius like him, who also came from the people, possessing incredible talent and quickly became famous. They believed that a new star of China had risen on the horizon, but later she arbitrarily led the people to the Eastern Sea, turned around, and raised a rebellion. He imagined the girl attacking a man, telling him that she secretly tried to kill the previous commander, but failed and was killed by the old commander. He resigned due to severe injuries, which gave him the opportunity to take his current position. And what's more surprising is that her name was Lin. Looking down, the guy wondered if such coincidences could happen, and he understood why they had previously simultaneously valued and feared him. The commander-in-chief also looked away, saying that although it was absurd, everyone was really afraid that he might be her. Imagining her silhouette, the hero wondered if her style was the same, and was she also a natural? Thinking that the experiment in the Eastern Sea was launched exactly 14 years ago, perhaps she tried to kill the old leader, maybe because she discovered this, which means that the old commander must be the mother's body. The guy stood in front of the men, asking the commander-in-chief if he knew why Yilin suddenly made an attempt on the old leader, and whether he always wore a mask, to which he replied that the old leader only said that it was a personal matter theirs. Those years, no one dared to delve deeply into this. He only started dressing like this 14 years ago, and it is said that it is because of the severe injuries he received during the assassination attempt. Ning raised his hand in front of him, asking if anyone saw him after he was injured. Xian didn't understand why he was asking this, and whether he doubted the identity of the old leader, but the guy asked him to answer his question first, and then promised to explain everything. Hu Ji looked away thoughtfully, saying that he remembered something. He introduced a blue human hand, saying that a few years ago, one of the servants in the old leader's house suddenly went crazy and ran out screaming, saying something like how the old leader was not a human, and something about fish scales and the like, but he was quickly killed. No one paid attention to his crazy speech. Ning looked into the eyes of the interlocutor, saying that this was an experiment to merge the genes of people and sea monsters, and it was the mother organism that caused the invasion of these creatures. The guy came closer to the interlocutors, explaining that there were only two mother organisms. One of them did not pose a big threat, and the other was the old leader, and he was the initiator of this secret research. Frowning, the hero continued, saying that this time the invasion of sea monsters was not so big. But the next time they attacked, they would break through the barrier and head straight for the capital, not to mention political intrigue. Just for this they should kill him. Xian raised an eyebrow, asking if the leader knew that he would cause a beast invasion. The boy, imagining a human mask, replied that he could only hope that he did not know, otherwise the situation would become even more complicated, and he was afraid that things would not go as they wanted. Moreover, there was something that worried him, because the human could not only know, but also possibly even control the invasion of monsters, because the genetically modified new humans could no longer be considered as such. The three of them looked at each other, telling the commander-in-chief that from this point of view, the political struggle really seemed like a trifle. Chan supported, noting that sooner or later they would have to fight, and the leader agreed, saying that it was time to put it on the agenda. Showing 3 fingers, Ning said that they had 3 months, and in order to win this war, a lot needed to be done. Asking to do the overall strategic arrangement, he did his best to reach the peak of rank 3 as quickly as possible, and in 3 months they would start a war. The signal for this would be a death match between him and Tianming. Xian, throwing up his hands, called the chance to rise from the initial rank 3 to the peak in such a short time nonsense, because for an ordinary person it would take at least 10 to 20 years. But the hero clarified how long it takes to rise from awakened to rank 3, and how long did it take him? The commander-in-chief, putting his hand on his shoulder, when the guy said that if the resources and conditions allowed, then perhaps 3 months would not be necessary, offered to argue, and the man replied that he should tell everyone what he needed without embarrassment. Later, the hero sat on the crystals, saying that when they finished absorbing them, it would be close to the average level of rank 3. But in the early stages you can't rush to level up too much, you need to lay a solid foundation, and then in the future, progress will be faster and faster. The system showed points added to his characteristics. In front of him, he saw a special task window. Ning smiled, saying that it seemed that the next class of survivors was very successful, and the more reputation he had for further seizure of power, the better. And the spiritual crystal can be given to Chang, and this should help his research of the supernatural plane. An item resembling a fish appeared in front of him, which was an additional reward. The system reported that this was an awakening sign with the effect of summoning a sea monster, which begins a chaotic attack in the selected sea zone. Holding it in his hands, the hero was glad that this was a real weapon of mass destruction, and if any neighboring countries wanted to cause trouble, they could use it against them, and in addition to the access rights to the dungeon, they now had another guarantee to deter forces. A new window appeared in front of him, and he asked Xiao if they were okay. The man waved his hand, answering that not only were they okay, but they also received information from the military that under the North China military region, 3 large safe zones around them had merged into a military region, and now he was a colonel, so the safe zone was also under his control, and what's more, the capital gave him the opportunity to promote to the middle level of rank 3. Another man clenched his fist and said that he had been appointed as the head of the External Resources Department of the North China military region, which was much cooler than being the chairman of the trade association, noting that following a hero was definitely the best investment in his life, and that the third man had also received a large reward in resources, but he had business to do and left early. Asking me to convey his gratitude on his behalf. He was glad that they were satisfied with this result. A bald man appeared on the screen, saying that the guy not only saved them, but also helped them get important positions, and put in a lot of effort when giving the report. Ning replied that he could choose to become the commander-in-chief of the North China military region himself, or let someone else take this position. Of course, he hoped more for him to be the commander-in-chief. The men saw the image of the guy, hearing that the newly formed group of these troops would directly report to the Special Operations Department, which was under his leadership. The interlocutors smiled at him, deciding that everything would be as he decided. All 3 of them looked at the screen with smiles. Xiao said that all this meant that the guy's path to the high command was already paved, their sun was about to rise. Later, Ning stood at the door of the 7th Scientific Research Institute, saying that this was a secret lab that he had specially prepared for him, and no matter what he needed, people or equipment, he just needed to add it to the list, and the institute would do everything in its power to help. The scientist was amazed that the guy thought so highly of his project. The hero clapped his hands when his interlocutor noted that he used to be just a cleaner. But the others bowed to him, saying that if he had any demands, he should feel free to tell them. The research institutes would definitely provide all-round support. Tears appeared in the guy's eyes. He remembered himself surrounded by people who laughed at the fact that an ordinary cleaner also decided to engage in scientific research, trying to use the spiritual energy from industrial runes for people, and suggested that he should instead start a cleaning robot. Ning placed his hand on his shoulder, saying that his research would definitely shake the world and even change it. The boy went to the other scientists and officially announced the launch of the Transcendence Project, asking them to prepare equipment, a 3-phase gaseous spiritual energy purification device, and a cryo-electron microscope. The hero looked at him with a smile and said that it was right. Later, he walked down the corridor, hearing that they had news about the Ghost Corps and the Human Falcon, which he asked them to investigate. The director of the institute gritted his teeth, saying that the Human Falcon should be with the commander of the Bloody Shadow Legion in the distant lands, and the Ghost Corps currently does not belong to anyone, but there are legends about it in the distant lands. Turning to the other person, the boy asked if the military department could transfer the Human Falcon here first, and heard that it was very difficult, and perhaps the hero had not heard of it, but due to historical reasons, there are many private factions in the distant lands, especially the Bloody Shadow Legion, which is one of the most influential there and does not really obey the military command. So if they forcefully send troops to take it away, a fierce battle will inevitably break out, which will lead to the death of innocent survivors. Waving to him, Ning replied that he understood everything and thanked the director, thinking that time was running out, and it was necessary to collect all the materials and upgrade the Sword God system as soon as possible, and the military department should focus on the internal struggle for power. So they will not be able to deal with the distant lands in the near future. The boy walked through the ruined city, thinking that it would be better to go there himself, and at the same time look for the Ghost Corps. Besides, going to the distant lands would help him strengthen the foundation of the third rank, and if he could attract the power of the distant lands to his side, it would be even better. Meanwhile, Tianming stood by a group of robots in the military underground training hall. Frowning, he said that Xianwen not only did not hold a grudge against him, but also expected a lot of rewards. And obviously, he was still wary of the old commander. But if he was afraid, then why did he let Ning's henchmen go, and even let him challenge him to a duel to the death? Then he imagined the face of the masked man telling him that this was good news. After all, those who could not be killed secretly before could now be killed openly, and probably because of the events that happened more than 10 years ago, Xianwen also felt insecure. But he could not act on his own. Here Ning himself was stupid, and the man was just pushing him, hoping to use someone else's hands to kill. Pressing the button, he recalled their further conversation, the question from the interlocutor about whether he was confident in his strength, answering that he was at the peak of level 3, so it would not be difficult for him to kill the hero, saying now that he heard that Ning's battle on the battlefield with a wave of monsters was unusual, and he had not participated in real battles for 2 or 3 years. So he must not let his guard down, and in these 3 months he must train hard just in case. The robots rushed towards him. But having struck, he managed to smash one of them. The quick swings of his hands left bright traces. A little later, he stood over a pile of robots, saying that although he did not warm up, this training went well, and tomorrow he will go to the Hell Gate dungeon to regain his form. A soldier appeared behind him, saying that the hero went to distant lands. Tianming smiled and thought that now he was interested. He waved his hand at the guy, ordering him to call on to him. Later, the girl walked towards him, saying that she came at his call. He extended his hand towards her, saying that Ning went to distant lands, ordered to kill him, but she tried to say that she could hardly do it. Then, grabbing her, he explained that if we talk only about strength, then of course it will not work, but she can use other methods, for example, catch the moment when he relaxes, and take his life. Frowning, the man reminded her of Yilin, who humiliated her, and he found out that Yilin is actually Ning. Lan stepped back a little, not understanding how this could be, but he only replied that she herself will understand everything when she meets him. The interlocutor spread her hands, noting that if this is true, then it will be even more difficult, because he has already seen her, but the man told her to find a means of disguise. Tianming grabbed her by the throat, saying that he had no patience for explaining himself to women, and then threw her to the floor, adding that even if she had to die with him, she had to kill him, and if not, at least seriously injure him. He looked at her intently, promising that otherwise her younger sister would not survive the night. Looking down, Lan agreed to do what was needed. A snake silhouette appeared behind him, and he noted that even if this mission failed, it would not matter, thinking that it would be nice to see some interesting performances.